Chapter 751. Returning to the Blessed Land. Karmic hexing had been bestowed upon him by Patriarch Blood Demon when he reached the 4th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. It was a hexing magic that belonged solely to the Demon Sealers, and was something that only Demon Sealers could learn and utilize. Meng Hao had long since achieved internal enlightenment regarding the magic. However, after testing it out, he found that he was unable to successfully cast it consistently. Now that he saw the pitch-black imp fleeing, coldness filled his eyes and he immediately unleashed the magic. When he raised his hand and then chopped it down, the entire world seemed to grind to a halt. He was now able to see innumerable silk-like threads attached to everyone. They were wrapped and twined together as they spread out into the air to connect to everything else in the world. This was not the first time Meng Hao had seen something like this. The karmic severing of the Ji clan invoked a similar sight. However, Meng Hao was a demon sealer, so he would not sever karma, he would hex it. Karmic severing was, of course, a severing, whereas karmic hexing was a type of sealing. Severing someone's karma with karmic severing would result in their complete and utter death. It didn't matter if the victim had numerous clones. Any memories that existed of the victim in anyone's mind would be blotted out. By erasing the image of the person in everyone's mind, even if that person still lived on somewhere, they would be dead. Such a fearsome Taoist magic was a fundamental magic of the Ji clan, and in fact, could be considered the most powerful art in the 9th mountain. The reason being, of course, that the heavens of the 9th mountain was none other than Ji Tian. 1. As for Meng Hao, his karmic hexing was, simply stated, using karma as a hex. It could use your own karma to seal you. The more karma you possessed, the more powerful the sealing. It didn't matter if you were a human, immortal, or some other powerful being. As long as you had karma, you could be sealed. At first glance, it did not seem to be as domineering as the Ji clan's art. In reality, though, severing something was as simple as wielding a sharp blade. To seal someone with karma, however, required controlling karma itself, and therefore, a deep understanding of it. The Ji clan's karmic annihilation had been cultivated to the ultimate degree, but definitely could not be used to control karma. The Ji clan cultivated a blade with which to sever karma, whereas the demon sealers controlled it. With a single word, they could break the karmic connection itself. The two arts were on completely different level. The power of karmic hexing was enough to shake the heavens. It was like the 8th demon sealing hex, one of the 8 great demon sealing hexes. Only such a peerless Taoist magic was worthy to be among those created by the successive generations of demon sealers. Furthermore, it was only by creating an individualized hex that someone could truly be considered a demon sealer. I wonder what my own personal hex, the 9th demon sealing hex, will be like. Meng Hao murmured to himself. His eyes were now blank as he looked up into the sky at the pitch-black imp. He saw the innumerable karma threads attached to the thing, and then he saw them suddenly twisting and distorting as they entangled the pitch-black imp. "And oh!" screamed the imp. "The 7th hex. It's the 7th hex. The 7th generation demon sealer has already perished. His hexing magic was lost. How could someone in this world be using it? Impossible. I can't accept this. There's only one 60-year cycle left." The pitch-black imp struggled, but the only result was that it became more entangled. Within the space of a few short breaths, it was completely wrapped up. Escape was virtually impossible. Of course, everyone who was watching saw something very different than what Meng Hao saw. They could not see the karma threads, they only saw Meng Hao point, and in response, the pitch-black imp suddenly stopped in midair. It seemed to be struggling, as if its body weren't under its own control anymore. Then it began to move backward, toward Meng Hao. After only a moment, it was back in front of Meng Hao, and then on the palm of his hand. Everyone gaped as Meng Hao casually put the imp in his bag of holding. Gasps could be heard from all directions. The Blood Demon sect disciples took it much more in stride. After all, they were used to Meng Hao's enigmatic unpredictability. However, the hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators were flabbergasted. Was that a sealing? But I didn't sense any ripples or signs of sealing magic. It was like that pitch-black imp flew over of its own accord. This Blood Prince of the Blood Demon sect, Meng Hao, he's beyond comprehension. The Black Sieve sect was now completely destroyed. The only thing that remained was a crater. The mountains were crumbled, and the once glorious sect now existed only in minds of those who remembered it. All that was left of this shattered and barren land was the unceasing rotation of the heavens above. A great sect that had existed for 10,000 years was now nothing more than wreckage and ruins. Gone. Completely gone. The surrounding rogue cultivators looked down silently at what used to be the Black Sieve sect, and gradually began to sigh to themselves. Meng Hao hovered in midair, looking down at the ruins of the Black Sieve sect, and thought back to the first time he had come here. He also thought about when he came here as Feng Mu, and then the 3rd time he came for Su Qing. After a long moment, he shook his head. He was just about to leave when he stopped in place. He looked back down at the ruins and then a strange light began to shine in his eyes. "It seems I forgot about something," he murmured. His eyes glittered as he thought back to the first time he had come to tea. He Black Civ sect and the ancient blessed land. It was there that he encountered the vexatious meat jelly. It was also where he saw that ancient cauldron. It was an enormous cauldron that was square on the outside and circular on the inside. It was cracked and contained infinite lightning inside, as well as several enormous statues which bore the surnames of various ancestors from ancient times. 2. In the very center of the statues was an inner cauldron that was round on the outside and square on the inside. Inside of that cauldron was the precious treasure of an incredibly ancient, almighty being. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he decided not to leave. Instead, he disappeared in a flash toward the enormous fissure in the ground. He had just recalled that the withered corpse had been sitting cross-legged in front of a door. His second true self took the lead into the fissure. They sped downward and quickly landed on the lotus-shaped platform directly in front of the doorway, which exuded an ancient and primordial aura. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment as he looked at the door. Heart trembling, he sent his second true self ahead to enter. After a moment, Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and his divine sense that existed in his second true self allowed him to see everything that his second true self was seeing. Without hesitating, he stepped into the door. Everything twisted, distorted, and turned blurry. When things became clear again, Meng Hao appeared in that same world that he had come to before, the ancient blessed land. Because of his familiarity with the place, he was able to see that things were quite different than they had been before. Everything was still and quiet. There were no trees or grass, and everything was black. There were still mountains visible, but they had black iron chains wrapped around them. The entire world almost seemed to be an enormous spell formation. That pitch-black imp was guarding this door, he thought, so it must have some connection to all this blackness. He flew up into the air and, based on what he remembered of the place, headed in the direction of the enormous cauldron. As he sped over the land, he was shocked to see that roughly 70% of the entire place was pitch black. The other 30% was gradually changing. Based on the speed with which it was occurring, it would probably take about 160-year cycle or less for the entire place to turn black. As he studied the land below, and an expression of reminiscence appeared as he recalled reuniting with Su Qing for the first time in this place. After a while, he sighed. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn before he arrived in a location that had not been covered over by the blackness. The same teleportation portal as before was still operational. Considering Meng Hao's current cultivation base and experience, he only had to look at it for a moment before determining how to operate it. He produced a spirit stone, which he placed on the surface. Immediately, the glow of teleportation rose up, and Meng Hao faded away. When he reappeared, he was near the location of the enormous cauldron. He could hear the shocking rumble of thunder, and off in the distance, he could see an enormous, bronze cauldron. As he looked at the cauldron, he recalled the visions he had experienced of an almighty being who had refused to capitulate when the Ji ancestor assumed control of the ninth mountain and had used the cauldron to try to bolt from under the Ji heavens. His decision was the same as that of the legendary World Tree. However, in the end, the World Tree had exploded amid the starry sky. As for that almighty being, after the cauldron was broken open, he was apparently eradicated in form and spirit. The only thing that remained behind was the shocking cauldron. Perhaps to Lord Ji, the cauldron and its heaven-murdering will were useless. Perhaps there was another reason why he didn't take it for himself. In any case, to other people, the cauldron would definitely be considered a precious treasure. Meng Hao took a deep breath and headed forward. As he neared the enormous bronze cauldron, the sound of lightning grew louder and more frequent. Blue lightning bolts fell relentlessly, transforming the entire area into a sea of lightning. Shockingly, some of the lightning bolts were even black. About 3,000 meters away from the cauldron, Meng Hao stopped. When I came here with Han Bei and the others, we waited until the lightning was at its weakest before daring to go in. But now, I'm quite different than I was back then. Eyes glittering, Meng Hao strode forward into the lightning. Countless bolts of lightning fell, and at the same time, an ancient, domineering voice resounded out from within the cauldron. Halt! In conjunction with the voice, the lightning fell with increased intensity. It transformed into something almost like a sheet that covered everything in all directions. I have some fuzzy recollections of you, the voice continued, echoing amidst the thunder with might like that of the heavens. You shouldn't be here. Leave immediately. If you take even a single step forward, a tribulation of fire and lightning will descend, and you will most certainly die. Meng Hao stopped in place and then called out, Senior, you must be the spirit of this treasured cauldron. The ancient voice did not speak again, and the lightning and thunder grew more intense. However, a path through the lightning appeared behind Meng Hao. Apparently Meng Hao was being given a message. The only path for him was the one that left this place. He took a deep breath and then said, "Senior, I've come here today for one purpose. I wish to take this cauldron away from here. Senior, could you please explain how to do so?" After a long moment, the ancient voice could be heard once again. This time, its tone was colder than before and even filled with a touch of disdain. "All you have to do is approach the cauldron and brand it with your divine sense. Then you can take it away." Hearing this, Meng Hao immediately picked up on the unstated implication. "You're not the cauldron spirit?" "Of course I'm not." 1. Ji Tian is the name of Lord Ji, but could also be translated Heavens of Ji. 2. The square cauldron was introduced in Chapter 157, and the other things mentioned, such as the lighting and the statues, all came up in subsequent chapters. Interestingly, the title of Chapter 157 indicates that the cauldron is square, but the chapter itself doesn't mention that point. On another note, if you compare the events of these two parts of the story, you might notice an inconsistency. There is no explanation for that inconsistency, although I could come up with one pretty easily. In fact, with one additional line of text, I could solve the whole problem. Unfortunately, that would violate the translator code of ethics, so I will leave it as is. Chapter 752, Dao's Seeking Fleshly Body. The first time he came here, he would never have dared to even open his mouth, let alone directly ask the question he just had. Back then, his cultivation base was simply too low, and it was only by lucky coincidence that he was even able to come here in the first place. Now, though, he was a second severing cultivator with a second true self that was at the peak of Dao seeking. In the current age, in which immortals were incredibly rare in the lands of South Heaven, the peak of Dao seeking fully deserved to be called the pinnacle level of power. Meng Hao really was on the same pedestal as the most powerful experts of South Heaven. And that was not speaking of the southern domain, but planet South Heaven as a whole. Meng Hao looked calmly at the endless sheets of lightning between him and the bronze cauldron, then stepped forward. As soon as he entered the lightning, he was surrounded by shocking rumbling sounds. Endless amounts of lightning shot toward him. Smacking sounds echoed out as the lightning bolts slammed onto him. They were like writhing white snakes that, from a distance, looks almost like a tempest that surrounded Meng Hao. He proceeded forward slowly, but every step was taken firmly and stably. Soon, he had advanced by 10 measures, each measure being roughly 3 meters. The rumbling grew more shocking and intense, and the lightning bolts more numerous. The pressure was intense, and even Meng Hao couldn't help but frown after passing 20 measures. He felt his body spasming and knew that he could proceed forward. However, based on his calculations, after 300 measures, he would be able to proceed no further. The ancient voice once again rang out, filled with coldness. "You are currently 1,000 measures away from the cauldron. Based on your level of strength, the most you can reach is 300 measures. The sensible thing would be to give up now. If you do something completely moronic, then why? Oh, you will either end up dead or seriously wounded." "Actually," said Meng Hao coolly, "if I really wish to traverse this path of lightning, well, it's not that difficult of a thing." He waved his sleeve, and the air behind him rippled. In the blink of an eye, his second true self stepped forward to stand next to Meng Hao. Lighting fell around them, but the second true self wasn't harmed in the least bit. In fact, neither its hair nor even the edges of its garments were even stirred. HNHH. Within the huge cauldron, the ancient voice seemed momentarily struck speechless. "The soul of an immortal," it then exclaimed. In conjunction with the words, the lightning in the area grew even more shocking. Suddenly, the lightning merged together to form a man, who hovered in midair. He was an old man with indistinguishable features. Only his outline was visible, but based on his appearance he seemed to be the lord of the lighting here. He emanated a shocking pressure, and seemed to be able to wield shocking power. "No, not the soul of an immortal," murmured the old man. "It's a clone, and yet also not a clone. This is a fleshly body created with some secret art, raised to a pinnacle of power, after which, the soul of a true immortal was inserted into it." When Meng Hao heard the old man's musings, his eyes went wide. Clearly, the old man could pick up on various clues to piece together the truth. False immortals are common, but true immortals are very rare. With this immortal clone, you definitely qualify to take the cauldron. However, the cauldron itself has no soul. Whoever touches it for the first time will find part of their soul extracted to become the essence of the cauldron spirit. Are you sure that you want your immortal clone to touch the cauldron? The old man gazed steadily at Meng Hao. Meng Hao frowned slightly and muttered to himself for a bit. According to what the old man said, if his second true self touched the cauldron, then part of his soul would be split away. That meant the cauldron would not belong to Meng Hao, but to the true immortal soul. Furthermore, that meant that although he would most likely be able to use the cauldron, it wouldn't be his. This old guy is pretty mysterious, thought Meng Hao. Regardless of what he says, I can't trust him completely. After some more thought, he looked down at his right arm, and the lightning dancing back and forth across it. Occasionally, lightning would be absorbed into his arm, which gave rise to a tickling sensation. From the look of it, his right arm was actually strong enough to absorb the lightning. Meng Hao's eyes suddenly began to glitter. My Nine Heavens treasured body seal needs to absorb vast quantities of magical items. Could it be that I can actually absorb the lightning from this place? Heart pounding, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment. When they opened, his Nine Heavens treasured body seal was fully rotating. As soon as he employed the ART, the lightning around him acted as if it had suddenly found a drain to pour down, as if his body was a black hole. In the blink of an eye, all of the lightning began to fall directly onto Meng Hao. Apparently, Meng Hao was able to consume it all. He trembled as pain stabbed through him. The Nine Heavens treasured body seal really was absorbing the lightning, which flowed through his body, merging into it. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, and he trembled the entire time. Then, his eyes began to glow with an intense light. I'm a bit stronger, he thought. About as much as I would be by absorbing a few dozen spirit-severing treasures. He took a deep breath as he realized that this place would be extremely dangerous to anyone except to someone who cultivated the Nine Heavens treasured body seal. To him, this place was a location of incredible good fortune. Meng Hao immediately sent his second true self back to its original position, then looked up at the old man formed from lightning. Senior, I think I will make an attempt alone, he said. With that, he stepped forward into the rumbling. Lightning fell, and Meng Hao's body trembled. The Nine Heavens treasured body seal spun into action once again, and the lightning was absorbed. The pain he felt as the lightning danced through his flesh and blood made him shiver. However, his eyes shone with persistence. Enduring the pain, he continued onward, one measure at a time until he reached 100. 100 measures was 300 meters. There was now more lightning, falling in vast sheets. Meng Hao was completely submerged in it, and from a distance he was barely even visible. Within the lightning, the power of the Nine Heavens treasured body seal flowed through him. His fleshly body writhed as the lightning danced. It bored into him over and over again, and as it did, he could clearly sense his fleshly body becoming stronger and more powerful. Before, his fleshly body was already at the absolute pinnacle of spirit severing. All he needed was to push it forward a single step and it would be in Dao seeking. I must take advantage of this opportunity, he thought, his eyes flickering as he continued onward. Up in the sky, the old man made of lighting watched on with an expression that only continued to grow more serious. A brilliant glow began to flicker in his eyes. Clearly he had noticed that there was less lightning in the area. Although it was only a small reduction, it was something that he had never experienced in all the countless years he had been here. So, he can absorb lightning, he thought, shocked. And not even normal lightning at that. Tribulation lightning. He can absorb it and use it to strengthen his fleshly body. What technique does he cultivate to be able to do something like that? Don't tell me, it's one of those legendary heaven-defying fleshly body Taoist magics. By this point, Meng Hao had already traveled to the 900-meter mark. Lightning crashed down onto him the entire time, and he was surrounded by the booming of lightning. It was as if countless silver spikes were being stabbed into him non-stop. Even using the expression, 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, would not be an exaggeration. The pain was so intense that Meng Hao's vision began to grow dark. Despite being completely surrounded by bright, resplendent lightning, all he could see was darkness. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue, causing himself to regain a bit of clarity. Spitting out the blood, he proceeded forward. 1,500 meters. Meng Hao raised his head up and roared. His right arm had now fully broken through from spirit severing to Dao seeking. As for the rest of his body, it was now pushing the very borders of the limits of spirit severing. The lightning in the area had previously spread out for 3,000 meters. But Meng Hao had absorbed a lot of it, and now it only stretched for 2,500 meters. The reduction only went faster after his right arm reached Dao seeking. The 2,500 meters quickly shrank down to only 2,000 meters. Excited, Meng Hao gritted his teeth and pushed forward. He soon reached the 1,800-meter mark. 2,000 meters. An incredible rumbling could be heard as his left arm broke through to the fleshly body of Dao seeking. 2,500 meters. Both legs radiated the aura of natural law, as if they were now connected in some bizarre way to heaven and earth. Both of them were now in Dao seeking. 2,750 meters. Meng Hao was panting as the lightning around him suddenly shrank down to only 1,000 meters. It was at this point that the black lightning bolt smashed down toward him with incredible destructive power. He looked up, his eyes bright red, and allowed the black lightning to slam into him. As soon as the black lightning bolts merged into him, cracking sounds could be heard. Tears instantly spread out across his skin. It almost appeared that he would be incapable of withstanding the lightning and would fall to pieces. Next, though, his eternal stratum kicked in, and the wounds healed. Intense pain surged through him, the likes of which he had never felt before. He couldn't hold back from letting out an anguished howl. Even as he did, rumbling filled his body. It was not the sound of him collapsing into pieces, but rather the shocking rumbling of an incredibly powerful Tao-seeking fleshly body. His limbs and torso all broke through from spirit severing into Tao-seeking. Only his head remained as a weak spot, and the most difficult area to strengthen. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then pushed onward. 2,800 meters. 2,850 meters. 2,900 meters. His head felt as if it were being crushed down upon by the heavens. Countless lightning bolts danced across him, and the 9 heavens treasured body seal rotated rapidly. 2,950 meters. 2,999 meters. Finally, 3,000 meters. The bronze cauldron was directly in front of Meng Hao. He stood there trembling, surrounding by a mere 300-meter area of lightning. Surrounded by the boundless lightning, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and then slowly began to lift his hand. Gritting his teeth, he slapped his palm down onto the surface of the bronze cauldron. The huge cauldron began to thrum, and the 300-meter area of lightning instantly condensed down onto Meng Hao. "From now on, you belong to me," said Meng Hao, his voice quavering out from within the lightning. Chapter 753. Destination: Solitary Sword Sect. The lightning in the 300-meter area rushed toward Meng Hao, thoroughly enveloping him. The lightning elder up in midair watched Meng Hao's actions with sparkling eyes. By this point, he was thoroughly shaken. It was then that, all of a sudden, the enormous bronze cauldron began to shudder. Within the lightning, Meng Hao seemed on the verge of being torn to pieces. His skin was ripped and torn, and was clearly on the verge of exploding. It was at that point, when he was almost about to explode, that natural law descended and swirled around his head. Now, every inch of Meng Hao's person was completely in Tao-seeking. This was a Tao-seeking fleshly body. This Tao-seeking was not as obvious as a Tao-seeking cultivation base. The influence it had on natural law was not very intense. However, from this moment on, Meng Hao's body was truly like a Tao-seeking treasure. At this point, he could close his eyes and allow any spirit-severing cultivator to attack him at will, and it wouldn't harm his body in the least bit. In fact, in all the lands of South Heaven you would be as likely to find a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn as you would to find someone with a fleshly body comparable to Meng Hao's. Not even in the Ji clan could someone like that be found. This was an extremely powerful fleshly body. Meng Hao lifted his head back and roared. In a short moment, all of the lightning in the area was sucked into his body. It disappeared without leaving behind even the tiniest trace. Meng Hao flew up into the air, and although no lightning could be seen on him, if you looked deep into his eyes, you would be able to sense amorphous lightning deep within. As he hovered there in midair, he cast his senses throughout his body and could feel how terrifyingly powerful it was. He could even sense some of the natural law of heaven and earth. Because this was an ancient blessed land, the natural law in this place was different from that of South Heaven. Therefore his aura was now a bit more primordial and chaotic than before. It seemed ancient, filled with the passage of years, and the air he let off was one of boundless time. He took a deep breath and then looked back down at the enormous bronze cauldron, and his eyes flashed. Moments ago, when he had placed his hand onto the cauldron, he had felt a bit of his soul detaching and entering the cauldron. As he looked at it now, he could sense some vague, mysterious connection to it. "Rise," he said, raising his hand aloft. The enormous bronze cauldron trembled. Creaking sounds could be heard, and fissures spread across the surrounding terrain, as it slowly rose up into the air, causing vast amounts of dust to spread out in all directions like a cloud. As the cauldron rose into the air, its primordial, ancient aura became more and more similar to Meng Hao's. The sight of it caused the old man hovering in midair to gasp. He looked deeply at Meng Hao, then glanced down at the second true self standing not far away. "I am not the spirit of the cauldron," he said lightly. "However, I am its guardian. The truly valuable thing about this treasure is the inner cauldron, which is mysterious in origin. As for the outer cauldron, my master forged it. Now, it belongs to you. Since you have acquired it, it means you are tied to it by destiny. Time will tell whether or not you can use the cauldron to achieve the same glory that my master did. Now that you have obtained the cauldron, my mission is accomplished." His eyes began to grow dim, and his body started to fade away. His voice cool, he continued, "I should have perished long ago. That year, I was the lone survivor of the tribulation lightning, and my soul did not disperse. Now that my mission is complete, I can experience rebirth. I will travel to the underworld of the fourth mountain and be reincarnated, be born once again as a human. Years from now, perhaps you and I will meet again on the road to immortality." He continued to fade away until he was nothing more than dots of light, which began to fly up into the sky, then disappeared. Meng Hao looked in the direction the old man had departed to. He wasn't sure who he was, but he couldn't help but think of the tall man he had seen in the vision all those years ago. For a moment, the two of them had seemed quite similar. After a moment of thought, Meng Hao looked back at the enormous cauldron. "Shrink," he commanded. The huge cauldron thrummed, and then began to shrink. When it was the size of a hand, it floated down to rest on Meng Hao's palm. As soon as it touched him, lightning surged out from Meng Hao, and he was immersed in electricity. Within the lightning, Meng Hao's body trembled, and he was able to sense some of the remarkable abilities of the bronze cauldron. It seemed as if this knowledge had suddenly popped into his mind automatically as soon as he touched the cauldron. Form displacement transposition. He gaped for a moment, then suddenly pushed down on the cauldron and looked over at his second true self. In that instant, everything suddenly went blurry for a moment. When he could see clearly again, he was shocked to discover that he was still holding the cauldron, but was now down on the ground where his second true self had just been standing. As for his second true self, he was hovering in midair where Meng Hao had just been. Incredible, he thought, his eyes going wide. Panting, he looked down at the lightning cauldron, and his eyes shone with a strange light. He could immediately tell that this cauldron would be extremely useful in magical combat. In fact, its usefulness wouldn't be limited to battle. He could use it in many circumstances. It truly was heaven-defying. It has other abilities too, he thought. It can unleash lightning, and is also incredibly heavy, capable of carrying out true crushing. Furthermore, it was created in ancient times. The sturdiness of the materials used to make it is such that other magical items can't even compare. His eyes flickered as he suddenly thought of the statues inside the lightning cauldron, as well as the inner cauldron. This is truly a precious treasure, he thought, breathing heavily. He put the lightning cauldron into his bag of holding, then flew up into the air. Together with his second true self, he shot off into the distance. Moments later, he teleported out of the ancient blessed land and found himself once again on the lotus-shaped platform deep in the recesses of the former Black Civ sect. The door was no longer operational and broke into tiny pieces, which then vanished. Meng Hao glanced back at the disappearing door, then shot up out from within the earth. The Blood Demon sect disciples were waiting outside, and when they caught sight of Meng Hao, they clasped hands and bowed. "Blood Prince, we welcome you back with deep respect." The two Ironblood patriarchs could sense that there was something different about Meng Hao, although they weren't sure exactly what it was. As for the Golden Frost sect patriarch and the Thirdly Clan patriarch, they were now blood clone puppets, and had no way to tell. When it came to the hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators, not a single one could pick up on even the slightest clue. All they could tell was that Meng Hao somehow seemed stronger and more ancient. "The Black Civ sect is destroyed," declared Meng Hao, looking around at the crowds of people. Next is the Solitary Sword sect. The Solitary Sword sect. The forces of the Blood Demon sect flickered with killing intent, and their desire to slaughter burned like wildfire. The hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators were also getting excited. He's actually going to completely wipe out the four powers who allied against him. If the Blood Demon sect does that, then they really will unite the Southern Domain. Even as the hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators expressed their shock, a glow like that of lightning appeared beneath Meng Hao's feet, and he shot off into the distance, followed by countless beams of light that were the Blood Demon sect disciples. Several days later, the sky outside the Solitary Sword sect began to rumble. The clouds collapsed as a mighty gale force wind swept through the area. A storm seemed to be gathering above the Solitary Sword sect. The sect was completely sealed up. Disciples inside were not permitted to leave, and the entire sect was poised as if to face a mortal enemy. Eve. Everything was sealed to protect against reprisals from the Blood Demon sect. The mood in the Solitary Sword sect was gloomy and distressed. Everyone was nervous. There were only a few tens of thousands of disciples left, and all of them were on edge. The sect's Tao-seeking patriarch was dead, and the strongest people in the entire sect were their three spirit-severing cultivators, including Sir Jian. 1. When they saw the beams of light flying through the air that were the Blood Demon sect, they knew that they could do nothing to fight back. They could only hope that their grand spell formation, designed to protect the sect, would be able to stand up to the revenge-bent Blood Demon sect. The air outside the sect rippled as tens of thousands of beams of light approached. Meng Hao was in the vanguard position, and the murderous air around him was thick. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he glanced over the Solitary Sword sect. In this part of the Southern Domain, the mountains stuck straight up like swords. In the middle of the sect was a shocking mountain surrounded by thin mist. Looking through the mist at the sect, it appeared to be completely bleak and desolate. Although the mist appeared to be thin, it was actually the first spell formation of the Solitary Sword sect's grand spell formation. The Blood Demon sect disciples behind Meng Hao joined their voices together into a raging sound that boomed like waves through the Solitary Sword sect. "Surrender or die." There was no response. However, The thin mist that surrounded the solitary sword sect began to spin, transforming into numerous swirling dragons. The dragons rapidly merged together, shockingly forming an enormous sword dragon. The dragon was lizard-like and gigantic enough to cover the entire sect. Its back was covered with innumerable great swords that stuck up like needles. It was green and shocking to the extreme. As soon as it appeared, it raised its head up and roared at Meng Hao.
2.
Meng Hao's eyes flickered with coldness. He slapped his bag of holding with his right hand, and the lightning cauldron flew out. It thrummed, expanding rapidly until it was the size of a mountain. Endless bolts of lightning shot out from it, causing the entire sky to become a world of lightning. A shocking pressure weighed down, and the sight of the cauldron caused Sir Jian and the other two spirit-severing patriarchs to become extremely nervous. As for the other disciples, they were shocked to the core. However, there was one man off in a far corner of the sect who did not seem nervous at all. He looked almost like an old man, but was in fact middle-aged. He had a stubbly beard and looked lonely. Although he was a solitary sword sect disciple, he wore no sword at his side. The only thing he had was a flagon of alcohol from which he drank. He stared at what first seemed like an ordinary boulder that rested a bit further up the mountain from him. However, upon closer inspection, the sun was visible inside the boulder. That same person existed for all eternity in his heart. Junior brother, the man said. Kill them. Kill everyone in the solitary sword sect. Avenge my master and pay for my crimes. With a bitter smile, he took another long swig of alcohol. As the shocking lightning cauldron expanded in size, more and more lightning appeared, causing everything to tremble. The Blood Demon sect disciples, as well as the hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators that came to observe, were all flabbergasted. They looked on in awe as the lightning cauldron sped toward the solitary sword sect sword dragon. Stand firm, roared Sir Jian. All disciples, pour full energy into the spell formation, cried another of the three solitary sword sect patriarchs. Tens of thousands of disciples gritted their teeth and poured all of their energy into the spell formation. Instantly, the sword dragon looked even more corporeal than before. Everyone watched as the lightning cauldron descended toward the sword dragon, which roared and then charged up to meet the lightning cauldron in midair. Shocking booming sounds rang out. Gasps rang out in all directions when the sword dragon slammed into the lightning cauldron, only to begin to shatter into pieces. It was incapable of standing up to the lightning cauldron in even the slightest capacity, and its entire body collapsed into fragments in only the blink of an eye. It was destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds. 1. Sir Jian was introduced in Chapter 715. He was among the people who ganged up on the Blood Demon sect patriarchs while Meng Hao was missing. After Meng Hao returned, he was quickly cowed. If you recall, in Chapter 717 Meng Hao had a staring contest with Gu Tianxiang, and Sir Jian got caught in the middle and was injured. 2. Sword Dragon could also be translated Stegosaurus. However, I have seen Chinese art in which such creatures are not Stegosauruses. Although there is no way to know exactly what Jian envisioned, he did describe it as having swords sticking out of its back and looking like a lizard. I decided to go with the more literal translation of the characters. Also, there is an obvious connection to the name of the sect, so it seems apropos. Chapter 754. The Tale of Chen Fan. The lightning cauldron crushed the sword dragon amidst incredible rumbling sounds, then struck the solitary sword sect's spell formation head-on. Ripples spread out through the air, and from the perspective of cultivators on the outside, the solitary sword sect distorted and looked as though it might be ripped apart at any moment. Inside the sect, the three patriarchs trembled and coughed up blood. As for the tens of thousands of solitary sword sect disciples, they also trembled, and their faces were pale as they spit up mouthfuls of blood. Second spell formation, cried Sir Jian, his voice echoing throughout the sect. Immediately, tens of thousands of disciples produced Medici NAL pills to consume. They knew deep in their hearts that this battle would determine whether the solitary sword sect survived or was destroyed. If their spell formation could hold, then they would be able to continue on sealed in their mountain. If it could not hold, then that meant the solitary sword sect would be wiped away from the southern domain. Of course, there was also the possibility of surrender. As the forces of the solitary sword sect unleashed the full scope of their power, countless sword beams appeared from within the ground, the mountains, and the buildings, from every corner of the sect. There were more than 100,000 of them, and they flew out to circulate around the entire sect, like a tempest. As the tempest raged, the swords began to merge together, forming the shocking image of a gigantic great sword. It was more than 30,000 meters long, and the entire solitary sword sect fit inside of it. It was essentially a sword-shaped shield. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he gestured out into the air. The lightning cauldron shrank down and returned to him. When it touched down onto his palm, he was instantly surrounded by lightning. Break that formation, he said coolly. The Golden Frost sect patriarch and the Thirdly clan patriarch immediately charged ahead. As they neared the sword's shield, they waved their hands, causing Peak Dao's seeking cultivation-based power to explode out. Booms echoed as tens of thousands of Blood Demon Sect disciples also sent out attacks. Divine abilities and magical techniques descended like rainfall, slamming into the Solitary Sword Sect's grand spell formation. Meng Hao sent his thoughts out to control his second true self, who suddenly appeared along with the wooden time sword, and then immediately shot into the fray. The combined power of tens of thousands of cultivators, which included 3 Peak Dao-seeking cultivation bases, slammed into the spell formation. Instantly, the Solitary Sword Sect's greatsword shuddered, and then began to crack. Meng Hao hovered in midair, watching the scene coldly. Booms filled the air for an entire hour, after which the Solitary Sword Sect's greatsword could not hold out any longer. Many of the swords which made up the sword formation began to collapse. Once the spell formation was no longer complete, its demise could only hasten. In the end, a huge explosion occurred, in which the spell formation was breached. The flying swords were shattered, sending shrapnel flying about. The Solitary Sword Sect's grand spell formation now had a huge gap torn into it, visible, through which was the true Solitary Sword Sect. Tens of thousands of pale-faced disciples could be seen, as well as the 3 despairing spirit-severing patriarchs. Meng Hao's second true self entered the gap. Eyes flashing, he stretched his hands out to the left and right, causing cracking sounds to echo about. The gap was torn even larger until the spell formation was completely destro.
Yet,
at the same time, the Blood Demon Sect disciples charged in like a cloud of blood, ready to slaughter the entire Solitary Sword Sect. In their despair, the Solitary Sword Sect disciples could not even muster the will to resist. It was impossible to say who did it first, but they all began to drop to their knees and kowtow. Surrender. I want to surrender. We surrender. Of the 3 ashen-faced spirit-severing experts, 2 laughed bitterly and were just about to voice their own surrender, when suddenly, Sir Jian's eyes flickered. He quickly performed a minor teleportation, reappearing some distance off next to the middle-aged man with no sword and a flagon of alcohol. As soon as he reappeared, his hand snaked out and latched onto the top of the man's head. Sir Jian's eyes filled with insanity and savagery. Meng Chao, he screamed. This is your elder brother from the Reliance Sect, Chen Fan. I know he's your close friend, so if you dare to make a single move, I'll kill him, even if it means I die too. This development caused the Blood Demon Sect disciples to stop in their tracks and look coldly over at Sir Jian. Even the Solitary Sword Sect disciples gaped in shock. None of them looked happy in the least bit, and, in fact, their faces went as pale as death. This was especially true of the 2 other spirit-severing patriarchs, who were completely caught off guard. They knew that they were no match for the Blood Demon Sect. Their failed attempt to fight back moments ago was clear evidence of that. Surrender was their only option. And yet, Sir Jian suddenly pulled this trick, dragging the entire Solitary Sword Sect along with him in provoking the jinx Meng Hao. The 2 patriarchs' faces instantly fell. Sir Jian, you must not do this.
Sir Jian, you.
Sir Jian's expression grew even more vicious. He glared down at Chen Fan's head for a moment, then back toward the Blood Demon Sect forces and Meng Hao. Meng Hao, give me the Solitary Sword Sect's immortal puppet. All I want is the immortal puppet. Once I have it in hand, I won't harm a hair on Chen Fan's head. When Meng Hao first laid eyes on Chen Fan again back at the ancient Dao Lakes, he could tell that he was in a bad situation. He had wanted to help, but could tell that Chen Fan was already dead inside. He had actually come to the Solitary Sword Sect this day for 2 purposes. One was vengeance for the Blood Demon Sect. The other was his concern for Chen Fan. Are you insane? Replied Meng Hao, his face grim. So, what if I'm insane? Sir Jian roared back, his eyes bloodshot. I just want the immortal puppet. Hand it over, and I'll let him go. Chen Fan's face was pale as he looked over at Meng Hao. He said nothing, but he was smiling. It was the same smile he had worn when he had reunited with Meng Hao all those years ago in the Southern Domain.
1.
Junior brother, you've grown up. That was what he had said all those years ago. Now he wore the same smile, and Meng Hao could almost sense the same high-spirited senior brother he remembered from the Reliance Sect, the same Chen Fan who was so focused on pursuing the Dao. Seemingly in a flash, hundreds of years had passed, and Chen Fan had changed. The one thing that remained were the emotions forged between them back in the Reliance Sect. Meng Hao, said Sir Jian, his eyes filled with maliciousness, you might be high and mighty now, but your elder brother's life has been filled with bitterness. When he saw the grim look on Meng Hao's face, he relaxed a bit. At first, he was worried Meng Hao wouldn't care about whether Chen Fan lived or died. Hoping to foster further pity on the part of Meng Hao, he coldly continued. This Chen Fan was once a chosen in the Solitary Sword Sect, and was even one of the 7 swords. Unfortunately, he should never have fallen in love with Shan Ling. Shan Ling was the incarnation of a mountain boulder, and other than the legacy precious treasure, she was the most important treasured item in the Solitary Sword Sect. She was not permitted to foster emotions or desires of the flesh. Were she to do so, she would no longer be a spirit and would separate from the boulder. That would affect the fate of the entire solitary sword sect. After all, according to legend, that stone came from the 9th mountain. As Sir Jian spoke, Meng Hao recalled the first time he had come to the solitary sword sect and the beautiful woman he had seen floating down the mountain.
2.
Chun Fan violated sect rules. He fled with the boulder, altering fate and absconding with Shan Ling. In the end, the solitary sword sect captured them. Then, because of Qin Fan, his master. Enough, roared Qin Fan. His eyes snapped open and they were shot with blood. Meng Hao's heart trembled. He had known Qin Fan for years, and this was the first time he had seen him so emotional. There was pain in his eyes, even madness, the type that made Meng Hao recall his own state when he caught sight of Su Qing's discarnate soul back in the Black Sieve sect. Enough, said Sir Jian.
How is it enough?
When it came time for the fury of the sect to fall upon you, your master took your place. His cultivation base was crippled, and he was reduced to a mortal, which was how he died. As for you, if Shan Ling hadn't threatened to destroy herself and the boulder, well, in the end, she made an arrangement with the sect to spend the rest of eternity as a boulder, never to awaken, all to save your measly little life. Enough. No more. Chun Fan was trembling, and tears poured down his cheeks. Although his expression was one of intense pain, he smiled bitterly. His eyes seemed to grow more and more dispirited. He would never, ever be able to forget how his master stood in front of him, bowed his head to the sect, and said, "He is my apprentice. I will accept responsibility for his mistake." He had watched wide-eyed as his master's cultivation base was crippled. A man who had once been a powerful nascent soul expert became an old man, a mortal. Until the day he died, his master did not complain a single time. On the contrary, he was as warm and gentle as ever. Unfortunately, that only caused Qin Fan's pain to increase, a feeling that was enough to drive him to insanity. His master's son hated Qin Fan with a passion, which was yet another thing that made him wish he could simply die. 3. Qin Fan was filled with hatred. He hated that he was powerless to change any of the things that had happened, and he hated the solitary sword sect for being too callous.
He wanted to die.
And yet, he couldn't stop thinking about her. The only thing left to do was drink. In his drunken dreams, he could return to the wonderful times of the past. He had let his master down. He had let Shan Ling down. He had let anyone who had anything to do with him down. Meng Hao stood there, taciturn. Now that he understood what had happened to Qin Fan, he realized how someone who had once been so high-spirited and full of mettle could sink into such a depression. Enough, murmured Qin Fan bitterly, bowing his head. I beg of you, please, enough. Please. Sir Jian laughed coldly. Were it not for Shan Ling's actions, do you really think you could have committed such a heinous crime and gotten away with nothing more than a shattered nascent soul? Do you think the only price to pay would have been the inability to break through to the next stage of cultivation? Your existence is nothing but a tool the sect can use to influence Shan Ling. Unfortunately, the war with the Blood Demon sect changed things too unexpectedly. Sir Jian then looked at Meng Hao. Only the Patriarch knew how to control the boulder. Otherwise, you would never have been able to break through our spell formations so easily. Seeing that Meng Hao seemed to be more and more focused on his words, Sir Jian began to believe that his control of the situation was growing. He looked back at Qin Fan. You single-handedly drove your master to his death and ruined your beloved. And yet you still say enough? Shut the hell up, roared Meng Hao. His voice echoed like thunder, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. His words caused Sir Jian's pupils to constrict and his heart to seize. He immediately began to squeeze down with his right hand. However, it was at this exact moment that the lightning cauldron in Meng Hao's hand flashed. Form displacement transposition. What changed positions was not Sir Jian, but rather, Qin Fan. It was in Chapter 179 that Qin Fan and Meng Hao met up again for the first time after parting ways in the Reliance sect. 2. Shan Ling was introduced in Chapter 180. Her name literally means mountain spirit. 3. Qin Fan's master was introduced in Chapter 41 when he took Qin Fan to the solitary sword sect. Later, we met his son Zhou Shangyue in Chapter 178. It was eventually revealed that Qin Fan had a precious treasure gift, ed to him by his master, and that the son felt it belonged to him. Later, Zhou Shangyue and his friend were conned by Meng Hao in the events around Chapter 184. Chapter 755. I pray that you find happiness. When the lightning cauldron in Meng Hao's hand began to sparkle with brilliant lights and then emit a rumbling sound, Sir Jian's face fell, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he squeezed down with his hand, planning to stab his fingers into Qin Fan's head, injuring him as a threat to Meng Hao. However, the instant his fingers began to move, an incredibly shocking power shot back into his hand. It was as if what he was squeezing was not flesh and blood, but a red-hot iron. The backlash of power made it feel as if needles were stabbing into his palm. Sir Jian was completely shocked. At the same time, he was astonished to find that, instead of staring at Meng Hao as he had been this whole time, he was now looking at Chen Fan. Heart pounding, he slowly looked down to see his hand resting on Meng Hao's head. His eyes went wide, and his scalp numb. He immediately shot back, spooked out of his mind. What divine ability is that? Sir Jian was completely astonished, and also terrified. He bit down on the tip of his tongue, and spit out some blood which he used to flee even faster than before. Trying to run away, said Meng Hao, his eyes flickering with killing intent. He pointed out with his left index finger, and his second true self immediately unleashed the wooden time sword. Even if Sir Jian could move faster, it still wouldn't be enough to escape the wooden time sword. It was upon him in the blink of an eye, causing everything around it to twist and distort. To his shock, Sir Jian began to wither rapidly. He let out a miserable scream, upon which the wooden time sword stabbed directly through his head. Slaughtered with a solitary sword. Tidy and efficient, not the least bit sloppy. Sir Jian's body was withered, his nascent divinity killed. As he fell, it almost seemed as if 10,000 years passed. He quickly turned into nothing more than dust floating in the wind. There was nothing left to indicate that he had ever been. He was completely and utterly dead. The two other spirit-severing experts of the Solitary Sword sect, along with the tens of thousands of other disciples, were shocked into complete silence. Their faces were pale white, and barely a moment had passed before one of the spirit-severing experts gave a start and then dropped to his knees to kowtow. Blood Prince, we wish to surrender to the Blood Demon sect. The other disciples immediately dropped to their knees, their hearts pounding and voices trembling as they cried, "Greetings, Blood Prince." Despite the fear in their voices, there were tens of thousands of them, and the sound of their cry formed a sound wave that rolled out in all directions. Meng Hao didn't respond. Instead, he looked back at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's face was downcast, filled with an expression that betrayed his lack of interest in life. To him, life was a pain from which he wished to extricate himself. Meng Hao's heart twinged with pain as he thought back to the eldest brother that existed in his memories. That person didn't look like this. That person wholeheartedly sought after the Tao and had lofty ambitions. Although at times he could be a bit stuffy and uptight, he was a hero who never hesitated for even a moment to stand in front of Meng Hao and protect him from any danger. That Chen Fan viewed Meng Hao as a junior brother, someone he needed to care for after their sect vanished. He was an elder brother who even worried about Meng Hao finding a wife. "Elder brother," said Meng Hao, his voice soft. Chen Fan was silent for a moment, before slowly looking up at Meng Hao. After a moment, he forced a smile onto his face. "Junior brother, you've grown up. I can finally stop worrying. Do you have some time right now? If you do, let's drink a bit." Meng Hao immediately nodded, waving a hand to dismiss the Solitary Sword sect disciples and the Blood Demon sect disciples. All of them left the sect and waited outside, cross-legged. The entire Solitary Sword sect was quiet. Meng Hao and Chen Fan sat down on the mountain peak, beneath the strange boulder. Chen Fan produced a flagon of alcohol, which he handed over to Meng Hao. A complex look could be seen in Meng Hao's eyes, but he wasn't sure how to even begin to give advice, so he simply accepted the flagon and took a long drink. The alcohol was strong and burned like fire as it slid down his throat. Chen Fan looked at the boulder and softly said, "She's your sister-in-law." Meng Hao sat there quietly. As Chen Fan continued, tears began to stream down his face. "We promised each other that since the path to immortality was filled with so many obstacles and unforeseen twists and turns, it would be better spend our lives with each other. She's sleeping now, and might not wake up in this lifetime. But then again, maybe she will. I'll stay here to accompany her. That was our agreement. I let down my master. I was unworthy of him." Chen Fan looked like an old man. More and more tears poured down his face. He rarely wept, not even when he and Shanling were captured and brought back to the sect. When Shanling made the decision to rest and sleep, there were tears in his heart, but they wouldn't come out. The first time he truly cried was when his master accepted the punishment for him. The second time he cried was when his master died. The third time was here, in front of Meng Hao. "Elder brother," began Meng Hao, but he wasn't sure what he should say, so he stopped talking. After a moment, a determined look appeared in his eyes. He suddenly raised his right hand, and a drop of blood slowly formed on the tip of his finger. When the drop of blood appeared, his face went a bit pale. A scintillating, blood-colored glow appeared. And Chen Fan's eyes went wide. After a moment, his eyes flashed in realization, and he shot to his feet. His expression stern, he cried, "Junior brother, what do you think you're doing? Stop this instant. Elder brother, I can't do very much to help you. The only thing I can do is help you to restore your cultivation base. That way, your longevity will be increased and you can have more time to stay with your beloved." With that, He gestured with his finger. His lifeblood instantly shot forward and merged into Chun Fan's forehead. Chun Fan trembled. Years ago, his nascent soul had been damaged, cracked. At this moment, however, time seemed to run in reverse. His nascent soul absorbed the blood, and the cracks sealed up. The blood didn't just contain some of Meng Hao's life force, it also contained some of the power of his eternal stratum. It was that power that enabled Chun Fan's cultivation base to be restored. Of course, Meng Hao only had a few such drops of lifeblood. If he parted with too many, that which was eternal within him would be no more. But Chun Fan was his elder brother. The friendship that had formed between the two of them, and everything that had happened since then, made it so that Meng Hao didn't even hesitate. If he didn't give his lifeblood to Chun Fan, that would mean that he was a Meng Hao. Chun Fan started trembling, and after a moment passed, coughed up a huge mouthful of blood as his nascent soul instantly reappeared like new. Now that he had a nascent soul again, his cultivation base surged, and his salt and pepper hair turned black. His aged features once again became young and heroic, and he no longer looked like an old man. He was middle-aged and bursting with energy. Now he looked more like the Chun Fan that Meng Hao remembered.
Chun Fan.
Official ISSDH Chun Fan artwork. Chun Fan gaped at Meng Hao. Junior brother you. There's no need to talk about it, said Meng Hao softly. You're my elder brother. Chun Fan held his tongue, and after a long moment passed, slowly nodded. He picked up the flagon of alcohol, looked at the boulder, and began to drink. The sky gradually grew dark, and eventually the moon rose. When the dawn sun peeked its head over the horizon, Meng Hao took the initiative to start a conversation. He and Chun Fan began to chat about the Reliance sect and all the things that had happened after that in the southern domain. They talked about all the wonderful things from the past. When the sun was high in the sky, Meng Hao rose to his feet. Elder brother, I need to go now. If you ever grow weary of being here, you can always find me in the Blood Demon sect. Chun Fan didn't respond at first. He looked at the boulder and the woman who rested inside with her eyes closed. You've grown up, he said softly, and your elder brother has gotten old.
Don't worry about me. You follow your path.
And I'll follow mine. I'll stay here with her until the day I close my eyes or good. When that day comes, junior brother, can you please bury me here? That way I can watch the sun rise and set with her forever. If there is another life after this one, I'll find this place again. Life after life. I'll wait until the day she wakes up. He turned to look deep into Meng Hao's eyes. Junior brother, take care of yourself. Your elder brother isn't good at much, so all I can do is pray that you find happiness. I hope that your path leads you to greatness. Meng Hao stared at Chun Fan, and his face was filled with a variety of complex emotions. He also had an indescribable feeling in his heart that led him to believe he would never forget that person from the Reliance sect who was so focused on pursuing the Tao. He would never forget the person standing in front of him to protect him. He would also never be able to forget the elder brother from now, who stood there softly murmuring his story. Elder brother, take care of yourself, Meng Hao said quietly. He clasped hands and bowed deeply, then turned and left, sighing inwardly. Chun Fan sat down cross-legged and watched Meng Hao leave. Linger, he's my junior brother. In my heart, he's family. I don't have much family, just him and junior sister Sue. Only those two. If you still have some awareness of the outside world, then let's pray together that they find happiness. Meng Hao flew out of the Solitary Sword sect. As soon as he appeared, the Solitary Sword sect disciples and the Blood Demon sect cultivators rose to their feet, their expressions that of deep respect. Meng Hao looked over the Solitary Sword sect and then said, produce strands from your souls and swear blood oaths. After that, you may remain here and become an auxiliary branch of the Blood Demon sect. Everything will remain as it did before, although your jade slips, ancient records, and legacy items will all be handed over to the Blood Demon sect. Henceforth, there is no Solitary Sword sect in the southern domain, only an auxiliary branch of the Blood Demon sect. The man who sits beneath the boulder on the mountaintop is my elder brother Chun Fan. No one is allowed to step even half a pace onto that mountain. No one may disobey him in the slightest. The Solitary Sword sect disciples voiced their agreement. From the moment they had agreed to surrender, they were prepared for something like this to happen. Their soul strands and blood oaths were organized by the Blood Demon sect, then transformed into a soul slip, which was given to Meng Hao. Next, the magical items and ancient records in their treasure house were removed, as well as their legacy items. Finally, some Blood Demon sect disciples were stationed in the sect permanently. After that, Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, and the Blood Demon sect took to the skies. Their next target was the Golden Frost sect. As for his second true self, he had already vanished, sent to a different location by Meng Hao. Chapter 756, Crazy Fatty. And the Golden Frost sect, it didn't matter that the whole sect had been sealed. The disciples were still faced with difficult decisions. Should they continue to defend their position? Or should they leave the southern domain? Should they surrender to the Blood Demon sect, or die in battle? The destruction of the Black Civ sect was nothing astonishing. However, the Solitary Sword sect's surrender had been witnessed by hundreds of thousands of Southern Domain cultivators. Word had long since spread, and even the sealed-off Golden Frost sect had gotten the news. It didn't take very long at all for the Golden Frost sect to grow incredibly alarmed. Of course, the least alarmed of all was Li Fugui. However, despite his lack of alarm, he was still quite nervous. Recent days found him sighing with distress and at a distinct loss. The Golden Frost sect had treated him well, very well, from the very beginning. He had been given many beautiful, beloved companions, which left him exhausted, but happy. On the other hand, Meng Hao had been his brother ever since their days in the Reliant sect. They had joined the sect together as outer sect disciples. They had caught wild chickens to eat, and had even run the general store together. Meng Hao had looked out for him, and that was something he would never forget. The two of them were truly brothers. Now, though, he was in an awkward predicament, and was actually somewhat confused about what to do. His brother was on the way to destroy the Golden Frost sect, and he wasn't sure how to handle the situation. A few days after the surrender of the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect's only spirit-severing expert, along with Li Fugui's master, personally came to him to discuss the matter. "Sue for peace," said Fatty, gaping in shock at the spirit-severing patriarch, who looked quite exhausted. "You're on good terms with Meng Hao. He's the type of person who, despite being cruel and merciless, capable of carrying out horrendous massacres, and with an unfathomably high cultivation base, is still someone who cares about past friendships. We can verify that from the news about the Solitary Sword sect. Based on what happened with Qin Fan, it's possible to tell a little bit about what Meng Hao is thinking. Li Fugui, think about it. How has the sect treated you ever since you joined? We're now facing imminent catastrophe. Hopefully, you can step forward bravely and use your friendship with Meng Hao to help us weather the storm. The Golden Frost sect is willing to surrender. Our only request is that we don't become an auxiliary branch, but rather, allies. We will do everything in our power to comply with the Blood Demon sect, but we want to preserve our core Taoist teachings and doctrines so that our sect will not be wiped away from the Southern Domain. Perhaps years from now, we can once again rise to prominence. We must fight for that chance." The Golden Frost sect's only spirit-severing paw. Triarch clasped hands and bowed deeply to Li Fugui. Li Fugui's master stood off to the side, looking at him. Li Fugui was quiet for a moment before nodding seriously. Another day of nervousness passed for the Golden Frost sect. Finally, the clouds seated outside of the sect's grand spell formation, and tens of thousands of beams of light appeared. They were like a towering sea of blood, bright red as they shot toward the Golden Frost sect. These were the Blood Demon sect disciples. They had destroyed the Black Civ sect and forced the Solitary Sword sect into compliance. Now, they turned toward the Golden Frost sect, their hearts filled with the desire to kill. Behind them were the rogue cultivators, even more than before. Hundreds of thousands were following the Blood Demon sect through the Southern Domain to bear witness. Outside of the Golden Frost sect was an area where the air did not ripple with the distortions of a defensive spell formation, nor was there any enshrouding fog. Instead, an illusion barrier protected it, revealing only the image of a barren mountain. As soon as the Blood Demon sect disciples appeared on the scene, and before they could even react, a beam of light could be seen, and Fatty's round figure was there on the mountain. Don't attack, it's me," he called out at the top of his lungs. Seeing the tens of thousands of Blood Demon sect disciples, and the hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators behind them, left Fatty completely frightened. Meng Hao looked at Fatty, and then glanced over at the Golden Frost sect. It only took him a moment to figure out what the Golden Frost sect was planning. Inwardly, he had already been experiencing some doubts regarding how to handle them. Fatty was here, and Meng Hao knew that no matter what he did to the Golden Frost sect, it would affect Fatty negatively. Seeing Fatty suddenly appear, Meng Hao waved his sleeve, causing the air around him to distort. He vanished, then reappeared in front of Fatty. They were then surrounded by a blurriness that prevented anyone from seeing clearly what was happening. A faint smile appeared on Meng Hao's face. He looked over Fatty's rotund figure, then laughed out loud. Fatty heaved an inward sigh of relief, and the two of them embraced. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for Meng Hao's smile to turn wry. "Your belly is too huge," he said. Fatty was so fat that it made it hard to hug him. "Yeah, I got fat again," said Fatty, smiling and rubbing his head. "Recently I've been thinking of trying to lose some weight." He looked past Meng Hao toward the tens of thousands of murderous-looking Blood Demon sect disciples. "So, eldest brother Meng Hao, what do you say we get down to business?" Fatty looked extremely nervous. "Oh," replied Meng Hao, blinking and looking back at Fatty with an enigmatic smile. Fatty sighed, and then just directly explained. "The sect's spirit-severing patriarch sent me here to sue for peace. How about we don't fight? The sect will surrender as long as they can preserve their core Taoist teachings and doctrines." As the two of them chatted, The disciples of the Golden Frost sect looked on nervously from within their sect, wondering what the result would be. I wonder if Elder Brotherly will succeed or not. Meng Hao really values friendship. He shouldn't have a hard time convincing him. You can't say for sure. Meng Hao is the blood prince of the Blood Demon sect. He's killed countless people and is completely cruel and ferocious. There's no way he'll agree to our demands so easily. Even as they discuss the matter, Meng Hao is listening to Fatty make his demands. An even wider smile broke out on Meng Hao's face. Fatty, you're working so hard to represent the sect and sue for peace, but what has the sect offered you in return? Fatty gaped for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh. A look of fury appeared on his face.
Fudge.
You're right. Those bastards didn't offer me anything. All right, Meng Hao, don't agree to anything yet. I'm gonna go back to the sect and tell them that the negotiations didn't go well. After they offer young Master Fatty something good, then I'll come back. Meng Hao chuckled and shook his head. Then, he flicked his sleeve, causing the blurriness around them to fade away. As it cleared, everyone in the outside world could see the two of them. Meng Hao's face darkened, and Fatty's eyes gleamed. Realizing that it was time to put on the show, he flew into a rage and then roared. Meng Hao, how could you be like this? Burning with rage, he turned and headed back to the Golden Frost sect. The faces of the Golden Frost sect cultivators fell, and their hearts began to thump. Fatty angrily returned to the sect and was immediately surrounded by anxious-looking disciples. I'm done with that fool. Done, cried Fatty. Meng Hao doesn't care at all about friendship. I'm through trying to reconcile with him. Hearing Fatty's ranting caused the Golden Frost sect cultivators to grow even more alarmed. The only spirit-severing patriarch immediately strode forward and asked, he didn't agree? As soon as I brought up the matter of suing for peace, he asked me what authority I had to negotiate for the sect. On what authority? I'm a Golden Frost sect disciple. Damn it. What an insult. As he spoke, Fatty's eyes shifted back and forth craftily. The surrounding Golden Frost sect disciples had been suppressing themselves for too long now. They had placed all their hope on Fatty, and now that he had failed, they couldn't suppress themselves any longer. Well, if he's going to be like that, then let's fight.
Yeah.
It would be better to die in battle than be insulted like this. Even Elder Brotherly couldn't do anything about it. Let's fight. Their desire to go to battle soared, and soon, the entire sect was filled with a murderous aura. People even began to rotate the sect's spell formation into battle readiness. Fatty was stupefied. He thought he had made things pretty obvious, and was shocked that no one had picked up on his hidden meaning. The spirit-severing patriarch stood there silently, looking at Meng Hao floating in midair, off in the distance. He sighed inwardly. He had no desire to go to war. The Golden Frost sect didn't even come close to matching up with the Blood Demon sect. But now, what other options did they have? Normally speaking, he would have picked up on the hidden message in Li Fugui's words just now. However, he was so anxious and alarmed that he simply didn't notice. If we're going to fight, then we should make the first move, said the spirit-severing patriarch, gritting his teeth. Fight now, and worry about everything else later. Fatty's eyes went wide, and his heart started to pound. Realizing that things were getting out of control, he quickly stepped forward. Actually, he said, I think there's still some hope. Elder Brotherly, there's no need for further discussion. We're going to fight.
Yeah.
Junior Brotherly, we've been pushed into a corner. The only option now is to fight. We'll show them who the Golden Frost sect is. We might be down and out now, but we still have the power to fight. Fatty was now extremely nervous. Hey, everybody, you need to listen to me. I think. Li Fugui, there's no need, said the spirit-severing cultivator, his eyes cold. I made an error in judgment. It seems we'll have to fight first before we can have a shot at turning this around. Disciples, heed my command. He flicked his sleeve and was about to issue orders when, all of a sudden, Fatty lifted his head up and roared. Patriarch, give me one more chance. Li Fugui, will put my life on the line to secure peace for the sect. He was so nervous that his throat was hoarse. Immediately, everyone turned to look at him in shock, even the spirit-severing patriarch. Li Fugui slapped his chest so hard that it stung, and tears welled up in his eyes. You're an amazing kid, said the spirit-severing expert, clearly moved. You really don't need to put yourself in such danger. We will fight them and show them the true power of the Golden Frost sect. That's our only hope. With that, he prepared to give combat orders. Fatty was trembling, and veins bulged out on his forehead. Once again, he let out a mighty roar. Don't worry, Patriarch. I'm a disciple of the Golden Frost sect. Even if I die the most cruel death, I will help the sect to pass through this crisis. This time I'll just tell that Meng Hao that I'm a disciple of the Golden Frost sect and its future Golden Prince. If he doesn't agree to our terms, I'll kill myself right in front of him. With that, he flew up into the air, his face calm and unflinching. A tremor ran through the spirit-severing patriarch, and the other disciples were completely moved to see Fatty's tear-soaked face and calmness in the face of death. Regardless of whether or not you succeed, said the spirit-severing patriarch, you are now the Golden Prince of the Golden Frost sect. By this point, he felt that something fishy was going on, but considering the crisis they were in, he couldn't focus too much on that. Fatty immediately started to get excited. In his opinion, it was the time to push things a bit further, so he took a deep breath and then ripped off the top of his robe, revealing his rolls of fat. His expression serious and filled with the determination to die for his sect, he cried out, Patriarch, please bestow me with a titular tattoo. Please carve the characters, Golden Prince of the Golden Frost sect, onto my back. The spirit-severing patriarch stared in shock, and his face twitched. Chapter 757, Calamity for the Li clan. As soon as the words left Fatty's mouth, all of the Golden Frost sect disciples stared in shock. The spirit-severing patriarch's face twitched, and then he took a deep breath and, with effort, spoke as if he were very moved. What an amazing kid. Amazing. The sect will never forget you. You are our hero. Very well. I'll bestow the tattoo onto you. With that, the spirit-severing patriarch waved his right hand toward Fatty, causing the characters, Golden Prince of the Golden Frost sect, to appear on his back. The characters were carved, quite deeply, causing intense pain that made Fatty clench his teeth, and even squeeze out some tears. However, he didn't make a sound. Once the characters were inscribed, he took a deep breath and then swept his fellow disciples with a meaningful gaze. I'm going now, he said, and perhaps I won't return. Even if I die, I will still belong to the Golden Frost sect, whether in flesh and body, or in spirit and soul. Fellow disciples, my beautiful, beloved companions, I'm leaving now. With that, he flew out of the sect. As he shot through the air, quite a few disciples had unsightly looks on their faces, and one even began to give voice to suspicions. I'm not sure, but wasn't Junior Brotherly acting a bit weird just now? He asked. In response to his question, there were a few disciples who frowned and were about to respond, when the spirit-severing expert snorted coldly. Li Fugui is willing to risk his life for the sect, and even requested that I give him that tattoo. After mentioning the tattoo, the spirit-severing patriarch paused momentarily, struggling with himself internally. Although he hadn't picked up on any of the clues at first, he had lived for many years. In the end, how could he not have seen through Fatty's incongruous behavior? It only took a moment of thought for him to thoroughly understand that Fatty was milking the glory for all it was worth. Although the spirit-severing patriarch didn't really approve, considering the current situation, he couldn't very well say anything. Not only was he forced to hold his tongue, he also had to help cover for Fatty's earlier conspicuousness and make Tae's story seem more convincing. As he realized this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Anyone who has any suspicions can go take his place if they want, he continued. When he thought back to how he had bestowed the tattoo, the spirit-severing patriarch couldn't help but think that the whole thing seemed so fake. Why couldn't Li Fugui put on a more convincing performance, he thought. Damn it all, what the hell is a titular tattoo? Anyway, why were you? However, considering the relationship Fatty had with Meng Hao, he couldn't risk offending him. Therefore, he began to consider coming up with some good, justifiable reasons as to why he had bestowed the tattoo, reasons that everyone would believe. Even as the patriarch was wrestling with such thoughts, Fatty was flying out of the sect, his face as calm and unflinching as ever. Inside, however, he was grinning ear to ear. Ha ha ha, he laughed inwardly. Grandpa Fatty outsmarts them again. Especially that titular tattoo thing. It completely sets the matter in stone. In the future, if anyone dares to deny that I'm the Golden Prince, all I have to do is take my shirt off. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he flew toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao waited, hovering in midair. When he saw the shining white ball of flesh flying through the air toward him, he gaped. Staring quizzically at Fatty as he arrived, he waved his hand, causing the area around them to blur. Then he noticed the characters tattooed on Fatty's back.
Well?
What do you think? Said Fatty, his expression one of wild joy. Meng Hao stared for a moment, then let out a long sigh. What's wrong? Asked Fatty, not looking very pleased. He subconsciously produced a flying sword and started to file at his teeth. How can you have such low ambitions? Said Meng Hao with a wry smile. Why didn't you have them right, sect leader of the Golden Frost sect? Fatty suddenly stopped filing his teeth, and his eyes went wide. He let out a roar, and his eyes went bloodshot.
Damn it.
Damn it. How come I didn't think of that? This won't do. Meng Hao, don't agree to the terms yet. Hold on a moment, I'm going back to the sect. He turned, and was just about to speed back to the sect when Meng Hao reached out and grabbed his arm. Meng Hao looked speechlessly at him. Then he thought back to how bumbling Fatty had been back in the Reliance sect, and he suddenly understood everything. Golden Prince is fine, he said quickly. Look at me, I'm a sect prince too. Worried that Fatty would continue to mess things up, he quickly projected his voice to fill the entire Golden Frost sect. Golden Frost sect, considering that Li Fuguei has become your Golden Prince, I will exempt you from the death penalty for your act of besieging the Blood Demon sect. From now on, you are a part of the Blood Demon sect. I shall permit you to retain your core Taoist teachings and doctrines, but you must immediately provide soul strands and blood oaths. In response to Hai's words, the Golden Frost sect's spell formations opened up to reveal the sect. The spirit-severing patriarch, as well as tens of thousands of disciples, all flew out and bowed to Meng Hao. We will obey the decrees of the Blood Demon sect. The Golden Frost sect surrendered, and its members gave soul strands and blood oaths. Fatty became the sect's Golden Prince, and although some people didn't approve, no one dared to say anything. After all, the threat posed by Meng Hao was far too great. In any case, their discontent was not severe. Had Meng Hao personally forced them to raise Fatty to Golden Prince, the situation might have been different. In any case, resolving the issue of the Golden Frost sect in this way was not the most ideal method for Meng Hao, but he could accept it. Unfortunately, he felt a bit guilty for the Blood Demon sect disciples. They had come to exact revenge, but in the end, hadn't been able to kill anyone. Their fury and resentment could only fester in their hearts, with nowhere to vent it. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. Next, the Li clan, he shouted. He had never had any good impressions of the Li clan, especially towards Li Daoyi, whom he had met many years before. If one didn't consider their tangential relationship, then the only other person from the Li clan that Meng Hao had anything to do with would be the Li patriarch inside the blood mask, who had been turned into a soul of lightning. Meng Hao turned to the Blood Demon sect cultivators behind him, to the disciples who had suppressed their killing intent for too long, and said, "There will be no surrender for the Li clan." With that, he flicked his sleeve and flew up into the air. The tens of thousands of Blood Demon sect cultivators turned into beams of light as they followed him, consumed by their desire for carnage. In the battle for the Blood Demon sect, they had narrowly escaped with their lives, and the majority of their comrades had died. The resulting desire for revenge now burned hot and deep. This was an enmity that could only be washed away with blood. The Black Civ sect had essentially been empty. The Solitary Sword sect surrendered. The Golden Frost sect had Li Fuguei. They could understand Meng Hao's decisions, but their desire to kill had been held back for too long, and needed a release. The place it would be released was none other than the Li clan. There was no peace and quiet in the Li clan. Everything was abuzz with activity. There were tens of thousands of clan members left alive, and the sole remaining early Dao-seeking patriarch had been awakened from sleep to take charge. They were attempting to teleport the entire clan out of the southern domain. Originally, they had assumed that sealing the clan off from the outside world would be sufficient to prevent reprisals from the Blood Demon sect. However, the Solitary Sword sect's spell formations had crumbled, which destroyed their hopes. As of that moment, they suddenly realized that the Li clan could by no means remain in the southern domain. They considered surrender, but once the Golden Frost sect did that very thing, the Li clan's Dao-seeking patriarch realized that a great catastrophe was heading their way. The Blood Demon sect mobilized to exact revenge, said the patriarch. There was no slaughter carried out at the Black Civ sect, Solitary Sword sect, or Golden Frost sect. That means that the Li clan is in grave danger. It was without hesitation that preparations began to teleport the clan out of the southern domain. Unfortunately, at almost the same moment that their teleportation portal began to rotate, a massive rumbling filled the air, and an enormous parasol formed of magical symbols appeared above the clan. The parasol shone with boundless radiance as it immediately exploded, causing formless ripples to emanate outward. The ripples enveloped the Li clan, not to destroy it, but to seal it. Having been sealed, the Li clan's teleportation portals immediately ceased functioning. The seal was formed by the power of a peak Dao-seeking divine will, and in just a twinkling, spread out for hundreds of kilometers in every direction. This area was like a world unto itself, cut off from everything else. Unless the Li clan had another peak Dao-seeking expert, then even with the aid of some special magical items it would be extremely difficult for them to break the seal without expending a great deal of time. Furthermore, Meng Hao's second true self now floated cross-legged in midair above the sect, eyes closed in meditation, completely ignoring the Li clan down below. He had been dispatched to the Li clan directly from the Solitary Sword sect, sent here by Meng Hao specifically to prevent the Li clan from attempting an escape upon learning of what had happened. Although the second true self sat there with eyes closed, his body emanated the pressure of peak Dao-seeking. All of the Li clan members within the area of the seal were trembling in terror. It was a dread that came from the depths of the heart, and it quickly infected the entire clan. Meng Hao, said the early Dao-seeking Li clan patriarch, who happened to be their 9th patriarch. He flew out from the clan estate, flicking his sleeve to cause a scroll painting to appear. The scroll painting depicted a woman whose eyes were closed in meditation. At first glance, she seemed indescribably beautiful and striking, but upon closer inspection her features were somewhat indistinct. As soon as she appeared, shocking ripples spread out in all directions. The Ninth Li Clan patriarch performed an incantation gesture, causing the ripples to surge through the air in an attack on Meng Hao's second true self. Booms echoed out, and the air distorted. Meng Hao's second true self slowly opened his eyes to reveal somber coldness. He looked down at the Ninth Li Clan patriarch, gave a cold snort, and pointed downwards. The gesture instantly caused the sea IDY below to begin to quake. Signs of withering appeared within all of the cultivators. It almost seemed as if the natural law of the world inside the ceiling area had changed. The face of the Ninth Li Clan patriarch fell, and he cried out inwardly. Then he bit his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood, which was then absorbed by the scroll painting. "Ancestor, save me," he cried miserably. As his voice rang out, the scroll burst into flames, and the woman inside opened her eyes. When she spoke, her voice was raspy and yet strangely magnetic. "The Li clan is not originally from planet South Heaven, but rather, planet North Reed. If you insist on slaughtering these people, fellow Daoist, the Li clan will not rest until you are dead. I won't hold you accountable for your lack of knowledge about the origins of the Li clan. Simply sever your arms as punishment. Furthermore, dig out both of your eyes. That is the punishment for anyone not of the Li clan who lays eyes on me. Now, as to whether or not you try to wipe these Li clan members out, the choice is up to you." Chapter 758-1. The eyes of Meng Hao's second true self gleamed with killing intent. Although the soul of the second true self was not Meng Hao's, thanks to the hidden power within the fleshly body, as well as Meng Hao's divine will, he could control him as if it were his own body. "Screw off," said the second true self, his voice cold. The words did not come with a thunderous roar, nor were there any boundless ripples. There was only monstrous coldness that spread out in all directions, causing everything for hundreds of kilometers to freeze over. Within the flaming painting, the woman's eyes widened. "You really don't know what's good for you," she exclaimed through gritted teeth. She lifted her right hand, causing a tempest of flame to appear, which immediately shot out in all directions to attempt to fight against the region set up by the second true self. The second true self snorted and then closed his eyes, completely ignoring the rumbling that filled the air. He had completely sealed down everything, making it impossible for the Li clan to flee. Time passed, and the Li clan only continued to grow more panicked. No matter what techniques they attempted to use, they were incapable of teleporting away, nor could they break through the seal created by the second true self. Even the face of the woman on the screen was beginning to look unsightly. After all, she was only a strand of divine will, and even if she were stronger than she was now, she was still nothing more than a scroll painting, with a cultivation base at the mid-Dao seeking level, falling short of the peak. After all, the Li clan of South Heaven was merely one of many offshoot branches of the main Li clan on planet North Reed. If it weren't for the fact that they had some unique ties to the main clan, they would already have died out. As for their previous heights of glory and their present state of decline, in terms of the complex inner workings of the Li clan as a whole, it actually didn't amount to much. 3 days later, rumbling continued to fill the air just as it had the entire time. The woman in the scroll painting was more than half burned away, having gone all out with the power available to her as a divine will clone to bolster the Li clan's frantic efforts to break through the seal. As a result, cracks were finally becoming visible in it. It was at this point that suddenly, tens of thousands of beams of light appeared off in the distance. They shot through the air like a red cloud, radiating killing intent. It was the blood demon sect's tens of thousands of disciples who had all been holding themselves back for so long. In the lead was Meng Hao, flanked on the left and right by his Dharma protectors. As he neared, the eyes of the woman in the scroll painting glittered. She could tell at a mere glance that this was the true self of the clone. Her eyes flickered with killing intent, and she was just about to say something when coldness burst out of Meng Hao's eyes. Without so much as a word, he waved the index finger of his right hand, and the Golden Frost Sect Patriarch and the third Li clan patriarch shot toward the Li clan, eyes shining with a glow like blood. At the same time, the tens of thousands of Blood Demon Sect disciples exploded with a blood-colored glow as they finally unleashed the rage that had been pent up this entire time. "Spare no one. Kill them all." The tens of thousands of Blood Demon Sect disciples recalled the bitter images from the battle outside their own sect, and their eyes turned red. Bloodthirsty and mad with rage, they charged the Li clan. In response, the tens of thousands of Li clan members began to fight back in desperation, looks of hopelessness on their faces. This was a battle where no quarter would be given. Its sole objective was to wipe out an entire clan. Off in the distance, the hundreds of thousands of rogue cultivators were shaken by what they saw. The killing has started. The Blood Demon Sect's revenge is now truly being carried out. The Li clan will be no more in the southern domain. The Li clan is going to be wiped out, and the Wang clan was mysteriously destroyed in a single night. The only clan left in the southern domain will be the Song clan. Of the 5 great sects, the Black Civ sect was eradicated and the Solitary Sword sect surrendered and lost their core Taoist teachings and doctrines. It was only because of Li Fugui that the Golden Frost sect maintained theirs, but they will not be able to return to their former glory for many years. That just leaves the Violet Fate sect. The slaughter intensified as the shocked rogue cultivators looked on. The left and right Dharma protectors had lost their conscious wills and attacked with shocking power. The woman in the scroll painting was defeated in exchange after exchange, and the 9th Li clan patriarch's FAC. He was ashen. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his fleshly body was destroyed by the 3rd Li clan patriarch. His nascent divinity flew out at top speed. "Third patriarch," he shrieked miserably. Unfortunately for him, the 3rd Li clan patriarch was not aware of what was happening, and his only reaction was to attack again. The Li clan members fought back miserably, but were incapable of standing up to the elite cultivators of the Blood Demon sect. Thousands were killed just in the initial salvo. The battlefield was soon soaked with blood, with slaughter being carried about constantly. Meng Hao didn't attack, nor did his second true self. They merely observed the battle. By now, Meng Hao was starting to grow weary of the bloodshed. In all the years since he had begun to practice cultivation, he had never killed so many people. Even during the migration in the Western Desert, he had not seen such endless slaughter. He felt a great weariness in his heart, and his expression was somewhat blank. His ears were filled with the din of slaughter, blood-curdling screaming, curses uttered moments before death, and battle cries. Despite the sheer volume of these sounds, all of it seemed to transform into a drone that came from very, very far away. He suddenly realized that he reeked of blood. He could even sense that his heart was changing color and was almost black. It was the result of the accumulation of murderous desires and too much killing. When his heart became completely black, Meng Hao knew that would probably mean that he had reached the point where the excessive killing didn't bother him anymore. But was all of this what he really wanted? He suddenly missed his days back in the Demon Immortal sect, back during the Western Desert migration, back in the Southern Domain as an alchemist, and even his naive life in the Reliant sect. But now he was surrounded by killing, and he was exhausted because of it. When he closed his eyes, he could sense the countless vengeful spirits of the people he had killed, swirling around inside of him. They engulfed him, transforming into an intense, resentful miasma that was like a curse. A never-ending curse. Meng Hao stood there, taciturn and silent. He really was very tired. Perhaps this is why I have been unable to push the Blood Demon Grand Magic past the 4th level, he thought with a sigh. After all, I am still not the devil that Patriarch Blood Demon wishes me to be. I simply can't be that cruel and merciless. I just can't kill and kill without being shaken inwardly. After reaching the 4th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic, he had tried on multiple occasions to achieve enlightenment regarding the 5th level, but all to no avail. It was as if he had reached the end of the road. He looked out at the bloody carnage and the twisted expressions of those that were caught up in the slaughter, and the weariness and exhaustion within him surged even higher. Finally, he had his answer. Perha. P.S. Deep in my heart, I'm simply not truly willing to allow myself to become completely Blackheart. I don't want my happiness to come from the ghosts of those who I have killed. I don't want my path to be filled with slaughter. In that case, I guess I'll never reach the 5th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic in this lifetime. The 5th level requires even more killing. It requires innumerable souls. It requires more and more vengeful spirits to gather around me to successfully cultivate the magic. Only if I concede and become a devil can I fully embrace the Blood Demon Grand Magic. At all times, regardless of the circumstances, I must embrace the colors of red and black. That is the only way, and it is a way that I cannot accept. He stood outside the Li clan, looking at rivers of blood, mountains of corpses, and ruins. Booms filled the air as cultivators from both sides fought back and forth ferociously, almost as if they had lost any semblance of reason. It was at this point that Meng Hao suddenly came to a realization. The battle didn't last very long. With the left and right Dharma protectors in action, it barely took 2 hours before the Li clan's fate was sealed. The woman in the scroll painting could not be killed. She was a strand of divine sense that would return to her true self on planet North Reed upon the painting's vanishment. As she began to fade away, her cold voice echoed out. You chose the path of extermination. From now on, if you step foot outside of planet South Heaven, the Li clan will hunt you down wherever you go in the 9th mountain, for as long as it takes. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with coldness. His second true self waved its right hand toward the woman in the scroll painting, and the fading of her figure was suddenly arrested, and the flames which burned around her died down a bit. The woman gaped in shock, during which time Meng Hao pointed out his right index finger. Demon Sealing, 7th Hex. The combination of these 2 great hexing magics being unleashed at the same time caused the woman to tremble violently. She was formed from divine will, but all of a sudden, she found herself severed from the divine will of her true self. "What are you doing?" she cried in shock, her face falling. Next, karma enmeshed her, and strands composed of the 5 elements sealed her inside. Meng Hao lifted his hand, and the woman's body gradually began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, she became a glowing white sphere which floated down to land on his palm. He immediately crushed it. A boom echoed out as karma was shattered. The woman let out a blood-curdling scream as she was completely destroyed along with her karma. Now, she was completely incapable of returning to planet North Reed and her true self. "Court death and you just might succeed," said Meng Hao coolly. He opened his hand, and countless glowing particles rose up into the air. Meng Hao could now sense another vengeful spirit circulating around him. No one could see the venomous stares. Meng Hao was the only one who could sense them. Meanwhile, on one of the 4 great planets that circulated the 9th mountain, planet North Reed, there was a continent that covered half of the entire planet. The entire continent belonged to one clan, and that was the Li clan. According to some legends, this Li clan was founded by the descendants of Lord Li of the 9th mountain and sea. As to whether or not that was true, it was impossible for any gossipers to determine. Although, if it were true, why hadn't Lord Ji exterminated this Li clan? In the vast lands of the Li clan was a towering altar, the design of which was very unique. It was shaped like an enormous trident. At the very tip of the trident, a woman sat cross-legged in meditation. She had very long hair that hung down her body, and she was exceptionally beautiful, almost celestial. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open to reveal a sharp, but confused light. "The divine sense clone I left behind for my younger brother's clan on South Heaven just died." 1. This chapter actually has no title in the original Chinese. Chapter 759. The Northern Reaches mobilizes. The Li clan was destroyed. Not a single clan member was left behind. All were killed. It was nothing Meng Hao could do to stop. Nearly 70% of the disciples of the Blood Demon sect had died. Although there was a certain coldness between disciples of the sect, this was war, and when fellow disciples passed away, the survivors would pay any price to exact vengeance. Vengeance became an obsession. The Solitary Sword sect was the first to surrender, so the Blood Demon sect disciples could choose to endure. Because the Blood Prince's dear friend was a member of the Golden Frost sect, they were able to hold on to survival. But when it came to the Li clan, they could endure no more. Perhaps the Blood Demon sect disciples did not hate the Li clan any more than the others, but they needed to kill. They needed their revenge. They needed an outlet for their obsession. The Li clan was awash with rivers of blood. What had once been glorious was now in ruins. In the years to come, the clan would eventually turn into nothing more than barren dirt. Of course, many mortals live in the Li clan's headquarters. However, the Blood Demon sect had not sunk to the level in which they would massacre mortals, so they were left alive. Finally, the Blood Demon sect disciples left. They returned to the Blood Demon sect, and at long last, the slaughtering was over in the southern domain. Peace and quiet returned. However, all of the southern domain's cultivators were well aware that from now on, the Blood Demon sect was not just the #1 sect in the southern domain, it was the ruler. There was no power that could resist them. The Blood Demon sect now had 4 peak Dao-seeking cultivators: Patriarch Blood Demon, Patriarch Golden Frost, the 3rd Li clan Patriarch, and the 4th member, Meng Hao's clone. With 4 peak Dao-seeking experts, the Blood Demon sect had the power to sweep unhindered across the southern domain. They were even comparable to some of the true super sects of the eastern lands. Furthermore, the level of power they had displayed recently was just the tip of the iceberg. After the destruction of the Li clan, the southern domain was once again stable and quiet. Unfortunately, the overall number of cultivators in the land as a whole had been significantly reduced. There were even some areas that were noticeably empty. Meng Hao didn't immediately go back to the Blood Demon sect. First, he went to the Violet Fate sect, which of course sent the entire sect into a stir. When he arrived outside the main gate, he looked up silently at the enormous statue of Reverend Violet East. The Violet Fate sect was silent for a short while, and then the East Pill division and the Violet Chi division appeared in solemn, ceremonial form. Meng Hao saw many familiar faces, and he sighed. His desire had not been to reunite with the Violet Fate sect in such a way. This type of meeting made him feel like a stranger. The elderly Violet Fate sect leader strode forward, an old man who was very familiar to Meng Hao. He looked very nervous as he clasped hands and said, "Blood Prince, your gracious presence is a bright light shining down upon our humble sect. Please come in." The Violet Chi division and the East Pill division made similar welcoming declarations. Among their number was the sect elder from years ago who had identified Meng Hao's incredible latent talent. He saw Violet Furnace Lords Lin Hailong and Zai, as well as the man he had become entangled with all the way back in the state of Zhao, Wu Dingqiu.
1.
All of them approached Meng Hao and clasped hands in respect. Han Shuaishan made an appearance, but not Chu Yuyan. The respect shown to him by the Violet Fate sect made Meng Hao sigh in his heart. He couldn't help but speak up and ask them not to treat him in such a way, but unfortunately, he could not change the murderous air which swirled around him. The events that had occurred in the Black Sieve sect, the Solitary Sword sect, the Golden Frost sect, and the Li clan had struck fear into the entire southern domain. It all turned into something like a palpable pressure which radiated out from Meng Hao. He could tell that Wu Dingqiu was nervous, and could sense the fear in the hearts of Anzai and the other Violet Furnace lords. Even Han Shuaishan seemed reluctant to approach him. There were other familiar faces, and it was the same with all of them. Apparently, his murderous aura was too strong, like a stabbing needle that prevented people from getting near him. Meng Hao stood there, silent, his heart twinging painfully. After someone gets too powerful, he thought, must he grow apart from the people he used to know? Meng Hao suddenly felt very lonely. It was the kind of isolated feeling that came when you were with your friends, then suddenly realized that you felt as if you were all alone in the vast world. Meng Hao thought of Qin Fan and Fatty. For some reason, he even thought of Grand Elder Ouyang from the Reliance sect and sect leader He Luohua. Throughout the hundreds of years, Meng Hao had never run into them.
2.
Feeling both like a friend and a stranger, Meng Hao entered the Violet Fate sect. Normally, the peak Dao-seeking patriarch of the Violet Fate sect would never appear in public, but now that Meng Hao had arrived, he emerged from secluded meditation. He was a middle-aged man with an ancient, transcendent air. He was skinny and had no brilliant glow in his eyes, but his peak Dao-seeking aura was not weak. He peered out from within the temple, watching Meng Hao approaching with Violet Fate cultivators crowding around him. "Fellow Daoist Meng, please have a seat." With a slight smile, the man waved his hand, causing a long table to suddenly appear in the center of the temple's main hall. Alcohol and spirit fruits could be seen on the table, and off to the side were floating figures playing beautiful music. The rest of the Violet Fate sect members stopped outside of the temple hall. They clasped hands and bowed deeply, then slowly left. Soon, only Meng Hao and the middle-aged man remained. "Patriarch, there's really no need for all of this," said Meng Hao. "You're a guest, fellow Daoist," the man said with a smile. "Even though you used to be a disciple of the Violet Fate sect, now that you've come in this fashion, how could I not entertain you? Please have a seat." Meng Hao stepped forward and then sat down at the table. With a smile, the middle-aged man sat down across from him. "I am Sun Tao, and, to be honest, I'm not a patriarch. I am simply an apprentice alchemist, so there's no need for you to address me as patriarch. Actually, to be most correct, I should actually call you young lord." The man laughed, and then poured Meng Hao a cup of alcohol. Meng Hao stared at him in shock. "In the past, I was apprentice alchemist to Reverend Violet East." Sun Tao looked at Meng Hao for a moment, and then smiled. "In fact, I still am." At this point, Meng Hao's eyes glittered. "It is neither necessary nor proper for you to ask the question that is on your mind," continued Sun Tao. "I know exactly why you have come here. Unfortunately, your master is in secluded meditation and cannot come out." Meng Hao's heart trembled. The reason he had come to the Violet Fate sect was because he wanted to see his master. They had been separated for many years, but he had never forgotten the 3 Caodaos. "Your master sent me here to explain something to you," Sun Tao went on. "When practicing cultivation, one must cultivate the heart. As long as the heart is there, it doesn't matter if it is red or black. Your will is the most important factor. Your will is like a blade, and that blade can still be used in your third sever. There is no need to be swept up with confusion. Life is a series of decisions. Whether you make the correct decisions or not doesn't matter. The important thing is to keep going forward. Years later, when you look back, perhaps you'll find that the incorrect decisions you made weren't really incorrect. Similarly, the correct decisions might not necessarily have been correct. Why struggle with frustration? Why proceed with confusion? In all things, resolution only comes from continuing to move forward. Following this line of reasoning, if there is no such thing as incorrect, then how can the correct exist? Similarly, if there is no correct, then how can the incorrect exist? "Another matter," said Sun Tao, gazing at Meng Hao. "The Tao of Alchemy is a great Tao. Your master wished me to remind you to never abandon it. Although it might not be of much use to you in your cultivation here in the lands of South Heaven, your future path will take you far away from here. At that time, the Tao of Alchemy will be of incredible assistance. It will ensure that regardless of whatever hardships you face, your alchemic flame will never be extinguished." Meng Hao sat there silently. After a long moment, he lifted his glass and took a long drink of alcohol. Then he stood, clasped hands, and bowed deeply to Sun Tao. "Many thanks for the enlightenment, Senior," he said. "Please pass word to my master that I will never forget his teachings." Sun Tao remained seated, but gave a slight nod in response. Meng Hao took a deep breath and then turned to leave the temple hall. At the same time, In an immortal's cave in the #1 mountain peak of the East Pill Division, a white-haired old man sat cross-legged in meditation. The air around him twisted and distorted as if due to a great Tao. His eyes opened a crack as he looked out at Meng Hao leaving the main temple, and an expression of contentment could be seen on his face. As soon Meng Hao emerged from the temple hall, the Violet Fate sect leader, elders, and others hurried forward. At the same time, Meng Hao suddenly stopped in place and turned his head to look toward the mountains of the East Pill Division. After a long moment, he looked back at the sect leader. "I'd like to visit my old immortal's cave," he said. The sect leader immediately nodded, and the group escorted him to the East Pill Division. Almost as soon as he entered the East Pill Division, a strange expression appeared on Meng Hao's face. He had just caught sight of an iron spear. After all these years, the spear was still here in the Violet Fate sect. It was stabbed into the ground, surrounded by an ornate barricade. The spear had now become a landmark in the Violet Fate sect. Seated cross-legged by the spear were two old men. Despite their age, Meng Hao still recognized them.
They were none other than
Lu Song and Qian Shuihan. 3. As of now, they were both core formation cultivators and honor guards of The Violet Fate sect. The moment Meng Hao laid eyes on them, they rose to their feet, expressions of deep respect on their faces. They immediately clasped hands and bowed deeply to Meng Hao. "Greetings, Senior Meng." The Violet Fate sect leader laughed heartily.
Ha ha ha.
"Blood Prince, do you still remember this spear? It was originally brought back to the sect by Wu Dingqiu. This area is now a famous place in the sect." "Senior Meng, you can rest your heart at ease," said Lu Song excitedly. "Yes, Senior, we will definitely care well for the spear," agreed Qian Shuihan. Lu Song and Qian Shuihan had long since forgotten their resentment from years ago. Now, they viewed Meng Hao with almost feverish adoration. In fact, everything that had happened between them and Meng Hao years ago was a source of pride for both of them. Meng Hao cleared his throat and then rubbed his bag of holding. Only he knew that inside was a gold spear that he still hadn't found a chance to con someone with.
4.
Off to the side, Wu Dingqiu shuddered. Grumbling inwardly, he was just about to edge backward when Meng Hao suddenly looked over at him. A tremor ran through Wu Dingqiu, and he immediately plastered a smile onto his face. However, his heart was pounding, and he could not stop cursing Eccentric Song for instigating the spear incident. Even as Meng Hao was in the Violet Fate sect, reminiscing about old times, a desolate and frightening scene was playing out on the border of the northern reaches, near the Milky Way Sea. Nearly 1 million cultivators were standing at combat readiness near the shore. They were divided into more than 10 battalions according to the various sects and tribes they were from. There were also numerous 300-meter-tall beasts, shackled so tightly with iron chains that they couldn't free themselves no matter how fiercely they struggled. Up in the sky were countless vicious flying beasts that emitted piercing cries as they circled about. Their wings cast enormous shadows down below as they nearly blotted out the entire sky. Further off in the distance were dozens of roaring giants as tall as mountains that wielded bone cudgels. Even further off in the distance were dark clouds that circulated about, apparently concealing countless savage and evil spirits. This was the army of the northern reaches which had gathered next to the Milky Way Sea. Apparently, they were waiting for something. Most shocking of all were the 11 unbridled and lofty auras which roared high into the sky. These auras were all peak Tao-seeking auras. 5 of 7 guaranteed chapters and 3 sponsored chapters, for a total of 8 chapters so far. Therefore, between now and Friday, there will be a minimum of 2 chapters and a maximum of 9. If you're digging the story, please consider making a donation toward a sponsored chapter, if that's appropriate for your current situation in life. Patreon sponsors. Your donations on Patreon will be processed starting on June 1st and will be added to the queue sometime in the next week or so. 1. Wu Dingqiu was the one who made the bet with Eccentric Song in Chapter 48 and was involved in the incident with the spear. He last appeared in Chapter 717, when Meng Hao went to the ancient Dao Lakes. 2. Grand Elder Ouyang and He Luohua last appeared in Chapter 43, although they were mentioned a couple times throughout the story when Meng Hao thought back to the state of Zhao. 3. Lu Song and Qian Shuihan were the disciples who got sucked into Meng Hao's spear scam in Chapter 55. Both of them made appearances later on at the Song clan, and also during Meng Hao's time in the Violet Fate sect. 4. I think many of you still remember the gold spear that Meng Hao had made in Chapter 46. It was part of a set of 3, one being iron, another silver, and the third gold. Chapter 760. Your mother was here. Storm clouds were gathering. Up above the Violet Fate sect, dark clouds formed in thick layers. Flashes of lightning could be seen, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. The rain would soon begin to pour down. When it came to weather like this, with rain or snow, most sects would do nothing to shield the sect from the elements. Instead, they would allow the rain and snow to fall onto the sect itself. They believed that rain and snow were part of the Tao of living things, and that by experiencing such weather, the spiritual energy in the sect would thrive. By preventing the rain and snow from entering the sect might have the appearance of an immortal paradise, but, in fact, it would lose some of its connection with nature. Meng Hao glanced one more time at the iron spear, then cleared his throat and spoke a few polite words. Then he headed further into the East Pill Division, toward the small mountain that had once been his home. Throughout all the years that had passed, no one had ever been allowed to occupy the mountain. It was as if the mountain had been reserved for him for all eternity. From this detail, he could tell that, as far as his master pill demon was concerned, Meng Hao would always be a disciple of the Violet Fate sect. When Meng Hao entered his old immortal's cave, the Violet Fate sect leader, elders, and others could all see the reminiscence in Meng Hao's eyes, and they discreetly took their leave. Meng Hao was left alone in his old residence. Before long, the thunder overhead grew louder and the rain pattered onto the ground as it began to fall in earnest. A fine mist was kicked up, but it didn't rise too far before it was seemingly beaten back down by the oncoming rain. Small rivulets of water could soon be seen. Everything grew hazy as the sheets of rain descended. The entire scene was one of charm and peacefulness. Meng Hao stood at the door of his immortal's cave, looking out at the rain, thinking about his days as an alchemist. Time passed. The sky grew dark, and the rain continued to fall harder and harder. Meng Hao stood there for a long time, expecting a certain someone to appear. However, by the time the glow of dawn appeared in the sky, she hadn't. Meng Hao smiled and shook his head silently. As the sun rose, the rain ceased. The sky was clear, and the moisture left behind by the rain made the air thrum with exuberant life force. Meng Hao walked out of his immortal's cave and prepared to leave the Violet Fate sect. On his way out, he visited Bai Yunlai and gave him a hefty sum of spirit stones and medicinal pills. He also went to see Han Shuashan and some of his other old acquaintances. He gave gifts to all of them, even Chu Yuyan. After a moment of silent consideration, he left her a jade slip with a strand of his divine sense, which would protect her in a moment of deadly crisis. He gave the jade slip to Han Shuashan and asked her to pass it along to Chu Yuyan. With that, he flew up into midair, then transformed into a beam of colorful light that shot off into the distance. In the moment that he left, Chu Yuyan sat in her immortal's cave in the East Pill Division, gnawing on her lip as she looked up into the sky. "You made your choice, and I have my pride," she murmured softly. Eventually, Han Shuashan came. She hesitated for a moment before offering the jade slip to Chu Yuyan. Chu Yuyan was silent for a moment. At first, she didn't want to accept the gift, but in the end, she couldn't control herself. She lifted her hand up and took the jade slip. Han Shuashan gave a slight sigh, and then left. Chu Yuyan trembled as she held the jade slip in her hand. It was hard to say when, but at some point, tears began to roll down her cheeks. Meng Hao left the Violet Fate sect and flew through the boundless sky over the familiar lands of the southern domain toward the Song clan. The Song clan was in the south, in a special area that did not suppress the cultivation base of cultivators, but made it impossible for them to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Years ago, Meng Hao had no way to understand why the Song clan was like that. However, considering the current level of his cultivation base, he now knew that it was a feature created by a peak Dao-seeking expert. Dao-seeking cultivators could form their own personal natural laws, which grew more and more powerful as they approached the peak of Dao-seeking. Eventually, such natural law could create special regions, just like the Song clan. When Meng Hao entered the territory of the Song clan, the entire clan was thrown into a commotion. The Song clan patriarch, who had been in secluded meditation under the surface of the clan, immediately opened his eyes and went out to meet Meng Hao. The clan would not allow the slightest bit of disrespect to be shown to Meng Hao. In fact, there was not a single cultivator in the entire southern domain who would treat Meng Hao disrespectfully now. Perhaps Meng Hao himself was not incredibly strong, but his second true self was a peak Dao-seeking cultivator, and Meng Hao was the blood prince of the Blood Demon sect. The entire Song clan arranged a grand banquet to honor Meng Hao, the scale of which was completely unprecedented. As he sat there, Meng Hao looked around at the Song clan and mused that this was his second time visiting this place. The first time was for the Song clan's search for a son-in-law. That was when he had acquired good fortune and met Shui Donglu. The Song clan patriarch sat next to Meng Hao and couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Even more emotional than the patriarch, however, was eccentric Song. He was still a nascent soul cultivator, and he sat in a position not too far away from Meng Hao, his head bowed, fearful that Meng Hao would look his way. Despite his bowed head, Meng Hao still noticed him. "Fellow Dawa Song," he said coolly, "how are all those wild beasts that you collect?" After all, Meng Hao had never viewed himself as the type of person to hold a grudge. Eccentric Song shivered and thought back to what he had witnessed Meng Hao do back at the ancient Dao Lakes. After it was all over, eccentric Song had assumed everything was water under the bridge, but now that Meng Hao was actually in the Song clan, he was more nervous than ever. As soon as Meng Hao asked his question, eccentric Song lurched to his feet and clasped his hands toward Meng Hao, bowing repeatedly. His face was covered with a flattering smile that was even more unbearable to look at than if he had begun to cry. Senior, I am honored by your concern. However, I don't collect wild beasts anymore. Oh, replied Meng Hao. As he gazed at eccentric Song, he noticed the pleading look in the man's eyes. Meng Hao smiled slightly and then looked away. Eccentric Song heaved a sigh of relief and quickly sat down, whereupon he picked up his glass and took a long drink of alcohol. Although his fear had been allayed, moments ago he had been frightened to death. He had long since heard stories of Meng Hao's shocking, murderous air. Meng Hao could kill without blinking an eye. He had exterminated Dao-seeking experts, and slaughtering spirit-severing cultivators was as easy to him as killing dogs. As for nascent soul cultivators, he could blot them out of existence by simply breathing. Meng Hao's presence, and the fact that he was sitting next to the Song clan patriarch, left eccentric Song completely terrified. Ever since Meng Hao returned to the southern domain, eccentric Song had begun to regret his past actions. Then the Blood Demon sect rose to prominence, and his fear grew. I absolutely, positively, without a shadow of a doubt should not have provoked that jinx all those years ago. Who would have ever guessed that the brat would eventually become so terrifying? Nobody could have predicted it. Sighing, eccentric Song thought back to the events in the state of Zhao, and how Meng Hao had slaughtered a path all the way to the top of the mountain with the iron spear. Eccentric Song almost seemed to be in a trance, as he remembered all the spirit stones and medicinal pills that were taken away. Although, he thought, how many people in the southern domain can say that they caused that jinx, Meng Hao, to flee from them? I guess this just goes to show how great I am. Now that he thought about it, eccentric Song felt a bit pleased with himself. Besides, it was that old bastard Wu Dingqiu who instigated the whole incident. There was another person at the banquet who sighed emotionally, and that was Song Jia's mother. As for Song Jia, she sat next to her mother, her expression indifferent. Her mother was the one with the excited expression. According to what that woman said all those years ago, she thought, Jar can become Meng Hao's maidservant. Not bad, actually. How do I bring it up to him, though? She frowned and then looked over at the Song clan patriarch, only to find that he was looking at her.
1.
She immediately understood what he was thinking and abandoned her previous plan. The banquet lasted for a few hours. Meng Hao's primary objective in coming to the Song clan was to reassure and pacify them. After all, the Blood Demon sect was now the greatest power in the unified southern domain. The Song clan had maintained neutrality, so it was necessary for the Blood Demon sect's Blood Prince to personally visit them. There was no need for formal agreements. Meng Hao's visit was enough to explain the stance of the Blood Demon sect. Similarly, for the Song clan patriarch to personally entertain him showed the Song clan's attitude. As evening fell, Meng Hao politely refused the Song clan's urgings that he stay behind for longer. When he rose to leave, his gaze fell upon Song Jia, and he hesitated for a moment before producing a jade slip. The jade slip contained a strand of divine sense similar to the one he had given to Chu Yuyan. Meng Hao knew that he was beholden to Song Jia. His youthful hot-headedness had influenced her search for a husband, and was the reason she had never married. Meng Hao had always felt like he owed an apology for the matter. Considering that he had personally gifted her with the jade slip and also helped her in the ancient demon immortal sect, he finally felt as if there was some resolution to the matter. Song Jia accepted the jade slip and bowed her head in thanks, her expression as calm as ever. Off to the side, the Song clan patriarch smiled as he looked on, and his eyes glittered. Finally, he laughed heartily and then escorted Meng Hao out of the Song clan ancestral mansion. Patriarch, there's no need to see me out, said Meng Hao. If I have some free time in the future, I'll come back to visit. He clasped hands, then made to leave. Meng Hao, my young friend, said the patriarch with a laugh. There's no need for such formality. Actually, we're already like family, right? My little granddaughter Song Jia has long since become your maidservant, so there's no need for you to treat the Song clan as if eerie strangers. Maidservant, said Meng Hao, stopping in his tracks. He looked back at the patriarch with a strange expression. Oh, you didn't know, young friend? The Song clan patriarch could tell the truth from Meng Hao's expression, but he feigned astonishment nonetheless. Back during the Song clan search for a son-in-law, your mother came personally to ask us to make my little granddaughter your maidservant. Meng Hao's heart began to pound with great waves of shock. However, after practicing cultivation for so many years, he was not the novice he had been years ago, and his expression remained the same as ever. However, a profound gleam appeared deep in his eyes as he looked back at Patriarch Song. Patriarch, there's no need to beat around the bush, said Meng Hao. Considering Meng Hao's countenance, Patriarch Song's expression became solemn. Well, I'm not entirely sure if it was your mother, young friend. After the incident occurred, I realized that there are two possibilities. Either it really was your mother, or it was the mother of the Resurrection Lily. I have no way to determine for certain, but what I can tell you for sure is that she is an immortal. As to whether she is a false immortal or true immortal, I don't know. However, she definitely came from the Eastern lands. Patriarch Song slapped his bag of holding to produce a jade slip, which he handed to Meng Hao. This is her likeness, which I inscribed onto this jade slip from my memory. Meng Hao silently accepted the jade slip. He almost didn't dare to look at it. Taking a deep breath, he sent his divine sense inside, whereupon he saw the image of a woman. Instantly, towering waves of shock filled him. Even if his composure were even stronger, it would still be shattered nonetheless. He suddenly felt as if 100,000 thunderclaps were exploding in his ears. His body trembled, and his eyes shone with intense attachment and obsession. He had long since stopped trying to track down information about his parents. He had long since assumed that his childhood dream of traveling to the Eastern lands was something of the past. But now, he had an intense impulse to immediately go to the Eastern lands to ask, why? That was because the woman in the jade slip looked exactly like the image of his mother that existed in his memories. 1. The incident with that woman occurred in Chapter 190. Chapter 761. An old friend. Meng Hao's hand slowly tightened around the jade slip. Although he kept his thoughts concealed deeply in his heart and would not easily reveal them, Patriarch Song had practiced cultivation for many years and was able to pick up on some clues from the motion of Meng Hao's hand. He knew that his gamble had paid off. Meng Hao took a deep breath, then clasped hands and bowed deeply to Patriarch Song. Many thanks, he said. He said nothing more than those two words, but to Patriarch Song, that was enough. He nodded and clasped hands in return. Meng Hao, my young friend, if you ever go to the Eastern lands, the Song clan's branch there may be able to provide you with some assistance. Meng Hao nodded, then, without another word, transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Patriarch Song watched him fly off. After a long moment, when Meng Hao was no longer visible, he turned and headed back into the Song clan ancestral mansion. As Meng Hao flew through the air, a complex expression could be seen on his face. Images from his childhood appeared in his mind, which had not faded after the passing of years, but were clearer than ever. Mom, Dad, just why? Why did you have to leave? Why did you leave me behind? Why? Why would you come to the Song clan and not tell me? You were obviously there. Why? Meng Hao felt as if his heart was being stabbed with a knife. These questions had been buried in his heart for far too long, with no answers. The answers were in the Eastern lands. Finally, Meng Hao sighed and regained his composure. He was a powerful expert who had practiced cultivation for hundreds of years. The only thing that could cause him to lose control was the matter of his father and mother. The Eastern lands, he thought. It was always my dream to go there. That is where I must go. Decisiveness appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath and then sped onward. As evening deepened, he shot forward at top speed. He had called upon the Song clan and visited the Violet Fate sect. Now, it was time to return to the Blood Demon sect and spend the rest of the 100 years with Su Qing. Even as he continued along, his gaze was suddenly drawn to something that was happening off in the distance. So, it's him, he thought, surprised. Currently, he was in the border region between the Song clan and the Blood Demon sect. 50 kilometers or so from his current position, 3 streaks of light sped through the air. Clearly, there were 2 cultivators chasing a third cultivator. The target was a middle-aged man who wore a blood-stained white robe. From the look on his face, he had experienced many things. He seemed exhausted, and even more so, full of grief. It was easy to see that once upon a time, he had been incredibly handsome. Now he looked old, but still carried himself with an extraordinary, heroic spirit. However, the years had not been kind to him, and he had undergone a baptism of ruthlessness. Now his life was one of pain. Wang Tingfei, where do you think you can run to now? You used to be a top chosen of the Wang clan, but now you're nothing more than a stray dog. All you know how to do is run away. What are you running for? Come on, show us some of your skills from all those years ago. You used to be the pinnacle of arrogance. You chased me and my brother for years trying to kill us. Now we finally get to meet again, and you're running away? Ha ha ha. Of course he's running. There's no Wang clan in the southern Domai. And anymore. It was wiped out in a single night. Wang Tingfei just got lucky and escaped death. Unfortunately for him, he ran into us here. Wang Tingfei, you're dead. The person being chased was none other than Wang Tingfei. The pursuers were 2 middle-aged cultivators with late core formation cultivation bases, only half a step away from the nascent soul stage. As for Wang Tingfei, he was also in the late core formation stage. However, he was clearly wounded and could do nothing more than flee from his 2 opponents. His face was ashen and filled with intense grief. Apparently, the words spoken by his pursuers stabbed deeply into his heart. After the Wong clan was destroyed, he had experienced far too many slanderous insults. He had once been chosen, but in the blink of an eye had turned into an outcast. Originally, he told himself that he could get used to this new situation, but every time he heard words such as those being hurled at him now, they hurt deeply. It felt as if people were digging his heart out of his chest, and it made the pained expression on his face grow even more intense. He had been there that night when the Wong clan was wiped out. He had personally witnessed the patriarch's insanity as he slaughtered one clan member after another. That night, it felt as if the sky had fallen. His father and mother died. His grandfather died. Everyone died one by one. As for himself, he had been consumed by terror and sorrow. And then, his older brother, the older brother who he had always wanted to surpass, struck him on the head with a palm. That palm swept through him like thunder, rendering him unconscious. The last thing he remembered was his brother murmuring in his ear, "Hey kid, you need to stay alive." When Wang Tingfei woke up, he opened his eyes to find himself in a sea of blood. He was surrounded by the corpses of his fellow clan members. Laying directly on top of him was the body of his older brother. His brother had covered him with his own corpse, using the aura of death to hide Wang Tingfei. That was how Wang Tingfei managed to escape the disaster caused by the 10th Wang clan patriarch, who in his demented state had not bothered to search very carefully.
1.
At that point, Wang Tingfei had begun to weep. He had nothing. No clan. No family. Everything was gone. He felt like he was the only person alive in the entire world. Bitterly, he had crawled to his feet and began to wander. He was alive, but it was as if he had already died. People who had once been his friends now looked at him with cold mockery. The constant ridicule was a vast difference from how he had been treated in the past, and it caused the trembling Wang Tingfei to come to a realization. All he could do was bow his head and bitterly accept the ridicule. He wanted to find the 10th Wang clan patriarch and ask him, why? Why did you eradicate the entire Wang clan, sir? Why? It turned into the only reason for Wang Tingfei to continue live. He began to search the entire southern domain, using his bloodline connection to try to find the 10th Wang clan patriarch. Even if he died in the process, he would get his answer. It was finally in this area that he had sensed the presence of the 10th patriarch. He had started a thorough search, but before he could track him down, ran into these two people who he had previously disdained as being unworthy to even be looked at. They were nobodies whom he and his subordinates had hunted down and tried to kill over some magical item. Now, he could only flee from them. Wang Tingfei's two pursuers performed incantation gestures, causing two flying swords to speed out. Glittering, they shot toward the ashen-faced Wang Tingfei, who quickly produced a small drum that he tossed behind him. It rapidly expanded and reverberated with a pounding sound as the two swords neared it. The items collided and, as the explosion reverberated out, Wang Tingfei spit out blood. His face was pale white as he braced himself and pushed forward at top speed. He didn't take the time to try to retrieve the drum. The two pursuing cultivators laughed as one of them took the drum. Then they shot forward in pursuit once again, their eyes shining with greed and killing intent. They continued to fight back and forth, and Wang Tingfei continuously coughed up blood. The sword glow beneath his feet began to fade, and a look of despair could be seen in his eyes. To him, the whole world seemed to have turned gray. You used to be so arrogant, didn't you? Back then you were so high and mighty. You looked down on everyone else as if they were bugs, and you were the chosen of heaven. Where is your arrogance now, huh? Wang Tingfei, you're dead. If you get reincarnated, then remember not to be so arrogant in your next life. The two pursuers' eyes flashed with killing intent, and they attacked simultaneously, unleashing their most powerful divine abilities. Sword chi swirled, and a massive palm rumbled out toward Wang Tingfei. Wang Tingfei smiled bitterly. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he suddenly turned in place and started to laugh. He had had enough of life, and should have died with the rest of his clan anyway. He was just about to throw caution to the wind when, suddenly, a sigh could be heard echoing throughout the land. Once they heard the sigh, Wang Tingfei's two pursuers stopped, and their faces went pale. They instantly began to tremble as they looked behind Wang Tingfei. Blood demon sect. The Blood Prince. It's Meng Hao. Meng Hao floated down from behind Wang Tingfei until he stood between him and the two pursuers. This person is an old friend of mine, he said. Fellow Taoists, would you mind giving me a bit of face? The two pursuers gasped, and their hearts filled with terror. They immediately clasped hands and bowed with the utmost respect. Senior, we didn't know that Wang Tingfei was an old friend of the Blood Prince.
Please don't
be offended, Your Excellency. We'll be leaving now. The two cultivators were completely shaken. There wasn't anyone in the southern domain who was unfamiliar with Meng Hao's face. They didn't care a whit about Wang Tingfei, but as for Meng Hao, he was terrifying to the extreme. Even as they spoke, the two men backed up, trembling. Wang Tingfei gaped at Meng Hao's back, then saw the expressions on the faces of the two men, and felt stabs of pain in his heart. Such expressions were the type that would fill the faces of people who looked at him, the kind of expressions he savored back before the Wang clan was eradicated.
But now,
Wang Tingfei's face distorted. He felt as if a blade was stabbing through his heart as he glared angrily at Meng Hao. His hatred for Meng Hao ran deep, and even before the destruction of the Wang clan, he had dreamed of personally slaying him. He hated Meng Hao for taking away his legacy. He hated Meng Hao for taking away his fiancée. He hated Meng Hao for all his success. In Wang Tingfei's mind, everything that Meng Hao had achieved should have been his. In recent days, whenever he heard stories of Meng Hao, he felt like his heart was being crushed. He almost felt as if he would go insane. His hatred ran all the way to his very marrow. "I don't need your help," he cried out.
kill me, all right.
"Just kill me. Kill me. I'm done with living, Meng Hao. You want to kill me?
Fine.
You don't have to pretend."
Come on.
Wang Tingfei's spirit is indomitable. "I'm standing right here. Come on, kill me. You took away all my good fortune. You took away all my opportunities. You even took away my fiancé. I will not live under the same sky as you, you charlatan. You lowlife. Come on, kill me. You were nothing back in the Reliance sect. I could have killed you with the wave of a finger. If Grand Elder Ouyang hadn't interfered, I would have cut you down. I am chosen. Chosen of the Reliance sect. Chosen of the Wang clan. And you? You're an insect." Wang Tingfei started to laugh maniacally. He had repressed himself for too long, and now he hysterically shouted out all his grievances. 1. Although he is not mentioned by name, Wang Tingfei's brother was Wang Lihai, a recurring character who appeared in the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament arc, the Dao Geyser arc, and the Demon Immortal Sect arc, and perhaps some other places that are currently skipping my mind. Chapter 762. 10th Patriarch. Wang Tingfei's hysterical screaming did nothing more than cause Meng Hao to frown slightly. However, the other two cultivators' faces went deathly pale, and their hearts began to pound with fear. They suddenly recalled an event that had caused a minor stir in the southern domain, the matter of the love triangle involving Meng Hao, Wang Tingfei, and Chu Yuyan. Not good. These two used to be rivals in love. Damn it, we happened to run into both of these guys and then heard some things we weren't supposed to. The two cultiva. Tor's faces fell, and they backed up nervously. Seeing that Meng Hao wasn't paying attention to them, they fled at top speed, cursing the fact that they couldn't sprout wings. "Come on, kill me. Kill me," raged Wang Tingfei, his eyes bloodshot. He even began to approach Meng Hao until he was right in front of him. "Didn't you want to kill me back in the Reliance sect, Meng Hao? I remember your fingernails sticking into the flesh of your palms, and the blood dripping down. Back then you were an ant, and I was chosen."
1.
Now look at me. I bet you're happy, aren't you? Very happy, right? Come on, kill me. I've lived enough already. My clan is gone, my clan members are gone, my family is gone. My older brother gave his life for me, but what's the point? At least dying at your hand will release me from my worldly cares. Why haven't you made a move yet? Kill me." A complicated expression could be seen on Meng Hao's face as he looked back at Wang Tingfei. He had long since learned of what had happened to the Wang clan. As for everything from the past, it was nothing more than that, the past. "I'm a Wang clan chosen. When I was a child, a drop of blood from a flying rain dragon fell from the skies. I followed my instincts and intuition, and after paying a huge price, finally found the Reliance sect. The flying rain dragon legacy belongs to me. But you took it away. You took away my legacy. And you took away my inner sect qualifications in Reliance sect too. You destroyed any chance I had of getting the Sublime Spirit Scripture. Then you even took my fiancé away from me. Chu Yuyan was my fiancé. But she dissolved our engagement. All because of you. Do I owe you a debt for my previous life or something, Meng Hao?"
Why?
Over and over again, you took away everything. As Wang Tingfei screamed and yelled, tears began to stream down his face. "Now you have everything that belongs to me. I should be the #1 person in the southern domain. I should be on top. And you should be like I am now. Everything you have was taken from me. And now, here you stand in front of me, the winner again. You're gonna save me? You're not saving me. I don't need your pity or compassion. I just need you to kill me. Don't give me that look, Meng Hao," he said, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I'm Wang Tingfei." After the destruction of the Wang clan, Wang Tingfei had been the subject of endless ridicule. It was a pain that he could handle. There was only one thing in the world that he couldn't abide. A single person. He would rather die than see pity and perplexity in Meng Hao's eyes. He was Wang Tingfei. If he had to die, fine, but he would die with pride. Meng Hao sighed, then shook his head. When he recalled everything that had happened between him and Wang Tingfei, he knew that he had acted a bit impulsively. He had been young and hot-headed, and now that he looked back, he realized that many of the things he had done were a bit excessive. For example, the matter with Chu Yuyan. Perhaps, if he hadn't deliberately sabotaged Wang Tingfei and Chu Yuyan, the two of them would still be together today, happy and content. At least they would be better off than they were now. Meng Hao didn't say anything. He produced a jade slip and imprinted it with some divine sense, then tossed it over to float in front of Wang Tingfei. "Take this," he said softly. "If you get into grave danger, it can save your life a single time. You and I are old friends. I truly hope that you can find your way." With that, he turned to leave. Wang Tingfei stared in shock at the jade slip hovering in front of him. Then he lifted his head up and began to laugh madly as more tears poured down his face. He didn't want goodwill from Meng Hao. He didn't want to be weak in front of the person he had once hated more than anyone in the world. After the destruction of the Wang clan, he had experienced many things, and had come to experience the hypocrisy of the world. Former good friends kicked him when he was down. Past companions avoided him as if he were a poisonous vermin. Such pain was something he could accept. If past enemies tried to kill him, at least he could self-detonate and end in common ruin with them. How could he ever have imagined that the person he hated the most would be the only person to treat him kindly after his fall from the top? He didn't want to accept it and could not accept it. His hysteria was a way to vent. His tears were an expression of sorrow. He waved his hand, sending the jade slip clattering to the ground. "I'm Wang Tingfei. I don't need your sympathy." Meng Hao stopped and looked back, then sighed again. He was just about to leave when suddenly, he heard a long cry coming from within the nearby forest. The cry caused colors to flash through the sky and sent the clouds churning. A figure emerged from the trees who emanated an aura that exceeded the peak of Dao seeking. "Ha ha ha. Immortal ascension. Immortal ascension.
Ha ha ha.
I will become immortal." It was a deranged old man with unkempt hair, tattered clothing, and filthy skin. Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and killing intent flickered in his eyes. His second true self suddenly materialized next to him and took a step forward. The deranged old man looked very different from before, but Meng Hao could still tell that he was the 10th Wang clan patriarch. Meng Hao had previously made some inquiries about the 10th Wang clan patriarch. He knew that the patriarch, in his madness, had destroyed the Wang clan, then gone completely insane. However, this was the first time he had personally encountered him in the southern domain. "Patriarch," cried Wang Tingfei. "10th Wang clan patriarch," growled Meng Hao grimly. He raised his hand and pointed a finger, causing his second true self to shoot through the air toward the 10th Wang clan patriarch. Rumbling explosions filled the air as the two of them instantly began to fight. As for the 10th Wang clan patriarch, immortal chi swirled around him. His hair was completely disheveled, and his aged face was filled with a confused expression. "Immortal ascension. I will become immortal." Laughing foolishly, he waved his hand, causing the air to distort. Powerful cultivation-based ripples spread out as he battled with Meng Hao's second true self. Meng Hao gave a cold snort and flew out. He had a Dao-seeking fleshly body, as well as the lightning cauldron which he produced as he closed in on the 10th Wang clan patriarch. Booms echoed out as Meng Hao and his second true self fought back and forth with the 10th Wang clan patriarch. The wind screamed, and the land quaked. "Sever." Meng Hao's second true self let out a cry and sent the wooden time sword slashing out. Tens of thousands of years of time power swept out like a great river. However, the 10th Wang clan patriarch was no ordinary peak Dao-seeking cultivator. He had immortal chi and an immortal aura which he sent out to resist the time power. A boom echoed out, and the second true self fell back. The 10th Wang clan patriarch's face went pale, and all of a sudden, the confusion in his eyes began to be replaced with clarity. "Meng Hao," he said, staring fixedly at Meng Hao. His voice was hoarse, and he spoke haltingly as he regained his senses. "Patriarch," shouted Wang Tingfei urgently, flying toward the 10th patriarch. "Tung Fei," said the 10th patriarch, looking over at Wang Tingfei. Suddenly, his expression was one of extreme pain. He lifted his hands up to clutch at his head, and then let out a miserable shriek. "Don't come near me. The Wang clan. I'm guilty. I killed everyone in the Wang clan. I killed everyone. All to become immortal. All for immortal ascension. Was it worth it? Was it worth it?" The 10th Wang clan patriarch lifted his head and let out a mad howl, and his face was distorted by intense bitterness. Meng Hao's eyes flashed as he stood off to the side with his second true self. They did not attack, but simply looked on, eyes flickering with killing intent. "I'm guilty. I was the one who personally slaughtered all of my fellow clan members." The 10th Wang clan patriarch howled, and tears streamed down his face. He felt as if his heart were being crushed. He felt regret, helplessness, and insanity swirling around inside his head. The faces of the clan members he had personally killed began to appear around him, and he trembled. His face was awash with indescribable agony. He suddenly turned to look at Meng Hao, head in hands and his eyes bright red.
You.
It was all because of you. Every so often, the 10th Wang clan patriarch would regain clarity. Whenever that happened, it was a time of unspeakable guilt and pain. His heart would fill with horror and regret, and the madness that arose from knowing that his hands were stained red with the blood of his fellow clan members made him want to die. But his cultivation and base had reached the point that dying was not easy. He made to charge Meng Hao, but Meng Hao dodged to the side, his eyes flickering with coldness. He did not attack, and yet the enmity in his eyes grew deeper. A cold smile appeared on his face. "Want to die?" he asked. "It won't be that easy.
How could I let you die?
Death squares all accounts, so letting you die would simply be releasing you from your pain and bitterness. I think I'd rather just let you continue living in your madness. Every so often you will wake up and be racked with guilt and pain. That is the vengeance you deserve." The hatred in Meng Hao's eyes burned. He detested the 10th Wang clan patriarch. If it weren't for him, Su Qing would not be in her current situation. He would not have faced so many deadly crises. In fact, considering what had happened in the Rebirth Cave, he truly had died already. Such enmity was not something that a mere death could wipe away. To force the Wang clan patriarch to live a life of suffering, that was true vengeance. Meng Hao laughed coldly as he backed up. However, it was at this point that the 10th Wang clan patriarch's face once again began to fill with a blank look. He began to smile foolishly, as if amnesia was beginning to wash away all the pain. But Meng Hao couldn't allow him to so easily forget. He raised his hand and pointed out his finger. The 7th demon sealing hex. Karmic hexing. He didn't fully employ the art. Instead, he just used the karmic magic to cause the 10th patriarch to be tormented by karma even when he was in a state of senselessness. He infused the karma threads with the lives of the clan members that had been killed. Now, they would constantly pester him, reminding him of his blood-stained hands. He would now always be plagued by the memories of what he had done. The 10th Wang clan patriarch's karma threads were thrown into chaos. His body trembled, and his eyes filled with tears. Although his expression was blank, he let out a roar of madness. Pain stabbed at his heart, and he lost control. Immortal Ascension.
Don't get near me.
My soul. Killed. Kill you all. Little brother, don't get near me. Aghai. Immortal Ascension. 1. When Wang Tingfei almost killed Meng Hao in Chapter 18, Meng Hao's fists clenched so hard that his fingernails dug into his palms and then broke off. Chapter 763. The Deepest Love. The 10th Wang clan patriarch was already insane, but as of this moment, he had sunk even further into insanity. He was insane, and yet lucid, unable to control his body or his consciousness. The only thing he could do was constantly relive the destruction of the Wang clan. As of this moment, he could no longer forget the things which he so wanted to forget. From the methods Meng Hao used, it was clear how deeply he hated him. After finishing his work, what Meng Hao acquired was not a feeling of happiness, but rather deep exhaustion. It was an exhaustion that stemmed from the heart, and it caused him to sigh. He turned to leave. He wanted to be far away from this place. He had no further desire to see the 10th Wang clan patriarch. Exacting further revenge was meaningless. Su Qing had less than 100 years to live before she needed to travel to the underworld to be reincarnated. Meng Hao felt blank. He was just turning to leave when Wang Tingfei, his eyes filled with determination, smiled bitterly and took a deep breath. He suddenly flew directly toward the 10th Wang clan patriarch, who hovered in midair, his head in his hands, tears streaming down his face. Immortal Ascension.
Killed. Kill.
He was completely immersed in the memories of slaughtering his fellow clan members. His soul seemed to be imprisoned in that particular day, forever doomed to repeat what he had done. Patriarch, cried Wang Tingfei. As soon as he neared, the 10th Wang clan patriarch's eyes gleamed with a fiendish glow. Soul. My soul, he said, staring fixedly at Wang Tingfei. To him, the souls of fellow clan members were an irresistible temptation. He was attracted to them on an instinctual level, as he believed them to be something he needed to mend his own soul. It was an instinct he had no control over. His body flashed as he shot toward Wang Tingfei, whereupon his hand snaked out to latch onto the top of his head. Wang Tingfei did nothing to evade him. He allowed the 10th patriarch to near, allowed his hand to latch onto his own head. There was even a cracking sound as fingers pierced into his skull. To Wang Tingfei, the intense pain didn't really matter. The 10th Wang clan patriarch's eyes glowed with avarice and madness as he prepared to extract Wang Tingfei's soul and use it to try to mend his own. Meng Hao's mind reeled and he spun around, his eyes flashing. He lifted his right hand, and his second true self immediately shot toward Wang Tingfei. Meng Hao? Wang Tingfei cried, his face twisted and ashen. His body shook as it began to wither. Apparently, all of the essence of his life force was being sucked away as soul nourishment. This is my choice. This is the whole reason I've been searching for the patriarch. Don't interfere. This is Wang Tingfei's choice. His body quivered as his legs were sucked dry. The 10th Wang clan patriarch's eyes gleamed with a strange light, and his right hand tightened. My life has no meaning. I'd rather die at the hands of the patriarch than be killed by some other person. Let my soul help to restore his soul. Meng Hao, I don't need you to come save me. There's no need. Let me die in a way that has meaning. I think this is the most meaningful thing I've ever done in my entire existence. My family, my parents, my big brother, all my clan members, they've already given their souls. I'm the only one left and now it's my turn. I can't choose to keep living, Meng Hao, but I can choose how to die. Just leave me alone. Don't save me. This is a Wang clan affair, and it has nothing to do with you. Wang Tongfei trembled as the rest of his body withered up. His life force was pouring into the 10th patriarch's soul, causing strands of white mist to rise up from the places where the fingers had pierced him. An expression of struggle could be seen on the face of the 10th Wang clan patriarch. However, the instinct to absorb his fellow clan members did not go away, and he continued to suck away the life force. Wang Tingfei's body began to fall apart, and vast quantities of white mist rose up out of his head. His soul. His eyes faded, and he seemed to age. It seemed like he had reached the end of his life. He was no longer the perfect, handsome young man that Meng Hao remembered. He was grotesque, nothing more than skin draped over a skeleton. Meng Hao, back then it was all my fault. I just realized it too late. It wasn't until my clan had been exterminated that I realized how aggravating I must have been to everyone. No wonder Yu Yan left me. She was right. Meng Hao, my hatred for you is mostly just jealousy and envy. Everything I said after you saved me earlier. Actually, I just didn't want to admit that after everything changed for me, you were the only person who treated me better than before. Meng Hao? Wang Tingfei looked at Meng Hao, and he seemed reluctant to part with the world. The look in his eye was the same look of wild ambition that had existed before, and the same pride. Meng Hao, I have one last request. Can you please treat Xu Yuyan well? She's a good girl and I don't deserve her. She might seem detached, but inside, she's very weak. Meng Hao, since you have my legacy and since you took my good fortune, well then, you must definitely keep on going. Reach the pinnacle. Leave planet South Heaven and climb to the highest heights. That's my dream. You must keep on going. Wang Tingfei chuckled as he realized that he didn't actually hate Meng Hao. Along with his laughter, he suddenly seemed to relax. Apparently, he was losing himself in the wonderful times of the past, in the perfect simplicity of the Reliance sect. He smiled, and then his head sagged and his life ended. His soul was completely extracted by the 10th Wang clan patriarch, who then placed it into his mouth. More tears streamed down the patriarch's face as he violently chomped down on the soul and then swallowed it. Then, he lifted his head up and roared. Immortal Ascension! Immortal Ascension!
Kill.
Kill! Roaring, he barreled off into the distance, weeping and howling miserably. Meng Hao stood there agape. After it was all over, he closed his eyes for a long time. When he opened them, exhaustion could be seen. After seeing the determination in Wang Tingfei's eyes, he understood. Even if he and Wang Tingfei hadn't run into each other this day, once Wang Tingfei found the 10th Wang clan patriarch, he would still have done the exact same thing. Because the blood of the Wang clan coursed through his veins. The 10th Wang clan patriarch would still have pounced on him and instinctively sucked out his soul. Nobody could do anything to change that. As for Meng Hao, all he had done was force a bit of lucidity onto the patriarch to ensure that he would eternally regret his actions. In the end, who was really at fault? Was it Meng Hao? He was also a victim. Was it the 10th Wang clan patriarch? Perhaps his pain was greater than anyone's. The Wang clan members were completely innocent. As for Wang Tingfei, his decision was solemn and stirring. Who was at fault? It was an unanswerable question that ran in circles. If blame truly needed to be assigned somewhere, perhaps greed was the answer. If the 10th Wang clan patriarch had not lusted after Meng Hao's perfect Dao foundation, then perhaps none of these things would have happened. Karma is a cycle with many twists and turns, murmured Meng Hao. All of a sudden, his understanding of the cause and effect of karma deepened. However, this understanding had come at a terrible price. Meng Hao sighed dejectedly, then slowly turned and made his way off into the distance. Wang Tingfei's final choice was something Meng Hao could never have predicted. As he flew through the air, he suddenly recalled the first time he saw Wang Tingfei back in the Reliance sect. He thought about their first battle and the flying rain dragon legacy. Then there was the contest to get into the inner sect, as well as all the events that played out in the southern domain. Everything seemed to have occurred so long ago. Right now, Meng Hao knew. The most profound memory of Wang Tingfei would be the words he had spoken moments before he died, and the expression on his face. And that was Wang Tingfei, he murmured softly. He finally returned to the Blood Demon sect, exhausted, immersed in enlightenment regarding karma, and with hands stained red with blood. The first place he went was Blood Prince Gorge. He found Su Qing, and then wrapped his arms around her for a long, long time. He buried his head in her fragrant hair, and said nothing. Su Qing seemed to understand. She held him, softly patting his back in comfort. He felt tired out. First was the emotional tale of Qin Fan, and then the news about his mother. Finally, there was Wang Tingfei and the 10th Wang clan patriarch, and his understanding regarding the gravity of karma. Su Qing, I want to sleep, he said softly. Sleep then, she replied gently. I'll stay here with you. He closed his eyes. Su Qing held him. She sat down outside the log cabin in Blood Prince Gorge, and he lay across her legs and slept. She looked down at him, and twirled a strand of his hair around her finger. The expression on her face was one of pity and deep love. Meng Hao slept for 2 days. When he finally opened his eyes, it was night. Up above, in the darkness, the canopy of stars twinkled brightly, but they couldn't come close to matching the beauty of Su Qing's eyes. They were either as warm and resplendent as her gaze, nor as soft and entrancing as her expression. Meng Hao looked into her eyes, and she looked back. Suddenly, something seemed to click inside Meng Hao's head. The deepest expression of love is simply to stay with someone, he murmured. He suddenly understood why elder brother Qin Fan chose to stand guard over that boulder instead of leaving to practice cultivation. To Qin Fan, simply staying with his beloved was an expression of love. Meng Hao also understood why Wang Tingfei chose to die. To him, it was more important to stay with his clan members and his patriarch. That was his expression of love. It didn't matter if you spoke of love for friends, love for family, or a romantic love. The deepest expression of love was simply to stay with someone. You stay with me, I'll stay with you. That was love. For himself, the fact that Su Qing chose to stay with him made him realize what the meaning of love really was. Su Qing, he said, looking at her earnestly, let's have a bonding ceremony. Let's get married. A tremor ran through Su Qing. Her eyelashes trembled and her heart began to pound. To any woman, a wedding is one of the most important occasions possible in life. Su Qing's cheeks flushed, but she didn't avoid Meng Hao's gaze. She looked back at him and then slowly nodded. Chapter 764. The wedding stirs the southern domain. Meng Hao's grand wedding. It only took a few days for news to spread from the Blood Demon sect throughout all the lands of the southern domain. Soon, every cultivator in the southern domain was talking about it. Within a period of 10 days, the whole continent was in an uproar. Meng Hao's name was now irrefutably famous and illustrious, like a grandiose rainbow, stretching to the far reaches of the sky. Blood Prince of the Blood Demon sect. Peak Dao-seeking clone. Formerly known as Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Because of his various identities, Meng Hao's grand wedding became the focus of attention of all southern domain cultivators. In the past, there had never been a wedding that caused so much of a commotion, and likely, there would never be another like it in the future. The news was like a gale-force wind that swept across the southern domain, causing innumerable minds to tremble. Countless cultivators shook with the desire to be able to personally attend. In fact, those who did qualify to attend were the subject of intense admiration and envy. Did you hear? The Blood Demon sect's Blood Prince, Meng Hao, is getting married on the 15th of next month. Yeah, of course our sect heard about the grand wedding of His Excellency Meng Hao. Our patriarch even came out of secluded meditation to personally prepare a wedding gift. I bet all the most powerful experts in the entire southern domain will be gathering at the Blood Demon sect. Your news is out of date. My master already found out that His Excellency Meng Hao's grand wedding isn't going to be at the Blood Demon sect. It's going to be on the border of the southern domain, at some big lake. Meng Hao's wedding was the news everyone was discussing. All the various sects and clans sprang into motion to prepare valuable and remarkable gifts for the wedding. The wedding date was the 15th of the following month, and the location, a lake on the border of the southern domain, was unique enough that people quickly began to analyze its significance. That's where the state of Zhao used to be. A few hundred years ago, the state of Zhao mysteriously disappeared. The only thing left behind was a huge hole in the ground. As time passed, it filled up with water and turned into a lake. That's right. The exalted Meng Hao and his beloved, Su Qing, are both from the state of Zhao. How fitting for the bonding ceremony to be held there. Even as the discussion raged, the tens of thousands of Blood Demon sect disciples excitedly left the Blood Demon sect and happily headed toward the location of the bonding ceremony, that enormous lake. After arriving, they would immediately get to work constructing the necessary buildings and decorate the entire region, turning it into something grand and palatial. Meng Hao's wedding was a major event for the Southern Domain, and even more important as far as the Blood Demon sect was concerned. After the determination Meng Hao had shown by putting his life on the line in the war with the four allied powers, all the disciples of the Blood Demon sect burned with fanatical devotion for him. Therefore, the Blood Demon sect disciples, down to the last one, were determined to ensure that not the slightest negligence be shown in the preparations. Meng Hao was aware that it was impossible to keep his marriage to Su Qing a secret. It was the most important event in their lives, and they would become bonded cultivators. It was necessary to inform the Southern Domain. As for the people who attended the ceremony that day, all of them would be distinguished guests. Thus, Blood Demon sect disciples sent out invitation cards to the various sects and clans. Any sect or clan who received one would be filled with excitement and incredible pride. However, there were some locations that deserved exceptional treatment. Meng Hao took Su Qing there personally to deliver invitations. The first stop was the Violet Fate sect. The Violet Fate sect's Peak Dao-seeking patriarch, Sun Tao, happily appeared to accept the invitation. After a polite exchange, Meng Hao glanced in the direction of the main peak of the East Pill Division. He and Su Qing both clasped hands and bowed deeply toward Grandmaster Pill Demon's secluded meditation location. Almost at the same moment that Meng Hao bowed, an ancient voice rang out in joyous laughter from the mountain. "Hao, Master will emerge on the day of your wedding. I will be the official witness." Meng Hao trembled and raised his head to look in the direction of the main mountain peak.
AK.
Next to him, Su Qing smiled shyly and bowed her head. "Many thanks, Master," Meng Hao said softly. When he and Su Qing left, something happened that Meng Hao didn't notice, although Su Qing did. On one of the mountain peaks in the East Pill Division stood a woman. She looked sad as she stared silently at Meng Hao and Su Qing. It was Chu Yuyan. Her body shivered slightly in the stiff mountain breeze that fluttered her garments. She looked like a goddess, but in that moment, her heart felt as if it were sinking into a pit of ice. She felt coldness engulfing her, and pain stabbed through her. She stood there bitterly, and tears streamed down her face. Meng Hao didn't see those tears, but Su Qing did. Su Qing held her tongue as she turned and left with Meng Hao. On another mountain stood Han Xueshan. She wasn't happy either, and she kicked a rock that lay in front of her. The man who stood next to her, Yi Feimu, was even less happy than she was. He glanced over at Han Xueshan, a complex expression in his eyes. He said nothing as he remained standing at her side. Meng Hao and Su Qing also paid a personal visit to the Song clan. Because of the matter of the Song clan patriarch giving him the jade slip, Meng Hao knew that he owed the Song clan a favor. Patriarch Song would never say anything about it, of course, but the matter was extremely important to Meng Hao. Patriarch Song laughed heartily as he accepted the invitation. Then, he looked at Meng Hao and Su Qing with a long sigh. After Meng Hao and Su Qing flew off into the distance, a certain woman inside the Song clan cut a lonely figure as she stood there, by herself. She sighed, but in her heart, she truly wished for Meng Hao and Su Qing to find happiness. That woman was Song Jia. The next stop was the Solitary Sword sect. As soon as they entered, the Solitary Sword sect disciples bowed with extreme respect. They clustered around Meng Hao almost as if he were a patriarch as they escorted him into the sect. Chun Fan was still sitting cross-legged next to the boulder, meditating. When he opened his eyes and saw Meng Hao and Su Qing, he smiled happily. "Congratulations, junior brother. Finally, you'll get to hold a beautiful woman in your arms. You know, I could tell way back in the Reliance sect that you had some feelings for junior sister Su. At long last, you two are getting married. Well, I think you're a match made in heaven. It's too bad we can't find Grand Elder Ouyang and sect leader He. Although, if they're still in the Southern Domain, they'll surely hear about the wedding." Chun Fan was very happy to see Meng Hao and Su Qing, and he laughed more that day than he had in decades. They visited with Chun Fan for a whole day. Before leaving, Meng Hao and Su Qing clasped hands and bowed to the boulder which contained Shanling, the wife of their brother Chun Fan. In response, the boulder glowed faintly, as if it were wishing blessings upon them. Finally, Meng Hao and Su Qing went to the Golden Frost sect. Fatty was ecstatic. Not only did he wink salaciously at Meng Hao, he had all of his more than 100 beloved companions come out in quite a flaunting display. The more than 100 women extended greetings in tittering, melodic whispers. Meng Hao had a strange expression on his face, and although Su Qing appeared to be smiling, she looked at Fatty with a gaze that showed that she was not amused. Fatty didn't notice, and proceeded to regally instruct Meng how to be more like himself and collect a few more beloved concubines. Li Fugui, Su Qing interrupted coolly. "Don't forget that it was me who brought you to the Reliance sect that year." Fatty was taken aback. Then he saw Meng Hao's awkward smile, suddenly shivered in realization, and then quickly changed the topic of conversation. They stayed at the Golden Frost sect for a night, and then left. They didn't return to the Blood Demon sect or the lake. Meng Hao took Su Qing to travel through the southern domain like mortals. They didn't fly, they walked through mountains and past rivers. During the days, they strolled along together, and at night they slept in each other's arms. They walked through deep mountain ranges and across vast plains, gracing them with the traces of their passage. Occasionally, they would encounter people, all of whom would immediately clasp hands in greeting. Soon, word began to spread through the southern domain of the Beatific Sweethearts. During that month, they traveled to many places. Su Qing laughed happily as she accompanied Meng Hao. Meng Hao stopped worrying about cultivation and the future. He focused on relaxing and enjoying Su Qing's company. When the month was up and their traveling finished, they proceeded toward the enormous lake that occupied the spot where the state of Zhao used to be. The land there had undergone a complete transformation and now looked like a celestial paradise. In the center of the lake, upon the rippling water, sat an island with jade buildings which had been ringed with ornamental statues and carvings. It was not excessively opulent, but held a great deal of charm. That was where they settled down to wait for the half-month until the day of the wedding. The sound of laughter rang out as tens of thousands of Blood Demon sect disciples bustled about in the area surrounding the lake, using magical techniques to completely change the entire area. Occasionally, the disciples would look over their shoulders toward an island in the middle of the lake, and their faces would fill with fanaticism and benediction. Soon, Southern Domain cultivators began to show up and gather in the area as they awaited the big day. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Southern Domain, in a very ordinary town, was a street food stall that sold noodles. Two old men would set up the shop in this particular location around this time, every year. Their noodles were quite famous in the area. One of the old men had a stooped back, white hair, and a kindly expression. The other looked to be a bit younger, but still had quite a few gray hairs on his head. When he was younger, he had obviously been quite handsome. The two men would often lounge together and watch the sunset while smoking from long-stemmed pipes. They usually sat together in silence and didn't chat much. Day after day, year after year, that was how they spent their time. When they moved to this place, they were middle-aged, but as time went by, they had become old. On one particular evening, when the evening was being replaced by night and the twinkle of lamplight began to spread throughout the town, the stooped old man suddenly put his pipe down. "Should we go?" he asked, his voice hoarse. The other old man next to him also put down his pipe. "You were the one who took a liking to him all those years ago. You paid quite a heavy price for the kid without a word of complaint. Now he's famous. Probably couldn't be any more famous, actually. When the wedding day comes, maybe I could decide not to attend, but could you really stay away?" The stooped old man laughed, and then stood up. "All right, it's settled. We're going. I could tell as soon as I looked at that pup that he had potential." "Well, fine," said the other man. "Neither of us have much longevity left. Let's go see all the kids, then we will have accomplished everything, and can die content." The two old men exchanged a glance, then disappeared laughing off into the night. These two were none other than Grand Elder Ouyang and He Luohua from the Reliance sect. All those years ago, Grand Elder Ouyang had already been running low on longevity. The fact that he was still alive now indicated that he had run into some sort of good fortune since then. Similar scenes played out in the Black Lands. Meng Hao's grand wedding had sent all the lands astir. Chapter 765, Seventh Year Tribulation. The great tribes in the Black Lands were also focusing on the Southern Domain right now. The matter of the four allied powers besieging the Blood Demon sect and the following events in which the Blood Demon sect unified the Southern Domain were all well known. When Meng Hao's name rose to prominence, the Golden Crow clan in the Black Lands was especially excited. When news arrived of Meng Hao's grand marriage, the clan chief personally led quite a few clan members out of the Black Lands to attend the ceremony and offer wedding gifts. The other great tribes also did the same. Last but not least, the Church of the Golden Light called out their signature catchphrase as they ran toward the Southern Domain, surrounded by a swirling fog. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Lands, in the Fong clan ancestral mansion, was a tall tower. It looked very similar to a Tower of Tang, although it was roughly 30 meters taller.
1.
It was 30 meters taller than each and every one of the other towers of Tang throughout the Southern Domain. Within the tower stood a man and a woman who were in the middle of a fierce argument. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she looked off in the direction of the Southern Domain and Meng Hao. "We left him before his 7th birthday. He faced grave danger so many times in the Southern Domain and we didn't help him. We didn't even dare to get near him. I shouldn't have gone to see him at the Song clan, but he's my son. He's our son. His Tao Foundation was stolen in the Milky Way Sea, and I knew we couldn't go help him, but that didn't do anything to alleviate the stabbing pain in my heart." Then Su Qing gave up so much for him in the Rebirth Cave. "I saw everything that happened. Everything. I like that girl. Now he's getting married and I'm going." The woman looked over at the man, her eyes flashing with determination. The man was trembling, and sadness filled his eyes. His heart also felt stabs of pain. However, There was nothing he could do other than endure them and place all of his hopes on what would happen in the future. Just wait a little bit longer, Lily too, the man murmured. He trembled and gripped the column next to him until his knuckles turned white. Can't you just wait a bit longer? We suffered untold hardships to bring him here and give him a chance to live. Once he reaches Dao Seeking, then the danger will be past. Dao Seeking, that's all. Just a little more waiting. The day he enters Dao Seeking, we'll go together. We'll explain everything together. Deep love could be seen in the man's eyes as he looked off into the distance. We can't make any mistakes, he continued. If we fail this time, Lily, the fourth life, the seventh-year tribulation. Can you really bear such pain again? I'm his father, and he is our child. It was for him that both of us swore Dao oaths to guard the gate of South Heaven for 100,000 years, and not step foot out of South Heaven for that entire time. All of that was for this one chance. Just keep waiting. The man closed his eyes. For his son, he would gladly sacrifice his life, his everything. Seventh-year tribulation. More tears streamed down the woman's face as she recalled the bitter memories of the past. But so many years have already passed. Spirit severing stabilizes the soul, and Dao Seeking lays the blood to rest, the man murmured, and it was hard to tell whether he was talking to the woman or to himself. Every day before Dao Seeking is another day that the seventh-year tribulation remains unneutralized. His body is already at Dao Seeking. All that remains is his cultivation base.
Soon.
The day will come soon. The wedding day approached. When the bonding ceremony was only 5 days away, more than 1 million cultivators had already amassed in the northern reaches, adjacent to the Milky Way Sea. Vicious beasts, wicked spirits, powerful experts. It all transformed into something like a cyclone that could sweep across everything in astonishing fashion. Dao Seek. ING patriarchs from various clans, tribes, and sects flew up into the air, 11 astonishing figures who then stared out at the Milky Way Sea, toward the southern domain which lay beyond the horizon. The chance for immortality lies in the southern domain. The southern domain has just faced incredible misfortune. They are at their weakest now, and could never imagine that our army would appear now. This is an incredibly rare opportunity. In this war, we will exterminate their Dao-seeking experts, slaughter their spirit-severing cultivators, eradicate all of their nascent soul disciples. As for core formation, they don't really matter. Shatter their foundation, cut off their chance for immortality, and then we can occupy the southern domain. We can gain enlightenment about immortal destiny, and we can become immortals. In this war, we, the allied forces of the northern reaches, with the help of the Resurrection Lily, will definitely seize control of everything. Strike fast and hard. Don't give the eastern lands a chance to interfere. These 11 Dao-seeking experts were all adorned in different attire. Some were covered in tattoos. Others were festooned in bone accoutrements that emanated black light. Some wore Daoist robes. However, all of them possessed incredible power. They hovered in midair looking out at the Milky Way Sea. Suddenly, an incredible roaring filled the air. There was no wind, but massive waves still rolled out across the sea. The Milky Way Sea's fourth ring, third ring, second ring. All of the areas in the entire sea outside of the inner ring were covered with huge waves. The disciples of the three great sects in the third ring were completely astonished. The cultivators who lived on the various islands in the sea could hear the roaring and were shocked. This was not the ordinary roar of the sea, but rather was filled with a monstrous, murderous air. The water surged up, as if some colossal creature was attempting to rise up from the depths of the sea. As everyone looked around in astonishment, deep in the dark recesses of the second ring, a gargantuan resurrection lily was writhing like mad. This was the source of the roaring that filled the Milky Way Sea. Rumbling echoed out constantly as the gigantic resurrection lily suddenly began to grow, almost without limit. It only took the space of 10 or so breaths of time for massive tentacles, each 30 meters thick, to rise up from within the second ring. Seawater poured off of them as they shot up over the sea. The tentacles emitted a shocking aura as they sped through the air. At the same time, countless smaller tentacles spread out along the seafloor. When they reached the waters of the third ring, they too shot up into the air. More tentacles spread out, piercing into the stormwind divide that separated the third and fourth rings. If you could stand in a position high up in the sky where the entire Milky Way Sea was visible, you would be able to see that more than 100,000 tentacles were spreading out. It appeared as if a fearsome presence lurked beneath the waters. Of course, it was none other than the Resurrection Lily. The Resurrection Lily grew rapidly, growing larger until finally, to the astonishment of all the cultivators, it rose up completely from the water. The tentacles merged, braiding together. They formed a bridge. It was a bridge, one side of which was formed from 50,000 tentacles, more than 1,500 kilometers across. Shockingly, this part of the bridge neared the southern domain, but didn't touch it. The other side of the bridge arced out to connect to the northern reaches. In the very middle of the two sides was a huge resurrection lily that was so large you could scarcely see from one side to the other, dripping vast quantities of water as it rose up. The scene was indescribably shocking and astonishing. A gigantic flower had risen up to form a bridge with its branches and leaves, a bridge that connected two great continents. The greatest difficulty in waging war between these regions was the problem of transporting the troops. But now, that problem had been solved, and the Great War could begin at any time. Rumbling filled the air as the Resurrection Lily Bridge appeared. The more than 1 million Northern Reaches cultivators lifted their heads up and roared. The 11 Dao-seeking experts waved their hands, and the cultivators headed directly toward the Resurrection Lily Bridge. The evil spirits were behind the cultivators, followed by the mountain-like giants, as well as countless wild beasts. All of them charged onto the Resurrection Lily Bridge, where they used all the speed they could muster, as well as some of the built-in teleportation features of the bridge, to proceed forward. Soon, the distance between them and the southern domain was rapidly reduced. They would only need a few days to reach the southern domain. The wedding day got closer. The big lake that used to be the state of Zhao was now decorated with lanterns and brightly colored decorations. Tables were set up all around, and Blood Demon sect disciples circulated to entertain the guests. The sounds of happy laughter and cheerful voices permeated the air. Chun Fan arrived, as did Fatty, along with one after another of Meng Hao's friends from the Violet Fate sect, who had all rushed to the location as fast as possible. Su Qing's smile grew more and more beautiful. When she looked at Meng Hao, the warm look in her eyes seemed like it could thaw even the coldest ice. Meng Hao was also smiling, although sometimes he seemed to be at his wits' end, not quite sure what to do or where to go. Thankfully, the Blood Demon sect's spirit-severing patriarchs were familiar with weddings, and they did their best to manage affairs properly. There was also Fatty, who had already been formally united with more than 100 beloved concubines. With all of their advice and help, Meng Hao was kept quite busy with all the formalities. In the end, Chu Yuyan eventually came. She arrived with a smile that seemed sincerely congratulatory. However, deep in her heart, she felt frustration and disappointment. When Meng Hao ran into her, he opened his mouth to say something, but in the end all he could do was sigh. Su Qing pulled Chu Yuyan off to the side, where they began to confer quietly. Han Xueshan and Song Jia also came. Soon all the women, along with Fatty's beloved concubines, made their way to the island in the center of the lake, after which the twitter of their voices could often be heard floating out from within. A few days later, the big day arrived, and wedding bells tolled cheerfully. Starting at dawn, countless honored guests flowed in from sects and clans all over the southern domain. Soon it became apparent that there weren't enough banquet tables, even though they had prepared more than 100,000. There was standing room only, and everyone was packed tightly together as far as the eye could see. There were even cultivators hovering in the air far off in the distance. Even if they couldn't have a seat, they still wanted to watch the bonding ceremony and cheer in congratulations. Spirit-severing cultivators and Dao-seeking experts were all present. As the wedding bells rang out, a violet streak appeared in the air. It was an old man in a violet robe, ancient and dignified. However, a kind smile covered his face, and the aroma of medicinal pills wafted around him. As soon as Meng Hao caught sight of him, a tremor ran through his body, and he flew up into the air. In front of all the other cultivators present, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Greetings, master." The old man was none other than Pill Demon. He looked at Meng Hao contentedly and with love. Laughing, he helped Meng Hao to straighten up. "Today is your grand wedding, and I'm here to bear official witness. 1. As I've mentioned before, I convert the ancient Chinese measurements into metric. The tower is 9 zhang taller, and as we all know, 9 is a significant number in Chinese culture and ISSTH. 2. Lily is a repetition of the character Li Li from Meng Li's name. Chapter 766, Grand Wedding. The Church of the Golden Light arrived. The disciples approached the wedding site in formation, surrounded by billowing fog. The Golden Crow tribe arrived. All sects and clans dispatched members to attend, to bear witness to the first grand wedding ceremony to occur in the southern domain in many years. It was unprecedented and unrepeatable. The wedding guests surrounded the huge lake. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators had arrived, perhaps nearing 80% of the population of the southern domain. It was impossible to take them all in with a single glance. Everywhere you looked was densely packed with people, and based on the mass of wedding gifts that had been delivered, it was possible to see the incredible wealth of the southern domain.
Grandma.
Stir Ouyang and He Luohua arrived. They stood in the crowds, unable to get very close. However, from afar, they could see Meng Hao and Su Qing, as well as Fatty and Qin Fan. The two old men's faces broke out with benevolent smiles. They were happy and also proud of themselves. They knew that these chosen of the southern domain were all former members of the Reliance sect. Tribes of the Western Desert also came, most of whom Meng Hao was familiar with, or the other way around. Even though there were hundreds of thousands of people present, there was no chaos. Fatty and the Blood Demon sect disciples kept everything orderly, and yet also colorful and dramatic. The atmosphere was cheerful and happy. The sound of laughter and chatting filled the air. The powerful experts had gathered. This wedding was definitely one of the grandest and most important events to ever occur in the history of the Southern Domain. When she made her appearance, Su Qing was incredibly beautiful. She wore a red wedding gown, and Meng Hao stood next to her. All the onlookers began to cheer and call out blessings and well wishes. Congratulations to the exalted Meng Hao and goddess Su Qing on their marriage. Congratulations. May you live to a ripe old age in conjugal bliss and love each other for all time. Congratulations. The sound rolled out like waves in all directions. Meng Hao's heart was pounding. Even he couldn't stop himself from getting nervous. He also wore a long red robe, and his handsome features were filled with happiness. Meng Hao and Su Qing. Official ISSDH art of Meng Hao and Su Qing on their wedding day. He held Su Qing's hand as they floated there in midair, the center of all attention. Meng Hao took a deep breath and squeezed Su Qing's hand. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Taoists, many thanks to you for coming to witness my and Qing'er's bonding ceremony. With that, Meng Hao and Su Qing clasped hands to the crowds. Su Qing's face was flushed, and her heart thumped rapidly. At a time like this, any woman would feel the same. Moments like these are when women are the most beautiful, the most nervous, and the most excited. The entire Southern Domain had come to bear witness to Meng Hao and Su Qing's entrance into a binding agreement for life. An incredibly loud sound filled the air as 10 spirit-severing experts suddenly flew up into the air. They unleashed spectacular divine abilities that, from a distance, transformed into 10 beautiful balls of flame. The color of the sky instantly changed, and all the cultivators down below stared up in awe at the beautiful sight. The cultivation bases of the 10 spirit-severing experts exploded out as they caused the brilliant, colorful divine abilities to surge with power. Boundless light shone out, making it seem like there were 10 suns up in the sky. As the rumbling echoed out seemingly without end, the 10 spirit-severing experts continued to fuel the divine abilities, causing ripples of magi to constantly flow out above the crowds. Immediately, a buzz of conversation rose from the crowd as they watched the spectacle, their hearts trembling. Heavens! He really does deserve to be the blood prince of the Blood Demon sect. Despite their status, 10 spirit-severing experts are willing to put on a performance by summoning fireballs. In all the Southern Domain, only Meng Hao could pull something like this off. When the day of my bonding ceremony comes, if I could get some core formation cultivators to do something similar, that would probably be the most incredible thing in my entire life. Anyone who was watching closely was able to see that this was just the beginning. The divine abilities of the 10 spirit-severing experts suddenly changed. Shockingly, the fireballs began to connect together to form a long dragon and a colorful phoenix. The dragon and the phoenix were auspicious symbols that could bring prosperity and good fortune. They swirled through the sky in astonishing fashion, looking extremely lifelike. Next, 1,000 nascent soul cultivators flew up, stabilized themselves in midair, then closed their eyes and summoned their life force fire to create 1,000 flickering candles. Candlelight illuminated heaven and earth, creating a resplendent and indescribably beautiful atmosphere. The display still wasn't over. After the appearance of the 1,000 nascent soul cultivators, 10,000 core formation cultivators flew out. They circled about in midair, unleashing magical techniques that seemed to create the outline of a staircase that stretched up into the sky. The staircase glittered like a magical treasure and was completely astonishing. The glittering light from the candles made it seem like even the heavens were participating in the wedding ceremony. The dragon and the phoenix crisscrossed through the air, occasionally letting out piercing cries. The atmosphere at the wedding ceremony seemed to have reached a pinnacle. Just when many people assumed that the pomp was over, 2 colorful beams of light shot into the air. They were 2 old men who, although they had blank expressions on their faces, immediately caught the attention of the crowds. They were the Golden Frost Sect Patriarch and the Third Li Clan Patriarch. They were the Peak Dao seeking left and right Dharma protectors of the Blood Demon sect. As soon as they appeared in midair, they performed incantation gestures and then flicked their sleeves. Immediately, at the top of the seemingly never-ending staircase that rose up into the sky, the air began to twist and distort as it turned into an Immortal's Temple Palace. The Immortal's Temple Palace was enormous and dignified. Every tile that decorated its surface glowed like a magical treasure. This was an illusion summoned by the power of 2 Peak Dao seeking eccentrics cultivation bases. If that were all there was to it, it might not have been a huge deal. However, in the instant that the Temple Palace appeared, a rainbow descended from up above the palace, causing its beauty to increase exponentially. It was then that cranes appeared, as well as innumerable other auspicious creatures. They flew gracefully through the air, calling out blessings. The entire scene was almost like a dream. Down below, the cultivators gasped. This was the first time a display like this, a show of such extravagance, had been witnessed in the southern domain. It was at this point that Patriarch Song laughed, and then said, "Young friend Meng Hao, please allow me to add a bit of cheer to your grand wedding." He lifted his arm and pointed up into the sky, immediately causing energy to surge out. Up above, a brilliant glow shot out in all directions. Countless motes of light appeared, each of which transformed into the image of an immortal goddess. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on the temple palace, on the rainbow, on the staircase, above the candle flames. In unison, they clasped hands and bowed deeply to Meng Hao and Su Qing. They acted like bridesmaids, and at that moment, the illusion up in the sky became even more realistic. That was because in each of the immortal goddesses' hands could be seen a spirit fruit. All of the spirit fruits were real. This was the wedding gift of the Song clan. In the group from the Violet Fate sect, Peak Dao seeking expert Sun Tao chuckled. All of a sudden, his voice rang out. "Young lord, allow me to add some cheer to your grand wedding as well." With that, he spit out a mouthful of qi, which shockingly transformed into a gigantic pill furnace that came to rest outside the temple palace. Wisps of medicinal smoke began to rise up out of the furnace, swirling around the area. Within the wisps of medicinal smoke were numerous imperial bodyguards wearing golden armor. In total, there were 10,000 bodyguards who spread out in the area, emanating shocking energy. All of them turned toward Meng Hao, stabbed their swords down in front of them, and then dropped to their knees to kowtow. The cultivators down below were almost in a frenzy. For Peak Dao seeking experts had lent their hands to the affair, along with the magical images of the 10 spirit-severing experts, the burning candles of 1,000 nascent soul cultivators, and the treasure-like staircase of 10,000 core formation disciples. It was a scene that thoroughly astonished all of the cultivators down below. This is unheard of. Completely unheard of. Immortal goddesses as bridesmaids, immortal soldiers as groomsmen, an immortal's palace as the temple, a rainbow to add blessings, an auspicious dragon and phoenix summoned by spirit-severing cultivators, wedding candles provided by nascent soul cultivators. Everything provided by cultivators. I'll never forget this bonding ceremony even after I die. How incredible to be able to see something like this. Everyone was in a huge stir. A kind smile appeared on Pill Demon's face as he OD next to the Immortal's palace, looking down at Meng Hao and Su Qing. Let the ceremonies begin. There is no need to be concerned too much with trifles. However, you must still climb the treasured staircase, past the burning candles, and ascend to the Immortal's palace. Meng Hao took a deep breath and squeezed Su Qing's hand. It was trembling and a bit sweaty. They exchanged a glance, and could see both nervousness and warmth in each other's eyes. They smiled, and then flew forward to the staircase. The immortal goddesses bowed as they passed, and the immortal soldiers kowtowed. They ascended the stairs, past the candles and the circulating dragon and phoenix. Finally, they stepped onto the rainbow. The cranes and auspicious beasts clustered around them as they stood in front of the immortal's palace temple. They turned, and from their vantage point they could look out to see the Milky Way Sea, and look down to see the hundreds of thousands of cultivators down below, all of whom were cheering and shouting. The sound of it echoed out in all directions, shaking heaven and earth. The sound of it even managed to make its way all the way to the Milky Way Sea. By this point, the bonding ceremony could be considered half finished. The next part was the most critical part, the part where Pill Demon would begin to officiate. Pill Demon looked at Meng Hao and Su Qing, and then his voice boomed out. "It is my pleasure to announce." Down below, the crowds cheered wildly. However, before Pill Demon could finish, even as the crowds were cheering, Meng Hao's expression suddenly flickered. A sharp light appeared in his eyes as he looked out at the Milky Way Sea. Although it appeared to be normal, something had abruptly caused him to shake with fear. It was as if some shocking danger was lurking in the Milky Way Sea, as if an enormous gaping mouth full of teeth were approaching. In the same moment that Meng Hao looked out toward the Milky Way Sea, all of the Peak Dao-seeking experts felt similar trembling in their hearts. They, too, looked out toward the sea. Although everything looked normal, Meng Hao blinked his right eye 9 times and circulated the chi of a mortal shows the way. His view of the world blurred, and then grew clear. Now he was able to see 2 different worlds. The first world was the normal Milky Way Sea. In the second world, the sea was in a fury, waves surging and roaring. An enormous, shocking bridge formed from a resurrection lily could be seen. On top of the bridge were hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators, surging forward with towering murderous intent. Among the Northern Reaches cultivators was an enormous stone cauldron, supported on the backs of 10,000 cultivators. The cauldron seemed ancient, and its insides were filled with pitch-black dirt. Shockingly, a single stick of incense could be seen sticking up out of the soil. The incense stick was small, far smaller than the huge cauldron. D was easy to miss. However, the feeling it gave off was one of complete terror and evil. Even the peak Dao-seeking experts of the Northern Reaches seemed to fear it. The forces from the Northern Reaches drew closer and closer. As of this moment, they had almost reached the lands of the Southern Domain. Chapter 767. The Northern Reaches invades. Northern Reaches, thought Meng Hao, his pupils constricting. Currently, the other peak Dao-seeking experts were unable to see what Meng Hao was seeing, except for Pill Demon. His eyes began to shine with golden light, and his face fell. The cheers were still echoing out through the air as all the cultivators down below awaited Pill Demon's words of officiation and the final moments of the wedding ceremony. However, Meng Hao and Pill Demon's hearts froze up and, as of this moment, were sinking to the lowest depths. From the expression on Meng Hao's face, Su Qing could immediately sense that something was wrong. "What's wrong?" she asked, nervously gripping his hand. "The Northern Reaches are invading us," he said quietly, clasping her hand tightly. Although none of the cultivators below could hear what he said, the nearby peak Dao-seeking patriarchs' faces suddenly fell. "That's—" Pill Demon's eyes went wide as he looked at the enormous, shocking bridge that stretched out over the Milky Way Sea, as well as the enormous cauldron which drew nearer and nearer. Pill Demon's face flickered. Worried that panic would ensue, he kept his voice low as he said, "Meng Hao, look closely. Do you see that stone cauldron with no decorations, filled with pitch-black soil? Is there an incense stick sticking out of the soil?" Even as Pill Demon spoke, the cheering cultivators down below suddenly grew quiet. Expressions of confusion appeared on their faces, and soon, everyone began to realize that Pill Demon was looking at the Milky Way Sea. In response to Pill Demon's question, Meng Hao blinked his eye 9 more times. Instantly, his view of the Milky Way Sea zoomed in, and he confirmed that there was indeed an incense stick in the black soil that filled the enormous cauldron. "Yes," he said, nodding his head. Pill Demon's face went ashen, and his pupils constricted. He immediately flew up into the air and called out in a loud voice, "Southern Domain cultivators, all of you must immediately unleash the power of your cultivation bases and interfere with the flow of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Create a barrier immediately. Hurry. Patriarch Song, Apprentice Alchemist, and Meng Hao, come with me. Bring Patriarch Golden Frost and the Third Li Clan Patriarch. We must not under any circumstances allow that stone cauldron to touch the lands of the Southern Domain," roared Pill Demon as he shot toward the Milky Way Sea. "That is none other than Hellwither Nine Ruins incense, refined from the flesh and blood of a true immortal. It is the most malicious of curses. If it even touches the land, He curse will spread out to all cultivators born in the Southern Domain. Their fleshly bodies will wither, and their cultivation bases will decline. There is no cure or antidote, and it is impossible to flee, not even by leaving the Southern Domain. Anyone born in the Southern Domain will be cursed." Patriarch Song's face fell, and Sun Tao of the Violet Fate sect had a similar reaction. Without hesitation, they followed along at top speed. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with killing intent. Today was his grand wedding, the most important day in his life. Su Qing had less than 100 years of longevity, and all he wanted was to give her a magnificent wedding. Unfortunately, they had been interrupted halfway through. The arrival of the Northern Reaches cultivators was completely unforeseen. How could Meng Hao not be enraged? He looked at Su Qing, and although her heart was filled with concern, the only thing that could be seen on her face was a gentle expression. "The wedding ceremony isn't over yet," she said softly. "I'll be waiting here for you." Meng Hao nodded, then flew up into the air. His second true self materialized next to him, and Patriarch Golden Frost and the Third Li Clan Patriarch emerged from within the Immortal's palace. In the blink of an eye, they all transformed into beams of light that shot toward the Milky Way Sea. The spirit-severing cultivators who had formed the Dragon and Phoenix immediately appeared. The power of their cultivation bases surged out, causing the air to distort. Down below, the hundreds of thousands of other cultivators, still reeling in shock because of the sudden developments, also unleashed the power of their cultivation bases. It only took a moment for the air to distort and a violent windstorm to rise up. Meanwhile, the Northern Reaches cultivators on the Resurrection Lily Bridge over the Milky Way Sea realized that they had been discovered. With no further need to conceal their presence, rumbling filled the air, and the appearance of the Milky Way Sea instantly changed. It no longer looked sunny and calm. Instead, massive waves surged across its surface, as well as numerous corpses. Those corpses were none other than Milky Way Sea cultivators. Also fully visible was the ferocious-looking Resurrection Lily Bridge, as well as the million Northern Reaches cultivators, stretching out in formation like a huge dragon. "Within a month, the Southern Domain will be destroyed." A cold and ancient voice rang out. It was an old man within the Northern Reaches forces. He wore animal hide clothing, and a necklace of bone teeth was strung around his neck. He flew up into the air, followed by 3 shocking figures. Of those 3 people, 2 were old men, and 1 was a boy. The 2 old men looked exactly alike, except that one wore all black clothing and the other wore all white. Astonishingly, their cultivation bases were at the peak of Dao seeking. As for the boy, he held a cinnabar fruit in his hand which he would occasionally gnaw at. A red glow could be seen in his eyes, and he was surrounded by a thick, murderous air.
He was also at the peak of Dao seeking.
These 4 people were the patriarchs leading the first wave of the Northern Reaches army. A few days behind them was the second wave of hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators. The first wave was so close that they could see the mountains of the southern domain, as well as the 6 bright beams of light that were shooting through the air. At the same time, they also noticed the shocking windstorm created by the cultivation bases of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, which rose up into the sky, emitting shocking power. These southern domain cultivators are clever. They actually sensed us ahead of time and knew exactly when we would arrive. Not only did they know the time, they also knew the place and are in combat readiness. They've even combined the cultivation bases of several 100,000 cultivators into a windstorm. They hope to reduce the power of our sacred bomb. From their reaction, it seems they actually know about our plan. Thankfully, we're thoroughly prepared. It's too bad the sacred bomb is most effective when they are scattered. Of the 6 people approaching, 4 are at the peak of Dao seeking. 1 is early Dao seeking, and the 3rd, the red-robed youth, it seems he's only a second severing cultivator. Whatever, it doesn't matter. We'll stick to the plan and sacrifice our sacred bomb. The 4 Northern Reaches patriarchs exchanged glances, and then the old man with the bone-tooth necklace snorted coldly. He produced a red medicinal pill which was covered with bizarre magical symbols, which he immediately consumed. Then he stretched his hands out and lifted his head back to let out a wild roar. Dragonfish transformation. At the same time, his body instantly began to expand and grow scales. In the blink of an eye, he was dozens of meters tall and bulging with muscles. Shockingly, the bone teeth around his neck shot out to swirl around him in a spherical spell formation. Rumbling filled the air, along with a roar from within the spell formation. Suddenly, a huge black crocodile emerged, 300 meters long. The crocodile slapped its tail down, causing ripples to spread out. Immediately, the 10,000 cultivators bearing the huge stone cauldron flew forward and landed on the crocodile's back. The crocodile let out a roar, and its eyes began to glow red as it charged forward toward the southern domain. As for the several-meter-tall old man, his body emanated savage energy as he followed, acting as an escort to the crocodile. Behind him, the 2 old men, who looked identical except for the contrasting black and white clothing, both swished their sleeves. Shockingly, they began to emanate an incredible aura of death. Even more astonishing, 2 hopping vampires appeared behind them, also wearing contrasting black and white CL. Othing. 1. The 2 hopping vampires had long teeth and vicious expressions. They wore hats and moved in leaping motions along with the 2 old men as they escorted the stone cauldron. Last was the young boy. As he advanced, a giant emerged from the forces atop the Resurrection Lily Bridge. It wielded an enormous wolf-tooth club and roared as it shot forward, kicking up a huge wind. The boy flew up to stand on its shoulder. He had eaten almost half of the cinnabar fruit and held the other half in his hand, rubbing it occasionally. The crocodile in the lead position had bright red, glowing eyes. It roared as it advanced at top speed, transforming into what almost looked like a black lightning bolt. As it neared the southern domain, Pill Demon, Patriarch Song, and the apprentice alchemist Sun Tao rushed to meet it. There was no talking. As soon as they met, the fighting began. Sun Tao summoned a pill cauldron that emanated medicinal smoke. Within the smoke appeared countless warriors in golden armor that immediately blockaded the entire area. Patriarch Song gave a cold snort and performed an incantation gesture. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the area faded, and a copper coffin appeared, the precious treasure of the Song clan. As for Pill Demon, he shot directly toward the stone cauldron. The crocodile roared, as did the several-meter-tall old man next to him. Suddenly, the old man flickered and appeared directly in front of the crocodile, then punched out. "Piss off," he cried. The fist strike was backed by the power of his fleshly body. It shattered the air as it screamed toward Sun Tao's golden warriors. Immediately, the warriors began to wither and collapse into pieces. The old man was extraordinarily strong. Natural law swirled around him, making the entire area around him his own. He barreled forward, smashing through the barricade, followed by the crocodile. Meanwhile, the old men in the black and white clothes closed their eyes. Their bodies grew blurry, and astonishingly, they merged with the 2 hopping vampires behind them. The eyes of the hopping vampires suddenly began to glow with intelligence. As they leaped forward, their death aura rose up into the air, transforming into a vortex. Countless pale white arms then stretched out from within the vortex. One of the hopping vampires shot toward Patriarch Song, the other headed to block Pill Demon. The last to make a move were the boy and the mountain-like giant. The giant brandished its wolf-tooth club, and the boy pointed out, causing Sun Tao's face to fall. All of a sudden, a huge blister bulged out of the boy's forehead. It was bright red and looked exactly like a cinnabar fruit. A battle between peak Dao-seeking experts exploded out in the blink of an eye. Booms filled the air as Meng Hao approached, followed by his second true self and the left and right Dharma protectors. "Hauer," said Pill Demon urgently. "Block that stone cauldron. Don't let it touch the grow."
Und.
Having sized up the battle, Meng Hao's eyes flashed, and he shot like lightning toward the crocodile. The several-meter-tall old man in front of the crocodile had a fleshly body that could crush enemies like dried weeds. When he saw Meng Hao approaching, he completely ignored Meng Hao and focused on the three peak Dao-seeking cultivators next to him. "Screw OFFFFF," roared the old man, punching out into the air. Here is some info about hopping vampires. And here is a picture. Chapter 768, Hellwither 9 Ruins. The old man's punch gave rise to an enormous vortex, the center of which was black, like a black hole. A terrifying gravitational force exploded out, distorting the air as it shot toward Patriarch Golden Frost. Patriarch Golden Frost's expression was blank, but he had a peak Dao-seeking cultivation base. He waved his hand, causing mist to billow out, which then formed together into a mist sword that shot toward the vortex. The Third Li Clan Patriarch glided through the air, the glow of spell formations swirling beneath his feet. As he shot through the air, he left behind sealing marks that emanated powerful ripples. In the blink of an eye, he had circled completely around the old man and the crocodile, surrounding them with sealing spells. Meng Hao's second true self waved his right arm. His eyes glittered as the wooden time sword circled around him, and a river of time power swept out. He advanced, stepping through the air to appear right next to the crocodile, whereupon he reached his hand out toward the stone cauldron. As for Meng Hao, he slapped his bag of holding to produce the lightning cauldron, then cast a cold glance toward the old man in the animal skin garments, and waited for the right opportunity. The old man's face was vicious as he lifted his head up and roared. Again, he grew larger, and a mocking smile twisted the corners of his mouth. It was at this point that he actually self-detonated. This sudden and unexpected self-detonation of a peak Dao-seeking cultivator was something that nobody in the area could have predicted and prepared for. Such a gambit was something that was fundamentally inconceivable. And yet it happened. As his fleshly body exploded, roaring filled the air, and shocking ripples surged out in all directions. All the natural law in the area was disturbed, and everything was locked down, making teleportation impossible. Patriarch Golden Frost and the Third Li Clan Patriarch quickly fell back and used their full power to fight back against the power of the self-detonation. Meng Hao's second true self had no choice but to do the same and evade. As for the crocodile, it transformed into a black lightning bolt that shot forward at incredible speed toward the southern domain. In the blink of an eye, it was in midair, just about to slam into the ground. The stone cauldron on its back began to emanate black light. The black soil inside the cauldron began to squirm and writhe, and the NSE stick began to spontaneously combust. Smoke swirled up, and the faces of all the southern domain cultivators fell. Pill Demon, Patriarch Song, and Sun Tao of the Violet Fate sect all shot back toward it at high speed in an attempt to block it. The old men dressed in black and white laughed and flew forward in pursuit. As for the young boy who continuously stroked the cinnabar fruit, he also followed. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was above the southern domain, getting ready to attack. When Meng Hao saw the crocodile descending toward the ground, his hand shot up and he pointed forward. Immediately, invisible demonic chi formed together. It wrapped around the crocodile, which suddenly stopped in place. It struggled to free itself, but before it could, a golden vortex appeared around it. Blood Demon Grand Magic. The golden vortex spun round and round, causing chi and blood, as well as cultivation base, to be sucked out of the crocodile. At the same time, Meng Hao shot forward at top speed. It only took a moment for him to close in on the stone cauldron, and then reach his hand out in preparation to grab it. "Looking to die?" said the two old men in black and white. With cold snorts, they descended upon Meng Hao, although Patriarch Song and Sun Tao immediately moved to intervene. The boy who stood on the giant's shoulder laughed coldly, tossed the remaining half of the cinnabar fruit off to the side, then flew into the air to charge toward Meng Hao. At this point, the left and right Dharma protectors immediately approached with all the speed they could manage. A truly chaotic battle was unfolding. Meng Hao was almost on top of the crocodile and was just about to make contact with the cauldron when suddenly his eyes widened. A strange feeling arose within him, something he could sense only because of his status as a demon sealer. It felt as if some terrifying crises were just at hand. It wasn't just him who felt it. His second true self also had a similar feeling, which Meng Hao could sense through their connection. It was at this point that a withered hand suddenly burst out from the soil inside the stone cauldron. The hand was clenched into a fist, which punched out toward Meng Hao's grasping hand. An ancient voice echoed out from within the stone cauldron. "Measly spirit-severing cultivator. Screw off." A huge boom exploded out. Meng Hao could sense an incredible power rushing toward him like floodwaters. Cracking sounds immediately sounded out from his body. If he didn't have a Dao-seeking fleshly body, this punch would have severely injured him. However, his eternal stratum immediately went to work healing him. Not only did he not fall back, his eyes began to radiate a murderous air. His right hand reached out and grabbed the withered fist, then wrenched at it violently. The soil in the stone cauldron exploded out as an old man wearing animal hide garments was jerked out by Meng Hao. When he appeared, the crocodile's body began to wither even faster. Part of its life force and cultivation base was being absorbed by Meng Hao, but the majority was being sucked up by the old man. As he absorbed the power, he rapidly returned to his previous several-meter-tall appearance. He wasn't dead after all. What had self-detonated was not his true self, but a clone. "Dao's spirit pill!" exclaimed Pill Demon, his eyes widening. Dao's spirit pills were rare in the lands of South Heaven. It was a type of ancient medicinal pill, few of which existed. When a Dao spirit pill fused into a cultivator's aura, it produced an incarnation which could not exist for a very long time, perhaps enough time for an incense stick to burn. The self-detonation had been caused by none other than the Dao spirit pill incarnation. As soon as the old man in animal skin clothing was wrenched out of the soil by Meng Hao, a look of shocked surprise could be seen in his eyes. However, the expression quickly turned into one of ferocity as he punched out with his left hand. Meng Hao's eyes glittered with coldness as he also punched out. A huge boom could be heard, and blood oozed out of the corners of Meng Hao's mouth. He shot backward through midair and then exploded. However, even as the blood and gore began to shoot out, they pulled back together to reform his body. The old man in animal skin clothing laughed loudly and said, "I am the high priest of the Imperial Bloodline clan of the Northern Reaches. Fellow Taoists from the Southern Domain, you might be fast, but are you fast enough to stop this?" He reached out and grabbed the stone cauldron, hauled it up into the air, and then threw it toward the ground. The stone cauldron moved with incredible speed. In only a moment, it was less than 1,000 meters from the ground. Patriarch Song, Sun Tao, and the left and right Dharma protectors pursued as fast as they could. They wanted to teleport, but the self-detonation of the old man's clone had sent the area into chaos, making teleportation impossible. That was his plan all along, and it was working perfectly. The two men wearing black and white, as well as the young boy, did everything in their power to prevent the stone cauldron from being blocked. All they needed to do was delay for a few moments. Considering their opponents were of the same stage as them, that was no difficult task. When Meng Hao's body finished forming back together, his were eyes calm. His second true self neared, and they both flew out together. As the second true self unleashed a river of time power, Meng Hao produced the lightning cauldron and then pushed down on it, simultaneously looking at a boulder down on the ground. A boom rattled out from the lightning cauldron and lightning crackled, causing everyone to look over. However, the instant in which they caught sight of Meng Hao, he vanished. In his place was an enormous boulder. At the same time, Meng Hao appeared in the previous location of the boulder, down on the ground. He then shot up into the air and grabbed hold of the stone cauldron. Impossible. The old man in animal skin clothing stared in disbelief. It wasn't just him. The old men in black and white clothing, as well as the young boy, all stared with wide eyes. They almost couldn't believe that a spirit-severing cultivator would be able to do something like this. Furthermore, the smoke from the incense stick swirled out and entered into Meng Hao's body to wither it. However, his eternal stratum completely suppressed that power. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with determination. He could not allow the thing to continue to burn, so he reached out with his right hand to extinguish it. However, even as he grabbed the burning head of the stick between his fingers and squeezed, an incredible power radiated out. Once the incense stick was ignited, it could not be put out. "Fine, I don't need to put it out," thought Meng Hao, his eyes radiating coldness. With that, he produced the lightning cauldron and then looked around. A moment later, his eyes came to rest on the crowds of Northern Reaches cultivators still above the Milky Way Sea. "No," howled the Northern Reaches experts, turning to shoot toward Meng Hao. They were a bit too slow. The lightning cauldron rumbled and lightning flashed. Meng Hao's body vanished, to be replaced by a confused-looking Northern Reaches cultivator. As for Meng Hao, he was now above the Milky Way Sea, in the middle of the crowds of Northern Reaches cultivators. He immediately tossed the stone cauldron down toward the cultivators on the bridge. His incredible speed made it impossible to obstruct his way. Rumbling sounded out as the cauldron descended and then exploded. Utilizing the force of the detonation, the incense stick burned all the way to the end, releasing boundless strands of gray smoke. The smoke seemed to be sentient, and hungry for flesh and blood. It immediately began to search for nearby bodies, then started boring into the hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators. Some of them even bored into the Resurrection Lily, causing some sections of the bridge to turn gray. Miserable shrieks could be heard as the horrified northern desert cultivators found smoke burrowing into them and withering their bodies before they could even step foot into the southern domain. Meng Hao heaved a sigh of relief, but the sense of danger he felt did not dissipate. Instead, it grew stronger to the point where his scalp was numb. What's going on? He thought, shooting up into the air as gray smoke swirled toward him. Suddenly, Meng Hao caught sight of something far off in the distance. It was a half-eaten cinnabar fruit, falling towards the ground. When he saw it, his eyes went wide. It was almost impossible to tell, but the cinnabar fruit was burning. If you looked closely, you could tell that hidden almost undetectably inside of the cinnabar fruit was an incense stick. Pill Demon also could sense that something wasn't quite right. The incense smoke that he saw was just like the Hellwither Nine Ruins incense that he remembered, but he still had the feeling that they had overlooked something. His face flickered as he looked around and then suddenly saw the cinnabar fruit that the Northern Reaches boy had casually tossed away. Not good. The cinnabar fruit itself didn't seem to be anything extraordinary. The only noteworthy thing about it was that it had been bitten in half. It hadn't fallen at a high speed, and because of that it had been difficult to detect. By the time it was discovered, it had already landed on the ground. A rumbling sound could be heard as the cinnabar fruit shattered into pieces. Hidden inside it was half of an incense stick, much smaller than the incense stick in the stone cauldron. However, it was burning, and as soon as it touched the ground turned gray. Then, the grayness spread out rapidly. There was no way to stop it. Meng Hao's face fell. Chapter 769. The Power of the Curse. Hellwither Nine Ruins was refined from the blood, flesh, and fat of a true immortal. By congealing the deep rancor felt by a true immortal in the moments before death, a powerful curse was formed. As long as it didn't touch any land, its power was ordinary. However, once it touched the land, the power of the curse would be unleashed on all living things that were born in that land. It only had one fatal flaw, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say a weakness. While it was true that it used the refined rancor of a true immortal's flesh and blood to curse the land, the curse couldn't be sustained for very long. At the most, it would last for 3 months before the land naturally purified itself. Unfortunately, 3 months was enough time for all of the cultivators in the southern domain to be completely withered up and weakened to the point of death. For those who didn't die, their cultivation bases would be significantly reduced. The best way to use it was to enact the curse the moment the army arrived. Then, the Northern Reaches army could slaughter their way in like a thunderbolt and quickly eliminate the foundation of the southern domain. The Northern Reaches placed significant importance on the war with the southern domain. Because of that, the Imperial Bloodline clan had spared nothing, not even the final remnants of its Hellwither Nine Ruins incense, of which there was not one piece, but 2. One of the incense sticks had been used in an overt attack, the other in a sneak attack. That way, they hoped to ensure that at least one of the incense sticks touched the ground of the southern domain. The Northern Reaches only had 2 chances, and both of those chances were due to the bizarre treasures of the Imperial Bloodline clan. The Imperial Bloodline clan could actually trace its origins back to the southern domain. However, long ago, they were suppressed by Lord Ji when he unified the 4 Eat planets and became the Lord of the Ninth Mountain. As for the Imperial Bloodline sect of the Northern Reaches, they were actually a branch of the Imperial Bloodline clan, with the same bloodline. The only difference was that, instead of following the Imperial Bloodline's internal family hierarchy, its structure was set up in the form of a sect. Furthermore, they had sent out a big announcement to attract outsiders to join, and thus increase their overall power. Under normal circumstances, the Northern Reaches would not dare to use such a bizarre treasure right under the noses of the Ji clan in the Eastern Lands, not even with the southern domain in chaos. But now, the true immortality destiny had appeared. During this period of time, whoever came out on top in the struggle for the immortality destiny would be able to achieve true immortal ascension. Using a special technique, the Imperial Bloodline clan was able to determine that the source of the immortality destiny was in the southern domain. That was why they attacked with such madness. By occupying the southern domain, they could control the source of the immortality destiny. Currently, miserable shrieks could be heard coming from the crowds on the Resurrection Lily Bridge. The first wave of hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators screamed as their bodies were withered and their cultivation bases dropped. They were sustaining significant losses before they even stepped foot into the southern domain. That caused the 4 peak Dao-seeking leaders that had come with this first wave to go mad. Their hatred for Meng Hao instantly exploded to monstrous heights. However, the lands of the southern domain were still in imminent danger. In the blink of an eye, the grayness of the Hellwither Nine Ruins incense spread out rapidly, and it wouldn't take long for it to cover the entire southern domain. It was a deep gray, almost black. Plants and vegetation withered and died as far as the eye could see. Wild animals screamed miserably and tried to flee, but rapidly weakened and then fell to the ground, trembling, eyes filled with despair. Up in midair, Patriarch Song's face went pale white. Even though he was floating above the ground, his body instantly began to emanate black smoke. The same thing happened to Sun Tao, the Third Li Clan Patriarch, and Patriarch Golden Frost. Black smoke curled up as their flesh and blood began to rot. It was the same with Pill Demon. Hellwither Nine Ruins incense, said Pill Demon with a bitter chuckle. The northern reaches want to cut off our southern domain cultivators' foundation. This curse, even if we flee the southern domain at top speed, it won't do any good. Anyone born in these lands will be incapable of fleeing. This curse is so potent. Even as he spoke, black smoke rose up from his body in wisps, and the grayness spread further. If only we could stop the curse from spreading, but how? It was in this moment that Pill Demon, his face twisted with sorrow, looked over at Meng Hao, who was trembling with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Pill Demon gaped. How are you? You're not affected by the curse. Meng Hao's body wasn't emanating any black smoke at all. Earlier, before the Hellwither Nine Ruins incense touched the ground, it had affected him. But now that the southern domain had been cursed, only people who were born there would be affected. However, Meng Hao didn't seem to be affected at all. As for his second true self, it had been created using his own fleshly body, so it was the same. Meng Hao didn't have time to think about why the curse wasn't affecting him. His eyes were shot with blood as he flew down toward the ground. He could see that there was nothing he could do to stop the rapid spread of the curse. He could also see that the grayness of the curse had already reached the location of the wedding ceremony. Everything was turning gray. At the site of the wedding, hundreds of thousands of cultivators were combining their cultivation-based power to form a windstorm in a desperate attempt to fight back. The purifying effect of the windstorm was somewhat effective in reducing the power of the curse, but could not completely block it. Black smoke was already starting to roil up in shocking fashion. By now, the four northern reaches peak Dao-seeking experts had noticed that Meng Hao was wearing garments that cultivators normally wouldn't wear. They also saw the wedding decorations off in the distance. Finally, they understood. Don't tell me that the southern domain cultivators were actually gathered here to attend this guy's wedding, said the old man in the animal skins. His eyes flashed with a bright light. The two men who looked like animated corpses smiled ruthlessly. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators gathered for a cultivator bonding ceremony, said one of them. It's destined to be soaked with the color of blood. Ha ha, laughed the young boy. A wonderful red wedding.
1.
It's too bad they're all gathered together, though. If they were scattered out across the land, the Hellwither Nine Ruins could spread out with even greater impact. Now, it seems it will be a bit weaker. Meng Hao shot at top speed back toward the site of the wedding. He immediately burst through the windstorm to appear above the island in the lake. Su Qing, Chu Yuyan, everyone was all sitting cross-legged, pouring the power of their cultivation bases into the windstorm to fight back against the curse. Su Qing's body was trembling especially hard. Because of her unique situation, the curse affected her even more severely than the others. As soon as Meng Hao saw Su Qing, his eyes filled with resolve. He stretched out his right hand and slammed it hard onto the surface of the ground. Immediately, the fourth level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic spun into motion. Instead of absorbing blood or cultivation bases, he would use the Blood Demon Grand Magic Vortex to try to absorb the curse power of the Hellwither Nine Ruins. Meng Hao wasn't sure if it would work, but he could think of no other options. The northern reaches had invaded on the day of his wedding. A joyous occasion had become lifeless. This was something he could not accept. His heart quivered, and he was on the verge of insanity. The Blood Demon Grand Magic spun rapidly, a golden vortex that encompassed him, the island, and the entire lake. It rotated rapidly, causing the lake water to also spin around. However, although it seemed as if the Hellwither curse was being affected at first, it suddenly seemed to completely ignore Meng Hao. Get over here, he roared. He ripped open a huge gash in his right palm, sending bright red blood splashing down onto the ground. At the same time that the blood entered the soil, the Blood Demon Grand Magic reached the pinnacle of its speed. Finally, the Hellwither curse was affected and started to near him. However, it was going far too slow. Second true self, he cried. His second true self shot down from up above and landed behind him. He sat down cross-legged, then stretched his right hand out and placed it on the middle of Meng Hao's back. By combining his own power with that of his second true self, Meng Hao was able to push the fourth level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic even faster. It was like flinging a drop of water into a hot frying pan. The water in the lake boiled, with Meng Hao at the center. The Hellwither curse power that filled the land immediately began to surge toward Meng Hao. It followed his blood and flesh to his palm, where it entered his body. He instantly began to tremble, and his hair turned white. His body also started to wither as vast amounts of curse power gathered together within him. He was forcing the curse to fuse into him. The Eternal Stratum immediately surged into action as he used his own body to attempt to purify the land of the Hellwither curse. Any other person would be incapable of doing this. Meng Hao only had such a chance because he had the Eternal Stratum. Rumbling surrounded him as the Eternal Stratum restored his body. As soon as it happened, though, more curse power began to wither him away. It was a vicious cycle. In the short space of a few breaths of time, the Eternal Stratum restored his body countless times. Everything rumbled as the grayness in the area began to change. From up above in the sky, it was obvious that Meng Hao was like a black hole into which the grayness of the curse power was being sucked, cleansing the land. The four Peak Dao-seeking experts from the northern reaches were completely shocked. Who is he? That Peak Dao-seeking cultivator is his clone. He was clearly not affected by the curse. He wasn't born in the lands of South Heaven too, but his physical body is actually so powerful that he can affect the Hellwither curse by himself. In all their years of cultivation, they had never encountered a cultivator as fearsome as
this.
Inhuman. In their shock, they flew forward in an attempt to stop Meng Hao. However, how could Patriarch Song and Pale Demon possibly let them do as they pleased? After all, they had now seen a ray of hope. Along with Sun Tao, Patriarch Golden Frost, and the Third Li Clan Patriarch, they flew forward, using their full strength to block the way. Booms echoed out, and the four Northern Reaches cultivators howled. However, they could do nothing to break through and had no way to interfere with Meng Hao. Meng Hao's body trembled visibly as it was continuously withered away and then restored. The severity of the pain was enough to cause all but the most strong-willed person to pass out. He gritted his teeth and continued on doggedly. However, then he looked over and saw Su Qing sitting there, shivering even more violently than before. Too slow. I need to go faster. He pushed his left hand down onto the ground. Curse power surged madly toward his two hands, furiously pouring into his body. The grayness of the land was gradually fading away. Yes, this is the same term used to describe the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones, at least in the TV show. It literally means blood-colored wedding, but considering it appears to be a direct reference to the Red Wedding, I think this is the best way to translate it. Incidentally, Game of Thrones is also popular in China. Some people download it, others watch the subtitled, edited version which is available to view streaming online. That version is mostly edited for sex, not violence. 2. Questions have been directed to me in the comment section, on Reddit, and via email, so I'm adding this footnote. The original Chinese says South Heaven in this part. It is not a typo. Chapter 770. That laughter. The ground quaked, and the gray color had faded by 10%. Up in midair, the four Northern Reaches Dao-seeking experts were in the midst of magical combat with Patriarch Song and the others. When they saw the color changing down below, they were astonished. 10%. Damn it. How could he be so inhuman? He used his own body as the vessel to absorb 10% of the curse power. Meng Hao trembled as the curse power filled him. His flesh and blood constantly withered, and his Eternal Stratum continuously restored him. Within a brief span, this cycle had already been repeated innumerable times. It was an even more brutal sight than what had occurred when Meng Hao stood outside the Blood Demon Sect's shield while fighting the four allied powers. Blood oozed constantly out of the sides of his mouth, and even his eyes leaked black, viscous blood. His face was as pale as a corpse, and yet his hands remained planted firmly on the ground. The Blood Demon Grand Magic spun rapidly as it sucked the curse power from the ground. His second true self was also trembling as he used all the strength he could muster to raise the gravitational force of Meng Hao's Blood Demon Grand Magic to a shocking level. The entire island was surrounded by a gray whirlwind, which emitted shocking rumbling sounds as it rotated, covering the entire lake and spreading out into surrounding areas. The endless curse power that had spread off into the distance was gradually sucked into the Blood Demon Grand Magic, and then into Meng Hao's body. The intensity of the pain that stabbed through him was impossible to describe. The cycle of withering and recovery seemed like the most vicious and painful torture imaginable. Soon, Meng Hao's hair couldn't be restored and was no longer black. Instead, it was gray and turning whiter by the moment. Have to go even faster, thought Meng Hao. He gritted his teeth and then spat up a huge mouthful of blood. His body swayed back and forth, but his 10 fingers were firmly planted on the ground as he sucked in curse power at an incredible speed. 20%. 30%. The color of the curse was changing throughout the entire southern domain. In a short moment, Meng Hao seemed to have been reincarnated 100 times. It was almost like his body didn't belong to him anymore. Only his will remained as steadfast as ever. Up in the sky, the four Dao-seeking experts from the northern reaches were completely astonished and couldn't help but gasp. They could scarcely believe what they were seeing. The fact that someone could do this, could use their own body to resist the Hellwither Nine Ruins curse and even absorb it, was beyond their imaginations. In fact, had any one of them been in that position, it would have been impossible for them to do the same. From their perspective, Meng Hao was taking a huge, suicidal risk. Crazy. That guy's crazy. How could he not be crazy? Today is his wedding day, and now it's turned into a funeral. He'll die for sure. There's no way his body can take it. He'll turn into a pool of blood that will be an even more noxious curse. He's dead. As for the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who had come to participate in the wedding celebration, their bodies were still slowly withering. Although Meng Hao was frenziedly attempting to absorb the curse, as long as the curse was still there, everyone would still be under its effects. One face after another grew pale and aged. At the same time, Su Qing was trembling. She looked like a flower that would completely wilt at any moment. Meng Hao's heart was filled with a grief and indignation that was like a pent-up breath of frustration which could not be exhaled. It surged through his body, and his eyes turned red. Within his mind, a single thought revolved. He had to do everything he could to absorb the entire curse. However, it was apparent that ability of his body to recover from the curse was slowly lessening. In fact, his skin was already beginning to shrivel and parch. His eternal stratum, even were it stronger than it already was, would be incapable of infinite recovery. There really isn't anything truly eternal in this world, Meng Hao thought as blood flowed out from his mouth. He knew this, and knew that his eternal stratum would be incapable of sustaining him in perpetuity. However, as before, he chose to continue to absorb the curse. The color faded even more. 40%. Not much time had passed, and he had already absorbed 40% of the Hellwither Nine Ruins curse. As a result, he was filled with unspeakable pain. His teeth were loosening in his jaw, and his skin was growing old. His bones were softening, and blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. And yet to Meng Hao none of that mattered. He looked over at Su Qing and took a deep breath. There was a vast amount of curse power built up in him already, to the point that the eternal stratum couldn't dispel it. His vital organs were now beginning to wither and rot. At this point, Su Qing's eyelashes fluttered and she opened her eyes. She looked at Meng Hao and didn't have the energy to speak. However, anxiety, deep concern, and anguish could be seen in her eyes. It was an expression that broke Meng Hao's heart. The wedding ceremony had only been half completed. Now everything was gray and the color of blood. It should have been the happiest day of his life, but now it was turning into a tragedy. Meng Hao laughed. He lifted his head up to the sky and laughed. That laughter sounded maniacal, enraged, filled with intense discontent. Rumbling sounds could be heard from beneath his palms. His body was already nearly completely withered by the curse, and yet he continued to absorb it. The ground changed color again. 50%. Boundless curse power rumbled toward him. Meng Hao was a black hole at the center of the windstorm, absorbing everything. Blood poured out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His skin was tearing, and he was now sitting in the middle of a pool of blood. The accumulation of curse power within him was reaching a peak. The Hellwither Nine Ruins curse contained incredible powers of withering. It withered the land, and also caused the cultivation bases of all the cultivators born in that land to wither. Now, that power was building up inside of Meng Hao. The eternal stratum could not wipe it away, causing Meng Hao to tremble violently. It was at this point that Meng Hao suddenly made unexpected progress. After all, he cultivated the Withering Flame Demon Magic True Self Dao. Within those 7 characters was the Withering character. As of this moment, he gained complete enlightenment of Withering. With the complete understanding of the Withering character, Meng Hao's body rumbled, and the curse power within him began to shrink. It condensed into his blood vessels, his soul, his flesh, and transformed into a Withering character divine ability. At that moment, Meng Hao sucked in a deep breath as the Withering character incantation combined with the blood immortal divine ability. In combination with the frenzied assistance of the second D True Self, massive rumbling sounds filled the air. 60%. The color of the curse throughout all the southern domain changed once again. Everything shook, and the 4 northern reaches peak Dao-seeking experts up above were further shocked. His body is actually at Dao-seeking. There's something strange about the technique he cultivates. This guy's body can constantly regenerate. He can actually absorb the withering power of the curse. The 4 men only continued to be more and more astonished. In fact, even Patriarch Song and the others could hardly believe what they were seeing. The only one who wasn't surprised was Pill Demon. He looked sadly at Meng Hao, as well as the lands below. He was Meng Hao's master, and he knew why Meng Hao was risking everything. Today was his wedding day, and his wife was on the same island he was. Unless he absorbs 100%, the effects can't be completely reversed, murmured Pill Demon. When Meng Hao absorbed 60% of the curse, the withering effect on the surrounding hundreds of thousands of cultivators was visibly reduced. Although they were still trembling, the effects of the curse seemed to have eased up a bit. When they opened their eyes, what they saw was Meng Hao, coughing up blood, his body slowly dissolving. 60% was not enough. Meng Hao produced the lightning cauldron and attempted to pour the curse power into it, but it didn't work. The lightning cauldron and the curse were two completely different things. He thought about using the wooden time swords to afflict the curse with the passage of time, but doing that would also affect the curse power in the bodies of the Southern Domain cultivators. Once the time power activated, it might end things, but it would also cause the destructive power of the curse to be inflicted faster. He thought of many other options, but none could resolve the problem. The only thing left to do was to continue to absorb the curse power. He once again sent the Withering Character incantation into operation. Once again the land rumbled, and the color changed. 70%. The Withering Character incantation was reaching its limit. With 70% of the curse power absorbed, even it was incapable of absorbing more. Meng Hao had truly reached his limit. His eternal stratum was on the verge of fading away. His body couldn't handle any more withering from the curse.
He was ancient now.
Tears rolled down Su Qing's face. The four-peak Dao-seeking cultivators from the northern reaches had already been completely shaken by Meng Hao. However, now they could see that he had reached his limit, and they heaved sighs of relief. It's over. He's reached his limit. He can't absorb any more. He absorbed 70% of the curse power, and yet didn't die. The power of withering even seems to exist within him. As far as I can tell, this guy is the #1 figure in the entire Southern Dom. To destroy the Southern Domain, we must first destroy him. Damnation. There's only 30% of the curse power remaining. Back on the island, Meng Hao saw the tears on Su Qing's face, and it seemed as if the entire world went completely silent. He looked at her, and his life force ignited. His cultivation base exploded with power. The mark on his hand that had appeared in the past appeared once again. He raised his head up and laughed. It was a shrill laughter that echoed out. Meng Hao was burning everything he had in one mad, desperate attempt to absorb more curse power. No! Su Qing cried weakly, trembling. The moment she cried out was the same moment that Meng Hao made his final, crazed attempt. The ground trembled, and the color changed again, growing more faded. 80%. After 80% of the curse power entered his body, Meng Hao attempted to absorb all the way to 90. But then, his body trembled, and he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. Some sort of massive power pushed back against his palms, and he was sent tumbling backward. Blood sprayed out. He was now incapable of absorbing any more curse power. Impossible, thought the 4 Northern Reaches Peak Dao-seeking experts. Without Meng Hao to absorb it, the remaining 20% of the curse power suddenly exploded out to inundate the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Their cultivation bases surged with all the power they could summon as they fought back. The result was, the curse power was reduced by another 10%. As of now, 90% of the curse power had been wiped away. Only 10% was left behind. That 10% seemed to erupt with unprecedented power. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators all coughed up blood. However, there was an intense, murderous look in the eyes of each and every one. To these cultivators, the remaining 10% of the curse power was no catastrophe. It was something they could bear. Furthermore, there was little weakening to their cultivation bases. One by one, they stood up, and in their eyes was monstrous killing intent. In that moment, wild colors flashed in the sky, and the clouds churned. The 4 Peak Dao-seeking experts from the northern reaches felt their scalps going numb. They were completely shaken. It was only Su Qing, still clothed in her red wedding dress, who coughed up blood and continued to grow weaker. Because of her body's unique situation, even the 10% of the curse power that remained could be fatal to her. She suddenly began to topple over. Meng Hao, around whom swirled black wisps of death aura, immediately lurched forward and caught her in his arms. Filled with grief and rage, he carried her off into the distance, far from the raging war that was about to erupt. He had saved the entire Southern Domain, but couldn't save his wife. In his insanity, Meng Hao began to laugh with grief. Laughter that sounded like weeping echoed out across the lands. Chapter 771. Let me rest a bit. An incredible silence suddenly filled the entire battlefield. After that, killing intent exploded up into the heavens. Kill them. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators charged madly toward the Milky Way Sea, towards the hundreds of thousands of withering northern reaches cultivators. The war had begun. Meng Hao left. And yet, not a single Southern Domain cultivator felt even the slightest bit upset because of that. They had attended Meng Hao and Su Qing's wedding, as well as the invasion of the northern reaches. They had also experienced the Hellwither Nine Ruins curse. The only thing they felt regarding Meng Hao was sorrow, as well as hope that he would eventually have the strength to continue on. A huge massacre unfolded on the border of the Southern Domain. Meng Hao held Su Qing. Both were still wearing their red wedding garments. He held her in his arms, and she leaned up against his chest. A dark aura surrounded Meng Hao, and his body was incredibly withered. Tears filled his eyes, and his heart was torn to pieces. He felt as if he was being continuously stabbed with countless sharp blades. A black aura also appeared on the withered Su Qing. She had already died once, and although her body had been restored, it was only meant to survive for 100 years. The remaining 10% power of the curse might not affect others very much, but to Su Qing, well, it was something her body couldn't handle. The remaining 10% of the curse power was like exponential time power. Within only a few days, she would live out an entire lifetime. Su Qing suddenly forced her eyes open to look at her husband as he held her. He was the most dear and important person in her entire life. Her voice weak, she said, "I want to go back to the valley." She didn't want Meng Hao to be unhappy, nor did she want to see him hurt even the smallest bit. She wanted to be happy with him forever, with no pain and no sadness. "No matter what, as long as you are safe and sound, then I'm content." "All right, let's go back," said Meng Hao with a nod. His heart trembled as he looked at her. He didn't want his grief to affect her, so a warm smile appeared on his face. Except, it was a smile that was filled with silent tears. "You did the right thing," she murmured. "They came to attend our wedding, and we shouldn't let the guests be harmed. We owe them now. In the future, if I'm not here, make sure to pay everyone back." With that, she sunk into his chest exhaustedly and closed her eyes. When she closed her eyes, Meng Hao stopped in place. After sensing that she was simply unconscious, he felt that he could finally unleash his grief. He looked up into the sky, and tears began to pour out. He didn't want to alarm Su Qing, so he held her very gently as they proceeded off into the distance. They passed over mountains and lands until they reached the Blood Demon sect, Blood Prince Gorge, and their log cabin. He went to seek advice from Patriarch Blood Demon, but the Immortal's cave was sealed with a blood-colored shield, preventing him from entering. Patriarch Blood Demon was asleep and incapable of awakening. Back in the valley, Meng Hao held Su Qing, and his heart ached. Straightening her hair, he softly said, "We agreed to spend 100 years together. After that you would be reincarnated, and I would go find you." Su Qing opened her eyes and smiled at him. What she didn't see was that when he stroked his hand through her hair, it was filled with withered strands of hair that had fallen out. Meng Hao saw, and he trembled. He quickly clenched his fingers, causing the hairs to vanish. Su Qing's face was pale. Her hair, like her life, was withering away. Her face was also slowly changing. She was no longer young and beautiful. Wrinkles were spreading out across her face. The flow of time affected her body in a way that made it seem as if many years had elapsed. As Meng Hao watched her pretty features growing older, he felt as if he didn't have a heart anymore. All he had was a feeling of emptiness, as if a painful black hole existed within his chest. Su Qing looked at the night sky and the twinkling stars. Her voice soft, she murmured, "I wish we could go back in time to the Reliance sect. I could be your elder sister in the sect, and you could be my junior brother. I would take you to meet my family. I remember that before I was taken to the sect, I had a younger brother. I wish I could be with you forever." She was growing weaker. She closed her eyes and slept. Meng Hao could tell that Su Qing's life force was reaching its end. Her fleshly body was withered, and it seemed as if it might vanish at any moment. She had no energy left, like a candle in the wind. Su Qing was aging. She no longer appeared to be in her 20s, but rather middle-aged. However, to Meng Hao, she would eternally be that beautiful young woman to whom he had once given a cosmetic cultivation pill. "I won't let you wither away," he said softly. "We agreed to spend 100 years together, and we will." Eyes filling with a flame of unprecedented decisiveness, he reached down to stroke her cheek. After a long moment, he closed his eyes briefly, then reopened them and extended his right index finger. From the look of it, it was now the only part of his body that hadn't been affected by the withering. That was because it contained what little remained of his eternal stratum. He carefully sliced a cut into his finger and slowly squeezed out a few drops of blood onto Su Qing's lips, blood which contained his eternal stratum. Her lips turned the color of blood, and it almost seemed they were the only part of her body that had any color. It formed a stark contrast to her ashen skin. As the blood seeped into her mouth, her face suddenly wasn't old anymore. Meng Hao, on the other hand, trembled, and his body withered up a bit more. His eternal stratum was now weakened, but in his heart he felt hope. However, after 3 days passed, Meng Hao realized that his eternal stratum could not prevent Su Qing from withering. Finally, he started laughing bitterly. Su Qing's hair was now mostly white, and her face looked middle-aged. She was skinny, and no longer beautiful like she used to be. However, the warmth in her eyes and the curve of her smile were things that Meng Hao would never forget. Finally, she smiled and prevented Meng Hao from using any more of his eternal stratum blood. It hurt her heart to see him doing such a thing, even more so than the thought of her imminent death. "Just stay with me," she said. Until the end. Take me to be reincarnated. That's good enough. We agreed to a whole lifetime. So, it's just like, I'm going to sleep for a bit. When I wake up, I'll see you there. Right? Absolutely, said Meng Hao, his voice quavering. Days passed, and Su Qing grew older. The time she remained awake every day lessened. Most of the time she slept. Meng Hao stayed by her side, and didn't take even half a step outside of the valley. He held her the entire time, held her in a way that said he never wanted to let her go. As for his own body, as the days passed, the eternal stratum gradually awoke and began to restore him. Even as the curse power was slowly expelled from within, Su Qing continued to grow weaker. Meng Hao tried every method possible to reverse the fading of Su Qing's life force, all to no avail. He hated that his cultivation base wasn't high enough, and even more so, he hated the cruelty of the Northern Reaches curse. His heart was already devilish, but he had been suppressing it, almost as if with shackles. But now the shackles began to loosen. He could do nothing but watch over Su Qing. He watched as her hair turned white, and her youth disappeared. She went from being middle-aged to being elderly. Although he could have changed her out of the red wedding dress, he didn't, and she still wore it. At one point she forced her eyes open to look at him, but they were cloudy, and she couldn't see him clearly. Chu Yuyan is a good girl, she murmured. I told her that I can only stay with you for 100 years, and that she should help me take care of you. Song Jia isn't bad either. Meng Hao didn't say anything. He looked at her, his eyes filled with grief as he slowly caressed her wrinkled face. What he saw was her former beautiful face that had changed in only a few days as he held her. By now, the devil in Meng Hao's heart was unshackled and awakening. In those few days that passed, great changes occurred outside in the southern domain. In the battle on the shore of the Milky Way Sea, the hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators all died. The Milky Way Sea was stained red with blood. Then the second wave of the Northern Reaches forces arrived. The hundreds of thousands of Southern Domain cultivators began to retreat. The battlefield grew from the bow. Rider of the Southern Domain, to engulf fully half of the entire continent. Fierce fighting raged every day. Among the hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators were 7 Dao-seeking experts, which made it virtually impossible for the Southern Domain to hold their ground. They were constantly forced into retreat. All of the Southern Domain's cultivators were mobilized. It didn't matter the sect or clan. Everyone was called into action for this war of life or death. It was without a doubt a fight to the death. The Northern Reaches invasion was not one in which surrender was sought. They wanted the complete annihilation of the Southern Domain Cultivators Foundation. Furthermore, because of the casualties suffered by the initial wave of attackers, the Northern Reaches cultivators harbored an even more intense and deep-seated hatred for the Southern Domain than they had in the beginning. No one would rest until the other side was dead. Sects were laid to waste, and one clan after another was left in ruins. Eventually, the war focused on 6 different fronts. It was as if 6 mighty arrows had been shot from the Northern Reaches directly into the Southern Domain. The 3rd and 4th fronts eventually overlapped, and became the location of the largest concentration of cultivators. Hundreds of thousands of Southern Domain cultivators were there, as was the main force of the Northern Reaches army. The carnage was never-ending, and the Southern Domain was in a state of constant retreat. Severe casualties were inflicted every day, and bloody paths strewn with corpses stretched across the land. Several days later, over half of the hundreds of thousands of Southern Domain cultivators in the 3rd and 4th fronts were dead. The remaining 200,000 were now falling back to the Blood Demon sect. A final line of defense was being set up outside the Blood Demon sect to resist the Northern Reaches' murderous assault. Rumbling filled the battlefield, along with miserable screams and the sound of fierce combat. The colorful lights of divine abilities filled the air, and the ground quaked. The Northern Reaches had come with giants the size of mountains, who wielded enormous wolf-tooth clubs. They charged onto the battlefield in the vanguard, and even when their bodies had been covered with bloody wounds, they continued their awful massacre. Then there were the countless wild beasts and innumerable evil spirits that accompanied the hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators. They were a powerful force of destruction that crushed everything in their path. Chapter 772. No regret regarding the Grand Wedding. The chaotic sounds of battle drifted into the Blood Demon sect. All the remaining Blood Demon sect disciples were outside, alongside the other Southern Domain cultivators, defending against the advancing Northern Reaches army. The Southern Domain cultivators had no choice but to fall back to the Blood Demon sect. As the Northern Reaches army advanced, this location had become something of a holy land for the Southern Domain. The Blood Demon sect was the most powerful sect in the Southern Domain. The Blood Demon sect had Meng Hao, who had saved the entire Southern Domain from the curse. The Blood Demon sect also had the legendary, incredibly powerful Patriarch Blood Demon. Therefore, that was the location the forces from the 3rd and 4th fronts retreated to. The Northern Reaches cultivators were happy to see this. They wanted to destroy the foundation of the Southern Domain. If they could take out the Blood Demon sect, then they would be able to deliver the coup de grace to the Southern Domain cultivators in one fell swoop. The other fronts throughout the Southern Domain were also changing locations, getting closer to the Blood Demon sect. From the look of things, they wanted to make the Blood Demon sect the location of their final stand. The Southern Domain did not seem to have any hope of winning. By now, the Northern Reaches had mobilized the third wave of their army, which would arrive in only a few days from the Milky Way Sea. That third wave army represented the ultimate power of the Northern Reaches. Constant carnage could be witnessed in the area surrounding the Blood Demon sect. Pill Demon, Patriarch Song, and in fact, all of the peak Dao-seeking experts in the Southern Domain were there at what was essentially the primary battlefield of the war. They had been fighting and killing for so long that their eyes were completely bloodshot. Patriarch Song had lost his right arm, as well as an eye. His aura was weak, and he had even been forced to start burning his life force. Sun Tao from the Violet Fate sect had lost his fleshly body and was now nothing more than a nascent divinity. However, he was surrounded by swirling pill furnaces and continued to fight nonetheless. Patriarch Golden Frost was severely injured. As the battle had progressed, he had recovered some of his senses and was no longer muddle-headed and ignorant. In the moment when he became lucid, he did not flee, but rather began to laugh bitterly. "I have sinned," he roared. Sinned against the Southern Domain. With that, he began to fight even more frenziedly than before. The Thirdly Clan Patriarch did not recover his senses. He died fighting. His death shook the entire battlefield. He was at the peak of Dao-seeking, and in the end, opted to self-detonate. Although he wasn't able to kill any of the peak Dao-seeking experts from the Northern Domain, he did manage to severely injure 3 of them. Pill Demon was completely exhausted and also injured. At some point, a violet mark had come to appear on his forehead. Apparently, it was something that had previously been sealed, but now he was experimentally unleashing it. When the mark appeared, his cultivation base left the early Dao-seeking stage, passed through the middle stage, and ended by emanating the power of the late Dao-seeking stage. It was as if terrifying waves had been unleashed inside of him that rolled around constantly in an attempt to break out. Even more spirit-severing experts died. The Northern Reaches suffered similarly large casualties. The war unfolded rapidly, and in a short period of time, rivers of blood flowed everywhere. As the sound of battle and slaughter rumbled from the outside world into Blood Prince Gorge, Meng Hao sat there holding Su Qing, watching her gradually grow older and older. More wrinkles covered her face, and her hair was now completely white. Finally, the pain in his heart seemed to form a resonance with the fighting and killing going on outside. There was no way for him to keep Su Qing's life force from slipping away. There was nothing he could do but watch as her beauty slowly faded. There was no sparkle or reflection in her cloudy eyes when she opened them. Her whole world had become blurry. "After I'm gone, will you miss me?" she asked. When Meng Hao heard this, more tears welled up in his eyes, and stabbing pain filled his heart. He held her tight, and his tears dropped down onto her face. "Don't cry," she murmured, using what scant energy she had left to raise a withered hand and try to wipe his face dry. "I'm happy. Happy that I ran into you that day on Mount Dacheng. I hope that after I'm reincarnated and then regain my memories, it will be on another Mount Dacheng with you. Meng Hao, I've been dreaming a lot recently. I always dream that we are back on Mount Dacheng, or in the Reliant sect." As she spoke, the flame of her life force began to slowly fade away. By now, she was fully conscious. Clearly, this was the last bit of lucidity she would experience before death, the last burst of life force. Her eyes were not clouded now, but clear, filled with warmth as she recalled past times, and also brimming with an intense reluctance to leave. She didn't want to leave the lands of the Southern Domain. She didn't want to leave Meng Hao. There were too many things keeping her here, too many memories. She didn't want to part with any of them. She wanted to stay with Meng Hao for the rest of the 100 years. Unfortunately, that was now impossible. She sighed, and deep in her heart, she felt regret. Regret that the wedding ceremony was only half completed. "Meng Hao, take care of yourself. You live, I live, you die, I die. When the day arrives that I recover my memories after being reincarnated, you need to be there. If you're not, then I don't ever want to wake up from the darkness of being unaware." The light that flickered in her eyes was gradually fading. The hand she had lifted up moments ago grew so weak that it fell back down. In the moment that it began to fall, Meng Hao reached out to take hold of it. Deep in his eyes, grief mixed with warmth as he looked at Su Qing. He placed his right hand onto her back and poured more of his own life force into her. In that moment, his hair turned calm, completely white. The simple act bolstered her fading life force just a little bit, allowing her to stay alive in the world just a little bit longer. She could breathe a bit more of that air she didn't wish to part with, and her eyes glowed with just a little bit more light as she looked at Meng Hao. "Let me go, okay?" she murmured weakly. Meng Hao's eyes glowed with determination. "Our wedding hasn't been finished," he said. "So you can't go yet." I'm going to give you a complete cultivator bonding ceremony. With that, he held her tight and flew up into the air. He dared not loosen his grip on her. It was his flow of life force that was preventing her from fading away. They were still wearing their red wedding gowns, and both had snow-white hair. They were old. It was as if great rejoicing and great calamity were fused together as Meng Hao flew out of Blood Prince Gorge. Off in the distance, he could see the shocking battle which was underway. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators fought like mad. The ripples cast off by magical techniques flowed out in all directions. Bright colors flashed in the sky, and the clouds churned chaotically. Booms and explosions accompanied death and destruction. At any given moment, miserable screams could be heard drifting across the battlefield. They turned into waves of sound that resembled the yellow springs of the underworld. The sky above and the land below seemed to have become the color of blood, filled with endless corpses. It was evening, but the shattered air and swirling tempests caused the sky to look as dark as night. When Meng Hao appeared, it instantly attracted quite a bit of attention. The powerful experts of both the Southern Domain and the Northern Reaches saw the old man carrying the white-haired old woman, both of whom were clad in red wedding attire. They could also sense the profound mixture of calmness and grief that radiated out of the man. When the Southern Domain cultivator saw him, they couldn't help but feel bitter and pained. Meng Hao. It's the exalted Meng Hao. Don't tell me, is that Su Qing in his arms? That cursed power is. I was there at the wedding ceremony. I've never seen a more spectacular sight in my whole life. Patriarch Song looked at Meng Hao, and it seemed like he wanted to say something. In the end, he didn't. He could sense the profound pain in Meng Hao, the kind that was like losing your own heart. The awoken Patriarch Golden Frost also remained silent. Sun Tao had nothing left but a nascent divinity. He looked at Meng Hao from some distance off, then turned and continued to fight. Pill Demon's expression was one of sorrow. He saw his apprentice and couldn't help but think about how the wedding ceremony had turned into this current situation. Great rejoicing had turned into great sorrow. He wasn't sure what he should say. Virtually, none of the Northern Reaches cultivators recognized Meng Hao at first. However, once they saw his clothes and the white hair, as well as the agonized expressions of the Southern Domain cultivators, they thought of a name that had already become legendary among the Northern Reaches cultivators. Meng Hao. It's definitely that damnable Meng Hao. Yeah, that's him. He infected the entire first wave of the army with the Hellwither Nine ruins. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators massacred. The Milky Way sea turned red with blood. Our Northern Reaches forces invaded the Southern Domain on the day of his wedding. What bad luck for him. His wedding day turned into a day of death and sorrow. Well, he deserves it. Now that he's shown his face again, he'll die for sure. It's actually a good thing for him. They can go to the underworld together. A happily married pair of dead souls. The Northern Reaches peak Dao-seeking experts were among the forces that were currently abuzz with surprise. All of them were hurt, especially the three who were seriously injured by the Third Li Clan Patriarch's death. Among those three, one was the man dressed in animal skins, and another was the young boy, both of whom were from the First Wave Army. The third was an old woman from the Second Wave Army. That's the Meng Hao that the Southern Domain cultivators always talk about, said the man in animal skin garments, frowning. He absorbed 80% of the cursed power and still didn't die. He could be considered the archenemy of the Northern Reaches, said the boy through clenched teeth. His eyes burned with killing intent. If he had died, it would have been lucky for him. Since he's not dead, then I'm going to turn him into mincemeat today. Actually, it's good that he's still alive. Let him wallow in the feeling of withering up with his beloved on his wedding day. Let him be immersed in the sensation of growing old. Let his pain be a sacrifice to put to rest the souls of the hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches heroes who died because of him. Next to the three wounded Peak Dao-seeking experts were several Northern Reaches patriarchs. They had long since heard the name of Meng Hao, and now that they laid eyes on him personally, their killing intent spread everywhere. Countless eyes across the battlefield were fixed on Meng Hao. His expression was one of grief as he looked at the aged, white-haired Su Qing. Finally, he looked up, and his gaze came to fall upon his master, Pill Demon. Master, he said, I want to finish the wedding ceremony here and now. Master, could you please continue to bear witness to the marriage? Although his words were calm, that calmness contained something that caused the spirits of all the Southern Domain cultivators to be completely shaken. Su Qing's eyes were fixed on Meng Hao. She fought with all her power to prevent them from closing, and as she did, scintillating teardrops welled up inside and then seeped out down her cheeks. A tremor ran through Pill Demon. At the same time, the eyes of the Southern Domain cult invaders began to glow with red light. The Blood Prince's grand wedding ceremony will continue. Blood Prince, I couldn't prepare a wedding gift for you, so let me kill some Northern Reaches cultivators for you. Their heads can be my wedding gift, and their blood my means of congratulating you. Exalted Meng Hao, let the wedding ceremony continue. The sorrow in the hearts of the Southern Domain cultivators transformed into a massive roar that echoed out across the battlefield. Immediately, Blood Demon sect disciples flew out to create an area decorated with lanterns and banners. It only took a moment for the place to look like a joyous and happy wedding was taking place there. The battlefield now seemed to be completely split in two. On one side was blood and slaughter. On the other side was Meng Hao's wedding. Chapter 773, Su Qing enters reincarnation. To hold a wedding ceremony in the middle of a battle was something that had never happened in the Southern Domain. As the Southern Domain cultivators roared with grief and rage, Pill Demon hovered in midair, looking at Meng Hao and the white-haired Su Qing. Pill Demon's heart trembled. I will absolutely continue to bear witness for you and Su Qing, he said, his voice ancient and his heart filled with grief. His voice echoed out across the battlefield, prompting a roar of response from the Southern Domain cultivators. The hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators were shocked by the scene that was playing out in front of them. As for their seven-peak Dao-seeking experts, their eyes flickered with killing intent. The first half was a red wedding. Therefore, let's make the last half even more red with blood. Northern Reaches cultivators. Eradicate all of the Southern Domain cultivators. Stain the ground red with blood. Fill the place with discarnate souls. Soak this red wedding with blood. Charge. In response to the words of the peak Dao-seeking experts, the hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators killing intent rocketed up. Roaring, they charged forward. The carnage once again continued. The ground shook and the air rippled with distortions. The battle between the Southern Domain and the Northern Reaches was like an enormous grindstone. Every time the two sides clashed, miserable screams would ring out. Every time they slammed into each other, blood and gore would spray in the air and discarnate souls would cry out in misery. The Southern Domain cultivators had gone mad, and their hearts surged with righteous ardor. We've come this far, now the time has come to die in battle. Fight! The Southern Domain is my home while I live, and the Southern Domain shall be my haunt when I die. The wedding will blossom like a flower in the heart of bloody battle. How grand! Present the blood and heads of the Northern Reaches cultivators as wedding gifts. Kill them. Deadly combat filled the battlefield. For the Blood Demon sect disciples, the Maun Tains were the wedding candles, and the land below was the wedding veil. With the wave of a few hands, a palace rose up, beautiful and grand, with lanterns and streamers. The palace appeared to display the facade of a happy wedding. Everyone was smiling, except within their smiles could be seen deep grief. Meng Hao held Su Qing, and she rested her head against his chest to look out at the scene. She could hear his heart beating, and could feel her own connection to the world. She looked up at Meng Hao as if she were trying to burn his image into her very soul in such a way that reincarnation would be incapable of wiping it away, the river of forgetfulness would be incapable of washing it clean, and not even the tea of old Lady Meng could make her forget. Popping sounds could be heard as magical techniques and divine abilities were employed to create what looked like fireworks. Beautiful colors filled the land and sky. The sight was beautiful to behold. The new bride and groom were a huge contrast to the battle around them. Meng Hao's white hair floated around him as he held Su Qing in his arms and poured life force into her. Su Qing's hair was also white, and her face was covered with wrinkles. However, it also seemed to glow with a certain purity and holiness. Even as an old woman, she could continue to smile despite the fact that her beauty had faded away. Meng Hao was also smiling, and yet, the grief in his heart continued to grow more and more profound. As of now, the only thing he could do was look deeply into her eyes. He knew that if he loosened his hand, she would fade away. She would part from the world of the living and find her way to reincarnation. Kill them, roared the seven-peak Dao-seeking experts as they charged down from above. Patriarch Sun's expression was one of grief as he roared and shot to meet them. Sun Tao's nascent soul and Patriarch Golden Frost joined him, along with Meng Hao's second true self. Booms echoed out as four people completely blocked the way of seven. Bitter fighting continued all around. Roars filled the air along with blood-curdling screams. Both Northern Reaches cultivators and Southern Domain cultivators were fighting with madness, killing everything that moved. The ground trembled as the fighting raged like wildfire. Nearby, it was visible to everyone that the wedding ceremony was officially commencing. Pill Demon flew into the air to hover in front of Meng Hao and Su Qing. He looked at Meng Hao and he looked at Su Qing, whom he held in his arms. Despite the fact that Pill Demon's heart felt like it was being ripped apart, his lips couldn't help curving into a gentle smile. Meng Hao held Su Qing as he looked at Pill Demon. Master, make the declaration, okay? He said. The ground was trembling, but there was still a significant number of cultivators in the area who dropped to their knees to kowtow. It was a spontaneous action on their part, their way of thanking Meng Hao for absorbing the curse and saving their lives. Such kowtows were kowtows that came directly from the heart. From far up above the battlefield, it could clearly be seen that Shockingly, the entire place had been split into two areas. In one area, the wedding ceremony was being carried out. In the other, it was complete carnage. Those present who had attended the first half of Meng Hao's wedding ceremony were now participating in the second half, and they would by no means retreat. It didn't matter if the wedding was stained blood red or turned ash gray. It would be finished. This was Meng Hao's choice, and also the way for the Southern Domain cultivators to repay him. Meng Hao and Su Qing's wedding would not be a wedding of regret. The kowtowing cultivators were spattered with blood. Some was the blood of enemies, some was their own blood. As for their exhaustion, they hid it inside. As for their grief, they bottled it up in their hearts. The only thing that could be seen were the smiles on their faces. These smiles were like brilliant sunlight that caused the entire battlefield to be shaken. Pill Demon's heart was trembling as his ancient voice once again rang out to cover the entire battlefield. I declare that henceforth, the 7-peak Dao-seeking cultivators from the Northern Reaches fought with increasing ferocity. The hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators down below bellowed with rage as they charged in wave after wave of attack. Henceforth, Meng Hao and Su Qing are bonded cultivators. Their hands are bound by destiny for all time. Whether they live or die, that connection will never be broken. His voice echoed from one end of the battlefield to the other. Su Qing, nestled in Meng Hao's arms, heard the words, and her face flushed. She smiled shyly. A wedding is the most important day in a person's life, and to a woman, it is a day when dreams come true. She and Meng Hao were now husband and wife. Heaven and earth bore witness, as did the hundreds of thousands of cultivators from both the Southern Domain and the Northern Reaches. Pill Demon officiated, and the ceremony was held under the vast canopy of the sky. Discarnate souls were present to bear witness, and the entire scene was as red as blood. Together, all bore witness to the fact that they were married. Our hands are bound by destiny for all time, murmured Su Qing, gazing at Meng Hao. Whether we live or die, that connection will never be broken. Tears poured out of her eyes to disappear in the wrinkles that covered her cheeks. Our hands are bound by destiny for all time, repeated Meng Hao, looking into her eyes. Whether we live or die, that connection will never be broken. The ground shook, and the kowtowing cultivators in the area looked up. Then they joined their voices together in a cry that sent out shocking sound waves. Meng Hao and Su Qing. Their hands are bound by destiny for all time. Whether they live or die, that connection will never be broken. The sound echoed across a battlefield that reeked of blood and gore. Amidst the carnage, a Southern Domain cultivator dashed forward, grabbed the severed head of a Northern Reaches cultivator, and held it high into the air. In the blink of an eye, chaotic fighting erupted out as the Southern Domain cultivators let out unprecedented roars of rage and went berserk. They seemed to be trying to outdo each other as they offered up one wedding gift after another. Fellow Daoist Meng, this is my wedding gift to you. Exulted Meng Hao, this is my wedding gift. This is mine. Ha ha ha. Who dares to fight me over this severed head? This is my wedding gift for the Blood Prince. The sudden counteroffensive caused the hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators to tremble in their hearts. For the first time, they actually fell back under the attack. They've gone crazy. It's just some wedding, but it's pushed them into insanity. Insane. Completely insane. Wedding gifts. Damn it, they're turning us Northern Reaches cultivators into wedding gifts. As such comments echoed across the battlefield, Meng Hao stood in the temple, holding Su Qing. He didn't want the grief he felt to show on his face. However, by this point, the grief had completely inundated his heart. It was reaching the point where suppressing the devil in his heart was virtually impossible. He held tight to Su Qing, unwilling to release his grip on her. Su Qing smiled, and to Meng Hao, it was the most beautiful smile to ever exist in the world. When he saw her smile, what he saw was not her age and her white hair. He didn't care about any of that. All he cared about was Su Qing herself. Take me to enter the cycle of reincarnation, she said softly. Now that we are husband and wife, I have no regrets. Let me go. Let me leave. Please. Meng Hao's eyes were shot with blood. Su Qing's hand trembled as she reached up to stroke his cheek. As she murmured these things to Meng Hao, her eyes suddenly flashed with a final, brilliant radiance, like that of a sunset. She had severed her own arteries. She did not wish to see Meng Hao continue to deliver his life force to her, to give her a little bit of extra time at the cost of his own vitality. It pained her, and she did not want him to receive injury. She did not want to see any more white hairs on his head because of her. Qing. A tremor ran through Meng Hao. Su Qing looked at him one final time. A smile appeared on her lips, and it was the same smile that had appeared when she saw him for the first time, leaning out over the cliff on Mount Daqing. Of course, Meng Hao had never seen that smile. A final tear rolled out of the corner of her eye. In that exact moment, her body dissipated, transformed into motes of glittering light. There was no body for the teardrop to fall onto, so it fell down onto the ground. "You're my wife," murmured Meng Hao. "The heavens. The earth. None of it matters. No matter how long it takes, let the cycle of reincarnation bear witness. No one will take you away from me. When you are born again, I will find you." He tried to keep a hold of her, but the only thing that remained was motes of light. Inside of him, the pressure weighing down on his heart transformed into a roar. The battlefield suddenly went silent. In that moment, all gazes fell upon Meng Hao, whether they were from the southern domain or the northern reaches. They saw Su Qing transform into motes of light that turned into a river which flowed up into the sky. Chapter 774. Dao Seeking Feld. The motes of light turned into a long river. In the darkness of the sky, the river of light was resplendent and glittering as it swept higher and higher. A vast vortex suddenly appeared up above, rotating silently. It was as if the sky itself was being split open to reveal the starry sky above it. There, out in the stars, another river was visible, vast, mighty, and incomparably boundless. The water of the river seemed withered and yellow, and was filled with innumerable, discarnate souls. The cultivators down below were shocked. The River of Forgetfulness.
1.
Heavens! That's the legendary River of Forgetfulness. What the people down below could see was only one small portion of the river that flowed through the starry sky, visible through the vortex. Su Qing, now a collection of light motes, was just about to flow through vortex and merge into the River of Forgetfulness, then be swept away to the underworld of the fourth mountain. Meng Hao hovered in midair staring blankly at the scene. Tears streamed down his face, and his heart was racked with stabbing pain. Up above, the motes of light seemed to form the outline of a face as they entered into the vortex. It was Su Qing's face. It looked just like the face that Meng Hao saw underneath the moonlight in the Reliance sect. His heart quivered. Su Qing's face seemed to be smiling at him. She looked at him for a moment, then turned and once again turned into a flowing river that flowed up toward the vortex. Among the 7 peak Dao-seeking experts from the northern reaches, the young boy in the red robe had an evil glint in his eye. His body flickered as he shot directly toward the motes of light. His voice was high-pitched as he cried out, "Want to enter the cycle of reincarnation? You're dreaming. If you're gonna die, your soul is going to disperse into nothing." When Meng Hao saw the boy closing in on the motes of light that were Su Qing, he began to tremble. A devilishness, along with a desire to kill, exploded out in his heart, both of which were impossible to suppress. In the same moment, just when the red-robed boy was about to reach the motes of light, he let out a miserable shriek. A mysterious power enveloped him, and he was sent tumbling backward, blood spraying from his mouth. He looked up at the vortex with shock in his eyes. He had already been seriously injured in bat. Lu earlier, when the Third Li clan patriarch self-detonated. Without an incredibly powerful cultivation base to support him, he would have long since died. Right now, the power that swept out from within the vortex was filled with a shocking aura, something that left him frightened out of his mind. Furthermore, it seemed to only be a warning. The vortex continued to spin as Su Qing disappeared inside and merged into the great river. She was now one of many souls floating along in the waters. However, there was something different about Su Qing's soul. She had a red glow surrounding her, protecting her, making it so that none of the other discarnate souls could even get near her. All was quiet around her as she drifted in the river water, far off into the distance. The vortex vanished, and the sky returned to its normal state. Meng Hao was silent. The temple vanished, and the candles were extinguished. The lantern and banners transformed into ash, and the happy atmosphere disappeared. The only thing that remained was a battlefield. Meng Hao slowly descended to the ground. He looked down at his hands, and for a moment it almost felt as if he were still holding Su Qing. Except she was no more. "Gone," he murmured, his voice hoarse. "We made an agreement to spend 100 years together. But now you're gone." His face twisted, and his white hair began to rise up as an intense murderous aura rose up. The murderous aura grew more intense. In the blink of an eye, it was an inferno, a black mist that roiled around him. Everything around him froze, and an aura of death spread out. The black mist rose up to turn into an enormous face up in midair. The face was none other than Meng Hao's face. His eyes were no longer red, but black, with no pupils. It was as if he could see nothing but infinite blackness. As he stood there, he lifted his head up and began to laugh bitterly. When the laughter entered the ears of the Northern Reaches cultivators, their hearts began to tremble, and their souls shivered. Suddenly, cracking sounds filled Meng Hao's body, although only he could hear them. It was the sound of shackles breaking. Within him, a devil was being unleashed, something that had existed within him since the events in the Milky Way Sea. As of this moment, he no longer had any desire to control it. He did not wish to suppress it. He only had one desire: To kill each and every cultivator from the northern reaches who had invaded the southern domain. To kill each and every peak Dao-seeking expert.
Kill them.
Kill them all. He would pay any price to be able to do that. If he couldn't become an immortal, then what was the harm in becoming a devil? As he laughed bitterly, his body rumbled, and black mist poured out of him. His hair was now completely white, but his features were no longer withered. His youth was restored, and his face was shockingly icy. He looked like a bloodthirsty devil that could only see blood and killing. Cracking. Sounds rose up from the ground as blood-colored ice spread out in all directions. Intense coldness spread around him, as if the seasons were suddenly changing. Black snowflakes began to flutter through the air. Meng Hao had thoroughly unleashed the devil within him, and he had removed any suppression of his desire to slaughter. He was now completely grim and cold, not just to his enemies, but even to himself. His wedding day had been turned into a tragedy, and the only thing he could do now was become a devil. In the instant that his inner devil was unleashed, the blood demon grand magic finally began to move away from the 4th level toward the 5th. Meng Hao's gaze looked out into the sky toward the red-robed boy. "You," he said. "You shall die." Instantly, his second true self looked over with flickering eyes. At the same time, Meng Hao vanished, then shockingly, reappeared up in midair. His body was wreathed in seething black mist and devil flames. Along with his second true self, he shot toward the red-robed boy. "Your clone is pretty tough," said the boy with a snort. "But your true self? Screw off." In unison with his words, the fighting on the battlefield broke out once again. Whether it was the peak Dao-seeking experts up above or the madness of the close-quarter combat of the southern domain and northern reaches down below, the battling was intense. This was far beyond the fighting which had taken place outside of the Blood Demon sect in the initial war. Meng Hao's second true self shot toward the red-robed boy at high speed. As soon as they met, winds blasted out, and lightning boomed. Explosion after explosion rang out as, within a short period of time, they exchanged thousands of moves. As for Meng Hao, as soon as he flew out, the old man in animal hide clothing moved to intercept him. Grinning viciously, he punched out violently toward Meng Hao. "Your beloved is dead. What's the point in continuing to live? Why don't you go join her?" As the fist descended toward him, Meng Hao looked at it coldly. He lifted his right hand, and the lightning cauldron appeared, causing the old man's face to instantly flicker. It was then that lightning poured out from within the cauldron to surround Meng Hao. Brilliant light was cast out onto the battlefield, and then he suddenly vanished. So did the old man. Their positions had been reversed. When Meng Hao appeared in the spot previously occupied by the old man in animal hide clothing, he didn't even turn to look back. Even as the old man roared in fury and shot in pursuit, Meng Hao proceeded forward. He had one target: the red-robed boy. It was that boy's cinnabar fruit that had cursed Su Qing. Furthermore, he had just attempted to interfere with Su Qing entering the cycle of reincarnation. Meng Hao was like a devil in his determination to slay him. The red-robed boy was currently fighting Meng Hao's second true self. He had already been seriously injured, and as such was not a match for the second true self. He continued to fall back and retreat, his eyes bloodshot as he attacked with reckless abandon. When he saw Meng Hao bearing down on him, he pointed out with a finger, "Trying to get yourself killed on purpose. Fine, I'll kill your true self." In the instant that the boy pointed out, Meng Hao used the lightning cauldron again. There was a flicker, and he switched places with his second true self. A boom rang out as his second true self appeared in the spot he had just occupied. As for Meng Hao, he was now closer to the boy than anyone else on the battlefield. Meng Hao's use of the lightning cauldron had reached the acme of perfection. The red-robed boy's mind trembled. His finger attack just now was incapable of doing anything to Meng Hao's second true self. He jerked around and was about to make a deadly attack against Meng Hao, when suddenly, Meng Hao waved his hand. Shockingly, a magical symbol appeared in his hand. It was a single character. This was the Withering Character incantation which had appeared after he absorbed 80% of the curse power. The incantation could be used as a divine ability that could be continuously maintained for a long period of time. As Meng Hao's cultivation base grew higher, the withering power of the magic would grow more consummate, its might more and more terrifying. However, he could also focus its energies into a single instant attack. This would deplete the magical symbol and cause it to dim, requiring it to recharge and absorb more withering energy before it could be used again. "I haven't personally killed a peak Dao-seeking cultivator before," said Meng Hao quietly. "You're going to be the first. The pain that my wife felt before she died is now something that you will have the pleasure of experiencing." Meng Hao's voice was calm in a way that caused the red-robed boy's heart to pound. A profound sense of deadly crisis appeared inside of him. The Withering Character caused the red-robed boy to begin to pant. His scalp went numb, and he instantly tried to flee. At the same time, Meng Hao, his eyes cold, coolly said, Withering Character Blast. As soon as the words left his mouth, blinding gray light shot out from the palm of his hand. It immediately filled the sky, causing the hundreds of thousands of cultivators down below to look up in astonishment. They could sense the withering curse power exploding out up above. The old man in animal hide clothing gasped, then immediately began to back up. "And oh!" screamed the red-robed youth. Cultivation-based power exploded out, and he produced massive quantities of magical items to try to fight back against the power of his own Hellwither Nine Ruins curse. However, no matter what he did, when it came to the explosive withering power, he was like a praying mantis trying to block an army. In the blink of an eye, he was inundated by the grayness. The only thing that remained behind was a blood-curdling scream that echoed out across the land. 1. Although the river Lethe from Greek mythology is also known as the River of Forgetfulness, this is a different river, one that comes from Chinese mythology. I couldn't find much information about it in English, so I translated the summary from the Betapedia article about the River of Forgetfulness. This is information about the mythological river, not necessarily the river as portrayed in ISSDH in Chinese mythology. After people die, they pass through the gates of hell and travel the path of the Yellow Springs to the underworld. Between the Yellow Springs and the underworld itself is the River of Forgetfulness. The water of the river appears to be both yellow and blood red. Within the river are countless wandering souls and wild ghosts that cannot be reincarnated, as well as endless bugs and vermin. The stench from the river buffets your face like a wind. Running over the river is the Bridge of Helplessness, beside which sits an old woman, who is Old Lady Meng. To cross the River of Forgetfulness, you must drink the tea of Old Lady Meng. If you don't drink the tea, you can't cross the Bridge of Helplessness, which means that you cannot be reincarnated. Chapter 775. Fight. The Withering Character incantation had absorbed 80% of the Hellwither Nineruin's curse power. It was the most powerful magical symbol he possessed, and when its power erupted with a curse, it could slay the peak of Dao Seeking. Meng Hao was well aware of this fact. However, it would only work once, after which, the magical symbol would grow dark. Meng Hao had decided to use that one sure kill on the red-robed boy. Grayness filled the world, and the red-robed boy screamed miserably. Everyone could hear it, and they were completely shaken and astonished. It was just possible to see the red-robed boy within the grayness of the curse. His robes were in tatters, his hair was white and falling out of his head. His skin dried up, his flesh, blood, bones, organs and soul were all withering away. Seeing the boy screaming miserably, Meng Hao calmly asked, "Does it hurt?" Qing'er didn't want me to see her pain over these past few days. She endured it. Can you imagine how a fragile girl like her was able to endure such shocking pain? Everyone on the battlefield could hear his words, and it caused an intense coldness to well up in their hearts. "I've also experienced such pain," Meng Hao continued slowly. "Now, it's your turn." The boy's horrible shrieks grew even more intense. His entire body shook, and he even tried to detonate his nascent divinity, but was incapable. His nascent divinity had already become withered, just like his soul. During that short moment, he experienced indescribable pain. His teeth fell out, and soon he didn't even have the energy to scream. Eventually, he was nothing more than a pool of yellowish liquid. He had been withered to death. After he died, the gray curse power up in the sky, FLEW back to Meng Hao's palm. It transformed once again into the withering character. However, the magical symbol was not as resplendent as before. It was now dimmer by half. Half of the curse power remained after killing the red-robed boy. From this, the terrifying power of the curse could be seen. By this point, the battlefield was utterly silent. Even the battle between Patriarch Song and the other peak Dao-seeking experts had stopped, and they were looking on dumbfounded. After a brief moment of silence, the Northern Reaches cultivators burst out into an uproar. The Patriarch of the Coffin Altar Sect just died? The Patriarch of the Coffin Altar Sect was at the peak of Dao-seeking. He just perished. At the same time, the Southern Domain cultivators were enlivened and seemed to have been rejuvenated, resuming their furious attacks with increased strength. Once again, the fighting broke out down below. As for the Northern Reaches peak Dao-seeking experts, they were inwardly shaken. This was the first time since the invasion had begun that a peak Dao-seeking cultivator had died. The old man in the animal hide clothing had eyes shot with blood. The red-robed boy had been one of his closest friends. With an enraged roar, he shot toward Meng Hao. Off to the side were the two old men who looked completely identical except for their contrasting black and white robes. They joined the old man in charging Meng Hao. The second true self's eyes glittered as he moved to intercept them. Booms rang out as he began a tremendous fight with the black and white twins. The old man in the animal hide clothing was going berserk. He spit blood out of his mouth and performed a double-handed incantation, causing all of his skin to suddenly change color. It rapidly became blue, and his speed increased dramatically. He skirted the second true self to head directly toward Meng Hao, toward whom he extended a powerful punch. Meng Hao was quite close. His face was pale, and blood was oozing out of his mouth. This was the first time he had used only his own power, and not that of his second true self, to attack and kill a peak Dao-seeking cultivator. As the man in the animal hide clothing closed in, Meng Hao extended his right hand down toward the ground. Immediately, a huge vortex appeared within the Northern Reaches army. The vortex was no longer golden, but black. It looked like a huge mouth, ready to consume everything. Immediately, miserable screams could be heard from the Northern Reaches cultivators caught inside. They rapidly withered, and their cultivation bases flowed out through their mouths and noses. Even their souls were shaken, and appeared to be on the verge of being sucked out. Rumble. Shockingly, 7 such vortexes appeared all over the battlefield. 7 huge vortexes enveloped nearly 30,000 Northern Reaches cultivators, extracting power from their blood and flesh, which shot up toward Meng Hao and fused into his bee.
Udi.
It was the same with their cultivation base power. Meng Hao closed his eyes, and when he did, his cultivation base shot up. Suddenly, he transformed into what looked like a shooting star that sped directly toward the attacking old man. As he flew through the air, his eyes snapped open. The black mist face above him suddenly formed into the shocking shape of an enormous palm that slammed into the old man. A shocking boom filled the air. The old man tumbled backward in shock, blood spurting out of his mouth. At the same time, the miserable screams continued to echo out from down below. Quite a few within the vortexes had already withered and died. Meng Hao shot backward, biting the tip of his tongue and spitting some blood out. As soon as the blood emerged, it expanded, transforming into a lake of blood. That blood contained not just the power of Meng Hao's qi and blood, but the power of the qi and blood of the 30,000 cultivators stuck in the vortexes. All that power transformed into a lake that rumbled toward the old man in animal hide clothing. The old man's face fell. He pulled his hand back, and it increased in size and sprouted spikes of bone. Then he punched out, and a shocking boom rattled out. The lake of blood collapsed into pieces. In that moment, the black mist which surrounded Meng Hao once again shot forward in attack. In a short period of time, constant booms rang out as hundreds of exchanges occurred between Meng Hao and the old man. The black mist surrounding Meng Hao continued to increase. The qi, blood, and cultivation-based power from the cultivators down below was like a huge river pouring into his body, giving him shocking battle prowess.
Damn it.
Break, roared the old man. He was leery of Meng Hao's withering, character magical symbol. However, he never imagined that Meng Hao, without even using the magical symbol, would be so difficult to deal with. Finally, he slapped his chest and began to burn life force as he made a double-handed attack. 2 fists punched out, shattering the air, causing the sky to dim. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a cold light. He said nothing, nor did he evade. Instead, he shot forward, relying on his cultivation base, his fleshly body, the 9th mountain, everything. It was an explosive attack that contained his mad, devilish will, combined with the qi, blood, and cultivation bases absorbed by the vortexes, all merged into one palm strike. Another direct showdown. Still not dead, thought the old man, even as he retreated, coughing up blood. Meng Hao was also sent tumbling back, and his body exploded. However, the eternal stratum kicked in. Unfortunately, only a sliver of eternal power remained in him. It had been severely drained during his battle with the curse power. Currently, there wasn't enough power left to completely heal him. Seeing this caused killing intent to glitter in the old man's eyes. Die, he cried, extending his hands out in front of him, not in fists, but stretched out like claws. As he leaped out, the air distorted around him, and shockingly, he transformed into an enormous bird-like creature. It looked like a rock, with a beak that emitted a cold glow and talons that could rend heaven and earth. He shot toward Meng Hao with such incredible speed that he was nothing more than a streak flashing through the air. A fiendish wind buffeted Meng Hao's face as he lifted his right hand up to reveal the lightning cauldron. The cauldron began to flicker, and Meng Hao looked down at a Northern Reaches nascent soul cultivator down below. Suddenly, Meng Hao vanished. The savage nascent soul cultivator then appeared in the spot Meng Hao had just occupied, and Meng Hao was now where he had been down below. The nascent soul cultivator saw bright colors flash across his eyes, and then suddenly, he was up in midair. He couldn't help but be shocked. Moments ago, he had been preparing to plunge his hand through the chest of a southern domain cultivator. Now, he was floating up in the air. Suddenly, an intense sense of deadly crises surged through him as he saw a vicious rock flying toward him at indescribable speed. It was impossible for him to dodge, and even his nascent soul was scared so witless that it seemed as if it would crumble to pieces. The rock smashed into him, sending blood spattering out in all directions. A roar of rage filled the sky as the rock turned blurry and the old man reappeared. He glared down at the ground, his eyes flaring with killing intent. Meng Hao, he raged. Once again, he transformed into a rock that shot toward the ground amidst a gale force wind. Down below, Meng Hao stood in the midst of a huge force of shocked Northern Reaches cultivators, among whom he had seemed to just randomly appear. Before any of them could react, he gestured down toward the ground. An enormous vortex appeared, with Meng Hao in the center. It instantly enveloped several thousand people. As for the Southern Domain cultivators it caught up, they felt a gentle force pick them up and eject them from the vortex. Meng Hao remained within the vortex, his white hair swirling around. Once again, he gestured downward, and his eyes were filled with calm coldness. Qi and blood. Rumbling could be heard as the Northern Reaches cultivators within the vortex began to shriek miserably and visibly wither at a rapid rate, regardless of the level of their cultivation bases. Huge quantities of qi and blood power poured into Meng Hao. His body grew stronger, and his internal injuries were healed significantly because of the borrowed power. Spirit meridians, he said. More miserable shrieks could be heard from the thousands stuck in the vortex. They were little more than skin and bones now that their qi and blood had been removed. The only thing they had left, their cultivation bases, transformed into white smoke that began to ooze out of their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Their eyes bulged and their faces began to grow blank. They were completely paralyzed, and the only thing they were capable of doing was trembling and screaming. Their cultivation bases flew out to be absorbed by Meng Hao, causing his own cultivation base to rise. His wounds were also healed even further. By this time, the old man in the shape of a rock was now bearing down on him, roaring with killing intent. Soul, said Meng Hao, yelling out the final word. He would break through to the 5th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. Once he did, he would be able to control something that even his second true self couldn't control. Something special that had been created for him by Patriarch Blood Demon, a false, immortal puppet. Chapter 776, 5th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. The soul character had been uttered. At that moment, the Northern Reaches cultivators stuck in the vortex around Meng Hao let out the last miserable shrieks that they would ever utter. Their bodies were withered dry, their cultivation bases vanished. Now, they felt an intense pain enveloping them like floodwaters. Everything went black in their eyes, and the world disappeared. Their lives were no more. Numerous wailing, struggling souls emerged from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Each and every cultivator's back was arched, their face sunken, and their eyes gray. Their mouths were stuck open stiffly. Their souls emerged and then fused into the vortex, becoming a cyclone of souls. Anyone who could see the spectacle was flabbergasted. Demonic magic. That's demonic magic. Such a sinister divine ability has got to be demon magic. The Northern Reaches cultivators in the area were trembling, and their hearts were filled with terror. Horrified, they watched as the souls spun into a cyclone, and Meng Hao gestured toward the ground, then looked up. His white hair floated around him, and his eyes glowed with a cold ruthlessness. His face was also as pale as death, making his overall appearance like that of a devilish god. The souls of the slain around him looked like slaves that were incapable of escaping him. Up in the sky, the old man who was in rock form gasped, completely shaken by what he was seeing. However, killing intent flickered in his eyes, and ferociousness burned in his heart. He continued to dive directly toward Meng Hao. Your occult trickery won't work on me. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and as the old man bore down on him, he suddenly blasted up from the ground. The cyclone of countless struggling souls surrounded him, looking almost like a river as he sped to meet the rock. A boom echoed out, and even as strong and stalwart as he was, the old man couldn't stop the blood from oozing out of the corners of his mouth. He could no longer maintain the form of a rock, and reverted to his human form as he tumbled backward. Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth, and the ground beneath him cracked and split, radiating in all directions. The struggling souls exploded, transforming into motes of soul light that then sped toward Meng Hao and fused into his body. Meng Hao could sense that he had reached the threshold of the Blood Demon Grand Magic's 5th level. I need even more souls, he thought, his eyes flickering. Not waiting for the old man to charge him again, he produced the lightning cauldron. There was a flicker, and he switched places with another Northern Reaches cultivator. He appeared once again in the middle of the Northern Reaches army, whereupon he immediately gestured toward the ground. A vortex appeared as the Blood Demon Grand Magic once again surged into motion. It almost seemed as if, to Meng Hao, the Northern Reaches cultivators were merely food. They were essential to his ability to combat a peak Dao-seeking expert. As he absorbed them, miserable screams filled the air. Qi, blood, and cultivation bases were sucked away, used by Meng Hao to strengthen his fleshly body to the point where it burst from the mid-Dao-seeking stage into late Dao-seeking. As for his cultivation base, it now exceeded spirit severing and had temporarily entered into Dao-seeking. Natural law swirled around him, making Meng Hao even more valiant. The Blood Demon Grand Magic was most suited to fighting against multiple opponents. The more enemies there were, the more invincible one could become. Up in midair, the old man in animal hide clothing roared. His body flashed as he transformed, not into a rock, but into a gigantic black python. He opened his vicious mouth and struck toward Meng Hao as if to swallow him up. Meng Hao waited in the vortex as the python closed in. Thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators could be heard screaming as their bodies withered, their cultivation bases faded, and they neared death. Suddenly, Meng Hao said soul, and a rumbling could be heard as the thousands of cultivators exploded and their souls flew out. Then Meng Hao vanished. Even as the python was about to reach him, he was off in the distance, where another Blood Demon Grand Magic Vortex sprang up. The old man was completely infuriated, and yet there was nothing he could do to stop Meng Hao and the Lightning Cauldron. The agile teleportation-like ability made it incredibly difficult to pin Meng Hao down, and left him shocked in his heart. Damn it. Meng Hao, I dare you to fight me one-on-one. Killing intent flickered in the old man's eyes. This time, he didn't pursue Meng Hao, but instead flew toward the Southern Domain's army of cultivators. If you won't come out and fight, then I'll just start killing some Southern Domain cultivators. Meng Hao stopped in place, then waved his right hand. The Blood Demon Grand Magic appeared, and the Lightning Cauldron flickered. This time, he changed positions with the old man. After the exchange took place, the old man was shocked to find himself directly in the middle of one of Meng Hao's vortexes. Meng Hao hovered in midair, looking coldly at the old man. "Wanna fight?"
he said.
"Let's fight then." He stretched his arms out to either side, and the multiple vortexes he had created moments ago echoed with the shocked screams of Northern Reaches cultivators. Qi and blood flowed toward him, causing Meng Hao's body to once again reach the peak of Dao Seeking. Rumbling filled the air as the old man's body began to wither. However, he was able to struggle his way out, whereupon he aimed a punch at Meng Hao. Meng Hao clenched his fists and shot forward to meet him. The two of them flashed back and forth over 100 times, causing booms to rattle everything in the area. Finally, the old man's eyes flashed with a bright light. Suddenly, two golden birds flew out from within his pupils, emitting shrill cries as they shot toward Meng Hao. At the same time, the old man began to spin rapidly, like a top. He lifted his right leg high into the air and then slammed it down toward Meng Hao's head. If the kick connected, Meng Hao would obviously suffer a serious injury. Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly as he said, "Spirit Meridians." Immediately, more miserable shrieks could be heard coming from the Northern Reaches cultivators stuck in the vortexes down below. Their cultivation bases were sucked away through their noses and mouths to shoot directly toward Meng Hao. Cultivation bases swirled around Meng Hao in the form of a tempest, bolstering his own cultivation base until it was as strong as the peak of Dao Seeking. He quickly performed an incantation gesture and pointed towards the sky. Ninth Mountain, crush. Rumbling filled the air as the majestic Ninth Mountain appeared up above. It was huge, almost like a real mountain, and the natural law that swirled around it stirred the sky and caused the land to shake. Massive pressure crushed down on the old man. The old man lifted his head up and roared. His body expanded rapidly as he turned into a mountain-like giant. He immediately raised both hands into the air and grabbed onto the Ninth Mountain. A boom could be heard as the Ninth Mountain slammed into him. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and cracking sounds could be heard as he managed to resist it. "Soul," said Meng Hao, his eyes radiating coldness. As the Northern Reaches cultivators in the vortexes toppled over dead, struggling souls flew toward Meng Hao from their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. The vast quantities of souls that were merging into Meng Hao's body caused a rumbling sound to fill his head. All of a sudden, he reached the 5th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. In that moment, Meng Hao's cultivation base did not change. However, his battle prowess instantly grew several times over. His hair whipped about, and he looked every bit like a devilish divinity. His eyes shone like suns, and the entire battlefield down below was obscured by the shadow of the black mist that surged around him. It was as if he was blotting out the entire heavens. He took a deep breath and then advanced forward. The old man let out an enraged roar as he shoved upward with his arms. Apparently, he was causing some form of natural law to spring into motion. Now, cracking sounds could be heard coming from the Ninth Mountain, and then it shattered into countless pieces. "Little bastard," said the old man, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth. Collapsing the Ninth Mountain had taken quite a bit of effort on his part. Now, his body flickered as he transformed into a white tiger, which roared and pounced toward Meng Hao. This time, Meng Hao didn't evade. The two cultivators met in midair. Booms echoed out as they fought back and forth. "Qi and blood," said Meng Hao coolly. This time, a tiny vortex appeared in the palm of his hand. When he landed a blow on the front leg of the old man's tiger form, the entire leg instantly turned into skin and bones. The sudden, shocking turn of events caused the old man's face to fall. He gasped, A tremor ran through his white tiger form, and he retreated at top speed. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent. How could he possibly allow the old man to flee as simply as that? His body flashed through the air, and he appeared right next to the old man. The vortex in the palm of his right hand shot toward the old man's back. "Screw OFF," roared the old man. Immediately, his cultivation base surged with an explosion of qi that shot outward. Meng Hao gave a cold snort and continued on with his palm strike. Spirit meridians. A boom could be heard as he absorbed, not qi and blood, but cultivation base. As the terrifying cultivation base explosion emanating from the old man reached Meng Hao simply touched it with his hand, and it appeared to collapse. Boundless cultivation base power immediately began to fuse into Meng Hao's palm. The old man's scalp went numb. He could never have imagined that Meng Hao's magical technique could be so shocking. In 2 short moments of contact, he had lost 10% of his cultivation base as well as his qi and blood. It was nothing short of terrifying to the man, and he immediately fell back in retreat. Meng Hao pursued without any hesitation. They fought back and forth, and the old men let out continuous roars. He didn't dare to get too close, but could only flee at top speed under an unending bombardment from Meng Hao. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and he fell back. Meng Hao's face was cold, and his killing intent raged. Onlookers could hardly believe what they were seeing. The old man in animal hide clothing was incapable of fighting back against Meng Hao, and was being beaten to the point that he was forced to retreat. "Save me," he cried, his mind trembling. His body was quickly becoming nothing more than skin and bones, and he had lost 40% of the power of his cultivation base. He knew that he was in a moment of grave crisis. The Northern Reaches cultivators were astonished, and the other 5 Northern Reaches, peak Dao-seeking experts up above, were shaken. Moments ago, when Meng Hao had slain the red-robed boy, they were shocked. However, in their minds, Meng Hao had simply used some sort of trickery to win. But seeing what he was doing now left them thoroughly rattled. Just when they were about to make a move to help the old man, the withering character flickered into being next to Meng Hao. Gray light radiated out, and all of the peak Dao-seeking experts halted in place. They didn't dare to get close to him. That was exactly why Meng Hao hadn't used the withering character again. The magical symbol's greatest use to him right now was as a threat against any outside interference. Chapter 777. Dawn Immortal, do you dare to fight me? Meng Hao was a shooting star that closed in on the old man in animal hide clothing. He pointed out his index finger, and the 8th demon sealing hex appeared, causing the old man to freeze in place, trembling. In that moment, Meng Hao thrust his right hand violently at the old man's chest and stabbed into the flesh. Qi and blood, spirit meridians. The old man howled miserably as he fell back. His body withered up, and his cultivation base flowed out from him. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out some blood. The blood expanded in midair, shockingly transforming into a huge blood-colored cauldron which slammed towards Meng Hao in an attempt to shake him off. Meng Hao snorted coldly, then clenched his hand into a fist and punched. He landed a blow onto the cauldron that was backed by his qi and blood, the energy of tens of thousands of cultivators, and even the power of the old man himself. A huge boom echoed out over the battlefield. The cauldron immediately shattered into pieces. As Meng Hao's fist passed through the remnants, it transformed into a palm, and then a claw which latched onto the old man's face. Rumbling filled the air as qi, blood, and spirit meridians were rapidly sucked out of the old man's body. The old man screamed in pain and shoved his hands out toward Meng Hao. In response, Meng Hao vanished, then reappeared behind the man. He slapped his hand down onto the man's back. "Save me," cried the old man. The sense of deadly crisis he felt caused his mind to reel. "No one can save you now," responded Meng Hao, his voice icy cold. However, it was at this moment that a leaf suddenly appeared. Not just one leaf, but many, emanating scintillating glows as they descended from above. An aura also appeared that Meng Hao was very familiar with. The voice of a woman then echoed out coldly across the battlefield. "What if I save him?" Leaves fluttered down over the lands of the southern domain. The innumerable leaves began to spin, then rapidly formed together into the shape of a woman. She wore a colorful gown and exuded a palpable, exotic allure that would attract anyone who looked at her. However, this was no girl. It was a woman. It was the mother of the Resurrection Lily. The Dawn Immortal. She street, etched out her right hand, and pointed toward Meng Hao. Numerous branches suddenly appeared around him. They expanded rapidly and then grew together, transforming into a cage that threatened to completely seal Meng Hao up. "You showed up at the Battle of the Blood Demon Sect, and now you show up again here. Screw off." Killing intent flashed in Meng Hao's eyes as his cultivation base exploded with power. It transformed into a cyclone that thrashed about in all directions, smashing a hole in the cage of branches. Meng Hao instantly shot out from within and immediately headed in the old man's direction. The Dawn Immortal laughed coldly and waved her right hand. Shockingly, a seven-colored leaf appeared, which shone with prismatic light as it sped toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's mind trembled, and yet he didn't slow down in his pursuit of the weakened old man. He caught up in a short moment, and then reached out his hand to push down onto the top of the old man's head. "Soul," he said calmly. The old man immediately let out a shriek of pain. His body trembled, his mouth opened wide, and his eyes bulged. His soul began to seep out through his nose and mouth in many delicate strands that were quickly absorbed by Meng Hao. "Looking to die?" said the Dawn Immortal, her eyes flickering with killing intent. The seven-colored leaf picked up speed as it closed in on Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, it was about to hit him. Meng Hao took the old man and violently tossed him forward to slam into the leaf. A boom echoed out, and the old man's body exploded. He was dead in body and spirit. As for Meng Hao, he retreated immediately, his face somewhat pale. Having absorbed the old man's complete cultivation base, as well as all of his qi and blood, plus his soul, he was now filled with indescribable energy. Resisting the leaf attack caused him to retreat, but did not injure him. Now that the leaf was heading toward him for a second attack, his eyes flashed with killing intent. The lightning cauldron appeared, and a flash of electricity could be seen. In that moment, he switched places with one of the Peak Dao-seeking experts who was fighting Pill Demon and the others, the old woman. In response to the form displacement transposition, the old woman's face fell. The seven-colored leaf ground to a halt, then changed directions and shot after Meng Hao. By this point, Meng Hao was next to Patriarch Song, with whom he joined forces to launch an attack against the white-robed hopping vampire that was a Northern Reaches Peak Dao-seeking expert. A boom could be heard, and the white-robed old man coughed up a mouthful of blood. Even as he fell back, the seven-colored leaf neared. The flash of electricity surrounded Meng Hao, and he then appeared in the middle of the Northern Reaches army down below. Blood Demon Grand Magic Vortexes instantly appeared, enveloping thousands. Qi, blood, spirit meridians, and souls were all absorbed, and miserable screams rang out. Then Meng Hao vanished again. Meng Hao had long since completely mastered the use of the lightning cauldron. The Peak Dao-seeking experts in midair were shocked. What kind of magical item is that lightning cauldron? This Meng Hao is too hard to pin down. Meng Hao's actions in the battle were strange and mysterious. He attacked with ruthless viciousness that left them thoroughly shaken. By now, Meng Hao was an archenemy in their minds. He was such a threat that they knew he needed to be eliminated immediately. "I'll deal with him," said the Dawn Immortal coolly. Her eyes flashed with seven-colored light that bathed the entire area, apparently in an attempt to seal it. "That toy of yours is quite mysterious," she said a moment later. "I can't completely seal it, but what I can do is slow down the transpositioning speed. Go ahead and try it out now." Then, she began to advance on Meng Hao. As she neared, an intense pressure weighed down on everything. Furthermore, a vicious, seven-colored resurrection lily appeared behind her. The flowers swayed back and forth, obviously immaculately beautiful, and yet at the same time, boundlessly evil. Meng Hao's expression was calm, and did not reveal the slightest shift in emotions. He put away the lightning cauldron, and then pulled out a blood-colored puppet the size of a hand. The puppet flew out from Meng Hao's hand, and then began to grow. By the time it was 30 meters tall, it exploded with a shocking aura. Wild colors flashed through the sky, and the clouds churned. This was the aura of an immortal. Not a true immortal aura, but that of a false immortal. Either way, it was still immortal. The Dawn Immortal's face flickered for the first time, and the handful of Peak Dao-seeking experts from the Northern Reaches were all shocked. This puppet was the trump card of the combined forces of the Solitary Sword Sect, Golden Frost Sect, Black Civ Sect, and Li Clan when they besieged the Blood Demon Sect. Were it not for the appearance of Patriarch Blood Demon back then, it would have clinched the victory. Instead, Patriarch Blood Demon slaughtered the Solitary Sword Sect Patriarch, then made some alterations to the puppet, so that only Meng Hao could use it. That was his reward for reaching the 5th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. Meng Hao's body flickered as he merged into the 30-meter-tall blood-colored puppet. Moments ago, its eyes had been dark, but now they radiated a grim light, just like Meng Hao's eyes. As Meng Hao took control of the puppet, it suddenly stood up. A shocking false immortal aura exploded outwards across the battlefield, turning into a shockwave that swept out, forcing the Northern Reaches cultivators to fall back amid shocked gasps. As for the Southern Domain cultivators, their spirits were lifting, and they began to shout out Meng Hao's name. Sound waves rippled across the land, causing everything to shake. "Dawn Immortal, do you dare to fight me?" Meng Hao flew up into the air and then pointed toward the Dawn Immortal. A sound like thunder could be heard, and an intense pressure rumbled out. The earth cracked, and the air shattered. In the blink of an eye, a black wind rose up to sweep across the land. The Dawn Immortal did not speak, but her eyes glittered with a mysterious light. She stretched her beautiful hand out and pointed. The apparition of the Resurrection Lily behind her passed through her body and flew into the air, its tentacles writhing in a bizarre and awe-inspiring fashion as it charged toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao snorted coldly. Due to his control of the puppet, he felt as if he was completely connected to heaven and earth. He waved his hand, and dark clouds appeared in the sky. Lightning descended like rain, transforming into a lake of lightning that enveloped the Resurrection Lily. "Nothing but a false immortal," said the Dawn Immortal coolly, shaking her head. "If you use it, you'll sow karma with the G-Clan." Suddenly she vanished, and when she reappeared, she was directly in front of Meng Hao. She lifted her hand up, then dropped it. Seven-colored light radiated brightly, transforming into a seven-colored sun that exploded into Meng Hao. A huge boom shook everything. Even the peak Dao-seeking experts were flung aside. The old woman among their number was just about to retreat, when shockingly, Sun Tao of the Violet Fate sect transformed into a powerful beam of light that completely inundated her. She let out a miserable scream that echoed out in all directions. "My body is already returned to the dust, and I can't hold out any longer," echoed the voice of Sun Tao from within the light. "Before I leave, I'll take this woman with me. Fellow Taoists, I sincerely hope that you achieve complete victory. Master, I can't be your apprentice alchemist any longer, nor will I be able to see you achieve true immortal ascension." A huge boom could be heard as the light exploded. The screams of the old woman from the northern reaches were suddenly cut off. Brilliant light covered everything, even Meng Hao and the Dawn Immortal. Meng Hao felt stabs of pain in his heart. When the light faded away, Sun Tao was gone, as was the old woman. Pill Demon trembled, and tears streamed down his face. He lifted his head up and began to laugh sadly. Suddenly, innumerable magical symbols began to appear on his body. One by one, they started shattering into pieces. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them were gone. At the same time, his cultivation base shot up. He was no longer in the mid-Dao seeking stage. He broke completely through to the late Dao seeking stage, and then broke through again into peak Dao seeking. The destruction of the magical symbols was not something he could consciously do. Rather, it was provoked by the intense feelings that surged through him. Now that Pill Demon was in the peak Dao-seeking stage, an unfamiliar aura appeared on his body. Furthermore,
His appearance had changed.
now he looked exactly like the statue of Reverend Violet East from back in the Violet Fate sect. Chapter 778. Decisive Battle with the Dawn Immortal. Reverend Violet East. Having seen everything that had happened, Patriarch Song's expression was a complex one. "A powerful expert from 10,000 years ago," he murmured. "At one time, you were the #1 chosen in the entire Southern Domain. Reverend Violet East. You founded the Violet Fate sect and were its first-generation patriarch. You were at the peak of Dao seeking 10,000 years ago, but weren't willing to become a false immortal. You vowed to tread the path of true immortal ascension. Before transcending the tribulation, however, you realized that you were on the incorrect path. You personally concocted a medicinal pill that contained a strand of your own soul. That pill became your vessel, with which you re-established your cultivation. Now in our time you have once again reached the peak of Dao seeking as Pill Demon. When all of the magical symbols are destroyed, the true immortal tribulation that you have been suppressing will finally be unleashed. Unfortunately, throughout the years, far too many people have died during true immortal tribulation. Few have ever succeeded. Pill Demon, can you succeed?" Patriarch Song sighed. Pill Demon didn't reply. Violet Chi swirled around him as he advanced forward. His aura was completely different than it had been before. Shockingly, he was now powerful enough to single-handedly fight two of the most powerful Northern Reaches peak Dao-seeking experts, and, apparently, even suppress them. Booms echoed out as Pill Demon's intense power caused everyone to be filled with shock. Even the mother of the Resurrection Lily, the Dawn Immortal, looked over and raised an eyebrow. Patriarch Song shook his head and sighed, then once again began to fight the other peak Dao-seeking experts, along with Meng Hao's second true self and the severely wounded Patriarch Golden Frost. Down on the ground, the Northern Reaches cultivators were shocked to the core to have seen such a succession of defeats just now. After adding in the losses that had occurred earlier, the tide of battle between the Northern Reaches and the Southern Domain had completely reversed. The Southern Domain cultivators' eyes were red as they closed ranks and then screamed through the air in attack, more than 100,000 strong. Blood flowed in rivers, and the sky darkened. The sounds of slaughter immediately caused everything to shake. Up above, Meng Hao and the Dawn Immortal were fighting fiercely. The forces unleashed by their attacks seemed capable of collapsing the sky and the land. The Dawn Immortal's cultivation base was mysterious and enigmatic. Although this was nothing more than a clone, it was still incredibly powerful. In the short time she had been battling Meng Hao, they had exchanged more than 1,000 moves. Massive rumbling caused many of the Erbi mountains crumble. Now only Mount Blood Demon stood strong and tall. However, Patriarch Blood Demon remained inside, his eyes closed in deep sleep. His body seemed to lack even the slightest scrap of life force. Despite the violent trembling in the world around him, he did not awaken. The ground cracked, and rifts appeared in the sky. Meng Hao and the Dawn Immortals' combat was like the collision of two storm fronts. The ninth mountain appeared, then shattered. The black-white pearls appeared, then were suppressed. The Resurrection Lily writhed, transforming into a whip which the Dawn Immortal used to slash holes into the air itself. The difficulty of this battle far exceeded what the Northern Reaches cultivators could ever have imagined or predicted. Meng Hao's appearance on the battlefield had completely turned the battle around. First was the death of the red-robed boy, and then the old man in animal hide clothing perished. The pinnacle of the Northern Reaches fighting forces had been reduced by 30%. That was something that could determine victory or defeat in a battle. Then the Dawn Immortal appeared, and she seemed to be capable of getting control of the situation. But, contrary to what everyone would have expected, Meng Hao pulled out a false immortal puppet. With the body of a false immortal puppet, he was now engaged in a duel with the Dawn Immortal that cast the sky and land into complete shadow. In addition, Pill Demon awakened, unleashing peak Dao-seeking power. Now, the Northern Reaches cultivators were getting quite anxious. At the moment, it seemed that securing victory was no easy task. Rumbling echoed out, and Meng Hao spit up blood. Popping sounds could be heard as cracks spread out through his puppet body. Up ahead, the Dawn Immortal was frowning. The false immortal puppet was forcing her to use all the power she could muster. Even more shocking was Meng Hao's Blood Demon Grand Magic, which continuously popped up around the Dawn Immortal. The more he used it in battle, the stronger he got. It was extremely difficult to deal with. The Dawn Immortal's true self was in the Milky Way Sea and could not leave, which meant that the battle was now in a deadlock. Of course, the fact that there was a deadlock was a good thing for the Northern Reaches cultivators. This group here was the main force of the second wave of invaders. Currently, there were 4 other armies in other parts of the southern domain, stabbing toward the Blood Demon sect like sharp arrows. It would only be a matter of time before they arrived. Although those armies did not contain any peak Dao-seeking experts, only spirit-severing leaders, their combined forces numbered over 100,000. Once they arrived, they would be a critical factor in ending the deadlock. Most important of all, the hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators were only the second wave of the Northern Reaches Expeditionary Army. Currently, the third wave of 1 million cultivators was making its way across the Resurrection Lily Bridge. The third wave was en route, in battle formation, and once they arrived in the southern domain, they would add 4 peak Dao-seeking experts to the battle. Furthermore, they were not just any peak Dao-seeking experts, they were the 4 most powerful patriarchs in the entire Northern Reaches. Among their number was the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, whose cultivation base was monstrous. He was capable of battling false immortals. Once they reached the southern domain, victory would be assured. This was something all the Northern Reaches cultivators were aware of, and the southern domain cultivators could conclude via speculation. All of the peak Dao-seeking cultivators in Madair were also aware of these facts. There was nothing the southern domain could do about it. If things went on too much longer, great tribulation would fall upon the southern domain. Unless they could quickly overcome this second wave of Northern Reaches cultivators before the third wave arrived. Perhaps that would buy them enough time to set up some spell formations, as well as get some much-needed rest. If that didn't happen, and the ferocity they had experienced so far continued with wave after wave of opponents, then the southern domain forces would continue to sink further into exhaustion, and would have no time for vital preparations. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a cold light as he fought back and forth with the Dawn Immortal. He, too, was aware of the overall situation, and it caused his eyes to flicker with killing intent. He took a deep breath, and even as he moved in for another attack, an expression of determination filled his face. Without the slightest hesitation, he performed an incantation, causing a divine ability to appear. Using all the power of the false immortal puppet that he could muster, he suddenly caused a blinding light to shine out. Beams of light appeared, making Meng Hao's puppet look like a sun above the battlefield, casting bright light in all directions. A powerful destructive force then began to surge out from the puppet. This was a sign of self-detonation, which would unleash an unthinkably destructive force. After all, this was a false immortal puppet. The power released by its self-detonation would turn into a petrifyingly powerful attack. The terrifying aura that appeared immediately caused the minds of everyone on the battlefield to spin. As for the peak Dao-seeking experts of the Northern Reaches, their faces fell. He's going to self-detonate. The self-detonation of that puppet will unleash an incredible shockwave that would cause even a false immortal to perish. The Dawn Immortal's pupils constricted, and her heart filled with a sense of grave crisis. As she prepared to retreat, She twirled the Resurrection Lily whip into circles, creating a defensive shield. Meng Hao's determination left her completely shocked. She knew that this was a false immortal puppet, something that would put Meng Hao in a superior position virtually anywhere he went in the lands of South Heaven. Any powerful group would attach incredible value to a false immortal puppet. It was a precious treasure that could certainly lead to violent conflicts. And yet, Meng Hao is now going to blow the thing up. The shocked Dawn Immortal had just finished forming her shield when Meng Hao, utilizing the intense surge of power that came just before the detonation, increased his speed and suddenly appeared directly in front of her. He did nothing to prevent her from unleashing various divine abilities. Instead, he stretched out his hands, coughed up blood, and then wrapped his arms around her. He held tight to the Dawn Immortal, after which the 8th demon sealing hex suddenly caused her body to momentarily lurch, frozen in place. Under Meng Hao's control, the puppet shot high up into the sky. "You're looking to die," she said coldly, her face flickering. For the first time, she appeared to be truly angry. The illusory Resurrection Lily whipped about, unleashing wild attacks. Instantly, more cracks spread out across the puppet. Inside, Meng Hao coughed up blood and trembled. Each of the attacks being slammed against him could have injured someone at the peak of Dao Seeking. As the puppet continued to disintegrate, innumerable beams of light shot out, and the ground quaked. All of the cultivators looked up in astonishment. What they saw looked exactly like a sun. Pill Demon's heart was racing. He knew of Meng Hao's eternal recovery abilities, as well as the Blood Demon Grand Magic. However, this was the self-detonation of an immortal soul. Pill Demon had no idea whether Meng Hao could survive such a blast. Patriarch Song was also incredibly nervous. Most nervous of all were the 4 remaining peak Dao-seeking experts from the Northern Reaches. Their hearts were pounding as they realized that if the Dawn Immortal was destroyed in the detonation and Meng Hao survived, then there would be no way for them to continue fighting this battle. Unless the 3rd wave of the army showed up, they would be forced to either flee or be killed. Up in the air, the Dawn Immortal was struggling wildly. Meng Hao's face was twisted ferociously, and a vicious air surrounded him. He had been pestered for years because of the Dawn Immortal and was completely fed up with her. "The one that's going to die is you," he said through clenched teeth, shooting higher up into the sky. Self-detonating down below wasn't an option. Too many people would be killed, both friend and foe alike. His only option was to self-detonate high up in the air and focus all the power on destroying the Dawn Immortal. When he reached the apex of his flight, fear appeared on the face of the Dawn Immortal for the first time. By now, she realized that no matter what she did, she could not free herself. A strange light began to gleam in her eyes, and suddenly, countless leaves began to sprout out from her skin. The enormous whip transformed into a huge Resurrection Lily that began to wrap around her. At this very moment, the light emanating from Meng Hao's puppet had reached its brightest point. The air was shattered, and the sky flashed with colors. An explosive boom and an indescribably powerful destructive force exploded out, sweeping across the entirety of the southern domain. Everything was shaken violently. The gigantic flower which surrounded the Dawn Immortal was ripped into pieces, destroyed like a dried weed, exposing from within a face filled with complete terror. In the next instant, the Dawn Immortal's figure was been enveloped by the wave of destructive power. Inside the puppet, Meng Hao's flesh was slashed into pieces, and he began to burn. Some of his skin even began to melt. At that moment, when he was just about to be enveloped, the lightning cauldron appeared in his hand. Coldness gleamed in his eyes. He might be in a deadly and critical situation, racked with intense pain, but he was not flustered in the slightest. His eyes shifted to look down toward the battlefield at one of the peak Dao-seeking experts of the Northern Domain. It was a middle-aged patriarch with a long violet robe, surrounding by a swirling, illusory flood dragon. Chapter 779. The Northern Reaches routed. Heaven and earth trembled, and the thunder-like, rumbling sound of the explosion echoed out through the entire southern domain. The self-detonation of the false immortal puppet didn't just shake the southern domain. Ripples of air turbulence spread throughout the northern desert, and the clouds above the eastern lands churned. Simultaneously, as the destructive power washed over Meng Hao, his body flashed with lightning. His body vanished, and when he reappeared, he was in the spot just occupied by the middle-aged man with the violet robe and flood dragons. The peak Dao-seeking expert from the Northern Reaches reappeared where Meng Hao had been. He did not even have enough time to let out a miserable shriek before the power of destruction overwhelmed him. Massive rumbling sounds filled everyone's ears. It almost seemed as if the sky would collapse and fall. The peak Dao-seeking expert was instantly killed, and the Dawn Immortal was enveloped by the destructive force. Even any sound or sign of her was incapable of escaping. However, the two halves of the Resurrection Lily Bridge that stretched out across the Milky Way Sea trembled, as if they were being racked with intense pain. Rumbling sounds could be heard as parts of the bridge collapsed, the tentacles transformed into nothing more than ash. A screeching cry sounded out from the resurrection lily, so powerful that it caused the ground to split and the sky to shake. Meng Hao. Back in the southern domain, Meng Hao appeared next to Patriarch Song on the battlefield, and his body was a bloody mess. The only part that remained intact was the hand that held the lightning cauldron. The rest of his body was in tatters. His skin was flayed off, and his blood dried up. His vital organs were visible inside, and half of his head was destroyed. Upon cursory glance, it seemed that he would be incapable of anything but dying. His eternal stratum was virtually exhausted, and still in the process of repairing itself. As such, it was incapable of restoring Meng Hao's body. These were wounds that even the most miraculous medicinal pills would be incapable of healing. Immense amounts of destructive force had battered Meng Hao. The fact that he didn't die in the blast was actually pure luck. Were it not for the heaven-defying lightning cauldron, Meng Hao would most assuredly have been destroyed. Even still, when he reappeared, the remaining 3 peak Dao-seeking experts from the northern desert gasped and unconsciously fell back. They didn't dare to try to take the chance to make a move. Meng Hao's initial savagery and ruthlessness, his fearsome act of self-detonation, the slaughtering of the Dawn Immortal's clone, the casual slaying of the peak Dao-seeking expert, all of these things ensured that his fearsome name struck terror into the hearts of anyone and everyone. A buzz of conversation rose up from the more than 100,000 cultivators from the northern reaches. He's still not dead. Look at how mangled his body is, and yet he's still alive. Pill Demon rushed over with medicinal pills, while Patriarch Song and Patriarch Golden Frost immediately sped to Meng Hao's side to stand guard. Hao, said Pill Demon, with great urgency. As for Meng Hao's second true self, he sagged listlessly and darkened. After all, if Meng Hao died, then he would most certainly also die. Meng Hao couldn't speak. His eyes were blank and his expression looked confused. An aura of death swirled around him, as if he might pass away completely at any moment. He only had one tiny scrap of consciousness remaining. He looked down toward the ground at the astonished Northern Reaches cultivators. Then, the lightning cauldron flickered, and he vanished. When he reappeared, he had switched places with one of the Northern Reaches cultivators. Then, his hand exploded. The only intact portion of his body that remained was half of his head. Even the last remaining part of his head exploded into a bloody mist as it fell on the ground. The mist didn't vanish, though. It suddenly bored into the body of a nearby Northern Reaches cultivator, entering through his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The Northern Reaches cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream. His body began to writhe, and blue veins popped out on his forehead. His expression was one of astonishment and horror.
No.
Help me. In the middle of his sentence, his words were cut short. He began to wither as his chi, blood, cultivation base, and soul were all sucked away. As he died, vast quantities of red mist emerged from inside of him, which then split into two streams that then spread out once more. Miserable screams rang out. Quickly a shocking change occurred on the battlefield. Rumbling sounds filled the air as one Northern Reaches cultivator after another withered up and died. The blood mist then split from 2 parts into 4, then 8, then 16, then 32, then 64. In the end, hundreds of streams of blood mist spread out, boring into hundreds of bodies, sucking away their chi, blood, cultivation base, and soul. Then, the mist spread out again. All it took was the blink of an eye for thousands of streams of red mist to be visible. It was evil, devilish, and seemed to be sentient as it spread out, avoiding all southern domain cultivators and seeking only northern reaches cultivators to destroy. Up in midair were the 3 peak Dao-seeking patriarchs from the northern desert. There were the 2 identical old men who wore black and white clothing and looked like hopping vampires. The other bore the semblance of a young man, around whom swirled mysterious magical symbols. From the look of it, each one of those magical symbols contained some type of weapon just ready to be unleashed. All 3 of them looked at what was happening with complete shock. After exchanging glances, they didn't hesitate any longer. Employing all the speed they could muster, they fled off into the distance. How could they possibly dare to continue the fight? The Dawn Immortal was dead. Of the 7 peak Dao-seeking experts, 4 were gone, 3 of them slain by Meng Hao. Furthermore, it seemed apparent that Meng Hao still wasn't dead. There was no way they could possibly dare to stay behind. Besides, Pill Demon was now at the peak of Dao-seeking, as were Patriarch Golden Frost and Patriarch Song. Those 3 alone were enough to cause problems, and that was not to mention Meng Hao's second true self. He might seem weak, but if Meng Hao recovered, he would be yet another powerful enemy. There was simply no way to continue to fight. The death of the Dawn Immortal's clone had sealed the fate of the Northern Reaches' second army. The remaining 3 peak Dao-seeking experts fled, shivering in fear. Their only hope was to rendezvous with the Third Wave army. Only then would they possibly dare to reappear and face Meng Hao. It wasn't that it didn't occur to them to seize this opportunity to try to kill Meng Hao once and for all. Rather, the risk was too great. Fleeing was the safest option. The three fleeing Dao-seeking experts completely ignored the remaining 100,000 or more Northern Reaches cultivators down below. As for Patriarch Song and the others, they hesitated for a moment as they considered whether or not to pursue them. In the end, they decided that Meng Hao was more important. Even if they did catch up with them, it wouldn't be easy to secure a win in a short period of time. Pill Demon and the others exchanged glances. "Don't interfere with him," said Pill Demon. "Let's star. T setting up spell formations to seal this place off and protect him. That's the correct course of action. He's using the Blood Demon Grand Magic to recover. Let's go." Immediately, they split up and began to seal down the area. Down below, the blood mist raged. It was now split into more than 10,000 streams, which completely obfuscated the sky and land. Vast quantities of Northern Reaches cultivators were being consumed. No Blood Demon Grand Magic vortexes could be seen. The blood mist poured directly into the cultivators. They were incapable of fleeing, and their bodies were withered rapidly. Their fate was sealed. Their chi and blood, their cultivation bases, and their souls all became living sacrifices. Miserable shrieks filled the battlefield, along with cries of pain. The Southern Domain cultivators were completely shocked and surprised by what they were witnessing. What they saw was countless withered corpses with wide eyes and lifeless faces, filled with what seemed to be the utmost pain. The blood mist grew larger and larger. Soon there were tens of thousands of streams, which were now forming a nucleus in the place where Meng Hao had initially exploded. As for the mist itself, it seemed to stretch out from that central nucleus. Soon, a tempest of bloody mist seethed around that nucleus, rapidly transforming it into something that looked like a cocoon. Then, something that resembled a shocking heartbeat could suddenly be heard. Thump-thump. Every heartbeat caused the land to tremble and the sky to darken. It was as if the entire world were being covered by infinite ferocity. Boundless red mist seemed to be stretching out from the cocoon. There were now more than 50,000 streams sweeping about, making it impossible for the Northern Reaches cultivators to flee. "Damn you, Southern Domain cultivators. You're too ruthless. Kill them. Kill some of these Southern Domain bastards while there's still the chance." The Northern Reaches cultivators who had invaded the Southern Domain seethed with hatred and let out enraged shouts. Meanwhile, far out among the stars outside of planet South Heaven, there was a mighty river that no cultivator would be able to see, speeding along. At first glance, the river seemed to be frothy and muddy, but upon closer inspection it grew more clear. This river was called the River of Forgetfulness, and its source was the fourth mountain one. It swept through the great 9 mountains and seas, controlling the cycle of reincarnation and the path to the underworld. Any living being which died in the 9 mountains and seas, assuming their soul did not disperse, would enter into this great river and then be carried to the 4th mountain, after which they would begin their cycle anew. There appeared to be endless souls within the great river, most of whom looked around wide-eyed, moaning and screaming. Many struggled to escape the river water, including powerful beasts and mighty cultivators. Of the Noom, rouse fierce beasts in the river, one was a pangolin who was covered with long spikes. It was fully 3,000 meters long and was currently roaring in rage.
2.
It was half submerged in the river water and struggling mightily. Once it was completely submerged, it would lose its mental faculties. As it struggled desperately, the beast let out a mighty roar. "I'm an immortal from the mountain deity tribe. My grandfather is the Tao Lord of the Wind People of the 7th Mountain. How dare you try to drag me into the cycle of reincarnation?" As the beast roared, it began to rise up. It was just on the verge of leaving the water when suddenly, the river began to seethe. A spray of water burst into the air, which expanded out to form a sea. A rumbling sound could be heard as the beast was submerged. A miserable shriek rang out through the void as the gigantic creature was smashed, transforming into countless discarnate souls that merged into the river water. The scene caused all the surrounding beast souls to tremble with fear and astonishment, even terror. Off in the distance, an old man sat upright, floating above the surface of the water, surrounded by the melodious music of a great Tao. Every bit of his soul radiated immortality, and his body shone with radiant light that spread out in all directions over the vast river. He seemed like a preeminent immortal, towering over the river of forgetfulness. He ignored the water, which seemed incapable of fazing him in the least. "I am an almighty Tao Lord of the 6th Mountain. My longevity might have ended, but in the past, the longevity of Tao Lords in the 9 mountains and seas was unlimited. Now, under what authority are you dragging me into the cycle of reincarnation, 4th Mountain?" The old man suddenly looked up, and his eyes seemed like 2 suns. Any souls that he looked at immediately began to scream and dissipate. 1. I think I mentioned in a footnote before that in Chinese, the number 4 is pronounced almost the same as the word for death, and they are usually associated with each other. 2. In Chinese, pangolins have a pretty cool name. The characters literally mean pierce mountain armor. Chapter 780, Slaughtering an Underworld Judge. The old man slapped his hand down onto the surface of the water, and then began to fly upward. His hand flashed in an incantation gesture, and then a rift tore open in the starry sky, which he prepared to enter. However, it was at this point that a black fish suddenly splashed out of the water. It had sharp teeth and looked incredibly ferocious. As soon as it appeared, black rays of light began to shine out from it, making it look like a black sun. It only took a moment for it to appear in front of the old man. An indescribable pressure exploded off of it. "You're an underworld fish," said the old man, his face paling. "There's an underworld judge of the fourth mountain who is an underworld fish. You're his clone." Just when the old man prepared to fight back, the underworld fish flickered and then stabbed into the old man's forehead. The old man shook, and then his body began to dissipate. Even as he began to fade away, the old man's eyes suddenly flickered with a glow of determination. "I might be dying, but you underworld people must be dreaming if you think I'll go down without a fight. My Tao manifested the music of a great Tao. Dead souls of the river, if you have any reluctance at all to part with the living world, then awaken. Listen to the call beckoning you to stay in the world of men. Break free, return, and exist as undead." With that, he lifted his head back and laughed loudly. His body collapsed, but the sound of his voice rolled out through the river of forgetfulness, which stretched out further than the eye could see. The old man died, but the music of his great Tao echoed out over the discarnate souls within the river of forgetfulness. They trembled, and were then unable to control themselves as they flew up into the air. They transformed into a tempest of souls which shot madly toward the rift out in the void. "Let's go home. Flee this place and return home." Rumbling could be heard as the countless souls whistled through the air. On the surface of the river water lay a woman surrounded by a blood-colored light. She also flew up into the air to join the other souls in the tempest. The underworld fish next to the rift looked coldly at the souls. "You people are already dead," the underworld fish said coolly. "If you want your souls dispersed as well, then as an underworld judge, I can accommodate. All souls in the river of forgetfulness will have no trial. Your sentence is to be refused entry into the cycle of reincarnation. Your souls will be exterminated immediately and melted into the river of forgetfulness, where they shall remain for all eternity." A black glow emanated out from the fish, transforming into a dermic decree that spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was covered with a black glow. Any soul who touched it screamed, and then faded away, having been instantly eradicated. "I don't want to die. Ah, soul dispersion. I refuse to submit. My life was ended, and now I get no second life. I can't accept this." It took only a moment for all the souls above the river to fade away, with the exception of the woman's soul. The black light was blocked by the red glow that surrounded her. The black underworld fish looked over with glinting eyes that suddenly went wide. The woman was none other than Su Qing's soul. "So, you already have a dermic decree attached to you, directing you into reincarnation?" The fish hesitated for a moment. Generally speaking, souls with dermic decrees had incredible backstories. The fish couldn't help but look more closely at Su Qing. After further examination, a look of surprise gleamed in the fish's eyes. "This woman has a Tao root? And it just sprouted? I've never heard of something like this before. I've been looking for a new slave girl. This one will do just fine." Suddenly, black light appeared in front of the fish, which then transformed into a huge hand covered with fish scales. It reached out towards Su Qing to grab her. However, as soon as it made contact with the red glow, shocking ripples flowed out. The hand trembled, then shattered into pieces, leaving the underworld fish astonished. It only took a moment for a bright glow to appear in its eyes. "Interesting. This woman with the dermic decree must be some shocking, almighty figure. Now that she's died, she's weak and exhausted. If I can suppress her here in the river of forgetfulness, then there won't be any chance of her coming back to look for me later." The underworld fish's body flickered, and the river of forgetfulness began to crash with enormous waves. The waves surged, merging together, hundreds of thousands of them. The red glow fought back against the waves, but was eventually incapable of resisting the mysterious power of the river of forgetfulness. After some time passed, the glow began to fade. When it completely dissipated, the underworld fish laughed loudly and then summoned the black hand to once more reach out and grab at Su Qing. "I'll bless you with some good fortune. Wipe your memories and sever your path to mortality. You won't be going into the cycle of reincarnation from now on. You're going to be the slave girl of an underworld judge." Just when the black hand was about to grab onto Su Qing, a strand of divine sense suddenly flew up into the air and began to emanate an astonishing power. The strand slashed down, slicing the black hand in two. A miserable scream could be heard from the underworld fish. With an expression of complete astonishment and terror, it shot backward in retreat. At the same time, a cold voice echoed out through the river of forgetfulness. How dare you touch the daughter-in-law of the one surnamed Fong? The voice seemed enraged, and the entire river of forgetfulness shook. The underworld fish couldn't look more shocked. You, Fong, you're... It began to tremble with such fear that its soul nearly dissipated. Before it could finish speaking, the strand slashed out into the starry sky, severing all natural law. The strand continued to slash down toward the underworld fish. It screamed as its body was sliced into two halves. The strand then appeared to be preparing to finish the job and completely destroy it. Your Excellency, please spare my life, cried the underworld fish. It was completely terrified and filled with a sense of deadly crisis. Unfortunately, it was incapable of fleeing and had no other option than to beg for mercy. It was at this point that another voice, ancient and archaic, echoed out from within the river of forgetfulness. Elder Brother Fong, calm your anger. Considering my position as king, can't you give me some face? In conjunction with the voice, an enormous F. Ace appeared within the river of forgetfulness. It had a third eye on its forehead, and as soon as it appeared, all the stars in the sky trembled. No, I can't, was the cold response. A blood-curdling scream rang out from the mouth of the underworld fish. Its body was destroyed, completely and thoroughly. Then, a will of extermination appeared that quickly found the true self that the clone originated from, and destroyed it as well. Nothing could prevent this from happening. The starry sky was now tranquil and quiet. Elder Brother Fong, we haven't seen each other for years, but you still have the same temper. You might just be a stream of divine sense come from the lands of South Heaven, but that's still a violation of the agreement. The 100,000-year period has just begun. You and your beloved are not permitted to leave South Heaven. During the 100,000 years, I can send out one stream of divine sense, replied the cold voice. That was also written in the agreement. Down below, the eyes of the enormous face in the river of forgetfulness flickered. True. Although, you may only do that one time, ostensibly to provide a Dao protector for your son. I never imagined you would use the divine sense on this girl. The son of Fong is a dragon of heaven and earth. He doesn't need me to act as Dao protector. Oh, you're not afraid that someone might kill him? The face replied coldly. If someone kills my son, I will kill his everything, responded the voice, cold and calm. I will destroy his entire family and their chance at reincarnation. The words were spoken with a monstrous, domineering air. Intense, icy coldness spread out, and as for the face on the river, it trembled inwardly. Even after all these years, he definitely deserves to be called the #1 chosen of the Fong clan, thought the face. For the sake of his crippled son, he was stationed on planet South Heaven for 100,000 years, unable to leave. South Heaven is old and dull, and his cultivation base cannot advance. It won't take 100,000 years for plenty of other people to pass him up. At this point, the cold voice continued. This is my daughter-in-law. My strand of divine sense will stay with her to protect her and ensure that she is peacefully reincarnated. During her time in the underworld, no one is allowed to interfere with her in any way. With that, the strand of divine sense slowly floated down to circle around Su Qing's arm, then faded into her. The face on the river water said nothing. After a moment passed, it slowly sank back down into the water. This stretch of the vast river of forgetfulness now had no souls in it other than Su Qing's. Gradually, she drifted off into the distance. Back in the southern domain on the battlefield, the southern domain cultivators milled about, not attacking but merely surrounding the northern reaches cultivators. They had long since grown accustomed to the reek of blood. They looked on coldly as northern reaches cultivators let out their final screams. Everything was sealed. The northern reaches cultivators couldn't flee. By now, there were less than 30,000 left, each and every one of whom was withering away into a corpse. The corpse-littered battlefield was huge, but now it was possible to see that in the very center, there was a giant blood-colored cocoon, within which sat a cross-legged figure. It was impossible to see the figure clearly, only its outline, but when the southern domain cultivators looked at it, their eyes filled with reverence and fanaticism. A magic had been used that merged the chi, blood, and cultivation bases of more than 100,000 people to mold a new body. Such magic was matchlessly sinister and vicious. And yet, the magical technique itself was neither evil nor good. The nature of good and evil is often decided by the masses and the heart. To the northern reaches cultivators, the blood mist was evil to the extreme and indescribably cruel. They hated it to their bones. However, to the southern domain cultivators, it was exactly the opposite. The living sacrifice of the northern reaches cultivators allowed their esteemed Meng how to mold a new body. It was something that left them incredibly moved on an emotional level. It was impossible to say who it was that spoke first, but soon, all of the more than 100,000 surviving Southern Domain cultivators spontaneously began to cry out. Their voices grew louder and louder until everyone was shouting out one name. They were calling out to Meng Hao, calling out for him to awaken. The sound rumbled out over the remaining 20,000 or so Northern Reaches cultivators. They were enveloped by red mist, and their miserable screams were a sharp contrast to the calls of the Southern Domain cultivators. Two very different sounds could be heard on the battlefield. The Northern Reaches cultivators only lasted for the space of a few breaths before they were completely withered up. 20,000 corpses toppled over, and the thick red mist surged back into the enormous, blood-colored cocoon. Then, the heartbeat coming from within the blood cocoon grew louder. Thump-thump, thump-thump, thump-thump. Not only did the heartbeat grow more intense, the image of the person inside began to grow clearer. 100,000 Southern Domain cultivators were shouting at the top of their lungs, and the sound of it caused everything to shake, and even penetrated into the blood cocoon itself. Within the blood cocoon, the figure's eyes suddenly opened. Who calls me? Chapter 781. Meng Hao awakens. Within the blood cocoon sat a cross-legged figure with pale, white hair. His body had no skin on it, making it possible to see the various blood vessels and other meridians. Overall, he looked completely horrifying. His eyes were listless, and a monstrous devilish aura emanated off of him, making him seem like a blood devil. This was Meng Hao. He had absorbed the qi, blood, and cultivation base of more than 100,000 cultivators, as well as their souls. However, he had been destroyed by the explosion of the false immortal puppet, washed over by the force of eradication. Therefore, even what he had already absorbed was not enough to completely restore his body. The cultivators in the outside world called his name, and the sound continued to grow louder. It entered into the blood cocoon and echoed in Meng Hao's ears, muffled and distorted as if time were passing slowly, stretching out the sounds. Gradually, Meng Hao's eyes were no longer blank, but rather bright and clear. I am Meng Hao, he murmured. A tremor ran through him, and his mind seemed to fill with rumbling as his memories flooded back. There were memories of his early childhood, and then that night when he was 7 years old. His parents went missing, and he ran out into the fog to look for them. Then there was the Reliance sect, the Violet Fate sect, the Western Desert, the Demon Immortal sect, the Milky Way Sea, and finally the War of the Southern Domain. He remembered everything. He remembered his and Su Qing's wedding. He saw her soul enter the river of forgetfulness. All of it caused him to tremble. Then he looked down at the back of his right hand and saw that same mark that had appeared before, flickering and glittering. This time when he looked down at the symbol, there was more. There were unfamiliar memories, broken fragments that he couldn't quite piece together. Within those fragments were memories from before when he was 7. However, the setting was unfamiliar. It was not the state of Zhao, but some other place. It was some location where there seemed to be 7 moons, one of which was bright, 6 of which were dark. Underneath that unique sky, he was being carried in the arms of a woman. Off to the side was a young man who was smiling at him. Further off to the side was a tall old man who was laughing kindly. The man and the woman were not unfamiliar to him. They looked exactly like the father and mother that he remembered from when he was young. As for the sky and the land, it was a world Meng Hao didn't recognize. What he did know was it was not South Heaven. That curse targeting one of the lands of South Heaven didn't affect me at all. Is it possible that I actually wasn't born here? Before, Meng Hao didn't have the time to consider the question. Now, here in this blood cocoon, his mind stirred with scattered fragments of memories. After some time passed, the mark on Meng Hao's hand faded. He looked up and heard the voices calling to him from the outside. Slowly, he rose to his feet. The blood cocoon exploded, transforming into a shocking, blood-colored whirlwind. Meng Hao stepped out from within the whirlwind, into the view of the Southern Domain cultivators. What they saw was a Meng Hao with white hair and ferocious features. His body had no skin, making him even more terrifying. However, they continued to call his name.
Pill.
Demon, Patriarch Song, and Patriarch Golden Frost sped over to appear at Meng Hao's side. Meng Hao's second true self was also recovered and appeared off in the distance. How, said Pill Demon. Seeing Meng Hao's current condition pained him in his heart. Meng Hao clasped hands in greeting, then softly said, Master, I'm fine. These are merely the excesses of the 6th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. The 6th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. Patriarch Song exclaimed with a gasp. This truly was the 6th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. As soon as Meng Hao's body fell apart, the 6th level automatically activated. It seemed that in order to truly enter the 6th level, it required all the blood in the body to dissipate. As of now you. Pill Demon trailed off and didn't finish his sentence. Master, said Meng Hao, his eyes flickering with red light, are there still cultivators from the Northern Reaches' second wave army left in the Southern Domain? Yes, he replied. There were a total of 6 fronts. The third and fourth overlapped here, but there are still 4 others scattered in the 4 cardinal directions. There are still roughly 100,000 Northern Reaches cultivators out there. A flicker of worry could be seen in Pale Demon's eyes. He knew what state Meng Hao was in. He was bedeviled and would carry out slaughter like a devil. Master, I found my path to the third severing, said Meng Hao. He looked at Pale Demon, then clasped hands and bowed respectfully. Pale Demon looked at him seriously for a moment, and then suddenly laughed out loud. Relieved, he waved his hand, sending a jade slip flying out that detailed the locations of the 4 Northern Reaches armies. Meng Hao caught the jade slip, then turned to clasp hands toward Patriarch Song and Patriarch Golden Frost. Finally, he looked out at all the Southern Domain cultivators, clasped hands and bowed. With that, he flew up into the air. His second true self rippled and vanished, becoming his shadow as he shot off into the distance. After Meng Hao left, Pill Demon produced a pill furnace and then unleashed a vast quantity of medicinal pills for the Southern Domain cultivators to use to recover. Then he, Patriarch Golden Frost, and Patriarch Song started to set up spell formations. They knew that the war wasn't over. The Northern Reaches' third wave, which was the strongest of all, was currently en route. It wouldn't be long before it arrived, and then the true battle for victory or defeat would begin. In the end, the Southern Domain's chances of winning were small, but they would fight nonetheless. It would be better to die in battle than let the Southern Domain be overrun. Meanwhile, Meng Hao shot through midair in a beam of blood-colored light. He sped forward, jade slip in hand, heading toward the second front, which wasn't very far off. The Blood Demon Grand Magic has 3 strata. With the first stratum, I can battle early Dao Seeking. With the second, I can battle mid-Dao Seeking. With the third stratum complete and my current cultivation base, I can definitely shake the peak of Dao Seeking. If I can perform my third severing and step into Dao Seeking, then I would be considered invincible within the Dao Seeking stage. Meng Hao's expression was placid, but his heart was thumping. Regarding my third severing, I already have the basics lined up. He looked down toward the ground and saw a shadow that others would not be able to perceive, which was his second true self. As he proceeded onward at top speed, he was soon able to hear the sounds of battle. Though it was not the shocking sound of hundreds of thousands of cultivators fighting, it still caused everything in the area to shake. There were tens of thousands of people on the battlefield, locked in combat. One side was in a state of constant retreat, and the other side was pushing them relentlessly. The ground was stained with blood and littered with corpses. 20,000 Northern Reaches cultivators were currently fighting 10,000 Southern Domain cultivators. Most of the group of Southern Domain cultivators was made up of Violet Fate sect disciples. Among their forces were chosen of the Violet Fate sect who had not completely grown into their prime, and as such, were unable to take the lead. Currently, the cultivators taking the lead were 3 aged Spirit Severing cultivators. On the Northern Reaches side, there were 4 Spirit Severing cultivators. Booms filled the air as the Southern Domain army was forced into constant retreat. Their 3 Spirit Severing cultivators were seriously injured. Their army had suffered severe casualties. Chu Yuyen was there fighting, her face pale, blood oozing out of her mouth. There were many familiar faces, some who had already fallen, some who were still holding firm. Meng Hao shot down from the sky, like a bloody shooting star that stained the sky red. As soon as he appeared, the tens of thousands of bitterly fighting combatants were shocked to the core. This was especially true of the Southern Domain's Spirit Severing cultivators, whose pupils constricted. They were unable to tell whether or not this person was a friend or an enemy. That was not the case with Chu Yuyen. She dodged a fatal strike, coughed up some blood, and then looked up at the figure in the beam of light. Her heart trembled. He had white hair and no skin. He was fearsome and terrifying to the extreme. And yet, she could still tell that it was Meng Hao. "What's happened to you?" she thought, her heart aching. She had her pride, but even with that pride, when she saw Meng Hao like this, pain filled her heart. Meng Hao slammed into the middle of the Northern Reaches forces like a meteor. Massive fissures spread out across the land, and numerous Northern Reaches cultivators coughed up blood and then directly exploded. The 4 Spirit Severing cultivators from the Northern Reaches were in shock. They grit their teeth and attacked, but before they could even get close to Meng Hao, he waved his hand out in front of him, causing a vast red mist to spread out. The 4 Spirit Severing cultivators had just begun their charge when the mist poured into them. They began to scream, shocking, earth-shaking screams. They were powerful Spirit Severing experts, but it only took the blink of an eye for them to begin to wither up. Chi, blood, cultivation bases, souls, all were extracted. As the mist spread out, anyone caught in it became a desiccated corpse that toppled to the ground. The sight of it shocked all of the Northern Reaches cultivators. More miserable shrieks rang out as the red mist continued to spread. Moments ago, the Northern Reaches cultivators' faces had been covered with malevolent, murderous expressions. Now, they were trembling in terror. Their bodies withered up, their cultivation bases vanished, their souls were wrenched out. Soon, the entire battlefield was filled with the sounds of screaming. The Violet Fate sect disciples backed up, their faces ashen. The scene which was playing out in front of them left them stunned, with looks of horror on their faces. Who is that? His entire body is the color of blood.
He has no skin.
His magic is demonic. How come? That looks a lot like Meng Hao's blood demon grand magic. Xu Yuyan looked at Meng Hao in the middle of the Northern Reaches cultivators, and it felt like she was looking at a blood devil. Her heart ached as she realized that Meng Hao also had an air of sorrow to him. Rumbling filled the air. The 20,000 Northern Reaches cultivators around Meng Hao screamed miserably as, one by one, they became desiccated corpses. Eventually, the red mist returned to Meng Hao. Cracking sounds could be heard from inside of him. His previously skinless body now had some skin on it. His qi and blood were more vigorous, and up above in the sky, thunder rumbled. Meng Hao. It's Meng Hao. It really is Meng Hao. I couldn't tell before, but now that there's some skin on him, you can tell it's Meng Hao. How come he looks so different? The Violet Fate sect disciples were shocked. However, even as their voices rose, Meng Hao leaped up into the air. He looked down at the crowds, and his gaze lingered for a moment on Xu Yuyan. As he turned to leave, his voice rang out. Go meet up with the others at the Blood Demon Sect. Chapter 782. 3 swords sweep across the eastern lands. In the same moment that Meng Hao left the second front in the southern domain, a man and a woman stood in a monolithic tower of Tang in the eastern lands, just as they had been standing there the entire time, looking toward the southern domain. Soon. He's going to break through soon, the man said softly. Once he does, once he reaches Dao Seeking, we can go to him. We can tell him the truth about everything. Before he reaches Dao Seeking, we cannot interfere with his karma. We have to be extremely careful even with things tangentially related to him. If any accidents happen, this lifetime will have been a failure. I don't want to see him go through any more suffering. As he spoke, a love shone in his eyes that seemed capable of melting even the coldest ice. The woman standing next to him had tears in her eyes as she stared off toward the southern domain. She could see Meng Hao, and his current skinless visage caused her heart to quiver. But he's just a child, she said, and the tears began to flow down her cheeks. Almost as soon as the words left her mouth, her expression suddenly changed. Shocking, murderous intent flickered in her eyes as she turned her head to look in a different direction, toward the Ji clan. At this very moment, the clouds there were seething as an enormous vortex appeared above the clan, a vortex that anyone under Dao Seeking would be incapable of seeing. It was something only visible to Dao Seeking and higher. Within the vortex, a gigantic altar appeared. It was none other than the Immortality Bestowal Dais. Behind the Immortality Bestowal Dais, up in the sky above the eastern lands, a huge face appeared. Its eyes were closed as if it were sleeping. However, as soon as it appeared, an indescribable pressure emanated out that weighed down on all living creatures in the eastern lands. The false immortal puppet Hao used was infected with Ji clan karma, said the woman. He already had Ji clan karma on him to begin with. Now they're going to make a move. The killing intent in her eyes grew even more intense. At this point, rumbling sounds could be heard from within the Immortality Bestowal Dais. Clearly, it was just on the verge of performing a teleportation. Remove my seal, the woman said urgently. They're going after Hauer, and I'm going to stop them. The man didn't say anything. However, his hand released the column it had been gripping and clenched into a fist. There's no need, he said calmly. I'll handle it myself. The woman looked over in shock. As far as she could remember, her husband always opposed her when she tried to interfere in matters. They had quarreled about such things many times. But now, he was going to do something. Hauer is at a critical juncture and can't be disturbed. If we can't interfere, then neither can the Ji clan. A cold gleam appeared in his as he stretched his hand out and pointed up into the sky. Instantly, the entire eastern lands started to tremble. The face in the sky distorted as a gargantuan finger appeared up above, which then poked viciously down toward the Immortality Bestowal Dais. As the rumbling filled the air, roars of rage could be heard from within the Ji clan. 3 figures appeared, which shot up toward the Immortality Bestowal Dais and the descending finger. The song of a great Tao rose up from the Immortality Bestowal Dais and from the ancestral lands of the Ji clan. The sky trembled, and the eyes of the enormous face op aimed to sliver. Instantly, the enormous finger began to shudder, seemingly incapable of withstanding the force. Then, the man in the Tower of Tang snorted coldly. The eastern lands consisted of 216 states. The northern reaches had 113. The southern domain 219. The western desert had none, and was also the only region that had no towers of Tang. In the lands of South Heaven, there were a total of 548 towers of Tang. Currently, Roughly a third of those towers of Tang began to emit bright light. Brilliant beams shot up into the air, which sped toward the Tower of Tang in the Eastern Lands, where they formed into the shape of a sword. It seemed to be a simple, ordinary iron sword. There was nothing resplendent about it whatsoever. However, as soon as it appeared, wild colors flashed throughout the sky, and planet South Heaven quaked. Immediately, the sword slashed out with such speed that it was impossible to even see. It cut through the immortality bestowal dais, rending a huge gash and causing the altar to fall down toward the ground. This dais wanted to seal my son. It shall remain fallen for 10,000 years. Then the sword slashed a second time, toward the 3 incoming figures from the Ji clan. They could do absolutely nothing to block it, and disappeared in a haze of blood. The sword continued to slash downward into the Ji clan ancestral mansion. A massive gorge was hewn out through multiple layers of the mansion as the sword headed toward the same location where the man's wife had been stopped the last time she had gone to that place. Sitting at the top of a tall staircase was a young man.
1.
The young man's face flickered, and he immediately roared and counterattacked with all the power he could muster. A boom rattled out, and blood sprayed from his mouth as both of his arms were severed. They flew up into the air and spontaneously combusted, gone for all eternity. Your clan wishes to infect my son's karma? You're nothing but a puny peak immortal realm Dao Lord who hasn't even opened the great door to the ancient realm, and yet you dare to chide my wife? I'm severing your arms. Furthermore, you'll never reach the ancient realm in this lifetime.
2.
The sword slashed a third time, toward the face up in the sky. Massive amounts of sword chi billowed out, and a huge rift was opened up in the sky. The face vanished. If your honored clan chief were here, I would obviously be no match for him. But the trifling strand of divine will that has become the heavens of South Heaven is not enough to keep me under its thumb. You listen to me, Ji clan. I, Fong, have a family with 4 people in it. We've only been in the lands of South Heaven for a few hundred years, and have done nothing to interfere with your operations here. But, starting today, I will fully assume my status as the prison warden of the 9th Mountain. Henceforth, the Ji clan will keep itself in line. If you harbor even the slightest ill intentions, well, let me remind you that you're nothing more than an offshoot of the Ji clan. Besides, even if you were the main branch, I've lost count of how many people I've killed from there. The Ji clan instantly fell silent. It was at this point that the woman's proud voice could be heard from within the Tower of Tang. Listen up, you people. When my Hao returns, you little twerps who owe him spirit stones had better pay them back or else. Her way of handling things was somewhat reminiscent of Meng Hao. Everyone in the Ji clan was trembling. The chosen, the array disciples, even Ji Xiaoxiao, all felt their scalps go numb. At first, they weren't sure who these voices were talking about, but once they heard mention of the debts of spirit stones, all of the chosen who had been to the demon immortal sect shivered and recalled the same person, that oft-remembered bastard who had conned them out of who knew how much, and had left them gnashing their teeth. Deep in the Ji clan, the young man who had lost his arm sat silently on an altar. A complex expression filled his face, and after a long moment, he sighed. He sealed himself here for 100,000 years, and is unable to leave South Heaven. He even became the 9th Mountain prison warden, all to give his son a slim chance at life. And it turns out that little kid down there is his son. The iron sword vanished, and the towers of Tang in the lands of South Heaven went dark. Everything that had just happened was something that mortals wouldn't be able to see. Even most cultivators would not have been able to see anything. As everything faded away, the woman turned to stare at her husband, and a strange light gleamed in her eyes. The man's face was calm, his voice cool as he said, "Surprised? You interfered a few times already, which was quite dangerous. I lectured you before, but actually I interfered once too. I prevented some punk child from trying to mess with Su Qing's soul." The woman suddenly smiled. "Afraid Meng Hao would resent you if you didn't. When Su Qing left the lands of South Heaven and entered the river of forgetfulness, I was then truly free to act," he continued. "She is his beloved, which makes her our daughter-in-law. That strand of divine sense will protect her in her reincarnation, all the way until we meet her in person. As for Howard, I have faith that he is a dragon among men. He's not some spoiled brat that needs to cower under the protection of his father and mother. We must stay here on planet South Heaven for 100,000 years. That was the agreement. An oath. We can't leave, yet neither can we force him stay with us here for those 100,000 years. His path lies much further off in the distance. In this lifetime, he relied only on himself to get as far as he has, and we can be proud of how far he's risen. Therefore, we must have faith that in the future he'll continue to make us proud." He spoke softly, and it was hard to tell whether he was speaking to his wife or to hints. LF. Back in the lands of South Heaven, Meng Hao's skin was now 30% recovered. He didn't look as terrifying as before, although his expression was as cold as ice. He flew through the air in a beam of blood-colored light as he headed toward the next battlefront. Of the 6 fronts in the southern domain, the 3rd and 4th had merged together. The other 4 were already being pushed toward the Blood Demon sect. Considering the incredible speed Meng Hao was capable of, it didn't take long for him to appear in the air above the first front. There were a few Violet Fate sect disciples here, as well as many rogue cultivators. All of them were united to defend against more than 20,000 Northern Reaches cultivators. A bloody battle was being fought. Desperate fighting was underway, and corpses littered the ground as far as the eye could see. It was completely shocking. When Meng Hao appeared, he swept down like a red wind. Among the Northern Reaches cultivators was an unusually domineering spirit-severing expert. He was soaked with blood, although little of it was his own. His expression was merciless, and his eyes radiated killing intent as he occasionally laughed cruelly. 2 human heads were hanging at his waist. One of them was a person Meng Hao recognized. It was one of the Blood Demon sect's 2 Iron-Blood patriarchs. Southern Domain cultivators, roared the huge man. You act like your way of cultivation is the only way, but now you're less than dog crap. I've even killed 2 of your spirit-severing patriarchs. All of you can go die. He laughed loudly as he brandished his huge war club. Wherever he went, he left a trail of destruction. Behind him were 2 giants as tall as mountains. They roared as they slammed into the virtually defenseless Southern Domain cultivators. It was at this point that Meng Hao arrived, swathed in red. A red mist rose up around him that, from a distance, almost looked like a cloak that covered the entire sky. Meng Hao exuded the air of a paragon. The burly spirit-severing cultivator saw him, and his expression flickered. Roaring filled his mind as an indescribable pressure bore down on him. He suddenly felt as if he couldn't breathe. A cold sweat broke out all over. He felt like a tiny little animal facing up against a lion. Stop him, cried the man, shivering. He fell back as the 2 giants lunged toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was indifferent as he closed in. He simply passed by the giants, refraining from attacking. The red mist spread out to cover them up, and then blood-curdling roars rang out. The giants withered up in the blink of an eye, and then toppled over onto the ground. The spirit-severing cultivator gasped, and his eyes filled with astonishment. You're at the peak of Dao Seeking. Definitely the peak of Dao Seeking. Damn it, aren't the Southern Domain's peak Dao Seeking experts all at the central battle? How could one of them be here? He had no time to think about the question. In the blink of an eye, the red mist enveloped him, like the ravenous mouth of a devil. He was swallowed up along with the rest of the Northern Reaches cultivators. For a few moments afterwards, miserable screams abruptly rose up into the air. 1. Meng Hao's mother trashed the G-clan in Chapter 426. 2. For those of you who don't remember the 4 great realms of cultivation as explained by Ku Yunhai in Chapter 587, they are Spirit, Immortal, Ancient, and Dao. Chapter 783. Overwhelming. A short while later, the red mist reformed into the shape of Meng Hao. His skin was now roughly 50% restored. He no longer looked so hideous, but the coldness of his expression made his devilish aura even more intense. He flicked his sleeve, and then, under the shocked gazes of the Southern Domain cultivators, pierced through the air to disappear off into the distance in a beam of prismatic light. Of the 6 fronts, hostilities had now ceased on 4, and only 2 remained. Meng Hao flew as fast as possible. The air shattered around him, and lightning crackled as he sped across the land. Soon he appeared at the 5th front. Few Southern Domain cultivators remained on this front, only a few thousand. In contrast, there were more than 10,000 Northern Reaches cultivators, battling fiercely, pushing the Southern Domain force back in constant retreat. Shockingly, Fatty was there in the crowd, spattered with blood, his expression fierce. Although his cultivation base was not incredibly high, he abounded with magical items. Furthermore, as the Golden Prince of the Golden Frost sect, he was constantly guarded by other members of the sect. Even so, currently facing a dangerous situation. After coughing up some blood, he leaped out, enraged, and bit a chunk out of the enemy's flesh. When Fatty bit things, it didn't matter if it was flesh, bone, or magical items. Everything would be crushed and ripped. It was an incredibly fierce and cruel sight. The Northern Reaches forces who pursued Fatty were covered in wounds that appeared to be bite marks. Damn it. Is this a person or a wild beast? How can he have such sharp teeth? What technique does he cultivate? Slay him and pry his teeth out. I'm positive that you can refine them into a shocking magical item. Their killing intent seethed, and the glow of magical items swirled around their bodies as they gave chase to Fatty. Bring it on, roared Fatty. Grandpa Fatty's gonna bite you to death. The fighting raged, and the Southern Domain cultivators fell back again. The Northern Reaches army advanced with unbridled frenzy, and from the look of the situation, it seemed that the Southern Domain cultivators would soon be completely wiped out. Fatty's eyes had long since been shot with blood. Off to the side, one of his beloved concubines received an injury, causing him to leap to her aid. He pulled her back and then lunged out, snapping his teeth at the arm of a Northern Reach. Yes, cultivator, who was about to land a palm strike on her. The Northern Reach's cultivator immediately fell back, scalp numb. Although Fatty only ended up biting air, the sound it emitted was completely shocking. Damn it, cried the Northern Reach's cultivator. Shamed into rage, he waved his arm, causing a lump of bronze to appear. He tossed it out in front of him, whereupon it exploded with a bluish light that was apparently sentient. It immediately shot toward Fatty as if to consume him. Fatty's face fell, and a sensation of deadly crisis washed over him. He shot backward at high speed, pursued by the blue light. Just when the light was about to slam into Fatty, a cold snort echoed out across the land. It was a mere sound, but it instantly caused the Northern Reach's cultivators' bodies to tremble. There were some who coughed up blood and felt their minds reeling unstably. The cultivator, who was after Fatty, suddenly went pale in the face. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and he turned his head in astonishment. What he saw was a blinding red light filling the sky. The following moment, a hand stretched out from behind Fatty, grabbed his shoulder, and pulled him back. It was then that Meng Hao appeared. Meng Hao, cried Fatty exuberantly. Immediately, the spirits of the surrounding southern domain cultivators lifted. The exalted Meng Hao has arrived. We're saved. Meng Hao is here. The Northern Reaches cultivators had all heard of Meng Hao. They knew that he was the one who had wiped out the first wave army. When they heard his name, many of them gasped and subconsciously backed up. Someone who could wipe out an army of 100,000 cultivators was clearly an astonishing figure, no matter how he accomplished the task. As soon as Meng Hao appeared, his energy transformed into an oppressive air that sent the minds of the Northern Reaches cultivators spinning. At the same time, Meng Hao stretched out his hand and flicked the blue light that had been bearing down on Fatty. Disperse, he said coolly. The blue light shuddered, then emitted a screech as it shot backward and swallowed up the Northern Reaches cultivator. Unable to escape, it then shrank back down into a lump of bronze and was pulled back through the air into Meng Hao's hand. The lump of bronze trembled, seemingly pleading for its life with Meng Hao, who looked at it for a moment and then put it into his bag of holding. Then he glanced around at the more than 10,000 Northern Reaches cultivators. A dark look gleamed in his eyes, and he stepped forward. Vast quantities of red mist instantly roiled out, like countless vipers. They shot toward the more than 10,000 enemies, boring into their bodies, causing shocking, miserable shrieks to fill the air. Meng Hao still stood there, arms raised into the air, eyes closed. Rumbling sounds filled the air as one after another, the Northern Reaches cultivators transformed into desiccated corpses. Red mist poured out from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouths, which then flowed back to Meng Hao. His skin grew rapidly, and in the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, the screams faded away. The corpses toppled over, and Meng Hao opened his eyes. His skin was now over 70% restored. His white hair floated around him, and he emanated a fiendish air that caused the Southern Domain cultivators to feel both anxious and shocked. The 6th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic soon, murmured Meng Hao. Eyes gleaming with cruelty, he turned to look at the Southern Domain cultivators. When his gaze fell upon Fatty, he smiled. Yet the smile caused Fatty to inhale sharply. You, he said hesitantly. Meng Hao didn't respond. He turned and shot up into the air, preparing to head to the final front. That was where he would complete the 6th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. Fatty looked at Meng Hao flying up into the air and couldn't hold back from shouting out, "You're not Meng Hao. Who are you?" When Meng Hao had appeared, he had been filled with joy. But after a moment, he had realized that there was something unfamiliar about him. There was a coldness that hadn't been there before. Fatty suddenly got the feeling that this person was not the Meng Hao that he remembered from the past. He was different. Very different. It was the same feeling Chu Yuyan had experienced, except that with Fatty, it was even stronger. The Meng Hao he remembered was not the type of person to carry out massacres. He was not so savage and cruel. He would not consume others' chi, blood, life force, and souls to further his cultivation. Those techniques were the craft of devils. Such practices would give rise to shock no matter what era or location they appeared in. Cruelness, ruthlessness, the ability to treat life as worthless, that was how this Meng Hao was acting. He was completely different from the calm-loving Meng Hao who existed in Fatty's memories. Meng Hao came to a halt up in midair, and Fatty's words echoed about in his mind. He paused for a moment without looking back down at Fatty, then vanished off into the distance. The 6th front was the location of the final remnants of the Northern Reaches' second wave army. The cultivators responsible for holding them back were from the auxiliary branches of the Blood Demon Sect, the Solitary Sword Sect, and the Golden Frost Sect. This was the only front out them of all where the Southern Domain maintained a superior position. There were originally over 20,000 Northern Reaches cultivators, but now there were little more than half that. The Southern Domain cultivators fought back fiercely, and their enraged battle cries filled the area. Chun Fan was in the middle of it all, along with Li Shiqi. The battlefield was filled with the glow of magical techniques and the power of divine abilities. Chun Fan's cultivation base had returned to the nascent soul stage, and he fought with a sword. He truly looked like a sword cultivator, fighting as he did with shocking killing blows. Li Shiqi was surrounded by a blood-colored glow. Of course, she did not cultivate the Blood Demon Grand Magic, but rather used other magical combat techniques of the Blood Demon sect. Booms filled the air, and the sky suddenly turned bright red. Rain began falling, red rain. It was completely unexpected, and both the Southern Domain and Northern Reaches cultivators were astonished. It was at this point that the falling rain transformed into a red mist that shot, swirling, toward the Northern Reaches cultivators. In the blink of an eye, it bored into their bodies. The Southern Domain cultivators were shocked, and immediately fell back. They watched, shaken, as the Northern Reaches cultivators began to scream with unprecedented misery. Their bodies withered up, and their hair fell out as their cultivation bases and souls were extracted through every orifice. It was the same with the nearby mountain-like giants. Even the ghoul-like spirit creatures that the Northern Reaches had brought were screaming. Their bodies faded as if they were being erased. The Southern Domain cultivators gasped at the sudden, shocking turn of events. It almost seemed as if they were witnessing in a living hell. Corpses fell to the ground one by one. The giants died, and the evil spirits screamed and faded away. After that, everything was silent. Within the silence, the red mist surged up toward the red clouds in the sky, taking the chi, blood, cultivation bases, and souls with it. The scene left a deep impression on all of the Southern Domain cultivators. The red mist churned and rolled, and as they looked up at the red clouds, they saw someone sitting there cross-legged. That was the person who was absorbing all the red mist. Meng Hao's skin was now fully regrown. He was dressed like a scholar. However, his previously scholarly aura was now as cruel and merciless as a blood devil. His white hair floated around him, and when his eyes slowly opened, it seemed as if red lightning were crackling within them. After absorbing all the power from the battlefield below, his body flickered, and he vanished. There were friends down below, but he didn't want them to see him like this. Living sacrifices. He used some evil technique to turn them into living sacrifices. Who was that person in the clouds? Most of the Southern Domain cultivators made such exclamations. However, there were some people whose faces flickered as they seemed to recall a similar, although not quite as vicious, scene. Chun Fan stood there silently, a complex look on his face, as he looked up into the sky. Not too far off was Li Shiqi, who stood there trembling. She was a Blood Demon sect disciple, and although she did not cultivate the Blood Demon Grand Magic, she was not unfamiliar with it. It was him. Chapter 784, The Final Battle. When the fighting stopped on the Sixth Front, the war of the Southern Domain finally became peaceful and quiet. However, everyone knew that this was only the calm before the true storm. The storm was nigh. The final, decisive battle was coming. As to where the location of the final battle would be, many opinions were voiced by various Southern Domain cultivators. Some people had their minds set on the Blood Demon sect. With the spell formations that were already in place, much time could be saved. Furthermore, the majority of the battle-ready cultivators in the Southern Domain were already congregated in the area. Many others felt that the best location was the point where the Northern Reaches cultivators actually entered the Southern Domain. Doing so would prevent the Northern Reaches cultivators from raising and pillaging the rest of the Southern Domain. In the end, Pill Demon, Patriarch Song, and Patriarch Golden Frost all agreed that time was the most valuable commodity. Thus, the Blood Demon sect was selected. It was far from the Milky Way Sea, but relatively close to the Blacklands, and could be considered to be on the border of the Southern Domain. Although this would cede a large amount of territory, every day that they continued to survive was another day that the Northern Reaches would not be able to completely conquer the Southern Domain. Furthermore, the Northern Reaches cultivators would have to travel all the way to the Blood Demon sect, which meant that the Southern Domain cultivators would have more time to prepare. After the decision was made by Pill Demon, Patriarch Song, and Patriarch Golden Frost, all the battle-ready cultivators of the Southern Domain were marshaled. There were approximately 200,000 of them, and they were divided into multiple defensive fronts, with the Blood Demon sect at the center. Meanwhile, Pill Demon and the others personally went around the Southern Domain to the remaining sects and clans to collect vast quantities of supplies and treasures. They also set up enormous spell formations, 10 in total, which caused shocking pressure to weigh down around them. The atmosphere was tense. All of the Southern Domain cultivators were focused on healing and recovering their energy. Every area on the final battleground was filled with silence. The final battle would determine victory or defeat. If the Southern Domain was victorious, they would be able to welcome in a new era of peace. After a period of rest and reorganization, they would be able to once again bloom like a beautiful flower, even more resplendent than before. However, if they were defeated, the Southern Domain would essentially become part of the Northern Reaches. Their core Taoist teachings and doctrines would be wrenched away. Their cultivators would be exterminated, and the foundation of the southern domain would be lost. They would be ruled by the northern reaches, and years later, perhaps no one would even remember the formerly glorious southern domain. This was the battle for everything.
They would live or die.
There was no option for Su. Render. A few days earlier, Meng Hao had returned to the Blood Demon sect, where the final battle would soon take place. He went back to the same location where he had held Su Qing and watched the sunrises and sunsets. Except now, there weren't two shadows falling on the ground. There was only his own. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his blood-red robe swayed. His face was pale white, morbid, and seemingly devoid of blood. It was a sharp contrast to the redness of his robe. However, his eyes radiated darkness. Anyone who looked at him could sense a pulsing feeling, as if his body contained a terrifying qi and blood power. Also barely visible were over 100,000 shrieking souls that swirled around him. They seemed to spread out endlessly, and their howls were astonishing. Apparently, these were the people Meng Hao had consumed and destroyed. They were shackled to him for all eternity, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Qing he murmured. Are you doing well? His eyes were cold, and contained a trace of loneliness that made his aura seem even more desolate. Anyone who looked at Blood Prince Gorge would feel that it was filled with blood and mysteries. The news had long since spread that Meng Hao had consumed the qi, blood, cultivation bases, and souls of the enemy cultivators. Virtually all of the cultivators in the entire southern domain knew about it, and in fact, most had witnessed it. Deep in their hearts, the veneration they felt toward Meng Hao was now coupled with dread. The southern domain was finally rested, and their spell formations were prepared. 5 days passed. Near the border of the southern domain, where it touched the Milky Way Sea, the sea water roared. Massive waves surged across the surface of the water. It almost seemed as if the southern domain would be drowned. Up above, shockingly bright lights could be seen on the Resurrection Lily Bridge. Apparently, teleportation portals were in continuous use. Slowly, people began to appear. Soon they packed the bridge, seemingly without end. The Resurrection Lily Bridge trembled as two mountain-like giants appeared. These giants were different than the ones from the second wave. They were more powerful and wore suits of golden armor. The pressure they exuded was astonishing. Shockingly, these giants were not comparable to the spirit-severing stage, but rather Dao-seeking. It was only early Dao-seeking, but considering their enormous frames, they could clearly crush any cultivator within the same stage. Furthermore, they wore armor and had enormous greatswords strapped to their backs, making them even more fearsome. Behind the two giants was a monstrous, sinister death aura that took the form of an emerald-colored mist. In the region near the mist, numerous dead sea creatures could be seen floating on the surface of the water. Inside of the mist were 3 10,000-year-old wraiths. The wraiths all emanated an air similar to Dao-seeking as they swirled about within the mist, shrieking and howling. In addition to these, there were hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators that composed the main military force. They were packed in tight formation atop the Resurrection Lily Bridge, and anyone who saw them would surely gasp in shock. However, what was most eye-catching was what could be seen in the very rear position of the army. It was a gigantic iron cage, fully 300 meters tall. It was being pulled forward by countless iron chains, and sitting inside was a monkey that had bright red eyes. It was covered with numerous magical symbols and sat motionless in the cage, breathing heavily. In the vanguard position of the army were 3 people that emanated shocking auras. They hovered in midair, looking coldly out at the southern domain. In the center position among the 3 was an old man with red hair and a ruddy face. He wore a white robe, and a mysterious pressure emanated off of him. He was surrounded by countless bolts of lightning that formed together to make what appeared to be true dragons. If you continued to watch, you would see the true dragons swirl together to form something entirely different, a miniature cauldron. Were Meng Hao here, he would instantly be able to tell that this cauldron closely resembled his own lightning cauldron. However, on this cauldron was engraved a dragon with lightning bolts curling around it. The old man hovered there, clearly emanating the power of peak Dao-seeking. And yet, the feeling of his aura was somewhat similar to that of Meng Hao's false immortal puppet. Yet again, further examination would reveal that his aura was even more ancient and archaic. He seemed to possess an aura that was somewhere between a true immortal and a false immortal. This old man was the most powerful person in the entire Northern Reaches, the clan chief of the Imperial Bloodline clan. On either side of him stood a man and a woman. The man was gentle and effeminate, with phoenix-like eyes and a frame as lithe as the wind. However, within his eyes could be seen what appeared to be the cross-legged image of 2 immortal divinities, reciting scriptures. A mere glance at the man would show that he was completely beyond the ordinary. He was also at the peak of Dao seeking, with a strange air similar and yet different to that of a false immortal. The woman, on the other hand, was by no means beautiful. She had a black birthmark on a face that was twisted and uncouth. Furthermore, her body was neither elegant nor appealing, and she was extremely obese. Wrapped around her neck was a crimson snake that occasionally flicked its forked tongue out. Its eyes were grim, and if you looked closely, you would see that the snake did not actually have a physical body. Shockingly, it was actually composed of countless discarnate souls. This was the third wave army of cultivators from the northern reaches, the final wave, and also the most powerful. As soon as they arrived at the border of the southern domain, 3 beams of light emanating the power of peak Dao seeking shot toward them. They were the 3 northern reaches patriarchs that had been frightened off by Meng Hao. When they joined the force, it increased the number of peak Dao seeking experts in the third wave to 6. In addition, there were the 2 giants and 3 wraiths. This army of northern reaches cultivators was incredibly powerful. The 3 newcomers did not say anything. They produced jade slips, which they tossed out to the Imperial Bloodline clan chief and the others, who examined them closely for a few moments. Although their expressions did not change, serious looks could be seen in their eyes. The 6 cultivators exchanged glances and then began to transmit a conversation. I've already received your earlier reports about him. It seems this Meng Hao is the greatest hindrance to our northern reaches invasion of the southern domain. He has a peak Dao-seeking clone, and his true self can absorb life force, chi, blood, cultivation bases, and souls. We must eliminate him. Without him, the southern domain is ripe for the picking. After a moment, their flickering gazes came to rest on the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. Lightning danced around him, and his closed eyes suddenly snapped open. He spoke for the first time, and his hoarse voice was filled with strange power. To deal with him, I approve the use of the ancestral statuary. The other 5 nodded in response. There was no further discussion. Moments later, the third wave army marched off of the Resurrection Lily Bridge and into the southern domain. In that instant, the killing intent of the northern reaches cultivators exploded out. The sky darkened as they shot through the air like a black cloud. The Imperial Bloodline clan chief looked off into the distance. Lightning danced around him as he snorted coldly and then stretched his hand out and pointed upward. Immediately, a bolt of lightning shot up into the sky. The air distorted, and then a fist-sized, translucent eyeball appeared up above. The lightning smashed into it, blasting it to pieces. The southern domain knows we've arrived, said the old man. Push forward at top speed. We will finish this war in one swift blow. In response, the northern reaches cultivators roared and surged forward at incredible speed. Colors flashed in the sky, and the wind screamed. Down below, the earth quaked under their killing intent. Outside the Blood Demon sect, Patriarch Song's face flickered as he opened his eyes. They've arrived, he said. There is an old man with lightning surrounding him, most likely the most powerful person in the northern reaches, the clan chief of the Imperial Bloodline clan. His cultivation base is astonishing. He noticed my arcane scrying eye. They will be here in 3 days at the latest. Pill Demon and Patriarch Golden Frost exchanged glances. Seeing the profound gleam in each other's eyes, they suppressed their anxiety and rose to their feet. Spread the word. The final battle is about to begin. Chapter 785. The battle begins. 10 successive spell formations protected the Blood Demon sect. When the 200,000 Southern Domain cultivators inside heard Pill Demon's proclamation, they opened their eyes from meditation. Their eyes were still bloodshot. Their righteous ardor had by no means evaporated. Although they had been able to rest for a few days, their minds were like taut bowstrings that had not relaxed in the least. Everyone was waiting for the final battle to begin. Now the moment was upon them. No one spoke. The sound of their breathing formed a thunderous, reverberating echo. Each and every cultivator exuded a murderous air. All of it mixed together into a shocking aura that caused everything to tremble. In this battle, there would be nowhere to retreat to. In this battle, the ultimate frenzy of the Southern Domain would be unleashed. In this battle, defeat meant death, and victory meant a chance for life. No one was confident that they would be alive after the battle was over. Not even Patriarch Song and the other powerful experts had such faith. However, in a battle of this scale, between 2 major territories and hundreds of thousands of cultivators, anything was possible. They sat there, taciturn. Many removed jade slips from their robes and inscribed them with their most consummate and powerful abilities, then applied blood curses to ensure that anyone who studied such arts in the future would be forced to view the Northern Reaches cultivators as their ultimate archenemies. Some people produced magical treasures or other arcane heirlooms that represented important memories. They held them in their hands and stared at them, murmuring. They appeared to be making their farewells. Meng Hao sat motionless in Blood Prince Gorge. During these days of rest, he did not practice cultivation. As for the Blood Demon Grand Magic, it was not fully complete. He still lacked some souls harvested from battle. He sat there in the same spot where he had held Su Qing, his mind a blank. It almost seemed as if his aura had vanished. Time passed. On the evening of the second day since Pill Demon's proclamation, the Southern Domain cultivator's breathing had grown even louder and hoarser. It sounded like muffled thunder echoing about. As before, no one spoke. Finally, a black streak appeared, far off on the horizon. Soon it became apparent that the shocking black streak was actually countless Northern Reaches cultivators. They shot through the air, hundreds of thousands of them, bursting with energy. The clouds churned due to their passage, and rumbling echoed out across all the lands. The ground quaked as the two giants in golden armor ran, stepping over entire mountains with each stride. The mere sight was terrorizing. The three wraiths flew through the air surrounded by swirling emerald mist. Wherever they passed, the living things down below died, and the mountain peaks appeared to melt. Up in front were the six-peaked Dao-seeking experts, led by the clan chief of the Imperial Bloodline clan. They streaked through the sky, looking almost like a gigantic talon, ready to rip the sky asunder. The Southern Domain cultivators looked up. They put away the jade slips and the precious heirlooms, and stopped thinking about loved ones. As of this moment, they cleared their minds and allowed the desire for battle to burn hot and bright. It was hard to say who said it first, but the cry spread quickly. They had been suppressing themselves for days, and now they could finally vent. The roars grew louder. Fight! One by one, the Southern Domain cultivators rose to their feet. Their roaring caused the sky to dim as an explosive murderous air surged up, passing out through the spell formations to contend with the energy of the Northern Reaches cultivators. Rumbling filled the air as the energy from the hundreds of thousands of cultivators fought against each other. It was an invisible conflict, but casualties were still inflicted. The Northern Reaches cultivators stopped in place, and there were even some with blood oozing from their mouths. It was the same with the Southern Domain forces. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed out from the Northern Reaches forces. Central Regiment, advance. Flanking regiments, form into a blade. Summon the Immortal Gate to smash the entire place flat. The voice came of a veiled woman who floated cross-legged within the green wraith mist. In response to her words, 3 regiments split from the army of hundreds of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators. The Central Regiment numbered 100,000 and advanced directly forward. The 2 flanking regiments had 50,000 cultivators each and formed together into something that looked like sharp blades that shot forward. Simultaneously, a rift suddenly opened up above in the sky. An enormous golden door emerged, which then smashed down toward the ground. The 2 mountain-like giants in golden armor leapt forward, howling as they stretched their arms out to catch the enormous golden door, which they then hefted on their shoulders. The door slowly opened to reveal a void of primal chaos, within which was a giant, green tree. The tree slowly began to emerge from the door, and an ancient, archaic aura spread out to fill the land. It was shocking to the extreme. "Activate the formations," said Patriarch Song. Rumbling could be heard as the 10 spell formations began to rotate. Innumerable illusory spirit swords flew out, blotting out the sky as they shot toward the Northern Reaches cultivators. "Break that formation," the woman in the green mist said indifferently. Instantly, the 2 giants with the door on their shoulders began to run toward the Southern Domain's spell formations. More of the enormous tree had emerged from the door, roughly 300 meters worth. The TWO giants possessed extraordinary strength and were incapable of being obstructed. In the blink of an eye, they were right on top of the Southern Domain cultivator's 10th spell formation, which they struck with the gigantic tree. A boom rang out, and cracking sounds could be heard. The 10th spell formation was completely incapable of withstanding the attack and shattered into pieces. Inside the spell formation perimeter, Patriarch Song's and Patriarch Golden Frost's faces fell. "What is that?" "It a formation-breaking tree," said Pill Demon, his face grim. "The Northern Reaches has access to profound resources. I can't believe they still have one of those trees left." Even as the words left his mouth, the 2 giants strode toward the 9th spell formation, followed by a massive wave that was the Northern Reaches army. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators prepared to inundate the Southern Domain forces. At the same time, 5 of the 6-peak Dao-seeking experts up in midair flew forward at top speed toward the 9th spell formation. They reached it in the blink of an eye and employed divine abilities as they joined the 2 giants in attacking it. A moment later, the land trembled and the sky filled with rumbling as the 9th spell formation was destroyed, and then the 8th. When the 7th formation was destroyed, a destructive power hidden within it was unleashed that transformed into an explosive shockwave, which roared outwards. The giants bearing the golden door were incapable of fighting back against the attack. Trembling, they were forced back about 300 meters. Many of the Northern Reaches cultivators behind them were incapable of standing up to the attack and were destroyed in body and spirit. As the attack power spread out, the 5-peak Dao-seeking experts immediately sprang into action. Colorful divine abilities were employed, causing the ground to tremble and the attacking power to dissipate. "Charge!" roared Patriarch Song. He, along with Pill Demon and Patriarch Golden Frost, flew out, followed by 5 spirit-severing experts and the 200,000 Southern Domain cultivators. This was the opening salvo of the final battle. Pill Demon and the others headed toward the 5 peak Dao-seeking experts. Patriarch Song and Patriarch Golden Frost could only fight one enemy at a time, but Pill Demon had 2 lives worth of cultivation backing him. Although the magical symbols constraining him had not been fully removed, his peak Dao-seeking power far exceeded that of the other 2. When he attacked, the song of a great Dao swirled around him. A pill furnace materialized that seemed capable of refining heaven and earth, which he immediately sent against the effeminate Northern Reaches cultivator. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, enveloping the white-robed man who looked like a hopping vampire. Booms filled the air as the 3 Southern Domain peak Dao-seeking cultivators waded into battle. Unfortunately, the Northern Reaches had sent 5 peak Dao-seeking experts. There was still one left that could not be obstructed. That was the obese woman, who grinned as she shot toward Patriarch Song with a lethal attack. However, even as she shot forward in attack, her scalp suddenly went numb and her face fell. She stopped in place and then retreated as a wooden sword suddenly materialized and slashed through the space where she had just been. The sword glittered with the power of time, which caused the air around it to suddenly pass through tens of thousands of years of time. Who is it, she thought. Meng Hao's second true self stepped out of thin air. He waved his hand, causing hundreds of magical symbols to appear, and a spell formation shaped like a parasol shot toward the woman. The woman opened her mouth and spit out a writhing mist that transformed into the shape of a wild beast. It charged toward Meng Hao's second true self, and rumbling sounds filled the air. The woman's face flickered. She was not an ordinary peak Dao-seeking cultivator. She exceeded that. Normally, she could easily slay other peak Dao-seeking experts. She could never have imagined that she would meet someone here who was not weaker than her. "So you're Meng Hao?" she asked. She wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. The effeminate man who was fighting Pill Demon looked over. The leader of the Northern Reaches, who had been observing the battle instead of fighting, also glanced over. "That's Meng Hao's clone," said the old man that looked like a hopping vampire. Booming could be heard as the peak-level experts' battle unfolded in midair. At the same time, the 5 spirit-severing experts whistled through the air down below. Unfortunately, the Northern Reaches had sent 7 spirit-severing cultivators to block their way. 5 battles quickly broke out as the remaining 2 Northern Reaches spirit-severing experts heading toward the ordinary cultivators from the Southern Domain with evil gleams in their eyes. On the battlefield, no one discriminated regarding cultivation base, not when it came to killing. Battles were won or lost depending on how many of the enemy you could kill. It was at this point that the cross-legged woman in the mist once again spoke out coldly. 3 elders of the Northern Sky, please make your move." Immediately, the 3 wraiths in the mist began to cackle. Surrounded by swirling mists, they shot down toward the Southern Domain cultivators. Their eyes shone with mysterious light and bloodthirsty intent, as if they planned to consume the life forces of as many cultivators as possible. The situation did not look good for the Southern Domain. However, there were still spell formations left standing. With that foundation, it was always possible to fall back to safety. And yet, there still seemed little hope for victory. The most powerful expert from the Northern Reaches still hadn't made a move yet. As the 3 wraiths descended like death toured the Southern Domain's main army, Meng Hao sat in Blood Prince Gorge. He saw what was happening, and the blankness left his eyes. A blood-like glow suddenly appeared, and then he vanished. When he reappeared, he was in the middle of the battlefield. Chapter 786, Slaying Wraiths. Meng Hao appeared without a word or a sound. Not many people in the battle would be able to detect his sudden appearance. One of the few who did was the #1 most powerful expert from the Northern Reaches, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief up in midair. Meng Hao appeared just outside of the spell formation, swathed in red, his face pale white. He looked almost as if he were devoid of blood. He held the lightning cauldron in his right hand, which crackled with lightning as he suddenly vanished again. Shockingly, when he reappeared, he had taken the place of a despairing Southern Domain cultivator who was being attacked by a burly spirit-severing cultivator with wild hair. The Southern Domain cultivator originally thought he was going to die and was preparing to self-detonate. Then, his vision went blurry and he switched places with Meng Hao. Even as his mind reeled with shock, Meng Hao reappeared in front of the burly cultivator with wild hair. The burly man had already struck out with his hand. When he saw Meng Hao, his face flickered and his pupils constricted. Shocked, he was about to fall back when Meng Hao, like a soul vampire, moved forward and touched the man on the right arm. A miserable shriek rang out from the burly man's mouth as his arm rapidly withered. The technique being used against him was like a black hole that rapidly sucked away his chi and blood. In the blink of an eye, his burly frame was nothing more than skin and bones. His cultivation base was gone, and his soul was sucked away. His body fell into pieces as massive quantities of red mist were absorbed into Meng Hao. Meng Hao didn't even pause. After casually killing the man, the lightning cauldron flickered again, and he reappeared in front of a spirit-severing expert who was slaughtering his way through the southern domain forces. The old man's scalp went numb. The speed with which Meng Hao had killed the burly man was such that he didn't even have time to react. Even as his jaw was still dropping from shock, Meng Hao appeared in front of him. Meng Hao's profound and mysterious face was devoid of any trace of blood, and a mysterious, dark glow filled his eyes. The old man was scared out of his mind. No! He was about to flee when Meng Hao reached out and placed his hand on top of his head. The old man screamed miserably as his body withered, sucked out through the top of his head into Meng Hao's hand. All of this happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Meng Hao had just appeared, and already, 2 people had been slaughtered. The speed with which it happened caused all the onlookers to be taken aback. Starting with the handful of people who Hao had just saved, the Southern Domain cultivators began to chant his name. Exalted Meng Hao. Exalted Meng Hao. Exalted Meng Hao. The combined voices of all the Southern Domain cultivators turned into a massive sound wave that rolled out. Meng Hao stood there, his blood-red robe fluttering, his white hair floating around him, his energy surging. Up in midair, the Northern Reach's #1 most powerful expert, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, looked down with wide eyes. That kid is seeking death, he said. Without hesitation, he transformed into a lightning rock surrounded by crackling electricity that shot toward Meng Hao in a deadly attack. Meng Hao's expression was as cold as ever as he caused the lightning cauldron to flicker, and he vanished yet again. In another location on the battlefield was one of the 3 wraiths, which vaguely resembled an old woman. She wore a twisted smile as she grabbed onto a Southern Domain cultivator, opened her mouth wide, and bit into the man's head. Crunching sounds could be heard as his skull cracked open and she began to absorb his soul. The screaming man was still alive when suddenly, he vanished and was replaced by Meng Hao. The darkness in the woman's eyes flickered, and relying on the fact that her spirit body was illusory, she didn't pause. Laughing evilly, she opened her mouth to bite Meng Hao. Well, she said, since you've delivered yourself up, let's see exactly how strong you are. Her mouth opened, a mouth which could cause the soul of an ordinary cultivator to be extracted with ease. Meng Hao's expression was cold as the mouth neared him. It was at this point that he opened his own mouth and began to inhale. As he inhaled, the woman's body began to tremble. An indescribable sense of deadly crisis rose up in her, and she screamed. She immediately let go of Meng Hao and began to back up. Damn it. Are you even a cultivator? How could it be that you practice ghost magic? Before the old woman could back up very far, Meng Hao inhaled even deeper, and her body collapsed. It transformed into countless motes of sparkling light which shot into Meng Hao's mouth. It was possible to see the image of the woman in one of those motes of light. She was screaming as Meng Hao swallowed her down. His face darkened for a moment, then returned to its previous pale white, shrouded by a head of billowing white hair. Nearby, the other 2 wraiths were already flying away in retreat, thoroughly horrified. Behind Meng Hao, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief descended, roaring. He moved with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, was almost upon Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes glinted with coldness. He suddenly turned, then shot up into the air, spinning rapidly. A droning sound could be heard as he smashed directly into the lightning rock. The deafening roar that rippled out shocked even the Peak Dao-seeking experts fighting in midair. Even as the lightning rock collapsed an NT-looking hand emerged and punched down toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao was sent tumbling backward, blood spraying from his mouth. As he fell back, the lightning cauldron flickered, and he switched places with a Northern Reaches cultivator off in the distance. Now he was directly in the path of one of the fleeing wraiths. Shockingly, everything that was happening was exactly as Meng Hao had planned it. The instant he appeared, he leaped forward without the slightest hesitation. His right hand flickered in an incantation gesture, then he waved his hand, and his body began to emanate red mist. The mist transformed into a cyclone that headed straight for the wraith. The wraith's face fell, and it let out a high-pitched shriek as it sped backward. Such action was useless, however. The cyclone swallowed it up instantly, whereupon it was shredded to pieces, destroyed both in form and spirit. As Meng Hao absorbed it, he could tell that the Blood Demon Grand Magic was becoming more refined. Just need a little bit more, he thought, his eyes flashing with red. The final wraith was now completely and truly scared to death. After sweeping across the Northern Reaches for years, he had finally been captured and transformed into a wraith. In the past he had been a powerful expert, but was then forced to consume souls as a form of cultivation. To him, Feasting on human flesh to bolster his spirit was the natural order of things. However, this was the first time he had encountered a terrifying existence that could consume ghosts and wraiths like himself. The wraith flew backward in complete astonishment, merging back into the green mist that hovered in midair, not daring to emerge again. Up above, the two mountain-like giants with the golden door on their shoulders and the huge tree were now once again bombarding the southern domain's spell formations. The sixth spell formation collapsed into pieces, and the fifth formation started crumbling. Down below, the number one expert of the northern reaches, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, was once again in human form, his body surrounded by crackling lightning that formed his own lightning cauldron. He suddenly lifted his hand and waved his finger toward Meng Hao. A lightning bolt immediately shot out from his lightning cauldron. It was black and looked like a dragon as it sped through the air. At the same time, the old man changed shape again, transforming into a 300-meter-long dragon. This was no ordinary dragon. This was a lightning dragon. 1. Primordial lightning dragon transformation, cried the old man, his voice thrumming with what seemed like the power of heaven. A savage and archaic aura rose up from his body as the incarnated primordial lightning dragon charged toward Meng Hao. Unfortunately for the old man, this was not a true primordial lightning dragon, but merely the shape of one. Even still, it was shockingly powerful. For the first time, Meng Hao's face flickered. This old and was the most powerful person he had ever encountered other than the Dawn Immortal. Although this man didn't match up to the Dawn Immortal in terms of bizarreness, the domineering extent of his energy exceeded hers. That was especially true of this primordial lightning dragon incarnation, which clearly emanated a feeling of an archaic time. It seemed monstrously aggressive, as if anything which stood up against it could be crushed like dried twigs. What kind of dragon is that? Thought Meng Hao, his eyes flickering as he backed up. That cauldron in his hand just now looked very similar to my lightning cauldron. Suddenly, he vanished, switching places with the Northern Reaches cultivator off in the distance. As soon as the Northern Reaches cultivator appeared where Meng Hao had been, he was ripped to shreds by lightning. You can't flee, roared the old man in primordial lightning dragon form. There's nobody who can even lift a finger against the primordial lightning dragon. Lightning transformation. His speed suddenly increased explosively by several-fold. He was clearly not going to allow Meng Hao to have another chance to flee with his lightning cauldron. I don't plan to flee, said Meng Hao, his eyes glittering. As for this lightning dragon, I'll show you what happens when I lift a finger. As the primordial lightning dragon bore down on him, Meng Hao raised both hands into the air. A vortex appeared, which was Meng Hao himself. As it pushed outward, the countless struggling souls which surrounded him screamed bitterly. Hundreds of thousands of them were under his control. They flew like raindrops, merging together into the shape of a gigantic head. This head was the color of blood and had a horn sticking out of its forehead. It was none other than the head of a blood demon. Before the two divine abilities could slam into each other, a miserable cry rang out from the sky up above. Over the past days, Patriarch Golden Frost's wounds had remained unstable, despite the medicinal pills provided by Pill Demon. Currently, he was in full retreat up in the air, a look of madness in his eyes. My longevity was already reaching its end, he said. I'm going to die soon anyway. The only reason I didn't die in previous battles was because the Li clan patriarch saved me. And now, if I'm going to lose my life, dying as part of the Southern Domain's struggle means my death is not in vain. He roared, and suddenly his body burst into flames as he unleashed the flame of his life force. In the blink of an eye, he was temporarily at his ultimate peak. His legs had burned away, and his body began to dissipate. Apparently, he was using every aspect of his life force to transform into the final sword form of his entire life, a forbidden sword art. Golden Frost Immortal Slaying. A power capable of devastating heaven and earth rumbled forward. The golden glow of the sword rose into the heavens, and it only took a moment for it to reach the black-robed old man who looked like a hopping vampire. He was incapable of evading, and after the sword passed by, his head toppled down toward the ground. Patriarch Golden Frost, having unleashed this final sword form, completely faded away. His soul was dissipating and would be incapable of entering the cycle of reincarnation. Patriarch. Down below, the Golden Frost sect disciples among the Southern Domain cultivators were all filled with grief and anger. If there was one mistake I could take back, it would be joining the Solitary Sword sect to go to war with the Blood Demon sect. It's the biggest error I made in my entire life. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were pointlessly sacrificed in that war, and fellow Daoist Blood Demon was injured so badly that he cannot awaken. Were that not the case, the puny Northern Reaches would never be so arrogant as to dare to invade the Southern Domain. Regret could be seen in Patriarch Golden Frost's eyes. Finally, he turned into nothing more than dust and vanished from the lands of the Southern Domain. 1. Lightning Dragon, or Thunder Dragon, is also how you would translate Brontosaurus. Chapter 787. The Rise of a Blazing Sun. Of the powerful experts of the four powers that had waged war against the Blood Demon sect, the Solitary Sword sect Patriarch had perished in battle, as had the Black Civ sect Patriarch. Now, Patriarch Golden Frost transformed his life force into a sword, which slaughtered a Northern Reaches cultivator and then became ash in the wind. As far as he was concerned, if the war with the Blood Demon sect hadn't occurred, the Southern Domain would currently be much stronger. Even if the Northern Reaches did have 11 peak Dao-seeking experts, they still wouldn't have dared to send troops into the Southern Domain. After all, the 5 great sects and 3 great clans had deep Dao reserves. Although they only had 8 peak Dao-seeking cultivators, they did have several other Dao-seeking experts. When you added in the precious treasures of the various sects and clans, it would have been more than enough to make the Northern Reaches cultivators pay a heavy price for any incursion. But now, all of that was mere wishful thinking. Patriarch, cried the Golden Frost sect cultivators down below. Their minds were filled with grief as they watched their Patriarch fade away. As for Patriarch Golden Frost, in his mind, he was atoning for his sins committed in the past. Now there were only 5 peak Dao-seeking experts among the Northern Reaches forces. Unfortunately, the Southern Domain cultivators now only had the increasingly weakened Patriarch Song and Pill Demon, and then Meng Hao's second true self. It was the 3 of them versus 4 peak Dao-seeking opponents. Rumbling filled the air, and the fierce fighting continued down below. Heaven and earth were wreathed in shadow, and the clouds churned. Miserable howls drifted through the air, as did the boom of magical techniques. In the final moments before death, some people chose to self-detonate. All of this transformed into something like a funeral dirge that echoed like thunder throughout all creation. Rivers of blood flowed wide and deep. Down below, the number 1 most powerful person in the Northern Reaches, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, had transformed into the shape of a primordial lightning dragon. Lightning crackled out from his body, seemingly connecting all the way up to the sky. The power it contained as he shot toward Meng Hao was indescribable. Meng Hao had rotated the Blood Demon Grand Magic to the pinnacle of its speed. Hundreds of thousands of enslaved souls, incapable of entering the cycle of reincarnation, had merged together to form a Blood Demon's head, with its vicious horn. The head was huge, and anyone who saw it couldn't help but be astonished. This was a duel between a primordial lightning dragon and a blood demon. This was a battle that could possibly have actually occurred countless years in the past. Now, it was occurring again. The primordial lightning dragon and the blood demon were once again locked in deadly combat. In the blink of an eye, the primordial lightning dragon and the blood demon slammed into each other. The blood demon had shattered and then exploded into countless pieces. Simultaneously, the blood demon's horn glittered like a sharp blade which sliced into the body of the primordial lightning dragon, then slashed through it, splitting it completely in half. A shocking boom rolled out, accompanied by the roar of the lightning dragon and towering demonic chi from the blood demon head. It turned into a powerful blast that rapidly spread out in all directions. All of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators on the battlefield were momentarily shaken into senselessness by the blast. The Imperial Bloodline clan chief appeared in the spot where the lightning dragon dissipated, blood oozing out of his mouth. Veins bulged out of his forehead as he glared at Meng Hao. Meng Hao trembled and coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. He staggered backward a few paces, and even as the Imperial Bloodline clan chief looked over, the lightning from his lightning cauldron covered him and he vanished. When he reappeared, he looked back to see a Northern Reaches cultivator standing in the spot he had just occupied. As soon as he reappeared, Meng Hao stretched out his hands, causing vast quantities of red mist to spread out. The mist was apparently sentient, and it immediately shot toward thousands of nearby cultivators. Miserable shrieks rang out across the battlefield as it bored into their bodies. One after another, the Northern Reaches cultivators' bodies dried up and died. Their chi, blood, cultivation bases, and souls emerged and flew toward Meng Hao. The Imperial Bloodline clan chief was in a rage. Lightning seemed to pulse in his eyes as he took a deep breath and caused his body to expand. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a 30-meter-tall giant. As his long hair floated around him, he lifted his head and roared, a roar which contained a bizarre natural law. Everything around him ground to a halt. It almost looked like everything around him was moving slower, whereas he was moving faster. His body flashed as he shot toward Meng Hao and punched out. Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly. This old man was powerful, and considering his current cultivation base and divine abilities, was difficult to fight back against. Unless I could use the 6th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. Meng Hao pushed his hand down toward the ground, then lifted it up, causing the thousands of corpses in the area to fly up and shoot like meteors toward the incoming Imperial Bloodline clan chief. Time to die, cried the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, his voice echoing out coldly. The corpses crumbled to pieces, and he appeared in front of Meng Hao. His punch landed. Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth as he suddenly vanished. He reappeared some distance away, where the Blood Demon Grand Magic suddenly surged into motion. The screams of thousands of surrounding cultivators once again rose into the air. Damn it! The Imperial Bloodline clan chief roared, enraged. He immediately shot forward in pursuit, in state of complete astonishment because of Meng Hao's gory technique. He couldn't allow Meng Hao to just sweep freely through the Northern Reaches cultivators. If he did, it wouldn't be long before that technique absorbed all of their lives. It doesn't matter what age or era this evil technique appeared in, anyone would consider it devilishly evil, he yelled. Everyone would rise together to destroy it. Cultivating a technique like this has doomed you to face the wrath of heaven. You will meet a violent end. Magic is neither good nor evil, replied Meng Hao calmly. That exists only in the heart. You are incapable of harming the Dao heart of Meng Hao. He flickered to reappear in another location on the battlefield. The astonished Northern Reaches cultivators in the area tried to flee, but they weren't as fast as Meng Hao's red mist, which bored into their bodies and began to absorb them. Let's see who's faster. You or me, said Meng Hao, his eyes flashing with the desire to kill. He could sense that he was just about to achieve the 6th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic. The Imperial Bloodline clan chief's eyes gleamed with a profound light as he ceased pursuit. Instead, he shot up into the air, his target being the location where the Northern Reaches Peak Dao-seeking experts were fighting Patriarch Song and the others. You kill Northern Reaches cultivators? Fine. I'll kill Southern Domain Peak Dao-seeking cultivators. As the Imperial Bloodline clan chief shot up into the air, Meng Hao's lips twisted into a cold smile. He stopped absorbing the life forces of the Northern Reaches cultivators and then caused the lightning cauldron to flicker. In response, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief laughed. It only took a moment for his laughter to turn choked. That was because Meng Hao had not switched places with someone nearby to block his path. Instead, he reappeared next to the two giants who were barreling forward with the giant golden door and the huge tree. Damn it, how insidious, thought the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, his face falling. This kid is vicious and merciless. If we don't get rid of him, it's going to be difficult to finish wiping out the Southern Domain. With that, he shot in Meng Hao's direction. Meng Hao had reappeared directly next to one of the golden armor giants, and a strange light gleamed in his eyes. Completely ignoring the fact that the Imperial Bloodline clan chief was closing in on him, he stretched his hands out. Rumbling could be heard as red mist exploded out from him. It shot forward in the blink of an eye, boring into the body of one of the golden armored giants, whose face then filled with astonishment. It let out a terrified howl. Its body began to shake, and its eyes shone with an expression of unbearable suffering. Its body withered rapidly as its boundless chi, blood, cultivation base, and soul were rapidly extracted. Its entire body withered in the blink of an eye. Cracking sounds could be heard as its legs, incapable of supporting the giant golden door, began to disintegrate. The giant then began to lean to the side, on the verge of collapsing. It was then that the enraged Imperial Bloodline clan chief arrived. His fist slammed into Meng Hao, causing blood to spray from his mouth. Meng Hao immediately shot backward in retreat, his eyes shining with an extraordinary light. Die! Yelled the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, advancing at top speed. The primordial lightning dragon appeared again, along with the roc, the python, as well as white tigers. The energy being unleashed was astonishing, and it all combined into a single punch. Just when the punch was about to slam into Meng Hao, the withered giant in the golden armor couldn't hold on any longer. Its life force vanished, and its corpse slammed into the ground. Massive amounts of red mist glittered brightly with the power it had absorbed. The brilliance of the glow far exceeded that shown when Meng Hao had absorbed countless tens of thousands of Northern Reaches cultivators. As the red mist fused back into his body, he began to tremble. The energy in his body was completely recovered, and the Blood Demon Grand Magic all of a sudden reached the 6th level. His energy was now vastly different than it had been moments before. Instantly, a blood-colored tempest sprang up around him, stretching up high into the sky. Within him, the Blood Demon Grand Magic was rotating at the pinnacle of speed. Meng Hao raised his hand in a palm strike that surged directly toward the incoming Imperial Bloodline clan chief. A vortex appeared around the palm. At first it was only 3 meters across, but it rapidly expanded to 300 meters. It looked like a huge mouth, biting voraciously toward the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. For the first time, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief felt a sense of deadly crisis. He immediately put all the power he could muster into his own strike. A shocking, thunderous boom echoed out. The Imperial Bloodline clan chief was consumed by the vortex. A moment later, an enraged roar could be heard, and the vortex collapsed. From within, a blood-soaked figure flew out. It was the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. He was severely wounded, with blood spurting out of various wounds. An expression of astonishment could be seen on his face as he realized that 20% of his power had been withered away in the brief moment that had just passed. The collapsed vortex immediately flowed back into Meng Hao. A tremor ran through him as his fleshly body grew even more powerful. In fact, even a bit of immortal will could be detected. His cultivation base also surged with rumbling power. He hovered in midair, the blood-colored tempest raging around him, the lightning cauldron crackling with electricity, his hair whipping around. He looked like a paragon. He glanced down coldly at the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, and the aura of a paragon grew even more intense. Colors flashed in the sky, and the wind screamed. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators on the ground, even the peak Dao-seeking experts locked in combat up above, were all completely shocked. Meng Hao looked like a blazing sun, rising up with infinite splendor. Chapter 788. Suppression. The #1 most powerful expert in the Northern Reaches, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, stared at Meng Hao with wide eyes. Earlier, Meng Hao had been pestering him, but now, the feeling he gave off was like that of some primordial wild beast. His gaze, his aura, the blood-colored tempest, all caused the Imperial Bloodline clan chief to feel incredibly shocked. His expression was grave as Meng Hao walked forward, eyes glowing with coldness. It only took him a moment to reach the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, after which he waved his hand, causing a blood-colored light to spread out. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Booms echoed out. Around them, the fierce fighting continued, and up above, the battle of the peak Dao-seeking experts continued. Originally, the Southern Domain had been in the weaker position, but now that Meng Hao had risen up with his Blood Demon and the 6th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic, everything had been turned around. If Meng Hao could just kill the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, then the Southern Domain would probably have a chance to eke out a victory. The morale of the Southern Domain cultivators surged, and they lashed out with increasingly vicious attacks. Outside of the spell formations, one of the golden-armored giants had been killed, and the other stood their tray. Bling, completely terrified of Meng Hao. The huge golden door, having lost one of the giants that had been supporting it, was now tilting awkwardly to the side. The giant watched in horror as Meng Hao fought the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, and its scalp began to grow numb. Finally, it threw the huge door down and turned to flee. After all, it was not a cultivator, but rather, a giant descended from an ancient bloodline. The thought of fighting Meng Hao struck terror into its heart. However, in the same instant that it turned to flee, the cold, detached woman who floated in the churning green mist looked over with flashing eyes. Her beautiful hand stretched out and pointed at the giant. Fleeing before the battle is finished? I'll exterminate your bloodline to the 9th degree of kinship. Immediately, the giant began trembling, and a sealing mark appeared on its forehead. The mark began to burn, deep into its skin, all the way to the bone. The giant let out a miserable shriek, and madness appeared in its eyes. I shall erase your mind, said the woman calmly, send you into insanity, replace your life force with madness. Kill 100,000 enemies, and the curse will be lifted. The giant howled, and its expression twisted into one of insanity. Its eyes were blood red as it leapt toward the Southern Domain army. Any Southern Domain cultivators it encountered were ripped to shreds before they even had a chance to flee. The giant crushed them with its feet, then picked them up and tossed them into its mouth. Blood flowed down its chin, and it seemed to be completely mad. To the Southern Domain forces, a mountain-like giant with strength similar to Dao-seeking was a huge influence on the battle as a whole. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Southern Domain cultivators were killed. It was virtually impossible to stop. The only way to phase it would be for tens of thousands of cultivators to all attack it in unison. Unfortunately, there was no way the Northern Reaches cultivators would give the Southern Domain the opportunity to do such a thing. Under the direction of the woman in the green mist, the Northern Reaches cultivators began to push forward in an offensive. An endless sea of people surged forward like the tide in a general charge. In the battle between the Dao-seeking experts up above, Patriarch Song and Pale Demon were anxious, and yet were incapable of doing anything to provide assistance to the Southern Domain. All they could do was watch as the flow of battle once again reversed. Booms filled the air as Meng Hao fought back and forth with the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. The #1 figure from the Northern Reaches had powerful energy, an incredible cultivation base, and wild, vicious attacks. That, along with Meng Hao's 6th level of the Blood Demon Grand Magic, made it seem as if the ground itself were about to explode up into the sky. As they struggled back and forth in combat, Meng Hao saw the giant going crazy and could sense the sinister woman hovering in the green mist. Time to die, he said to the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. Killing intent flickered in his eyes as he lifted his right leg up and then began to spin around rapidly. He turned into a cyclone that shot forward and slammed into the Imperial Bloodline clan chief's incoming fist attack. A huge boom echoed out, and blood sprayed from the mouths of both opponents. However, it was at this point that Meng Hao suddenly vanished, then reappeared in the place of a Northern Reaches cultivator next to the charging giant. "You'll die for that," roared the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. Meng Hao's nimble manipulation of the battlefield was giving him a headache. He was just about to give chase when Meng Hao decisively waved a hand, causing a gigantic red mist to appear. The mist instantly churned into a vortex that swallowed up the roaring giant. A crunching, chewing sound could be heard. The sound was grating to the ears, and anyone who heard it couldn't help but be shocked. Blood flowed out from the vortex, along with miserable screams. Rumbling could be heard as the vortex then faded away. The red mist within flowed toward Meng Hao, fusing into him, making him even stronger. He turned and punched directly at the incoming Imperial Bloodline clan chief. A huge boom could be heard as, for the first time, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief was sent tumbling backward. His expression showed first shock and then fury. Then his body flickered as he changed shape into a three-legged golden crow. Brilliant light shone off of him, making him look like a sun. Intense heat blasted against Meng Hao's face. At the same time, the woman in the mist looked on with coldly glittering eyes. She stretched out her hand, causing 9 magical symbols to fly out at top speed. They swirled together in midair to form a huge sealing symbol. The shockingly powerful sealing symbol immediately flew directly toward Meng Hao. "Suppress," said the woman lightly, her voice cold and devoid of any emotion. Her face was pale to begin with, but unleashing the 9 magical symbols left it even paler. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with killing intent. His cultivation base surged as he raised his left hand, within which appeared a shocking black claw, roughly the same size as a human fist. As soon as the claw appeared, a brutal aura exploded out. At the same time, something that resembled the shriek of a cat echoed out, causing everything to shake. This claw was none other than one of the items Meng Hao had acquired during the eruption of the ancient Dao Lakes. After refining it for some time in the past, he was finally able to use it. It was not the claw of some wild beast, but actually a cat. It was a cat's claw. The claw was black, and the cat it had come from was also completely black. As soon as it appeared, a brutal aura filled the air, and the astonishing shriek of the cat shook the minds of everyone in the R.A. It almost seemed to be an attack levied against the soul. Catalyzed by Meng Hao's cultivation base, the claw flew up into the air and expanded. It grew larger and larger until it was dozens of meters wide. Instantly, the claw slashed toward the incoming 3-legged golden crow. The 3-legged golden crow trembled, but was incapable of evading the strike. The claw slashed into it, and its 3 legs instantly exploded. It let out a miserable shriek as it morphed back into the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his arms were slashed to pieces. He shot back in astonishment, simultaneously using a magical technique to instantly regrow his lost arms. His face was ashen and his voice weak as he said, "9 House Burial Cat." At the same time, the sealing symbol continued to barrel toward Meng Hao. He looked up at it, and the Blood Demon Grand Magic Vortex rumbled up around him, transforming into a tempest, and then a Blood Demon head. Its expression was savage as it shot toward the sealing symbol, surging with a shocking energy that seemed capable of ripping everything apart. "Disperse," said Meng Hao, his voice echoing out. The huge sealing symbol shuddered, then began to split apart. Cracking sounds could be heard, and then it exploded, transforming once again into 9 magical symbols. 3 of them were now dark and gradually faded away. The other 6 flew back to the woman in the mist. Then, Meng Hao began to slaughter his way toward the woman. "Your turn to be suppressed," he said. "9th mountain," he pointed out with his index finger, and everything shook. The 9th mountain appeared, followed by the Blood Demon Grand Magic, which fused into it, turning it bright red. It then shot directly toward the woman in the mist. As it descended, a huge fissure opened up in the ground below, which consumed no small amount of Northern Reaches cultivators. The woman's face flickered, and she suddenly reached out and grabbed the remaining trembling wraith, then hurled it up into the air. The wraith transformed into a shooting star which shot toward the 9th mountain. At the same time, the woman performed an incantation gesture, which caused her 6 remaining magical symbols to fly up at top speed and form a halo that joined the wraith as it slammed into the 9th mountain. Boom! Shockingly, the descending power of the 9th mountain seemed to have been obstructed. "Black-white pearls," Meng Hao said coolly. A black and white mist appeared around the 9th mountain, which then turned into 2 pearls. As they rotated around the 9th mountain, a rumbling could be heard, and the mountain began to descend once more. The wraith was shattered into pieces, and the halo exploded in a brilliant flash of colors. They were incapable of blocking the 9th mountain as it continued to descend toward the shocked woman. Colors flashed in the sky, and rumbling filled the air. The green mist was blasted to bits. The man, as well as quite a few of the Northern Reaches cultivators in the area, were all completely crushed under the mountain. As of this moment, there was a new mountain in the land. Everyone in the area was shocked, including the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. His eyes were shot with blood. Because of Meng Hao, the Northern Reaches had sustained far too many losses in this difficult battle. Originally, victory had been a certain thing for the Northern Reaches, but now, all because of Meng Hao, the tide had turned. If they couldn't handle Meng Hao, then the Northern Reaches would lose. Having reached this conclusion, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief's eyes flickered with determination. Originally, he wanted to avoid using the ancestral statuary, as it would waste a significant amount of chi reserves. That was why he had first attempted to handle Meng Hao himself. Now he could see that he had made a mistake. I should have used the ancestral statuary from the beginning, regardless of the cost. However, it's still not too late. Meng Hao, to be suppressed by my clan's ancestral statuary will be your good fortune. The Imperial clan chief's eyes radiated determination as he pointed one finger up toward the sky and another down toward the ground. Ancestral statuary, please reveal yourself. Chapter 789, a huge crisis. As the Imperial Bloodline clan chief's voice rang out, Meng Hao's eyes flashed, and an ineffable sense of deadly crisis abruptly rose up inside of him. Meng Hao did not retrieve the 9th mountain, but rather left it there towering above the land, emanating incredible pressure. The Imperial Bloodline clan chief pointed up at the sky and down toward the ground. A bolt of blue lightning suddenly appeared, piercing heaven and earth. Some distance away from the battlefield was an area that had previously been completely cloaked, but was now suddenly visible. It was as if a curtain had been pulled back to reveal an enormous cage. Inside the cage was a monkey, its body completely covered with magical symbols, and its eyes as red as blood. It seemed to be filled with a madness that could consume the heavens. As soon as Meng Hao caught sight of the cage and the monkey, his mind reeled. Even he had been completely unable to detect the existence of the cage. That indicated that the intense power of the cage exceeded Meng Hao's cultivation base by a huge amount. Right now, even a false immortal would be incapable of completely evading Meng Hao's detection. Thus, it indicated that the cage was comparable to a true immortal. Furthermore, the Imperial Bloodline clan would never use anything less powerful as their ancestral statuary. It was a precious treasure formed from countless years of collected chi reserves. The cage slowly rose up into the air, surrounded by lightning which stretched from the ground all the way up into the sky. The Imperial Bloodline clan chief immediately dropped to his knees in worship, raised his hands into the air, and began to chant a bizarre spell. The air suddenly filled with the music of a great Tao. It sounded like the chanting of countless voices, droning dully in a way that made it impossible to hear clearly. However, the surrounding cultivators who did hear it were shaken mentally. The peak Tao-seeking patriarchs up in midair looked on with shock. Meng Hao took a deep breath. The sense of deadly crisis had reached a pinnacle inside of him. He lifted the lightning cauldron up, and lightning spread out to cover his entire body. He suddenly switched places with a cultivator close to the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. He flew up into the air, performing an incantation gesture that caused the Blood Demon Grand Magic to appear as he sped toward the clan chief. He could not allow the man to continue to perform his magic. The strange, ancient cage was something that filled Meng Hao's heart with fear. His divine ability slammed into the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, who didn't do the slightest thing to evade. He knelt there and worshipped just as before, the spell's words pouring from his mouth. As Meng Hao's divine ability reached him, it was blocked by some invisible power, and then dissipated. Meng Hao's face fell. It was at this point that, inside the cage, the monkey's eyes suddenly flickered. The countless magical symbols on its body began to squirm and wriggle, and then flew into motion across the surface of its body. Golden light emanated off of the monkey, along with an aura like that of an immortal divinity. Meng Hao's scalp went numb, and his sense of deadly crisis rose even higher. Seeing that he couldn't attack the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, he began to back up, preparing to leave this area of the battlefield and the terrifying cage. However, even in the moment that he began to back up, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief looked up, and his expression was one of madness. Ancestral statuary, he cried out in a loud voice, please slaughter this person. Lightning descended to dance around the cage, making it like a sun of lightning in midair. The magical symbols on the monkey's body began to move even faster than before. Then, all of the magical symbols on its right arm suddenly vanished, scattering to other parts of its body. The magical symbols were like seals that kept it under constant suppression. Now, the right arm had been unsealed. Next, one section of the cage in front of the monkey rippled and twisted into an opening. A ferocious gleam appeared in the monkey's eyes, and it suddenly roared. The world of immortals is the root of all evil. Immortals must be suppressed. As its voice echoed out, it stretched out its right hand, passing through the gap to appear outside the cage as it reached toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's scalp was numb. The lightning cauldron crackled, and he vanished, reappearing some distance off, where he immediately transformed into a shooting star that sped away. In the instant that he took to flight, however, the arms stretching out of the cage began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it was 300 meters long. Another blink, and it was 3,000. Then 30,000. An enormous hand shot after Meng Hao. It was huge, filling up the sky, blocking the light, exceeding mountains and rivers as it closed in on Meng Hao. It was impossible to tell exactly what type of divine ability was involved. Meng Hao was astonished, as were the Peak Dao-seeking experts. Meng Hao spat out a mouthful of blood as he pushed himself forward at indescribable speed. However, the enormous hand seemed to have no limits. It was like a continent unto itself as it shot after him. It spread out to completely encompass him. Up ahead of him, what looked like 5 gigantic mountain peaks were descending from up above. Meng Hao's eyes went wide from astonishment regarding this ancestral statuary. However, a cold gleam then appeared in his eyes, and the image of a rock appeared on his forehead. He burst forward as the image of a fish appeared in the air around him, its flapping tail shattering the air around him as he propelled himself forward. The war chariot appeared, and he circulated the chi of a mortal shows the way. Rumbling filled the battlefield as he shot forward. Utilizing the power of the war chariot, he was able to pass through one of the gaps between the 5 descending mountains. Behind him on the battlefield, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief spat up a mouthful of blood. Immediately, the magical symbols reappeared on the arm of the monkey in the cage. The chief was enraged. How could he ever have imagined that the ancestral statuary would be incapable of capturing Meng Hao? Damn it, this is unbelievable. The Imperial Bloodline clan chief bit the tip of his tongue and spat some more blood out. Then he took out a skull fragment which he pushed down onto his forehead. His body began to tremble, and rumbling sounds could be heard. A boundless radiance shone out from him, and countless voices spoke in unison. Ancestral statuary, please seal this person. As the Imperial Bloodline clan chief's roar echoed out, the monkey's eyes flickered. No longer did they glow with red light. Instead, they began to darken, as if the flame of its life force were burning out. It was at this point that the monkey transformed into a stone statue. When that happened, the cage began to shine with brilliant light, simultaneously increasing in size. Then it abruptly vanished. Meanwhile, Meng Hao was speeding off into the distance, utilizing all the possible power of the war chariot. In the blink of an eye, he was far, far away. He turned to look behind him, and when he could see no enormous hand, he sighed with relief. Then, killing intent flickered in his eyes, and he was about to return to the battlefield, when suddenly, his mind reeled with shock. Everything around him was flat and drab. The whole world looked peaceful and calm. In fact, there seemed to be no life present at all. He looked up and could see a mountain range off in the distance. Considering the power of the war chariot and how hard I pushed it just now, I should be able to see the Milky Way Sea from here. His mind spun, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Eyes flashing, he sped forward toward the mountain range he had just seen. Then his face fell. Those were no mountains. Instead, they were enormous pillars. Meng Hao's scalp tingled. He turned again and, shockingly, found himself looking up at a gargantuan statue. It was a statue of a monkey, and the expression on its face was one of derision. A thunderous roar filled Meng Hao's mind. If by this point he didn't understand what had happened, then he wouldn't be Meng Hao. I'm inside that cage, he thought with disbelief. He had just employed the top speed he could muster and had clearly outrun the monkey's palm. Panting, he again sped off into the distance. It only took a bit of flying around for him to determine that he was definitely not in the lands of the Southern Domain, but rather a square-shaped world. In each of the 4 directions, he ran into pillars. In the center of all of them was the gigantic stone monkey. Finally, Meng Hao's face fell. It was at this point that chanting sounds began to pulse toward him from all directions. The voices seemed to contain some unspeakable power. As they floated about, the world began to tremble. What happened next was clearly visible to Meng Hao. The entire world began to shrink. At the same time, a shocking pressure weighed down. The more the world shrank, the more intense the pressure became. It was a suppressing force that made Meng Hao tremble. It felt as if a mountain were crushing down onto him. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Pill Demon, Patriarch Song, and the others hovered above the battlefield, shaken. Down below, the cultivators of the Southern Domain looked hopeless. Everyone could see that the cage up in midair, which was covered by countless lightning bolts, now contained a figure inside that was Meng Hao. However, he seemed to have been shrunk down to a tiny size and was being suppressed by some power within the cage. A ruthless gleam appeared in the eyes of the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. He put away the skull fragment, then spit out a mouthful of blood. His body aged visibly, manipulating the ancestral statuary in the way he just had came with a steep price. This campaign has been fraught with setbacks. However, Meng Hao has finally been suppressed. At long last, the War of the Southern Domain shall end. The Northern Reaches will now control this territory. The immortal destiny will definitely appear within a Northern Reaches cultivator. He lifted his head up and laughed. The heavy price he had paid was worth it considering that the result was that Meng Hao was suppressed. Killing intent flickered in his eyes as he shot up into the air, heading directly toward the bat. Tli with Patriarch Song and Pill Demon. After killing them, the battle would be completely in hand. Down below, the Southern Domain cultivators were in a state of hopelessness, whereas the Northern Reaches cultivators were enlivened. Roaring, the Northern Reaches cultivators charged an attack. In the blink of an eye, the Southern Domain suffered heavy casualties and were pushed back. The only thing they could do now was fall back behind the protection of the spell formations. The spell formations were strong, but not strong enough that they could block an entire army of hundreds of thousands of maddened cultivators. The enormous golden door was once again hoisted up by tens of thousands of cultivators. The fourth spell formation was destroyed, then the third. Although some Northern Reaches cultivators died in the process, the second spell formation was also broken. The ninth mountain still hadn't faded away. It remained there, emitting rumbling sounds, as if someone was inside trying to break out. The Southern Domain was in a huge crisis. 1. Don't forget that rocks, or kunpeng, start out their existence as a fish. Chapter 790. He once said. Up in the air was another crisis. Blood sprayed from Patriarch Song's mouth. He had lost another eye, ripped out by the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. Were it not for Meng Hao's second true self interfering with the time sword, he would surely have perished. Patriarch Song, having lost both his eyes, was in a sorry state. Suddenly, his forehead tore open, and a brilliant glow appeared, which was his nascent divinity. Since he had no fleshly eyes, he would use his nascent divinity as his eyes so that he could continue to battle. He couldn't afford to self-detonate. If he self-detonated in this moment of grave crisis for the Southern Domain, it would not only ensure that Pill Demon and Meng Hao's second true self would be defeated even sooner, it would also be a crippling blow to the morale of the Southern Domain cultivators. A fight to the death. What's the big deal in that? Laughing, Patriarch Song continued to battle on. Pill Demon coughed up blood. He was fighting against two opponents, and considering how powerful the Imperial Bloodline clan chief was, he couldn't hold his own. Thankfully, Meng Hao's second true self intervened, pinning down the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, as well as the obese woman. I already suppressed your true self, you trifling clone, said the Imperial Bloodline clan chief with a cold laugh. Screw off. He waved his hand, and the primordial lightning dragon appeared. Roaring, it bore down on Meng Hao's second true self. Meng Hao's second true self looked coldly at the dragon. After his true self had been sealed, the connection between the two of them had been lost. Although he was incredibly nervous about the matter, there was nothing he could do about it except stall against the enemy. The ground shook, and cracking sounds could suddenly be heard from the Nth mountain. A rift appeared on its surface, as if the person it was sealing would soon be freed. It was in that moment that a huge boom rang out. The Southern Domain's final spell formation was destroyed. The backlash attack that it unleashed sent the Northern Reaches cultivators flying backward in retreat. However, it was only moments later that they charged once again, eyes bloodshot, faces covered with ferocious, cruel expressions. The Southern Domain cultivators had been pressed down to the limit. Of their original force of 200,000, less than half remained. Now, they were prepared to put everything on the line in a final, brazen charge. The ground quaked, rivers of blood flowed, and fierce fighting raged. There was so much blood that the sky itself reflected it, turning red. The killing field that was the final battle for the Southern Domain shook violently. Back inside the cage, Meng Hao was also experiencing deadly tribulation. His body trembled underneath the pressure, and he coughed up blood. It seemed that the Southern Domain would inevitably suffer a huge defeat. The cultivators were in a disastrous situation. The Dao-seeking experts were in sore straits. The Imperial Bloodline clan chief's eyes glittered ruthlessly. The battle seemed moments away from being won. However, it was at this point that South Cleaving. An ancient voice rang out to echo through the land. It was like a windstorm that swept out in all directions. South Cleaving. A second voice rang out, uttering the same words. It was an equally archaic voice that swept out to fill heaven and earth. South Cleaving. South Cleaving. More voices rang out, until finally it was impossible to tell how many there were. Everything shook, and the sky flashed. Looks of shock began to appear on the faces of the Northern Reaches cultivators. The Southern Domain cultivators looked equally confused. Up in the air, Patriarch Song and Pill Domain stared in shock. The Northern Reaches Dao-seeking experts turned to look off into the distance. As for the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, his face flickered. South Cleaving. Amidst the rumbling, 10,000 figures suddenly appeared, striding through the air. They wore green armor that brimmed with an ancient air. It was as if these figures had existed for countless years. Many were even dilapidated and broken down. Inside the armor could be seen expressionless faces that appeared to be completely lifeless. They were puppets. Green-armored demon guardians. Every one of the green-armored demon guardians had a core formation cultivation base, and the ground trembled as they advanced. Behind them were 90 additional figures wearing black armor. Pitch black and circulating demonic chi, these were black-armored demon guardians. Each one had a nascent soul cultivation base and possessed shocking power. As they advanced, it could be seen that behind them were 6 figures in violet armor. Each of those 6 figures emanate these spirit-severing auras and shocking energy. As soon as they appeared, the ground trembled and the sky dimmed. Behind those 6 figures were 3 old men wearing bronze battle armor. Their hair was white and floated about them, and their facial features were ancient. They seemed to have existed for many, many years. These old men were also puppets, no longer cultivators. However, the auras they emanated were that of the peak of Dao seeking. As these more than 10,000 people appeared, they all shouted the same thing. South cleaving. As the sound rose up into the sky, the Southern Domain cultivators began to think about an ancient legend. According to the legend, the Southern Domain and the Western Desert had not always been on stable terms like they were now. In fact, there had been lots of friction, including several instances of war. In one of those wars, the Western Desert had been in a weak position, whereas the Southern Domain was much more powerful. The Southern Domain invaded the Western Desert, which prompted the Western Desert cultivators to join forces to create the South Cleaving Sentinels. Supposedly, all of their peak Dao-seeking cultivators volunteered to give up everything and become puppets. They created a mountain range to cleave the South from the West. It completely and thoroughly separated the Western Desert and the Southern Domain. From that time forward, those boundless mountains were called the South Cleaving Mountains. Within those mountains existed eternal guardians of the Western Desert, which was the former legion of the South Cleaving Sentinels.
1.
Afterwards, the Western Desert declined in power, and then the Violet Sea arrived. No more Dao-seeking experts had arisen there, and so, relations with the Southern Domain gradually stabilized. South Cleaving Sentinels. Those are the Western Desert's South Cleaving Sentinels. The appearance of this new force left the Southern Domain cultivators completely shocked. That was especially because they weren't sure if the South Cleaving Sentinels came as enemies or allies. The Northern Reaches cultivators were in the same position. The sudden appearance of a third party left them astonished. It was at this point that a group of tens of thousands of people could be seen charging out from behind the South Cleaving Sentinels. They wore simple clothes and looked rough and coarse. They had barbarous expressions, and their hair flung about wildly like savages. They also gave off an archaic air, as if within their veins pulsed blood that had existed for countless ages. These people were the Golden Crow Clan, the Great Wild Flame Tribe, the Great Demon Butterfly Tribe, and the Great Cloud Sky Tribe. The Western Desert had become the Violet Sea. The great tribes had migrated to the Black Lands, and these people were the warrior tribes of the Black Lands. Fellow Daoist Pill Demon, we are indebted to you for your kindness all those years ago. Fellow Daoist Mengha. Oh, we are here to join you in battle. Patriarch Mengha, we're here. We might have had our differences with the Southern Domain in the past. However, when the Violet Sea apocalypse came, the Southern Domain permitted the Western Desert to occupy the Black Lands and did not interfere with us. Nor did you take advantage of our situation to harm us. Such kindness will be repaid by the Western Desert cultivators on this very day. We have already consulted with South Cleaving Pass on this matter, and the Patriarchs agree. We will aid the Southern Domain to drive out the Northern Reaches. As the voices rang out into the ears of the Southern Domain and Northern Reaches cultivators, everyone was shocked. The Southern Domain cultivators were trembling. They had never imagined that at the 11th hour, the Western Desert would actually send troops to their aid. The Northern Reaches cultivators were also trembling. Just when the battle seemed to be clinched, another setback occurred. It was at this time that behind the Western Desert cultivators could be seen hundreds of thousands of wild beasts. Although the beasts were not incredibly strong, their speed and numbers were enough to darken the sky. Numerous dragoners could be seen controlling the beasts as they charged toward the battlefield, forming a pincer formation with the Southern Domain cultivators to completely surround the Northern Reaches forces. The Southern Domain cultivators' spirits were instantly raised, and they began to fight passionately. Trembling, Patriarch Song lifted his head and laughed. Next to him, Pill Demon also appeared to be moved. He had treated the Western Desert well in the past, often providing them secret assistance. That was because long ago, Reverend Violet East had once been on good terms with the Western Desert.
2.
Now that the Western Desert cultivators had arrived, the Southern Domain had been given a new lease on life from its imminent crisis. This was especially true considering the presence of the South Cleaving Sentinels. As soon as they reached the battlefield, the old men in the bronze armor immediately shot toward the peak Dao seeking experts battle. Damn it! Roared the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. You Western Desert barbarians are looking to die. He was immediately pulled into fighting with one of the three-peaked Dao-seeking Western Desert puppets from the South-Cleaving Sentinels. Fierce fighting caused everything to shake. Three great territories were now locked in battle. The Western Desert, the Southern Domain, the Northern Reaches. As the battle raged, the sky grew dark. The land was shattered into pieces, and the air itself was rent. The sky above was torn, revealing a peak of what appeared to be a different set of stars up above. Even the whole of South Heaven seemed as if it had been tilted on its axis, and the entire planet trembled. Originally, the G clan would have stepped in to prevent these three territories from going to war like this, and from shaking the very foundation of the lands of South Heaven. But now the G clan was acting as if they didn't even notice. Not a single G clan member appeared. Within the rumbling of battle, beasts and cultivators slashed murderously at each other. The Southern Domain, the Western Desert, and the Northern Reaches all fought with madness. Currently, it was actually difficult to tell who was in the winning position. No one was confident of clinching victory, neither the Southern Domain and Western Desert, nor the Northern Reaches. The lands flowed with blood, and fierce fighting raged everywhere. Miserable screams drifted about, and countless corpses fell to the ground. Everything was stained with blood. The sky was dark. Everyone seemed to have become mired in a bloody slaughterhouse. The only thing to do was kill and keep killing. Up in midair, the 5 Northern Reaches Dao-seeking experts were fighting against 3 Southern Domain cultivators and 3 Western Desert experts, a total of 6. Their battle thoroughly shook the sky up above, dissipating the G-clan sky and revealing the true starry sky of ancient times. On any other occasion, the G-clan would never have allowed such a thing to happen. But now, the heavens of G were severed. They had lost their protector, making it so that the current sky distorted into a massive vortex. The spinning vortex looked like a huge eye, within which spun a starry sky. The violet sea churned and the Milky Way sea roared. The massive quaking was such that, in the area where the two seas bordered each other, it was possible to see that the Violet Sea was now leaking out into the Milky Way Sea. Instantly, shocking transformations began to occur. The transformations were astonishing by themselves, but what was even more astounding was that the blood that inundated the battlefield did not soak into the ground, but rather began to slowly flow into the Milky Way Sea. The lands which had once been the Blood Demon sect were awash with blood that now poured into the Milky Way Sea. Considering that the Violet Sea was also flowing into it, the Milky Way Sea erupted. At this point, a faint voice rose up over the Milky Way Sea. He once said, when the vortex eye appears in the sky, when the lotus transforms, when there is a gap between immortal and devil, the blue lotus will appear. And now, the stars can be seen, the blood of millions of cultivators flows freely, and the vortex eye can be seen in the sky. The Western Desert Apocalypse and the boundless Violet Sea concealed the transformations of the lotus. On the day the heavens are numbed 3, filled with legions of grieving ghosts, I desire to see the blue lotus. I will turn the blood of millions of cultivators into mud. I will transform all the wronged souls into a sludge. I shall emerge spotless and unblemished from within that sludge of endless bloody mud. I shall cast off the body of the resurrection lily and become the blue lotus. 4. 1. The South Cleaving Mountains were described in Chapter 504, and Meng Hao encountered a South Cleaving Sentinel in Chapter 506. 2. There is a reference that I'm sure some of you will remember that seems to connect Pill Demon with the Western Desert. It even relates to Zhou Di Kun. Check out Chapter 263. 3. I previously translated this on the Day of Vicissitudes. I think this version is more accurate, and we'll go back to change the previous references later. Also, this line and the previous 2 lines rhyme in Chinese. 4. Confucian scholar Zhou Dunyi wrote, I love the lotus because while growing from mud, it is unstained. Chapter 791. Great Tao Resonance. When the Milky Way Sea merged with the Violet Sea, its color changed. It was now indigo blue. The water on the surface churned, and the foamy waves suddenly looked like hair floating up from within the sea. The enormous Resurrection Lily Bridge that connected the Southern Domain and the Northern Reaches suddenly began to tremble. Then the tentacles retracted from both the shores of the Southern Domain and the Northern Reaches. They pulled back to the surface of the Milky Way Sea to form a shocking Resurrection Lily. A 7-colored Resurrection Lily. The Resurrection Lily was blooming, and its colors were fading along with the Milky Way Sea's change in color. It now bore the semblance of an indigo blue lotus. Boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward the blue lotus that had once been a Resurrection Lily, as if the process of transformation desperately needed the entire planet's energy. Colors flashed in the sky, and the winds screamed. The G clan immediately noticed these phenomena, and the clan members' minds were shaken. In the lands of the Southern Domain, the ordinary cultivators didn't notice anything more than a slight reduction in the spiritual energy around them. However, The Dao-seeking experts up in midair could detect the astonishing changes that were occurring in the direction of the Milky Way Sea. The number one most powerful expert of the northern reaches, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, couldn't help but look shocked. The other peak Dao-seeking experts of the northern reaches were also astonished. Now that the Resurrection Lily Bridge had disappeared, they had no escape route back to the northern reaches. Damn it, their faces fell. As for Pill Demon and Patriarch Song, their eyes flickered with killing intent. They weren't sure what the Resurrection Lily was planning to do. Right now, the most important task at hand was slaughtering the northern reaches cultivators. Even if the sky were falling, they would still fight as desperately as before. Rumbling filled the air, and fierce fighting raged. The three parties of the northern reaches, the southern domain, and the western desert all fought bitterly. The Dao-seeking experts up in midair were the same. With the addition of the forces from the western RT, the battle was now much more even. It was now a fair fight. However, the battle was being fought in the southern domain, the home of the southern domain cultivators. If the fighting kept going on much longer, the northern reaches cultivators would surely be beaten. Unfortunately, the southern domain and the western desert would have to pay a grievous price to win this war. However, it had to be won, no matter the cost. Anything was better than the foundation of their cultivation being destroyed. The ground trembled and blood flowed everywhere. The sky was rent, and wild winds whipped across the land. The entire rotation of South Heaven was influenced. In fact, there were even some areas of the southern domain which quaked so badly that the land collapsed, allowing the Milky Way Sea to rush in. Meanwhile, the Imperial Bloodline clan's ancestral statuary floated in midair, emanating an ancient aura. Inside the cage, Meng Hao was now facing the most critical danger he had ever faced in his life. The cage's world was shrinking. As of this moment, he could see that the entire world was barely 30,000 meters wide. An intense pressure bore down on him, sealing him completely. Blood oozed out of his mouth. He performed incantation gestures to summon divine abilities. The Blood Demon grand magic raged as he attempted to break through the seal. However, nothing worked. No amount of power did anything to affect the area around him. He could only watch, wide-eyed, as the 30,000-meter world became 25,000 meters and then continued to shrink. Damn it, he said, his eyes bloodshot. He flew up into the air, focusing all the power of his cultivation base to transform into a shooting star that sped up into the sky in the hopes of making a hole and breaking out. Meng Hao's body shook violently, and he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. He slammed back into the ground, having done absolutely nothing to weaken the power of the seal. The area was continuing to shrink. Now there were only 20,000 meters left. Meng Hao's head suddenly jerked up. His hair was in disarray, and his body was filled with rumbling. He took all of the qi and blood power that he had absorbed earlier and focused it in his right hand, creating the most powerful punch he had ever unleashed. At the same time, his cultivation base exploded with incredible ripples as he focused all of the cultivation base power he had absorbed into his right hand. By now, his right hand was glowing with a blinding, dazzling light. Souls. Meng Hao roared, and vast quantities of struggling souls screamed out. Hundreds of thousands of them seemed to blot out the sky. Then Meng Hao's hand became a black hole that began to suck in the souls. By now, his fist contained a terrifying destructive power, a power that was the absolute peak of what he could summon. He flew up and then struck out at the ceiling barrier which surrounded him. A massive boom raged out which caused the entire world to shake. Time ground to a halt, and a gigantic vortex ripped open that seemed capable of sucking the whole world into it. Heaven and earth distorted, and cracking sounds could be heard. The seal seemed to be on the verge of falling apart, until the stone monkey in the middle of the world suddenly opened its eyes. A bizarre light shone out, which then surrounded the entire world. Everything seemed to be freezing over. The vortex collapsed and the distortion disappeared. Everything returned to normal. The previous 20,000-meter distance was now 10,000. Meng Hao coughed up some blood and backed up. The world was shrinking too much, and the pressure weighing down on him had doubled. He coughed up more blood. An archaic voice echoed out from the stone statue. The world of immortals is the source of all chaos. Immortals are the source of all slaughter. The immortal realm must be sealed. Immortals must be suppressed. The pressure grew more intense, and Meng Hao could hear cracking sounds inside of him, as if his bones were being broken. Anyone else in this situation would already have been crushed out of existence. It was only because of his incredibly powerful fleshly body that he could hold out. "What the hell are you talking about?" he said. The words spoken by the stone monkey didn't make any sense to him. However, his eyes were completely shot with blood, and the killing intent he felt in his heart continued to grow stronger. Being stuck in this ceiling cage was causing him to feel completely helpless. "I was a bit too weak just now," he thought. "This stone monkey's gaze negates anything I do. I don't have the power to break open the cage, but I can borrow some power." His eyes suddenly filled with a gleam of determination. He took a deep breath and no longer made any attempts to violently break out. Instead, he sank back down to the ground and sat down cross-legged, a profound look in his eyes. I've already reached an understanding regarding the path of my third severing. I've only been hesitant about the correctness of the path. But now, I might as well just go ahead with it. I'll borrow the power of the blade of the third severing, the Tao severing blade, to break open this cage. His eyes gleamed with decisiveness. My first severing cut away the resurrection lily and carved out freedom. That was my direction. My second severing cut away the past and carved out my Tao fruit. My third severing will cut away the devil in my heart. I will carve away my desire to become devilish. That is devil's severing. I must sever the devil and seek the Tao. When he looked up, an intense glow could be seen in his eyes. He took a deep breath and began to rotate his cultivation base. He used all of the power of his cultivation base to stimulate the blade of the third severing. In spirit severing, there were 3 blades. As long as one was confident of the Tao, and one spirit was ready, the blades could link with heaven and earth to Chaos. A Tao blade to descend. If the severing was correct, then the cultivation base would experience a breakthrough. If the severing was incorrect, the body would perish and the Tao would dissipate. Spirit severing cultivators who were not 100% confident would not easily perform a severing. What they feared most was realizing at the last minute that they had severed incorrectly. Their fate would then be death. The first severing was difficult, and the second was incredibly dangerous. As for the third severing, that was the most critical of junctures. If the severing was correct, then the cultivator would step into Tao seeking. If it was incorrect, the cultivator would die. If the severing was somewhere in between, neither correct nor incorrect, the result was an existence of being crippled. No further advancements would be possible, and they would forever remain in the third severing stage until their longevity ran out and they returned to the dust. As for what was correct and what was incorrect, the answer could only be found in the heart of the cultivator. If the heart was correct, everything was correct. If the heart was incorrect, so everything else would be. It had been a profound mystery since ancient times, and even in modern days, no one completely understood the matter. Meng Hao's cultivation suddenly surged out. It was irrelevant that he was in a cage or that he was sealed. The Tao was amorphous, and although places existed in heaven and earth where there was no Tao, clearly, this cage was not one of those places. Almost as soon as Meng Hao's cultivation base exploded out to call his blade of the third severing, lightning and thunder crashed in the world outside. Rumbling filled the air, and the sky split. A vortex appeared, and the power of a great Tao suddenly emerged. This great Tao power descended from the starry sky, nearing the lands of South Heaven and the battlefield on the southern domain. In the blink of an eye, virtually all of the cultivators down below could sense the power of the great Tao. One by one, looks of shock appeared on their faces. That's a great Tao of spirit severing. Who's calling to a Tao of spirit severing? Don't tell me someone is about to break through to spirit severing right in the middle of the battlefield. Despite the fact that battle was raging, the appearance of the power of a great Tao made it impossible for people to remain calm. From the expressions on the faces of the peak Tao-seeking experts of the 3 territories, it was clear that they were thoroughly astonished. Their gazes swept about, but none of them could see anyone who seemed to be attaining spirit-severing enlightenment. It was at this point that suddenly, the rumbling great Tao power intensified by tenfold. The vortex up above seemed to be completely obscured. It was as if nothing were left in the world except for the great Tao. Even the cultivators who were locked in vicious combat suddenly found that it was extremely difficult to utilize any magical techniques or divine abilities. It was as if they were being assimilated by the great Tao. It was the same with the peak Tao-seeking experts up in midair. People began to gasp, and expressions of shock could be seen everywhere. That's not a blade of first severing, that's a third severing blade. That can't be right. There's never been a third severing blade with such astonishing power before. Don't tell me that. Rumbling echoed out as the power of the great Tao grew more intense. The entire sky of the lands of South Heaven was shaking and blurred. And yet, the power of the great Tao grew even stronger. Even the resurrection lily in the Milky Way sea was astonished. The power of this great Tao was shocking the entire world. It was like a wall that prevented anyone on the battlefield from attacking. Their expressions were that of shock as they realized that the Imperial Bloodline clan's ancestral statuary cage was now emanating intense light. After looking closely, it was possible to see that the source of that light was none other than Meng Hao, who was still in the cage. The bright light appeared to be some sort of resonance. A great Tao resonance. Chapter 792. The Tao becomes a mist. The mist becomes a blade. It's Meng Hao. It's the exalted Meng Hao. How could that dinky ancestral statuary possibly suppress His Excellency Meng Hao? Isn't His Excellency Meng Hao at Tao seeking? How could there be a great Tao of spirit severing? The Southern Domain cultivators were in an uproar, and many of them were completely flabbergasted. From the feeling most people got, Meng Hao couldn't possibly be in the spirit-severing stage. Essentially, most people had long forgotten that his cultivation base was actually at the second severing level. In the history of the lands of South Heaven, there had never been a spirit-severing expert who possessed a peak Dao-seeking clone. Nor had there ever been a battle in which a spirit-severing cultivator actually fought and killed someone at the peak of Dao-seeking. The things which these cultivators were witnessing were completely unheard of. Therefore, there were quite a few people who actually believed that Meng Hao was at the peak of Dao-seeking. Of course, the Northern Reaches cultivators' shock and astonishment was even more intense. The ancestral statuary can't keep him suppressed. Just where's this guy from? He's actually at the spirit-severing stage? That's impossible. Heavens! How could he possibly be a mere spirit-severing cultivator? If he can fight the peak of Dao-seeking now, then when he steps into Dao-seeking, doesn't that mean he could fight false immortals? The Northern Reaches cultivators were thoroughly astonished. One by one, they all looked over toward Meng Hao with expressions of shock and disbelief. These people were not very familiar with Meng Hao. Now that they realized the truth about him, it was almost impossible for them to accept. As for the Western Desert cultivators, they immediately began to make loud exclamations, the noise of which turned into a sound wave that shook everything. The number one non-immortal in all the lands of South Heaven. The exalted Meng Hao is about to free himself. Spirit severing into Dao-seeking. As for Pill Demon and Patriarch Song, they were unfazed. Although they knew Meng Hao's true cultivation base and had gotten used to his incredible power, they had stopped paying attention to the fact that he was actually still in the spirit-severing stage. However, the Northern Reaches cultivators did not know this, and they stared with gaping mouths. The obese woman was especially astonished, and she suddenly glanced over at the expressionless face of Meng Hao's second true self. Then she started to tremble, and her scalp went numb. She suddenly had the feeling that the Northern Reaches had made a colossal mistake in invading the Southern Domain. There was someone who was even more shaken than her, a person whose heart filled with massive waves of astonishment. That was the number one most powerful expert from the Northern Reaches, the Imperial Bloodline Clan Chief. He was in a daze and could hardly believe what was happening. In fact, he wasn't willing to believe. The incredible battle he had just experienced with Meng Hao had left him wounded and had forced him to use the ancestral statuary. And that was a battle with a spirit-severing expert. Impossible, he gasped. His eyes were filled with not just shock, but also terror. He could never have possibly imagined that there really was an unequaled chosen who could accomplish the things Meng Hao had while merely in the spirit-severing stage. In his disbelief, he felt his scalp grow completely numb. No matter how you put it, you have to say that the third severing is the most critical of all, he thought. The slightest mistake, and you immediately perish. Even if you aren't completely right or wrong, your cultivation base will be forever restrained. Meng Hao obviously hasn't prepared well for the third severing, that much can be determined. Therefore, this spirit severing right now is being done because he's been forced into a corner. It's a force severing. In that case, if he fails, then he will perish this very day. Meng Hao, there's no way that you can succeed. The Imperial Bloodline Clan Chief was truly frightened and simply couldn't believe how unimaginably powerful Meng Hao would be if he succeeded in entering into Dao-seeking. The Great Dao was growing even more powerful. The entire sky above South Heaven was now completely obscured. In the lands of South Heaven, in that Tower of Tang, the man and woman stood together, trembling. The woman was excited, and the man was apparently trying to keep his cool, but failing. They had been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. We still can't go, murmured the man.
Jew.
St, wait a bit longer. Only a little bit. This is the final stretch. If he succeeds, then we will finally be able to reunite. If he doesn't succeed, his wife clasped his hand tightly. Both of their palms were slick with sweat. In their entire lives, this man and woman had never been so nervous, nor was there any event they had ever experienced that was so important. Even if some shockingly powerful individual attempted to interfere with what was happening, they would pay any price to stop that person from causing even the slightest bit of trouble. We've waited for 3 lives, for hundreds of years, just for this moment. However, you must succeed and reach Dao-seeking. Back in the cage, Meng Hao sat cross-legged, trembling slightly, his hair floating around him. The world around him had shrunk down to only about 3,000 meters. There was virtually nothing around him except for air. All of the mountains and everything else had been crushed into dust by the shocking pressure. Cracking sounds could be heard emanating out from his body, as if his skeleton were being ground away. However, Meng Hao didn't notice. All of his concentration was focused on summoning the blade of the third severing. The more intense his summons grew, the more obscure heaven and earth became in the outside world. The great Dao grew stronger, to the point where a mist appeared. The The mist was first seen on the battlefield and then spread out to cover all of the lands of South Heaven. The peak Dao-seeking experts from the 3 territories immediately recognized what was happening. They began to speak in hushed tones, which were overheard by the other cultivators, causing their hearts to tremble. A Dao turned into mist. The only time a Dao will take form as a mist is when an incredibly powerful expert gains enlightenment of a great Dao. Only then will such transformations of heaven and earth take place. This is something you only hear about in legends. It's virtually unheard of in the lands of South Heaven. A gleam of excitement appeared in Pill Demon's eyes, and he almost couldn't hold back the laughter that burst out in his heart. Patriarch Song looked equally excited. In contrast, Meng Hao's second true self suddenly closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged in midair. The descent of the Great Dao caused all hostilities to cease. Even the peak Dao-seeking experts were incapable of making attacks during the Great Dao's descent. The Northern Reaches experts could do nothing but stare in wide-eyed disbelief at Meng Hao's second true self sitting there cross-legged. Damn it. You'd better not pull it off, Meng Hao, thought the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. His heart was pounding. Currently, all of the powerful experts of the Northern Reaches, Western Desert, and Southern Domain were closely observing the scene. Back in the Eastern Lands, the Ji clan was completely quiet. As for the young patriarch with the missing arms, he was staring fixedly at what was happening. By this time, there were other powerful experts from various sects and clans in the Eastern Lands who had also sensed what was happening. Shocked, they sent out their divine sense to observe. However, no one dared to do anything. After all, if the Ji clan wasn't interfering, how could they dare to interfere? It was at this point that, back in the cage, Meng Hao abruptly lifted his head. His eyes opened, and he cried out, "Third severing." His voice echoed back and forth within the world, which had now shrunk to 1,500 meters. At first it didn't seem that the sound could be heard in the outside world, but in actuality, it was as if there were innumerable Meng Haos issuing an echoing cry that could be heard faintly by those outside. It almost seemed as if the sound was coming from the mist itself, as if the echoing response came from within the descending Great Dao itself. Countless ears heard the voice, and everyone who did was completely and thoroughly shaken. As the voice echoed out, the mist that covered all of South Heaven suddenly surged back, roiling as it condensed above the battlefield in the Southern Domain. There, in midair, it formed into the shape of a mist blade. Mist blade. Dao Enlightenment.
1.
As soon as the mist blade appeared, the eyes of all of the peak Dao-seeking experts on the battlefield went wide. Their minds filled with a roaring sound. Even Pill Demon wore an expression of disbelief. The fact that there was a Dao that became so strong it turned into a mist was shocking enough. Something legendary like that was possible to accept. However, to see the mist turn into a blade was something that filled them with uncontrollable shock. Mist, blade, thought the shocked Imperial Bloodline clan chief. That's something that should be experienced on the Immortal Mountain, just before pushing open the door of immortality, when reaching immortal ascension. Those who achieve true immortal ascension must face immortal tribulation. After they transcend the tribulation, they will stand on an immortal mountain of their own. As they take that step forward, a mist blade will fall. Then, they will be severed from the spirit realm and have the power to push open the door of immortality and become a true immortal. But he is using a mist blade to perform his third severing. When that mist blade slashes through him, it will sever his spirit nucleus and stabilize the path to true immortality. His mind was reeling, and his body trembling. Suddenly, he realized that sending troops into the Southern Domain had been a monumental error. All of the peak Dao-seeking experts up in midair were shocked. Of course, it wasn't just them. In the Eastern Lands, the patriarchs of the various sects were equally astonished. They could hardly believe what they were seeing, and were filled with shock and disbelief. Who is that young man? He's using a mist blade for his third severing. If he fails then, it doesn't matter, but if he succeeds, wouldn't it be a defiance of the heavens? If he succeeds, then will he step into Dao-seeking or immortality? The armless young man in the Ji clan suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes wide and filled with disbelief. Rumor has it that Fang Xiufeng, the number 1 chosen in the Fang clan, used a blade composed of 20% mist in his third severing. That caused a huge commotion among the ancient clans of the Ninth Mountain. Even the patriarch watched the whole thing with rapt attention.
2.
This Meng Hao he's actually even more heaven-defying in his spirit severing than Fang Xiufeng. He's actually using a complete mist blade. In the Tower of Tang, the woman gasped. The Dao became a mist, and the mist became the blade. The woman's eyes shone with excitement, and she was trembling violently. Husband, can you believe Hauer is doing this? He didn't just bring some of the mist together, he actually used all of it to make a mist blade. He's vastly more shocking than you. 7th year tribulation, murmured the man. For lifetimes. 3 incarnations predestined. Only by preventing his karma from being contaminated by ours could we give him a slight chance at life. The Tao became a mist. The mist became a blade. That blade will complete the gap between immortal and devil. The man's eyes shone with a bright light, and he couldn't help but lift his head up and laugh. It's natural that a son of Feng is even more astonishing than his father. 1. There is an important play on words here. In Chinese, Mistblade is pronounced Wu Dao, almost exactly as the pronunciation of Dao Enlightenment, which is Wu Dao. 2. Fang Xiufeng's name in Chinese is Fang Xiufeng Fang Xiufeng. Fang is a surname which also means square or direction. Xiu means elegant or handsome. Feng means peak or summit. Chapter 793. Sever the Devil. Seek the Tao. Third severing. The mist sent the sound of his voice throughout the lands of South Heaven, and then it, along with the contraction of the mist, was sucked back in. In the end, the mist was formed into a mist blade, and Meng Hao's voice echoed above the battlefield in shocking fashion. The mist blade looked ordinary in every aspect. It was made from nothing but mist, and yet that mist was formed by a great Tao that had reached an utmost purity. Inside of that blade was the distillation of the entirety of the great Tao that had descended. That blade didn't just contain the mist from before. All of the obscurity that had existed in the sky had been turned into countless amorphous strands of power that joined the mist in transforming into the enormous blade. It was a blade and it was a Tao. It was a mist and it was enlightenment. It was a mist blade and it was Tao enlightenment. Sever. The mist blade descended toward the cage. Inside, the stone monkey's eyes snapped open, and they gleamed with a strange light that tried to fight the CK against the blade. However, almost as soon as it shone out, the light shattered. The blade dropped, slicing into the cage and bearing down on Meng Hao. The stone monkey howled and leaped up into the air in an attempt to block the blade. As soon as it touched the blade, however, rumbling filled its entire body and blood sprayed from its mouth. Then it was directly sliced in half, powerless to affect the mist blade in the least. There were only 300 meters left within the world of the cage. As the mist blade sliced down, it easily split what had moments before been an unshakable barrier to Meng Hao. Rumbling filled the air as the cage was completely split open. The walls collapsed. The stone monkey was split in half. The cage that was the ancestral treasure of the Imperial Bloodline clan was completely destroyed. It finally shattered into countless pieces, and Meng Hao once again appeared in the outside world. He sat cross-legged just as before, looking up, his white hair fluttering around him. Devilish flames engulfed him, and his skin glowed with a black aura that seemed to penetrate deep down inside him. That was his devilish will, the source of his desire to kill. That was his devilishness. Rumbling filled the air as everyone looked on mutely. All onlookers were incapable of moving, even the peak Tao-seeking experts. They could only spectate, wide-eyed, as this once-in-a-lifetime event occurred right in front of their eyes. The mist blade rumbled as it sliced down. When it touched the top of Meng Hao's head, a twinge of pain could be seen on his face. The blackness that surrounded him rapidly flew into motion, becoming countless struggling, twisted faces. Meng Hao quivered. The pain he was experiencing was indescribable. He almost felt like his body was being ripped apart. And yet, his eyes shone with determination. By now, it wasn't just the crowds on the battlefield who were watching him. The patriarchs in the eastern lands were using a variety of methods to observe, some of which even came at a high price. The Ji clan was looking on, as were the couple in the Tower of Tang. Everyone was watching closely, keen to find out whether Meng Hao would succeed or fail. Sever the devil, thought Meng Hao, his eyes shining with decisiveness. He looked at the mist blade and let out a powerful roar, and his cultivation base exploded out with incredible power as he stimulated the devilish will inside of him. Deep within his heart, the desire to slaughter rose up. At the same time, images appeared of all the murderous massacres he had carried out after becoming bedeviled. The mist blade trembled, then continued to descend. This time, it stabbed 3 inches down into the top of Meng Hao's head. No blood flowed out because this was not a physical blade, but a Tao. And yet, Meng Hao still experienced intense pain, a pain more powerful than he would feel were the blade physical. The black aura began to spread out from him, where, shockingly, it transformed into a face. That face looked exactly like Meng Hao's. However, it was filled with vileness, savagery, and madness. Devilish chi roared up, and the face opened its mouth, soundlessly howling at the mist blade. The mist blade gradually descended further. The power of this blade did not come from the heavens, from the earth, or from the underworld. No, it was Meng Hao's. This was Meng Hao's severing. The power of the severing came from his own will. Whatever he wished to sever, this blade would sever. If he gave up, then the blade would fade away, and his spirit severing would be a failure. Sever, he said hoarsely, through gritted teeth. Rumbling could be heard as the mist blade continued to slice down. It cut through his head, then his neck. The blade trembled. As for the ferocious, vile face that existed around Meng Hao, it was now possible to see a huge split down the middle of it, something that would never be mended. Miserable screams could be heard coming from the vile face's mouth. Then the face scattered and surged back into Meng Hao's body. Now everything below his head was completely black. My path is not incorrect, he murmured. True freedom and true independence. The resurrection lily was incapable of possessing me. I even awoke from death. My Tao is not the Tao of the devilish. Devilishness can be a type of obsession. That kind of perseverance is something that I need. What I don't need is something that controls me. I am not a devil. I am not an immortal. I am me and nothing else. He took a deep breath and more power poured into the mist blade. Rumbling could be heard as it began to slice down once more. Rumble. The mist blade sliced through his shoulders and then down to his dantian region. There was now only a moment left, and Meng Hao's severing would be complete. Currently, black qi had merged together on either side of him to form the shape of two wings. Gradually, they took on the appearance of Meng Hao himself. One of the figures was roaring in rage at Meng Hao, the other was whispering to him silently. They seemed unwilling to be severed away. They were born of his devilish will, and were part of him. They wanted to exist within his mind, and were not willing to be severed. Meng Hao sat there silently, a blank expression on his face. As of this moment, he forgot that he was engaged in spirit severing. In his mind, he saw two images of himself, and they were fighting each other. As the devilish will raged, he thought back to the things he had seen the first time he had charged into the Black Sieve sect. As the other devilish will whispered to him, he thought of how he had held Su Qing's corpse and the ruthless laughter of the Northern Reaches cultivators. He paused. In that moment in which his will paused, the mist blade also paused. Everyone on the battlefield was watching him closely, as were the patriarchs of the various sects in the eastern lands. The imperial, bloodline clan chief wore an expression of joy. Seeing that Meng Hao was hesitating, he joyously called out in his heart. Stop. Just stop. In the Ji clan of the eastern lands, the armless young man, the patriarch, looked on with shining eyes. In the Tower of Tang, the woman looked extremely anxious. And yet, there was nothing she could do. Anything she did to interfere could have a huge negative influence. Everything was completely up to Meng Hao. 10 breaths of time passed. Even though it was a mere 10 breaths, to everyone watching it seemed like a very, very long time. Meng Hao sat there quietly, his eyes closed. When they opened, they were calm, so calm that it was impossible for anyone to tell what he might be thinking. However, the two devilish images on either side of him appeared to be delighted. People say that there are two opposing concepts, good and evil, murmured Meng Hao. Rather than say my third severing is a severing of the devilish, it would be better to say that it is a severing of the evil. But is it really possible to completely sever evil? If humanity was left only with goodness, perhaps that would make the world a more beautiful. Unfortunately, that isn't realistic. Without the existence of evil, perhaps good would no longer be called good. Good and evil are the desires of the heart. If I earnestly perform good deeds, evil can be suppressed. Likewise, if I malevolently perform evil deeds, good will be suppressed. Perhaps there is nothing truly good or truly evil in the world, similar to what my master pill demon told me about what is correct and incorrect. 1. What I have is my own will. The choices I make decide everything. As his voice echoed out, the music of a great Tao rose up around him, as well as the power of natural law. These were things that did not exist moments before, but gradually appeared along with Meng Hao's words. Apparently, the laws of nature were being dictated by the words that Meng Hao spoke. When the Tao-seeking experts sensed that natural law, their minds trembled. It was at that exact moment that, "Oh great Tao, continue your severing." The mist blade sliced down through Meng Hao's dantian region, completely passing through him. Miserable shrieks could be heard emanating out in all directions as the two devilish figures on either side of him were separated completely from his body. In that instant, any ferocious air that Meng Hao had faded away. The aura of a scholar returned. Furthermore, the mark on his right hand once again flickered brightly, filled with an aura of mystery. Powerful natural law surged around him, distorting the air, transforming into a shocking windstorm that swept about. After witnessing what was happening, the Southern Domain cultivators on the battlefield instantly understood what had happened, and their faces went wild with joy. Meng Hao? The combined voices of 100,000 people rose up. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism. Fatty was in the crowds, yelling at the top of his lungs despite his hoarse throat. The Western Desert cultivators were also roaring, especially the members of the Golden Crow tribe and the Church of the Golden Light. In sharp contrast, the Northern Reaches cultivators trembled and looked at Meng Hao with fear and dread. Up in midair, Pill Demon was laughing uproariously, along with Patriarch Song, despite his weakened state. The peak Dao-seeking experts of the Northern Reaches' faces were ashen and pale. All of them were wondering exactly how powerful Meng Hao was about to become. He just entered Dao-seeking, thought the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. He clenched his jaw. Well, I'll make sure that the day he enters Dao-seeking is the day that he perishes. He pushed aside his dread, and intense killing intent could be seen in his eyes. Meanwhile, the two devilish wills merged together, transforming into a monstrous black aura. Since they had been severed, they were unable to exist any longer and began to fade away. It really would be a pity to let a devilish will like this simply dissolve.
Meng Hao said coolly.
With that, he lifted a finger, causing the devil construct to tremble. Then, it shot directly toward Meng Hao's second true self. The second true self's eyes snapped open, and he sucked in a breath. Immediately, the devilish will surged into him through his nose and mouth. The second true self's eyes instantly began to glow with intense coldness. It was a coldness that seemed to be completely callous and grim, even vile. The desire to kill began to emanate off of it. He was surrounded by a black aura that made him look completely like a devil immortal. It was in Chapter 759 that Pill Demon passed a message to Meng Hao about what is correct and incorrect. Chapter 794. Invincible Meng Hao. Meanwhile, out on the Milky Way Sea, the enormous resurrection lily was shrinking in on itself. The petals folded up into a bulb, and the tentacle roots weaved together to form the shape of a blue lotus. The blue lotus swayed back and forth, and although it appeared to be in full bloom, there also seemed to be something missing, as if it was unstable and could revert to the shape of a resurrection lily at any time. The gap between immortal and devil has appeared. On the battlefield in the southern domain, the crowds were crying out with loud voices. The Northern Reaches cultivators stood there ashen-faced as the great Dao blades slowly faded away. At the same time, the state of motionlessness which had been imposed on everyone gradually disappeared. However, no fierce fighting broke out. The Northern Reaches forces began to form up in groups. Up above, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief let out a roar and transformed into the primordial lightning dragon. Bypassing the three south-cleaving sentinels in bronze armor, he shot toward Meng Hao. "Let's see just how strong you are now that you're in Dao-seeking," he roared. As the OL.D man neared, killing intent flickered in the other four peak Dao-seeking experts' eyes. Their cultivation bases burst with power. They knew that their only chance was to attack in unison. If they didn't do that now, the battle would definitely end in a huge defeat. If they could kill Meng Hao now, then they might have a chance to turn a defeat into a victory. 5 people closed in at incredible speed. He was already powerful before, so there's no chance that he won't be heaven-defying now that he's in Dao-seeking. Except his cultivation base is unstable since he just completed his third severing. Kill him now. Only by killing him can we turn this battle around. We can't leave him alive. Kill him before he truly enters Dao-seeking. Those were the thoughts running through their heads as they closed in, roaring. The extremely obese woman rumbled through the air, surrounded by colorful streams of mist that transformed into 7 hypertoxic strips of paper. Each strip was a different color, and each one was covered with countless glittering magical symbols that pulsed with Dao-seeking auras. Flying next to her at top speed was the effeminate man whose body emanated shocking coldness. The coldness transformed into an obscene statue that possessed both male and female properties. Furthermore, it emanated a Dao will that seemed to combine the properties of both yin and yang. Glittering light spread out, and the effeminate man suddenly began to transform into a woman, extremely beautiful and yet filled with a murderous aura. Of the other 2 peak Dao-seeking experts, one of them was the old man who looked like a hopping vampire. Suddenly, black fur sprouted out all over his body, and his eyes began to glow with a green light. Cracking sounds could be heard as his body grew larger, and an aura of death surged out from him. Now he looked like a drought ghoul.
1.
He was surrounded by an aura of death, and although he should have emanated yin-type coldness, he actually burned with ghost fire. The ghost fire spread out, its faint glow causing the sun and moon to tremble. Within the flames could be seen countless evil spirits, so many that they blotted out the sky and the land. Rumbling filled the air as they shot toward Meng Hao. The last Dao-seeking expert was the man in the violet robe who had participated in the Second Wave Army's attack. Despite being seriously injured, he had continued to fight all the way down to this final, decisive battle. He spit up blood and seemed like an arrow at the end of its flight, completely spent of all energy. Nonetheless, he let out a roar, and his body suddenly grew larger. His features became aged, and in the blink of an eye, he looked like an old man. By sacrificing longevity, he was able to gain earth-shaking power. His body expanded rapidly, and scales grew out to cover his skin. A horn even grew out of his forehead, and a long tail appeared behind him. He now completely resembled a demon Da.
Vil.
A savage aura burst out, as well as rancid wind. Dust swirled around him in the wind, transforming into a sandstorm that flew directly toward Meng Hao. These four-peaked Dao-seeking experts went berserk as they unleashed pure divine abilities that could kill 1,000 enemies at the expense of 800 allies. As for the number one most powerful person from the northern reaches, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, he instantly transformed into a primordial lightning dragon. Thunderous booms filled the air as he shot toward Meng Hao. The five of them swept through everything in their path, as if nothing could possibly block them. They closed in from 5 different directions, radiating such indescribable power that the air vibrated and everything shook. Not even Pill Demon and the others could block them. From the look of it, even a false immortal would be seriously injured by this all-out attack by 5-peaked Dao-seeking experts, in which caution was thrown to the wind. Down below, the Southern Domain cultivator's eyes were shot with blood. Your Excellency Meng Hao. Not good. Blood Prince Meng Hao just performed his 3rd severing and hasn't had time to stabilize himself. Those damned Northern Reaches cultivators. Patriarch Song's and Pill Demon's faces fell. They were just about to risk everything to try to block the Northern Reaches cultivators when all of a sudden, Meng Hao's voice echoed out. Allow them to come. It was one sentence, with only 4 words. 2, they were words spoken with the utmost confidence, such confidence that apparently he didn't even need to utilize his second true self. As soon as those words rang out, the Southern Domain cultivators calmed down. No one did anything to block the Northern Reaches cultivators. As for the 5-peaked Dao-seeking experts, rumbling filled the air as they shot through the air in 5 beams of colorful light. Meng Hao, you're dead, they roared. As they neared, Meng Hao looked up at them, his face calm in an unparalleled manner. Then he slowly rose to his feet from his cross-legged position. The movement only took a moment, but during that time the air around him rumbled as a power exploded up within him that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth apart. Shocking thumping sounds filled the air. As he stood, the power of natural law descended, and the area around Meng Hao filled with streams of ancient magical symbols. They glittered brightly as they formed Meng Hao's personal natural law of Dao-seeking. It was a Dao of freedom, a Dao of good and evil, formed from Meng Hao's will. It was a law that could transform heaven and earth with a single thought. When the natural law appeared, the rumbling in the area grew even more shocking. The sky shook as something appeared that seemed to be a mountain. It was not the 9th mountain, but rather a lush, green mountain. It was Mount Daqing. It was also a Dao-confirming mountain. As soon as it appeared, it began to shine with brilliant light. Meng Hao took a deep breath and looked down at the mark on his right hand. It was also pulsing with an aura that merged into his body and then transformed into the aura of an immortal. It was Immortal Qi. After experiencing the Mist Blade, Immortal Qi had appeared on Meng Hao. When the Immortal Qi appeared, the world trembled. The Northern Reaches cultivators down below were shaking in their boots, and the Southern Domain forces were getting even more excited than before. Pill Demon gasped, and then murmured, severing the devil and seeking the Dao. This is something rare that only exists in legends. Patriarch Song was equally excited. Moments before, the peak Dao-seeking experts from the Northern Reaches had a sliver of hope that they might win by a fluke. Now that the Immortal Qi had appeared, they gasped, and their minds were sent spinning. The 5-peak Dao-seeking experts from the Northern Reaches were astonished. He just stepped into Dao-seeking and he already developed Immortal Qi. Impossible. I've been in Dao-seeking for years and still haven't developed even a scrap. Just what level of cultivation base does he have? I actually can't even clearly make out what his cultivation base is. It seems like early Dao-seeking, but at the same time mid Dao-seeking and also peak Dao-seeking. What's going on? Now that I think about it, there's a legend about a type of Dao-seeking which isn't split into multiple levels. As soon as you step into it, you're at the peak. However, they were already like arrows unleashed from the bow. They had to go through with their attacks. If they didn't, their fate would certainly be death. Considering that retreat meant certain annihilation, then the only course of action they could take was to attack. The 5 of them closed in on Meng Hao, surrounded by rumbling sounds. The fastest of them all was the man who had assumed the shape of a beautiful female cultivator. He was the first to arrive, surrounded by a shocking cold aura. The matchlessly bizarre statue emanated faint light. It had been refined by the man after he had reached Dao-seeking, by sacrificing some of his own life force. It could unleash a shocking divine ability. Yin-Yang 9 tribulations, the cultivator bellowed, stretching out both hands. His goal was to completely destroy Meng Hao in one shot. However, even as he neared, Meng Hao clenched his right fist and punched out. It was a tidy and efficient blow, delivered with indescribable speed. The air was sucked in and massive energy surged. The beautiful cultivator's face fell as he sensed an unsurpassable pressure surging toward him like heavenly might. It was something impossible to contend with, and the amorphous power blasted into him before he even had a chance to retreat. Boom! A huge explosion rattled out. The beautiful cultivator was at the peak of Dao seeking and was burning life force in an incredible display of power. Despite all of that, blood sprayed from his mouth in a constant stream. The statue shattered into pieces. His body trembled and then exploded into pieces. His nascent divinity sped out, shrieking. One punch had completely destroyed a peak Dao-seeking expert who was burning life force. The sight caused countless gasps to ring out. At the same time, Meng Hao gave a cold snort. His eyes shone with a strange light as he unexpectedly did not destroy the nascent divinity, but instead slapped his hand out toward the extremely obese woman and her hyper-toxic, multicolored strips of paper. The slap was calm and even leisurely, almost as if he were swatting a fly. As it neared her, the woman's eyes went wide and she let out a miserable shriek. She went all out with every scrap of power she had, causing the 7 strips of paper to emanate blinding beams of light. Ghost images sprang up from the papers, making them look like a bound book. She placed her hand on the book and shoved it out to meet Meng Hao's palm. Boom! A deafening explosion caused everything to shake. The book composed of 7 pieces of colored paper trembled and didn't even manage to stay together for the space of one breath of time. It exploded into swirling confetti, which then became dust. As for the woman, her hypertoxic mist was completely incapable of phasing Meng Hao. She flew backward, blood spurting from her mouth. After 10 meters, her arm exploded. After 20 meters, her entire body began to crack. After 30 meters, her body completely exploded. Meng Hao did not destroy her nascent divinity either, but rather allowed her to flee, her face filled with terror and astonishment. And now you, Meng Hao said coolly, turning to the hopping vampire. He pointed out, and its body began to tremble. A look of despair appeared on its face as the ghost fire which covered it was immediately extinguished. To Meng Hao, it was so weak it couldn't withstand a single blow. The man's nascent divinity emerged, surrounded by an aura of death. He looked at Meng Hao, trembling, his eyes shining with intense fear and astonishment. Invincible. He's invincible. Everything was shaking. Of the 5 peak Dao-seeking experts, 3 had just had their fleshly bodies completely destroyed. As for the violet-robed man who looked like a demon devil and the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, they were roaring madly as they descended upon Meng Hao, like moths to the flame. 1. The Draugr refers to a mythological creature. Although the Wikipedia article indicates that it is a specific person, this kind of creature can be seen in games as a type of enemy creature. Normally it would be Drought Demon, but considering the implications of the word demon in the story, I'm going with the word ghoul. The character Yao Yao does not appear in the name of the creature itself. 2. I can't always match up the words to the sentences, but in this case it's the same in Chine.
Si.
1 sentence, 4 characters. Chapter 795. Half a step into immortality. The violet-robed man who looked like a demon devil had skin covered with scales. Even his face had transformed, his eyes were deeply sunken in, whereas his jaws protruded, revealing a mouthful of wicked fangs. He had a long horn with a razor-sharp tip, as well as a lashing tail. He had already been shaken by Meng Hao, but now he had no other choice than to attack. He roared as his body burst into flames, causing his cultivation base to instantly surpass that of the 3 nascent divinities nearby. He became a cyclone that shot directly toward Meng Hao. As he neared, he stretched out both hands in front of him and made a ripping motion. Rupture the heavens, he roared, causing everything around him to shake. A huge rift was ripped open in the air, like a gigantic mouth that wanted to swallow Meng Hao whole. However, even as the rift was almost upon Meng Hao gave a cold glance in the old man's direction. It was a single glance, a simple look. The rift collapsed, and the fiend-form old man let out a miserable shriek. Meng Hao's gaze was like that of a god. Indescribable pressure bore down on the old man, causing first his hands and then both arms to explode in a haze of blood. His eyes were red, and he tilted his head as he attempted to use his horn to pierce through the pressure radiating out from Meng Hao's eyes. Perhaps he couldn't kill Meng Hao, but at least he would be able to wound him in some way. However, just when the horn seemed about to stab Meng Hao, he reached up and grabbed it. His expression was calm, but he seemed to be recalling the brutal image of the old man slaughtering Southern Domain cultivators earlier. Meng Hao twisted his hand, and a cracking sound could be heard as the horn snapped off. Screaming, the old man tried to attack with his tail, but before he could get near, a rumbling sound filled his entire body, which then began to collapse into pieces. Terror flooded into his mind, completely submerging him. His nascent divinity burst out, terrified, and tried to flee. As he did, one word blared out in his mind. Invincible. Down below on the ground, the cultivators gasped. Everyone was looking on, eyes wide with disbelief. 4 of the 5 peak Dao-seeking experts from the northern reaches now had nothing left but nascent divinities. It was unclear why Meng Hao hadn't destroyed them. If he wanted to, though, all 4 of his opponents would already be dead. As for Meng Hao, he was calm and unruffled, and invincible. The last person left was the #1 most powerful expert from the Northern Reaches, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief, who was still in the form of a primordial lightning dragon. He roared at the top of his lungs, and it was a roar filled with indignation, despair, and even the desire for death. "Dee," he howled. Lightning crackled as he shot through the air, surrounding him with a lake of lightning. Gee, it was lightning summoned from the highest heavens. Apparently, he wished to die together with Meng Hao. At this point, the air behind Meng Hao rippled, the sky above him rumbled, and the ground down below quaked. The entire world seemed to be in motion, set off as a foil to Meng Hao himself. The immortal qi in his body grew stronger as he finally finished rising completely to his feet. He was surrounded by a boundless, blinding light as he gazed at the incoming Imperial Bloodline clan chief. Suddenly, behind him, all of the motions swirled together to form a giant. The giant looked exactly like Meng Hao in every way, but was unimaginably tall. Its head touched the sky, and its feet were planted on the ground. Its body emanated a shocking pressure that caused the land to quake. The countless cultivators down on the ground below were completely shocked to find that their cultivation bases were utterly suppressed. Gradually, all of the natural law in the area began to swirl around the enormous figure behind Meng Hao. Starlight from the starry sky outside of the vortex up above shone down on it, bathing it in brightness, giving it a completely unearthly energy. It looked like a paragon. The enormous image behind him looked very much like the type of image that Dao-seeking cultivators could normally summon. And yet, it was completely different. The images summoned by Dao-seeking cultivators were illusory, powerful beings from ancient times who were summoned via means of a magical technique. In contrast, the image behind Meng Hao was like a projection of himself. Of the two kinds of images, one was illusory, and the other was a projection. Although neither were real, the difference in caliber between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. In fact, one day, if Meng Hao ever became strong enough, then anyone who received his approval could summon the same image by calling upon his name. That was another area in which his image was completely different. This image was referred to by a unique name. Dharma Idol. It's a Dharma Idol. He actually summoned a Dharma Idol. Only immortals can summon Dharma Idols. But look, he has won. As soon as the Dharma Idol appeared behind Meng Hao, everything began to rumble. All of the lands of South Heaven were shaken. The Dao-seeking experts of the Northern Reaches, the Western Desert, and the Southern Domain all gasped. In the Eastern lands, gasps of disbelief could be heard in all of the ancient sects. He just stepped into Dao-seeking, but I can't see his cultivation base. That can only happen in that legendary state when both the fleshly body and the cultivation base are in the Dao-seeking stage. That man couldn't have a Dao-seeking fleshly body, could he? Impossible. Immortal qi. He actually has immortal qi. And it's not false immortal qi, but that of a true immortal. True immortal qi. He hasn't even stepped into the boundless immortal realm, and yet he already has that aura. The path to immortality opens every 10,000 years. Don't tell me that South Heaven's sole true immortal from this generation is that man. He actually produced a Dharma Idol. That's a divine ability that, according to the legends, belongs only to immortals. That kid is half a step into true immortality. Other than the Ji clan and a few other mysterious beings, this kid could stand up to anybody. The great sects of the eastern lands were all shaken. Meng Hao hovered in the air above the battlefield, his face calm, and his aura devoid of anything even the least bit vile. Now, he looked like a scholar from the mortal world. He wore a green robe, and his hair was no longer white, but pitch black. His eyes shone brightly, and the enormous Dharma idol behind him radiated a shocking pressure that stifled the breathing of everyone in the area. Next to him was his second true self, which radiated monstrous devil flames. It was sinister to the extreme, filled with a vileness that carried the desire to kill. It looked around at the world with cold eyes. "Dice!" the Imperial Bloodline clan chief roared as he threw all caution to the wind, bearing down on Meng Hao in his primordial lightning dragon form. Meng Hao looked at the man, and then waved his finger. As he did, the Dharma idol behind him also waved its finger. It seemed to blot out the heavens, transforming into a gigantic land mass that descended to slam into the primordial lightning dragon. A massive boom rattled out. The primordial lightning dragon collapsed into pieces. The Imperial Bloodline clan chief coughed up blood and staggered backward, his face filled with astonishment and disbelief. He came to a stop several hundred meters back, where he continued to cough up 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood. His body was listless and weak. "You," he said, his face deathly white. Meng Hao is now so powerful that the simple wave of a finger left the man seriously injured. Then, Meng Hao's gaze fell upon him, and he felt his mind reeling as an intense, indescribable pressure weighed down him. It felt like countless bolts of lightning were about to slam into him. "That little cauldron of yours is connected to me by destiny," said Meng Hao, a bashful expression appearing on his face. He waved his hand, causing the Imperial Bloodline Clan Chief's lightning cauldron to fly over onto his palm. The Imperial Bloodline Clan Chief's face grew even more pale, and he coughed up more blood. He seemed to have aged rapidly in just the past few moments, and his eyes shone with hopelessness. Behind him were the other Northern Reaches peak Dao-seeking experts, all of whom shook with fear as they looked at Meng Hao. His gaze swept over them, and they trembled so violently that it seemed their nascent divinities would explode at any moment. Finally, his gaze shifted to the forces of the Western Desert and the South Cleaving Sentinels. "Fellow Daoist Seth, from the Western Desert, many thanks for your assistance. This kindness will be remembered by the Southern Domain for generation after generation. It will never be forgotten." With that, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. Immediately, the South Cleaving Sentinels bowed back with deep respect, as did all of the Western Desert cultivators. Meng Hao's incredible bravery and power, coupled with the events of past years, made it so that the Western Desert cultivators viewed Meng Hao as one of their own. "This war is now over," said Meng Hao, looking out at the Northern Reaches cultivators. "More killing would be meaningless. There is no path for you to return to your home, so you will stay in the Southern Domain. The price you will pay for this invasion is that your cultivation bases will be sealed. From this generation forward, your bloodlines will not produce nascent soul cultivation bases. Your path to immortality is broken. Henceforth you are felon citizens." Meng Hao's voice was calm, but his words struck like thunder, making it clear that his words would be strictly enforced. When he said felon citizens, the words were branded deeply into the hearts and minds of the Northern Reaches cultivators, and they knew that this would be their identity for generations to come. Furthermore, among the more than 100,000 Northern Reaches cultivators, all of the nascent soul cultivators trembled as their nascent souls involuntarily shattered. Their cultivation bases fell, and in the blink of an eye, not a single nascent soul cultivator could be found among the Northern Reaches forces. Next, he turned his attention to the Dao-seeking experts. "As for you people, your war has shattered the Southern Domain. Innumerable cultivators have died, and the spiritual energy of the land has become sparse. The 5 of you will be suppressed and turned into the Southern Domain Cultivators Foundation in the future. 4 generations to come, the power of your nascent divinities will be extracted to replenish the spiritual energy in the Southern Domain." Even as he spoke, he waved his hand, causing the 9th mountain, which had been trembling this entire time, to suddenly rise up into the air. Revealed beneath was a woman, blood oozing from her mouth, left with only a tiny scrap of life force. The mountain then shot toward the 5 Dao-seeking experts. "Henceforth, this mountain shall be called Sin of the North." Meanwhile, back in the Ji clan, in a hidden location, the armless young patriarch took a deep breath. A look of regret appeared in his eyes, and he shook his head. "Fong clan," he murmured, "son of a chosen, with 50% of the power of a true immortal, half a step into true immortality. That mark on his hand, it must be that mark." A strange light appeared in his eyes, and he smiled. Apparently, he had just recalled something. "Interesting. I just remembered that the main branch of the Fong clan on planet East Victory has a peerless chosen by the name of Fong Wei. If the 2 of them ever meet, I wonder what will happen." At the same time, the couple in the Tower of Tang wore excited expressions. They exchanged a glance, then clasped hands and stepped forward. "It's time to reunite. We've been waiting for this day for so long." 7th Year Tribulation. Ah, the 7th Year Tribulation. My son has transcended the tribulation. Now the fish will make its leap into being a dragon amongst men. 1. This is a reference to a common Chinese expression about a fish leaping to success and becoming a dragon. Chapter 796. Putting the North in its place. I've practiced cultivation for thousands of years. I refuse to be suppressed. Sealing the path to the nascent soul for Northern Reaches cultivators? Suppressing us with a mountain? Extracting our spiritual energy to bolster the Southern Domain? I won't allow it. The 5 peak Dao-seeking experts from the Northern Reaches, including the Imperial Bloodline Clan Chief, were in a rage. However, they were no match for Meng Hao, now that he had produced a Dharma idol and was half a step into true immortality. The peak of Dao-seeking was simply not a match for him, not even when they joined forces like they had earlier. Roaring, the 5 transformed into prismatic beams of light as they attempted to flee. In this war, the Northern Reaches had been defeated, completely and utterly defeated. However, as long as the 5 of them remained alive, there was always the possibility that they could turn things around in the future. Therefore, they fled at top speed, each one heading in a different direction. Meng Hao floated in midair, calmly looking on. He waved his hand, and the 9th mountain rumbled, shooting forward to appear directly in front of the obese woman. The woman was moving with indescribable speed. However, as soon as the ninth mountain appeared, her body sank down and her nascent divinity flew out amidst the shattering air. She let out a miserable scream, and a boom rang out as the ninth mountain completely suppressed her, sealing her nascent divinity inside of it. Then the mountain flickered again, reappearing off in the distance, where it began to suppress the old man who had looked like a hopping vampire. His cultivation base was the weakest of them all, and his nascent divinity had a look of despair on its face. He tried to attack madly, but was completely incapable of doing anything to the mountain. Rumbling could be heard as he was sealed inside. After that, the mountain flickered again, to appear in front of the effeminate man. His body was covered with glittering magical symbols that made him look almost like a moon. Seeing that he would be incapable of escaping, a ruthless gleam appeared in his eyes, and he chose to self-detonate. He would rather die than be suppressed. However, before he even had time to self-detonate, the rumbling ninth mountain sealed his nascent divinity inside, filling the effeminate man's eyes with despair. After quickly sealing those 3 people in succession, the ninth mountain's spiritual energy was incredibly strong. A droning sound filled the air as it moved once again, causing winds to stir and the air to distort. It was now in front of the old man who looked like a demon devil. He struggled, but it only made the situation worse. He was suppressed and absorbed into the mountain. Finally, the mountain vanished for the final time, to appear in front of the Northern Reach's most powerful expert, the Imperial Bloodline clan chief. The man's face was ashen, and he began to laugh bitterly. Turning his head to Meng Hao, he said, "We will replenish the spiritual energy of the Southern Domain, but you have to give the Northern Reaches a time limit, then I will help you." 10,000 years, said Meng Hao, his voice neutral. 10,000 years. The old man laughed bitterly, but ceased his struggling and allowed the ninth mountain to suppress and seal him. After suppressing 5 powerful experts, the mountain was now bursting with spiritual energy. It looked like a spirit mountain as it slowly descended down to the lands below. When it touched down, it would fuse with the Southern Domain and use the spiritual energy coming from the 5 peak Dao-seeking cultivation bases to nourish the land. These 5 people were now like 5 spirit stones. Their spiritual energy would be slowly sucked away until the Southern Domain's spiritual energy once again flourished like it used to. It was then that, all of a sudden, a faint sigh echoed through the land. At the same time, a woman appeared, coming from the direction of the Milky Way Sea. She wore a blue gown which spread out to cover everything beneath her, almost like a stretch of sky. She floated toward the battlefield from off in the distance, a swath of blue drifting between heaven and earth. Dawn Immortal. Official ISSDH art of the Dawn Immortal. Note the resurrection lily in the background. As soon as she appeared, the natural law in the world faded. Even time seemed to come to a standstill. The ninth mountain hovered there in midair, incapable of touching down onto the ground. As for all of the cultivators on the battlefield, they stood there trembling. Even the Dao-seeking experts could do nothing but stop in place. Everything was motionless. The woman was the only one who was moving. She strode through the air up toward Meng Hao. He once said, "When the vortex eye appears, the lotus transformation will be seen. In the gap between immortal and devil, the blue lotus will appear." And now, the woman's voice was faint but profound as it echoed out through heaven and earth. Behind her, a faint image appeared, that of a blue lotus. It was a Dharma idol. Under the gaze of the countless stars, the blood of 1,000,000 cultivators flows, and the vortex eye appears. The western desert apocalypse created the boundless violet sea, within which was concealed the transformations of the lotus. The day has arrived in which the heavens are numbed and filled with grieving ghosts. Now my blue lotus can appear. The only thing I am missing is the gap between immortal and devil. The mist blade descended, you severed the devil and sought the Tao, and thus, the gap between immortal and devil appeared. The woman's gaze seemed somewhat distant. At first glance, her eyes looked calm, at second glance, insane, and at a third glance, profound. It was as if her gaze contained countless cycles of reincarnation. I will use the blood of millions as mud. The countless aggrieved ghosts as muddy stains. I will emerge unstained from the blood-soaked mud, without a blemish upon me. I will shed the resurrection lily, and become a blue lotus. I sought the Tao on the day the heavens were numbed. By dawn, I had already reached immortal ascension. I severed my goodness, and cut away my root of immortality. Only when my evil reached the pinnacle, could I risk everything to make a transformation. She strolled forward, and came to a stop 300 meters in front of Meng Hao. I've been making preparations for a long time. Now that the gap between immortal and devil has appeared, I can assimilate you, and then be complete. I scattered countless roots years ago, so the gap between immortal and devil was bound to appear eventually. Originally, I wouldn't have selected you, but you became part of the League of Demon Sealers. It seems you were fated by karma. Now, I must thank you. With that, she gave him a curtsying bow. Meng Hao didn't respond at first. The pausing of the natural law of heaven and earth, and of time, was all due to this woman. However, cracking sounds could suddenly be heard around Meng Hao, like that of something shattering. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao was restored to normal. The Dharma idol behind him began to shine with resplendent light. Mother of the Resurrection Lily, he said. Dawn immortal. The woman nodded, and a faint smile could be seen on her face. It was a beautiful smile that contained reminiscence. As she studied Meng Hao, she suddenly looked a bit distracted. You don't look like him, but your aura is the same, she said softly. From ancient times until now, the League of Demon Sealers has been cold and heartless. I'll assimilate you and become a blue lotus. Karma will be fulfilled. What was sown that year will be reaped this year. From now on, I owe him nothing, and he owes me nothing. She stretched out her hand and pointed toward Meng Hao. Immediately, everything seemed to change. The world filled with shocking, illusory waves of seawater that swept toward Meng Hao from all directions, seemingly preparing to inundate him. However, it was at this point that the Dharma idol behind him suddenly opened its mouth and roared. It was one roar, but it caused everything to shatter. Cracking sounds echoed out, and the waves collapsed. The seawater vanished, as if it had evaporated, transforming into endless dark clouds up above. Back in a Reliance sect, said Meng Hao coolly. You were lurking in the shadows. When I was in the Milky Way Sea, you were there hiding. You even showed your face at the Battle of the Blood Demon Sect. And yet again, here you are in this territorial war. I don't care about your motive for all of this. You want to assimilate me? Unfortunately, you're not qualified. His Dharma idol's eyes glittered. It then took a step forward and lifted its hands up. The Blood Demon Grand Magic appeared, an enormous vortex which shot toward the woman. If you looked closely, you would see that the Blood Demon Grand Magic was similar to the vortex up in the sky. As it rotated, the clouds up above swirled and also surged toward the woman. When the resurrection lily blooms with 7 colors, the woman said softly, the petals fall, immortality in 1,000 years. She looked at the incoming vortex, then waved her finger. Shockingly, a 7-colored resurrection lily appeared in front of her. Instantly, it shattered, forming 7 multicolored wisps that floated through the air like dandelion seeds as they collided with the Blood Demon Grand Magic Vortex. A shocking boom could be heard. As the 7 multicolored wisps passed through the vortex, they trembled slightly. They might have seemed weak, but they didn't pause at all. They transformed into beams of multicolored light that shot directly toward Meng Hao. As they neared him, they became 7 flower petals that resembled magical sealing marks. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with coldness. His Dharma idol roared, causing the surroundings to distort and the 7 petals to stop in place. It was at this moment that he raised his right hand, in which the copper mirror appeared. A glittering light could be seen within the copper mirror. If you looked closely, you would be able to make out Demon Weapon Lonely Tomb. When Meng Hao merged the demon weapon into the copper mirror, he had been unable to use it. Only after he had entered Dao Seeking, had immortal chi, and could summon a Dharma idol, was he finally able to sense Lonely Tomb inside. He pushed down onto the copper mirror and grabbed, and a huge roar filled the air. A gust of demonic chi surged out, filling the air everywhere. It was at this point that a long, red spear appeared in his hands. It was both red and white, the colors intertwined in a way that made it impossible to describe with any word other than demonic. With Lonely Tomb in hand, Meng Hao didn't hesitate for even a moment. He immediately struck out toward the 7 petals. The spear shot through the air, and everything rumbled. Demonic chi surged out, sweeping across everything. As Demon Weapon Lonely Tomb surged through the air, shockingly, a tombstone suddenly appeared in front of Meng Hao. The tombstone instantly suppressed everything in the area. Boom! The 7 flower petals were destroyed, exploding into 7-colored motes of light that spread out into the air. In this moment, Meng Hao stood there, holding Demon Weapon Lonely Tomb in hand, and he looked like a paragon of heaven and earth, undefeatable. The woman's expression was the same as ever, as if she didn't care at all about Meng Hao's grandiose aura. In fact, a look of pity appeared on her face. You are of the League of Demon Sealers, so I won't lie to you. Nobody can save you. This planet's branch of the Ji clan owes me a favor, and they won't do anything to stop me. Other than them, there are a few ancient beings on this planet, but none of them will do anything to obstruct my way either. Today, nobody can save you. The time has come for you to be assimilated. As she spoke, she began to glow with boundless light. Behind her, the blue lotus began to sway and emit an indescribable, crushing pressure. For the first time, Meng Hao's facial expression flickered. Neither he nor his Dharma idol were capable of moving even the slightest bit. Furthermore, it even appeared as if a blue lotus was about to sprout out of his body. At this exact moment, a cold snort echoed out like thunder, shattering the air as it rolled across the land. I dare you to touch him. Just try it. Chapter 797. Reuniting. I should have killed you the last time we met in the Milky Way, sea slut. This second voice was that of a woman. The two voices instantly shattered the pause which had caused everything to cease moving. The ninth mountain continued to descend, and all the cultivators could move again. Even as the cold snort continued to echo about, a sword beam shot through the air to completely sever the invisible connection between the Dawn Immortal and Meng Hao. Booming echoed out, and a tremor ran through Meng Hao. The blue lotus vanished, and his Dharma idol was restored. His eyes went wide as he saw two figures approaching from off in the distance. It was a man and a woman, and when Meng Hao could see them clearly, his mind filled with thunderous roaring. He knew those faces well. Even if tens of millions of years passed, he would not be able to forget them. The woman was his mother, the mother who had held him in her arms when he was a child and told him stories. The man was his father, who seemed strict, but whose eyes were filled with boundless fatherly love. Fang Xiufeng. Official ISSDH art of Fang Xiufeng, Meng Hao's father. Meng Li. Official ISSDH art of Meng Li, Meng Hao's mother. Cute Fang Xiufeng. Cute version of Fang Xiufeng. Cute Meng Li. Cute version of Meng Li. Meng Hao began to tremble and could do nothing more than stare blankly. At the same time, the mark on his hand began to shine brightly. As soon as the man and woman appeared, the Dawn Immortal's face flickered. She began to pant, and her expression was one of complete disbelief as she backed up. She had only retreated by 3 measures when the man's gaze locked onto her. A rumbling sound echoed out, and then blood sprayed out the Dawn Immortal's mouth. A look of astonishment covered her face. It was at this point that the Dharma idol behind her directly exploded into countless pieces. Furthermore, the enormous resurrection lily on the Milky Way Sea, which was the Dawn Immortal's true body, also exploded, shattering into countless pieces. The resurrection lily was completely defeated. One look from him shattered my Dharma idol, thought the Dawn Immortal, her face pale. It even seriously injured me. What just severed my blue lotus bridge just now was not a sword, it was his gaze. Who is he? His level of power is unimaginable. Even the Ji clan can't begin to compare. Her foundation had been destroyed, and now, she didn't dare to back up anymore. In the face of an almighty being like this, whether or not she lived or died wasn't up to her. Before I came to this planet, the man said coolly, standing between Meng Hao and the Dawn Immortal, an old friend revealed to me that there was a flower here within the ocean, left behind by his benefactor. The flower had long since become a demon that had existed for countless years. It had experienced nirvanic rebirth numerous times, and was not willing to truly ascend to immortality. You must be the flower he spoke of. You clearly could have achieved true immortal ascension long ago, and made your way out into the starry sky. Why have you made things hard on yourself and on others? Well, considering your existence has provided some benefit to my son through all his tempering, I won't slay you this day. Go break through to immortal ascension already. The sky and land trembled as if struck by countless peals of thunder. When this man spoke, natural law conformed to his words. The Dawn Immortal's face went pale, and more blood sprayed from her mouth as she fell back a full 3,000 meters. Finally, she looked up and smiled a heart-rending smile. The woman standing next to the man suddenly spoke up. Why waste your words on her? Just sever her head. Meng Hao stood behind the two of them, his mind spinning with disbelief. His heart was in complete chaos, and he had no idea what to say. Sever me? The Dawn Immortal laughed bitterly. Her face twisted savagely, and her hair was thrown into disarray. She had lost her foundation, the actual resurrection lily. Her Dharma idol had been destroyed. And yet, a look of madness could be seen in her eyes. The League of Demon Sealers are all a heartless bunch. I kept that man company, but he severed me in the end. My heart beats with hatred. I was born in ancient times, and yes, I could have achieved immortal ascension on many occasions throughout the years. The only reason I never left this place is because of what he told me back then. He severed me here, and then left on his own. I killed countless members of his bloodline, but my hatred remains. And now you want to sever me too? She lifted her head up and laughed. Then she flung her arms out wide. I have existed in the lands of South Heaven since ancient times. I may have stayed hidden and out of sight, but now, I call on all of the people who owe favors to me, the Dawn Immortal. All of you, help me assimilate this child. Help me achieve my desire. Abide by your promises from the past. Her shrill voice echoed out throughout all the lands of South Heaven. As it did, a soft sigh could be heard echoing out from within the ancient Dao Lakes. The sigh seemed to contain helplessness, and at the same time, shocking power. I should not emerge. According to the treaty from back then, I cannot emerge. And yet this favor must be paid back. A gold-violet beast suddenly appeared from within the ancient Dao lakes. At the same time, dust began to fall off one of the statues inside the ancient Temple of Doom. The statue's eyes opened. At first, they looked confused, but then an archaic light began to shine out, and the statue slowly rose to its feet. It was she who enabled me to go into hiding in this ancient temple and acquire that Joss Styx power. If I don't emerge, I can't rest my heart at ease. Far beneath the surface of the Milky Way Sea, an emaciated figure suddenly clawed its way out from within the mud and silt. The favor from years ago will be repaid today. However, before that happens, I must consume more blood. In the vast western desert, because of the draining of the Violet Sea into the Milky Way Sea, its water level had been greatly reduced. Not too far beneath the surface of the Violet Sea was a mountain that at first seemed completely ordinary. But then the mountain began to shake, and suddenly a face appeared on it. This mountain began to rise up. It was no mountain, but rather an enormous giant. It looked like a mountain deity as its head broke through the surface of the water. Its expression was archaic as it flew up into the air. Slaughter. To repay my debt, I shall slaughter 1,000,000 cultivators. Also underneath the Violet Sea was a mountain range called the Black Dragon Mountains. The mountain range began to tremble, sending numerous boulders tumbling down its sides. Shockingly, an enormous crocodile appeared. It swished its tail as it shot out of the water, causing everything to shake. A brutal gleam could be seen in the crocodile's eyes, and it did not speak. However, its unbridled ferocity exploded with intensity. In the northern reaches, in the lands of a minor tribe, was an altar, upon which rested a skull that had remained in that position year in and year out. It was impossible to tell how long it had been there. At this moment, a dim light began to shine out from the skull, and it flew into the air. Also in the northern reaches was a valley that was sealed over with ice. It was a forbidden zone for cultivators, and deep in its depths was a chunk of ice. Sealed inside of the ice was a man who had golden wings growing out of his back. The man's eyes snapped open and cracking sound could be heard as the ice shattered. He stepped out, frowned, then gave a light sigh. Back when I arrived, I was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. She kept me alive and made me promise to pay her back. In the vast eastern lands were two forbidden zones. One was the ancient paradise. Rumor had it that the entire place was filled with countless ancient medicinal plants, each one of which emanated strong auras of death. That was because the ancient paradise was actually an ancient battlefield. Within the ancient paradise was an enormous, withered tree, whose roots spread throughout the ground. The tree trembled in response to the Dawn Immortal's call, and its roots retracted back into the body of the tree. When that happened, the tree surged with shocking energy. There was another forbidden zone in the eastern lands, which some people called the Immortality Temple. It was located in a sprawling mountain range, and was filled with innumerable restrictive spells. Deep in the mountains was an ancient, dilapidated temple. The statue of whatever divinity it was that the temple had been erected to had long since crumbled, and was impossible to see clearly. However, inside the temple was an oil lamp which had not been lit for uncountable years. As of this moment, that oil lamp blazed with fire and began to pulse with a divine light. The light covered the entire ancient temple as well as the statue of the divinity. Suddenly, a figure appeared, who then sighed. Well, she came from here and is connected to me. It separated from the image of the divinity, floated up out of the ancient temple, then flew off into the distance. A total of 9 auras surged out, causing rumbling to spread throughout all the lands of South Heaven. The sky turned dark, and the living creatures in the land trembled. All of the cultivators on the battlefield appeared to be on the verge of losing consciousness. The great sects of the eastern lands were completely astonished, and their patriarchs began to think about the various legends recorded in their ancient records. In the Ji clan of the eastern lands, the armless young patriarch stood up, and a strange light gleamed in his eyes. The Dawn Immortal is incredible. Even I could never have imagined that she would have set up so many contingencies. And it's no wonder. She has existed for countless years. If she had focused solely on cultivation, it would be impossible to even speculate what realm she would be in. As the lands of South Heaven trembled, the husband and wife stood there in front of Meng Hao. The woman's face flickered as she looked around, then she stepped back to stand next to Meng Hao. Meng Hao's mind was still spinning, and as he looked at her face, he felt like he was in a trance. "Are you really my mom?" he murmured. "How?" she responded. "You've suffered many hardships throughout the years." This woman was none other than Meng Hao's mother. When she looked at him, her heart stabbed with pain. She reached out to clasp his hand, and her eyes were filled with both love and tears. "It's all my fault," she said. "I'm a bad mother for not being able to take care of you. You were so young back then. When Daddy and I left, you ran out of the house crying and yelling. I saw you fall down, and my heart broke."
1.
It was at this point that the man turned back to look at Meng Hao. It was a gaze that caused Meng Hao's mind to tremble. It was filled with love and kindness, and it instantly caused tears to begin to stream down Meng Hao's face. He never imagined that he would cry at this moment in time. He had never imagined that he would reunite so quickly with his father and mother. He wasn't sure what to say, but he couldn't stop the tears from streaming down. His mother saw Meng Hao weeping, which caused more tears to flow down her own face. "Hao," she said, and then embraced him warmly, which made Meng Hao think about the times when he was a boy and how he hated leaving her side. "Don't cry," said his father, tousling his hair. He was smiling, and the love in his eyes seemed to grow even stronger. "You're grown up now," he said calmly. "You're already half a step into true immortality, so it's time that I pass on some Taoist magic to you. My Tao is the Tao of the sword. Watch carefully, I'm going to show you 9 sword forms. First form." He extended his left leg and bent it slightly. Then his body sprang into motion. He bent backward gracefully until he looked almost like a top bow, completely at one with heaven and earth. In the next breath, it seemed as if heaven and earth were wholly incompatible with him and yet were helpless to do anything. It was as if he had drawn an incredible burst of power down from the heavens. He extended his right hand, within which appeared an ordinary iron sword.
2.
The sword swept toward the southern domain's ancient Tao lakes. 1. Meng Hao had a vision of when his parents left him, way back in Chapter 653. 2. We have seen this iron sword before in Chapter 782. Chapter 798. Father makes a laughingstock of South Heaven. 3,000 great Taos, the man said softly. They each have their powerful and extraordinary aspects. In fact, it's impossible to say which is the most powerful. The Tao exists in the heart, and the heart is born of the will. If your will is strong, then your Tao will be powerful, and your sword will be invincible. Pay attention to my movements. There are 9 in total, and each one can stir up the power of the stars. The iron sword descended. The sky and land shook, and all the light in the world seemed to vanish. The only thing left behind was the sword beam. Everything grew faded and blurry. The only thing remaining was the iron sword. The sword beam surged, and the iron sword descended. It appeared above the ancient Tao lakes, directly in front of the flying beast that had just emerged. The beast stared in shock at the sword beam, and its face fell completely. It let out a miserable shriek, and appeared to be in a state of thorough astonishment and disbelief. It raced backward in an attempt to get back into the ancient Tao lakes. This. Even as the beast retreated, the sword beam closed in. At the same time, the ancient Tao lakes erupted, and an archaic voice echoed out. "Your Excellency, please calm your anger. I beg of you to show mercy to this clan member of mine." "Request denied," growled a voice which caused explosive pressure to fill the air above the ancient Tao lakes. The sword beam swept through the air, and the beast let out a blood-curdling scream. Its body exploded into burning chunks as it was destroyed in body and spirit. One sword blow blotted it out of existence. Everything rumbled as 1 out of the 9 auras which had appeared was wiped away. The remaining 8 auras froze in midair, and their faces filled with astonishment. After only a moment, they hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately for them, it was too late. "Hao," said Meng Hao's father, "look carefully at the second sword form. Always remember that when you attack with a sword, your mind must be empty, free of all distraction. You are the Tao, and the Tao is the sword." Shockingly, what he was passing on was the most powerful Tao he had ever mastered in his life. A Tao could not be passed down lightly. However, this was his son. Considering that he had agreed to stand guard over South Heaven for 100,000 years for Meng Hao, there was no need to even wonder about whether he would pass down a Tao. Even as he spoke the words, he stepped forward with his right foot. The move was made so quickly that it kicked up a fierce wind. The second sword beam exploded out. The sky vibrated under the terrifying power. It almost seemed like all the man had to do was exercise a thought, and the heavens could be slashed apart. Rumbling could be heard as the sword beam appeared above the southern domain's ancient Temple of Doom. The image of the statue was terrified and already fleeing at top speed. However, before it could enter the temple, the sword beam slashed through the air. A blood-curdling scream rang out as an almighty being was beheaded. His body raged with fire as he was completely destroyed. The only thing that remained was the lingering cry of death. "Above the spirit realm is the immortal realm," said Meng Hao's father. "Right now, you are half a step into true immortality, which means you are in the space between the spirit realm and the immortal realm. When you complete that step, you will enter the immortal realm. Now, pay attention to the third sword form." Breathing steadily, he caressed the blade of the sword with his left hand, almost as if he were awakening its spirit. In this third sword form, the blade was stabbed down into the ground, causing the entire land to shake. The sword beam appeared beneath the Milky Way Sea, behind the withered figure there that was fleeing at top speed. Who are you? Don't kill me. I surrender. I can be your son's Dao protector. Back in the southern domain, Meng Hao's father looked back at him. Howard, do you want him? Meng Hao stared in shock, and then subconsciously shook his head. His father laughed. Dao protector? You're not worthy to play such a role for my son. As his voice echoed out, the sword descended. Rumbling filled the withered figure as his body collapsed into pieces which burned into nothingness. 3 sword forms had slaughtered 3 almighty beings. When the patriarchs of the ancient sects in the eastern lands saw what was happening, they rose to their feet and began to tremble with terror. As they observed, they began to surmise what exactly was happening. In the Ji clan, the armless young patriarch sighed. If you people hadn't showed your faces, none of this would have happened. He wouldn't have gone to make trouble for you. At any other time, it wouldn't have mattered. Considering his temperament, he really wouldn't have paid you any attention. But now you had to go and mess with his son. Messing with his son is like rubbing a cat's fur backward. Who would dare to do such a thing? The remaining 6 auras were trembling violently. How could they ever have imagined that the Dawn Immortal would actually provoke someone this terrifying? Of these 6 auras, 2 ceased falling back and instead shot high up into the sky, as if to flee the planet itself. One was the skull, the other was the mountain deity from the western desert's Violet Sea. On the path of cultivation, one cannot rely on the protection of others. You haven't left planet South Heaven yet in this lifetime. Let me tell you, I've seen far too many chosen who utilize the help of Dao protectors. By now, each and every one is as useless as a wild chicken or a stray dog. Meng Hao's father turned to him and chuckled, then performed an incantation with his left hand, extending his index finger and middle finger together. It almost seemed as if he were wresting away energy from heaven and earth, causing a bizarre glow to surround his entire body as he took 2 more steps forward. With each step, a blast of sword chi shot up into the sky. A moment later, the mountain deity let out a miserable shriek. Its enormous frame was clearly just about to escape planet South Heaven. Nonetheless, it collapsed into pieces, which then burned into nothing. As for the skull, it shot out into the starry sky and was speeding away. Unfortunately for it, even with such speed, it could not outrun the sword chi. "And oh!" screamed the skull. Then it was completely destroyed, including its nascent divinity. Meng Hao's eyes widened, and he stared blankly at his father. He had taken 5 steps, and unleashed one sword after another. One by one, he had slaughtered 5 terrifying beings as easily as if he were killing baby chickens. Those almighty creatures' auras were such that any single one will leave Meng Hao dazed. Any of them could have slaughtered him easily. And yet, a single beam of sword chi from his father, and they were completely eradicated. Well, what realm are they in? Meng Hao murmured. The first to reply was his mother. They have opened their immortal meridians, solidified their Dao fruit, and stepped into the peak of the immortal realm. They refer to themselves as Dao Lords, but are unable to open the door to the ancient realm. They aren't even true immortals, and will one day return to the dust. In the spirit realm, Dao seeking is the absolute peak, said Meng Hao's father. In the immortal realm, there are 2 paths. The first path involves offering worship to an ancestor, acquiring that ancestor's Dao fruit, and then using it to tread the path to immortality. On that path, you will never have a Dharma idol of your own. Immortals like that are referred to as false immortals. That is because, if that ancestor ever perishes, everyone who worships him will experience a drop in their cultivation base. That is the easy path to immortality, the one which the vast majority of people choose to follow. However, there is another path. On that path, you worship yourself. Your Dharma idol is your own. You experience immortal tribulation and tread your own path. Others can worship you and tread your path of cultivation as false immortals. This second path is the path of the true immortal. Meng Hao's father moved like the wind as he took 2 more steps forward. Each step caused the ground to quake. His hair swirled around him in the air, and wisps of mist rose up from the top of his head. He waved his right hand, causing 2 more beams of sword chi to fly out, one toward the eastern lands, the other toward the western desert. In the ancient paradise of the eastern lands, the tree's branches were rustling, and its aura surged. Its mind was unprecedentedly focused as it drew upon all the power it could muster. The entire ancient paradise began to vibrate. The ground split, and the tree's roots writhed as it prepared to fight back against the incoming sword chi. A boom rang out, and the tree wailed. All the power it could muster did nothing to stop the incoming sword chi. The tree was split completely in half, and then began to burn. Screams of pain filled the air as the tree was transformed into ash. Beneath the surface of the Violet Sea in the western desert, the crocodile was trembling. It fled with all the speed it could muster, but the sword chi descended upon it nonetheless. In the blink of an eye, it was right above its head. The crocodile wore a look of hopelessness. I can be a mount, the crocodile cried out. I don't qualify to be a Dao protector, but I'm willing to be a mount. When it cried out, the sword Qi suddenly came to a stop in midair. It swirled around, transforming into a sealing mark which fused onto the crocodile's body. You possess some of the bloodline of a scaly dragon. Thus you are Chu, qualified to be a mount for my Howler. The crocodile trembled, and its mind was completely occupied by terror and fear. After being sealed, its body shrank down until it was only about 3 meters long. Then it was pulled back rapidly until it appeared in front of Meng Hao. The crocodile knew that it was dealing with a little patriarch, so it immediately put on an ingratiating air and swished its tail back and forth. Meng Hao looked at the crocodile, an awkward expression on his face. Unfortunately, said Meng Hao's father, shaking his head, you've only opened 53 meridians. If you could open at least 60 or more, then you could summon the power of the scaly dragon's bloodline. However, in the immortal realm, there are no stages. There are only the 100 meridians of the Tao of immortality. All living creatures have 100 meridians. That is a constant. No living thing has more or less. Once you enter the immortal realm, you will cultivate those 100 meridians. The soul is grouped into 3 spiritual aspects and 7 physical aspects, a total of 10 vessels. The meridians are organized into groups of 10, each of which form a vessel. If all 100 meridians are opened, you have achieved the immortal soul and will produce your own unique Tao fruit, whereupon you can open the door to the ancient realm.
1.
Unfortunately, success in the immortal realm is not so easy. From ancient times until now, someone with 50 open meridians would be considered to be at the peak of the immortal realm and could attempt to open the ancient door. According to legend, it is as easy to find someone with 80 open meridians as it is to find a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Only chosen who are direct descendants of various great sects and clans would have a chance to do so. 90 open meridians is something even rarer and exists only in legends. As for the full 100 meridians from ancient times until now, no one has ever done it. But you can, Howler, said his mother immediately. His father laughed, then suddenly crouched slightly, then straightened up, his posture like a giant holding up the weight of the world. He took 2 steps forward and waved his arms, causing 2 beams of sword Qi to shoot out, one toward the eastern lands, the other toward the northern reaches. Considering the level of his cultivation base, he actually didn't need to use such meticulous movements. He normally moved as fluidly as the clouds or flowing water. However, for Meng Hao's sake, he was demonstrating all of the movements in detail. In the frozen valley in the northern reaches, the man who had walked out from the ice earlier was now laughing bitterly. He didn't make any move to evade, but rather sat there cross-legged, chuckling, his eyes shining with a light of madness. Suddenly, his skin turned purple, and the power of a curse began to circulate around him as the sword Qi bore down. Anyone who kills me will have their bloodline cursed, he cried, and the wings on his axe suddenly opened wide. A cold snort echoed out. Someone from a measly species of curse users? Your bloodline isn't pure, and yet you dare to try to curse the House of Feng. The sword Qi descended, slashing directly into the winged man's head. Flames burst out, dissolving the curse power. It never even had a chance to be unleashed before it was dissipated completely. One considering Meng Hao's father's explanation of the physical and spiritual aspects of souls, it now becomes more clear why the Wang clan patriarch was said to be incapable of truly reaching immortal ascension as described in Chapter 682, and especially 683. Chapter 799. Born on East Victory. The final blast of sword Qi shot through the ground toward the deep mountains of the eastern lands and the ancient temple. An intense, glowing light rose up from the temple, as well as the music of a great Tao. It seemed as if there were countless immortal divinities sitting cross-legged inside the temple. The mountain itself, as well as everything surrounding it, seemed to be part of a Taoist rites temple. It was even possible to see that crowds of chosen had practiced cultivation there throughout the years. Oh, exclaimed Meng Hao's father. The sword Qi came to a stop. The door of the ancient temple opened up, and a figure emerged. It was impossible to see the figure clearly, but it stood there facing Meng Hao's father. I didn't realize that there was an immortal ancient Taoist rite temple here. How rude of me. Well, since this location has been activated, hand over the immortal ancient Taoist medallion. The figure was silent for a moment, then waved a hand. The ancient temple rumbled, and out flew a command medallion that pulsed with immortal Qi. The bright light emanating from the temple faded, and the figure vanished. 9 powerful experts had appeared, one after the other perished. The crocodile became a mount, and the figure from the immortal temple offered up an immortal ancient Taoist medallion to prevent any trouble. The other 7 were all slain. It all happened incredibly quickly. By the time Meng Hao's father finished speaking a few words to Meng Hao, everything was over. The cultivators on the ground in South Domain were astonished. The peak Tao-seeking experts in midair were completely shaken. The Dawn Immortal laughed bitterly and staggered back a few paces. Blood oozed out of her mouth as she looked at Meng Hao and shook her head. Fate, how cruel you are, she said. I wanted to become a Blue Lotus, not for the sake of true immortality, but because he said, once upon a time, that he loved lotuses. The Dawn Immortal chuckled sadly and backed up further. Her body seemed to be starting to dissipate. She had lost her foundation, and since she couldn't assimilate Meng Hao and become a Blue Lotus, the only thing left for her to do now was fade away. Meng Hao, she murmured. You are of the League of Demon Sealers. From ancient times, they have always been, and cruel and heartless. One day, if you ever encounter one of them who mentions resurrection lilies, I'd like you to ask him something for me. Ask him if he remembers a flower back in the lands of South Heaven, a resurrection lily whom he severed away. She looked up into the sky, and tears glistened down her cheeks as she began to fade away. I am filled with hatred, but what I hate is not you. I hate myself for not being a Blue Lotus. Her soft voice echoed out across the lands before fading away. Meng Hao's mind trembled as he watched the Dawn Immortal vanish into nothing. The war between the Southern Domain and the Northern Reaches was over. The Western Desert left, their towering south-cleaving sentinels leading the way. The Southern Domain would never forget the kindness shown to them by the Western Desert. It would be engraved in their memories for generation after generation to come. As for the sinners from the Northern Reaches, they had lost their path back home and become felon citizens. There were now only 100,000 cultivators in the Southern Domain. Many sects and clans had been completely wiped out. Numerous core Taoist teachings and doctrines had vanished. Even the spiritual energy in the land was sparse. Thankfully, the mountain that Meng Hao had created continued to infuse the land with spiritual energy. Perhaps many years later, the Southern Domain would once again shine with its former glory. Pill Demon went back to the Violet Fate sect and Patriarch Song to the Song clan. If you didn't count Meng Hao, they were the two remaining peak Dao-seeking experts in the Southern Domain. Furthermore, the Violet Fate sect and the Song clan were now like holy lands within the Southern Domain. In the days to come, they would lead the Southern Domain cultivators to rebuild their sects and clans, and also select appropriate people from among the mortal populace to begin practicing cultivation. Slowly, the Southern Domain would be restored. What was needed was time, at the very least hundreds or perhaps thousands of years. The mountain in which the 5 peak Dao-seeking Northern Reaches cultivators was sealed, the one named Sin of the North, stood tall above the lands. As time passed, it would become a famous landmark in the Southern Domain. The war was over. During that war, Meng Hao had risen to complete prominence. His name was famous in the Southern Domain and the Western Desert. It had even shaken the Eastern lands. Meng Hao had become the focus of attention of all the lands of South Heaven. As for all the chosen of his own generation, some were dead and some had faded into obscurity. None of them were able to keep up with Meng Hao, let alone surpass him. To the cultivators of the Southern Domain, Meng Hao's stories were the stuff of legend. He had started out in the Reliant sect, acquired the Blood Immortal legacy, thrown the Southern Domain into chaos, and shocked everyone at the Song clan. Then, in the Violet Fate sect, he had rocked the entire Southern Domain again under the name of Pill Cauldron. At the Rebirth Cave, he had slain one of the Sons of Ji, a Quasi-Array member. In the Black Lands, he had participated in the siege of Holy Snow City. In the Western Desert, he had led his tiny tribe through the Violet Rain apocalypse. Because of him, they rose to glory one step at a time until he finally brought them to the Black Lands. Then, he had vanished, only to reappear years later, fighting the spirit-severing expert Patriarch Huyen in a shocking battle that had astonished the Western Desert and Black Lands alike. Then, he had left everyone reeling in shock as he went to the Demon Immortal sect. The chosen of the Southern Domain had congregated in the Demon Immortal sect, but couldn't do anything to Meng Hao even after joining forces. After wresting away virtually all of their good fortune, Meng Hao had next appeared in the Milky Way Sea. The 10th Wang clan patriarch had appeared in person, and Meng Hao narrowly avoided death. His perfect Dao foundation was stolen, and just when he was about to truly die, Su Qing saved him, proving that they were destined to be bound in marriage. After he awoke in the Rebirth Cave, he battled the Black Civ sect, then shockingly descended into bedevilment. At the ancient Dao Lakes, he had snatched the soul of a true immortal. 4 powers of the Southern Domain had allied against the Blood Demon sect in a shocking war. Then, on the day of his grand wedding, the Northern Reaches invaded. Su Qing died, and Meng Hao went mad. Fight, fight, fight. Kill, kill, kill. Finally, he severed the devil and sought the Dao, stepping halfway into true immortality. Meng Hao's story swept through the Southern Domain like storm winds. The Western Desert heard the tales, as did the shocked Northern Reaches. Even the Eastern lands caught wind. Meng Hao's name had truly risen to prominence. Currently, Meng Hao sat in Blood Prince Gorge in the Blood Demon sect. His father and mother sat in front of him. Meng Hao was no longer shaken like he had been before. Instead, he sat there quietly, even taciturn. Hundreds of years had passed, and he had finally reunited with his parents. Although the memories from when he was 7 years old had not been erased, they were somewhat foggy. However, the affection he felt because of the blood connection with his parents made things even more complicated. There were so many things he didn't understand, too many perplexing conundrums. Why did his father and mother leave that year? Why had they suddenly reappeared now? Where had they been this whole time? Where were they when he was experiencing grave crises? Where were they when the resurrection lily infected him? Where were they when the Wang clan patriarch stole his perfect Dao foundation? Where were they when he nearly died in the rebirth cave? Where were they, when Su Qing died? If they were merely mortals, it wouldn't matter. But they had just casually slain 9 incredibly powerful experts in a single short battle. Meng Hao now knew that his father and mother were powerful. So powerful, in fact, that the Ji clan hadn't appeared during the entire affair. He needed an answer. He needed an explanation. His heart felt twisted into a knot. "How?" began his mother, tears streaming down her face. "You don't need to worry about Su Qing. Your father placed a stream of divine sense on her. It will keep her safe during reincarnation and will guide her back to you." "I know it is gnawing at your mind," his father said. "You must have many questions." There was love in his eyes, and it was clearly strong. He stretched out his hand, and a brilliant glow appeared at the tip of his finger. "Allow me to take you into the past, to awaken your memories. Then you will see the explanation with your own eyes." The brilliant glow rose up and approached Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked at his father, and then looked at the brilliant glow. Finally, he closed his eyes. The bright glow fused into his forehead, then pulled him down into the deepest recesses of his memories. When he was born, there were 2 moons in the sky, and countless stars. It was picturesque. He heard laughter ringing about in a magnificent temple. The temple was so enormous that it spread out across half of the entire planet it occupied. That entire area belonged to the Fong clan. "This boy will be a Qilin of the Fong clan. Throw a banquet that will last for 300 years. Invite all of the fellow Taoists from Planet East Victory."
Wait.
Planet East Victory isn't enough. My grandson's name will definitely shake the entire 9th mountain and sea. Invite the fellow Taoists from all the other 3 planets. Invite the ancient sects as well. This child is my daughter's son, which means that his future path of might will encompass the 8th mountain too. Invite everyone from the 8th mountain to come offer their congratulations. The voice rang out amongst endless cheerful laughter. When Meng Hao opened his eyes, these were the things he heard and saw. A woman was holding him in her arms. When he looked up at her, he saw his mother, although she looked much younger. Standing next to her was a young girl of 5 or 6 years of age, looking at him with a curious, mischievous smile. Occasionally, she would take advantage of her mother's distraction to make faces at him. That was his older sister. Further off in the distance was his father, who looked very excited. He was surrounded by old men who were constantly toasting him. Meng Hao's birth caused a huge sensation throughout Planet East Victory. The reason was that his father was a direct descendant of the Fong bloodline and also the eldest son. As for Meng Hao, he was also a direct descendant and the eldest grandson. Another reason was that Meng Hao's maternal grandfather was not from the 9th mountain. He was from the illustrious Ming clan of the 8th mountain. In fact, the lord of the 8th mountain was surnamed Meng. When Meng Hao was born, even the Ji clan sent congratulatory gifts, and Lord Ji sent a Dharma clone to visit. Meng Hao's birth rocked all 4 great planets, the entire 9th mountain, and all the ancient sects. There were many people who understood that as long as this baby didn't turn out to be completely useless, then considering the power of the Fong and Meng clans, he would one day shine with blazing brilliance among the stars and seas. This was especially the case because the child had been born with a special mark on the back of his hand. It was a Nirvana brand. "Young lord, you can't go in there. That's a restricted area. You can't just barge in. Young lord, I beg of you, please don't bite that. Young lord, stop it, stop it. You can't dig holes there. The patriarch planted that tree there personally. Why you, that tree never did anything to you. Don't dig it up." He was a 5-year-old boy who caused headaches for everyone in the Fong clan. He was simply far too naughty. Virtually every day, he ran around followed by a trail of fellow clan members. If there wasn't someone keeping an eye on him at all times, havoc would be wrought. "Little brother, you've been naughty again," said his older sister, cracking her knuckles and looking at him with narrowed eyes and a mischievous smile. She was a head taller than him, and the sight of her stomping toward him caused Meng Hao's scalp to go numb. He backed up, stammering, and was just about to try to make an explanation when the smackdown began. As his sister grew up, she continued to be very strict on him, to the point where Meng Hao's heart filled with fear at the thought of her and her violent personality. 1. This expression is used to describe a child that will bring good fortune and prosperity to the family. Chapter 800. 7th Year Tribulation. "Young lord, you need to study now. Young lord, stop bullying your cousin Prince Wei. Look, he's crying because you hit him.
1. Aya.
Young lord, don't bully Princess Linger. She's your future beloved. The patriarch already issued the official order. Meng Hao gaped at everything that was happening. He watched the 5-year-old version of himself pummeling another boy his age. Apparently the boy had told on him, which earned Meng Hao beating from his sister. This was his revenge. In the end, the boy was in tears and begging for mercy. In another scene, he saw himself setting fire to the hair of a young girl who was about the same age as him. That left him feeling quite shocked. In fact, he couldn't help but think, this kid couldn't really be him, could he? He saw many unfamiliar faces, and he also witnessed the carefree life he had lived until he was 7 years of age. The life he had lived was one of simple happiness. He wasn't studious at all, which made Meng Hao recall how poorly he had fared in the imperial examinations. However, on his 7th birthday, everything changed. The day his 7th birthday arrived, something completely unforeseen happened to him. It was a misfortune, an extremely shocking matter that caused a huge commotion throughout the entire Fong clan, although the news was quickly hushed up. The Fong clan had a bloodline legacy, a Taoist magic that was completely heaven-defying. It manifested differently among different clan members, depending on their bloodline. It was a Taoist magic that could allow for nirvanic rebirth up to 4 times. It was an ability that essentially gave them a chance to live up to 4 lifetimes. The character Fong Thong is composed of 4 strokes, just like those 4 lifetimes too. It was this Taoist magic that ensured that the Fong clan remained as a towering force in the 9th mountain and sea, regardless of whether it was the era of Lord Li or Lord Ji. Any clan member who was born with a Nirvana brand was considered chosen. If a clan member was born without it, it was very difficult to develop it later in life. Furthermore, throughout all the years, it was virtually unheard of for anyone to actually live all 4 lifetimes. Even some of the clan patriarchs, when they became old and weak, could only experience nirvanic rebirth once. Those who had been able to experience nirvanic rebirth twice were extremely rare. It required a deep cultivation base, as well as a very pure Fong clan bloodline. Every time nirvanic rebirth was experienced, a nirvana flower would bloom. It would meld into the body, and allow the subject to become incredibly powerful by living an entire additional lifetime. On Meng Hao's 7th birthday, he experienced nirvanic rebirth. He did not have a powerful cultivation base, and yet he experienced nirvanic rebirth. This matter shook the whole Fong clan. Meng Hao's father and mother were even more astonished. That was because, although nirvanic rebirth was a good thing and enabled someone to live more lifetimes, for something like that to happen to a 7-year-old child was the most brutal of calamities. 3. He hadn't even lived a life yet. He had a road of endless possibilities ahead of him, but was stifled before he could explore any of them. All of the essence of his flesh and blood, all of his fated good fortune that had yet to be revealed, was sucked into the nirvanic rebirth as he started over from the beginning. His body began to degenerate as he passed backward from 7 years of age until he was in the same state he had been when he was born. The Nirvana brand on the back of his hand faded some, and a layer of it fell off, which then transformed into a flower. Shockingly, the flower gave bloom to a fruit. That fruit gave rise to further shock in the Fong clan. Even the patriarchs who were locked away in secluded meditation came out to see. According to the legends, the pinnacle of the Fong clan's nirvanic rebirth Taoist magic was none other than the Nirvana fruit. Nirvana. Flowers were rare, but there were people in every generation who produced them. However, for many years in the Fong clan, the Nirvana fruit had only been spoken of as the stuff of legend. Up until then, in the entire Fong clan there was only one shriveled up, oreless husk of a Nirvana fruit. Nirvana flowers bloomed when a member of the Fong clan experienced nirvanic rebirth and began to live another lifetime. They were born inside of the body and could enable one to grow incredibly powerful. When that clan member died later on, the Nirvana flower would wither and fade away. However, Nirvana fruit were the absolute pinnacle of power. They could be preserved and passed on as legacies. And now, little Meng Hao actually produced a Nirvana fruit. This matter shook the Fong clan, and many clan members started to view Meng Hao as an extraordinary chosen. However, his father and mother were a bit uneasy about the matter. And as they watched as their son reverted from being 7 years of age to being an infant, that unease grew more intense. This type of good fortune was something that they didn't dare to think too deeply about. If they did, it caused their hair to stand on end in terror. It was the prospect of a child who, at 7 years of age, had lost an entire lifetime, as if an 8th year of life didn't even exist for him. Meng Hao's paternal grandfather looked on silently. Then one night he left. Before leaving, he told Meng Hao's father and mother that he was going to seek an outsider, who he believed was the only person who could explain what was happening. Meng Hao's maternal grandfather, the venerable old man from the 8th Mountains Meng clan, went with him. The two of them disappeared into the starry sky. Little Meng Hao grew up again, almost as if he had been reincarnated. He did not retain the memories of his previous life, and his personality had changed drastically. He was much quieter. He also noticed the strange looks that many clan members would give him when they thought no one was looking, and it scared him. Such gazes were not the look you would give to a child, but rather some type of heavenly material or earthly treasure. When people looked at him in that way, his older sister would burst into a ranting rage and storm over with Meng Hao in tow to beat them up. She was frequently at his side, watching out for him. "Don't be scared, little brother. Your big sister is here to protect you." She was 15 or 16 years old now, and was already slender and elegant. However, her violent personality hadn't changed. In fact, she had actually grown more violent. One day, a senior member of the clan gave Meng Hao that same strange look, which left him very frightened. Later, he told his father about it. His father smiled and tousled his hair, then rocked him to sleep. After Meng Hao fell asleep, his father turned to leave, and his face was extremely grim. That day, the entire Fong clan was sent into an explosive uproar, and many miserable shrieks rang out. Meng Hao's father swept through the entire clan, sword in hand. From that day onward, there were far fewer such gazes cast Meng Hao's way. Time passed. The other children who were once Meng Hao's age were now older, and the people he used to bully began to make progress along the path of cultivation. He could no longer set fire to that increasingly beautiful girl's hair. He was completely incapable of beating up Prince Wei, whom he found so objectionable. None of his former friends would play with him. Although he was constantly attended by various clan members, he was still plagued by a festering feeling of loneliness. Eventually, he also found out about the rebirth he had undergone when he had turned 7. The only people who he truly had to accompany him were his father, his mother, and his older sister. During this second lifetime, Meng Hao rarely went outside. Most of those 7 years were spent in silence. Finally, the 7th birthday of his second lifetime arrived, and he once again went through nirvanic rebirth. When it happened, Meng Hao felt fear and pain. His body withered and everything went blurry. It was as if his flesh and blood were fading away. The mark on the back of his hand once again shone with a bizarre glow. The Fong clan was yet again thrown into chaos. As Meng Hao experienced the nirvanic rebirth, his mother held him in her arms, and tears flowed down her face onto his. As he experienced these blurry memories, Meng Hao couldn't help but stare blankly at his mother and the look of pain and heartbreak on her face. Little Meng Hao's voice was hoarse as he said, "Mother, don't cry. Didn't you tell me that this is just like sleeping a bit? I'll rest for a while, and then wake up. When I wake up, you have to tell me a story, okay?" His older sister stood off to the side, weeping as she watched her little brother. She was already 20 years old, and to see her little brother grow up twice, only to experience nirvanic rebirth twice, was heartrending. His father stood off to the side, fists clenched tightly at his sides, eyes seemingly on the verge of dripping with tears of blood. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to vent the anguish he felt in his heart. Nirvanic rebirth was certainly heaven-defying. However, for it to happen twice to a young child on his 7th birthday was no good fortune. It was a tribulation. 7th-year tribulation. If it happened a third time, and then a fourth, then what awaited Meng Hao would be certain death. He would leave behind 4 nirvana fruits, and would then vanish into nothing. His life would be one in which he never reached 8 years of age. A strange atmosphere fell over the Fong clan. Many people were watching, waiting for Meng Hao to complete the nirvanic rebirth, and then give bloom to a second nirvana fruit. However, no strange looks could be seen, and no one spoke. They watched as Meng Hao gradually degenerated, once again becoming a young child. The mark on his hand produced a flower, which then bore a nirvana fruit. Thus, the curtain fell on Meng Hao's second incomplete life. When he finally became an infant yet again, he didn't cry. As his mother held him in her arms, he gazed blankly up at the stars. His mother wept. Trembling, his father lifted his head up and roared. Unfortunately, that didn't change anything. They could see the mark on the back of Meng Hao's hand, the Nirvana brand, and they knew that the third lifetime had begun. This time, he was clearly doomed to experience nirvanic rebirth again on his 7th birthday. There were many aged members of the Fong clan who were observing what was happening. Many of them appeared to be very distressed, others sighed. Word of the matter finally began to spread outside the clan. However, the secret of nirvanic rebirth was maintained. The only thing that people on the outside knew was that the Fong clan's eldest grandchild, the direct descendant of the bloodline, was born with tribulation attached to him. Every 7 years, he would experience such tribulation. A child that was essentially crippled. Meng Hao's mother spent her days with tears staining her face. His older sister's violent temper caused her to get into fights virtually every day, as if that was the only way for her to give vent to the anger in her heart. His father did everything in his power to try to figure out a way to solve the problem, but it was all in vain. His 2 grandfathers never returned. When he was 1 year old during his third lifetime, a young man came to Planet East Victory. His arrival caused the elder members of the clan to reel in shock. One after another, they came out to bow in respect. The young man said he had been sent by Meng Hao's grandfathers. After laying eyes on Meng Hao, he was silent for a long time. His face flickered with memories and conflicting emotions, as well as surprise. In life, all things relate to the reaping and sowing of karma. Farming is an example. You must work hard before you can bring in the harvest. You must pay out before you can profit. As a husband and wife, are the two of you willing to abandon any future glory, to give up your current status, and become the prison wardens of the Ninth Mountain, to guard the gate of South Heaven for 100,000 years? Are you willing, no matter what heaven-shaking, earth-shattering events take place, no matter what calamitous tribulations occur in the outside world, to spend 100,000 tedious years in that one place and not step foot outside of South Heaven? Are you willing to guard the gate of South Heaven and not let any living beings from the outside world pass through it? If you are willing to leave behind everything that has been polluted by your karma, then take this child to South Heaven. That place is the origin of the entire Ninth Mountain. If you take him there, then you must leave him before his 7th birth. Keep your distance from him until the day he reaches Dao seeking. You must not meet him, and must not allow your karma to contaminate him. All of this will depend on the level of your sincerity. If you are truly sincere, then you can succeed. He must not be surnamed Fong. Have him take his mother's surname. If you do these things, then perhaps he'll have a chance at a life. End of Book 5. Nirvanic Rebirth. Blood Everywhere. 1. The name of Prince Wei might make some readers recall something said by the Ji Clan Patriarch in Chapter 795. 2. Click here to see the 4 strokes of the character, Fong. 3. This word for calamity is actually composed of 2 characters Haojie. The first character is the same character, Haohao from Meng Hao's name. The second is the character often translated Tribulation Jia. Together, they mean calamity. 4. The depiction of Fong Yu protecting Meng Hao might make some readers recall what happened back in the Demon Immortal sect in Chapter 611, when she killed 2 Fong clan members who were threatening Meng Hao. Book 6. Fame that rocks the Ninth Mountain. The path to true immortality.